There we go, baby. Good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you may be. I know sometimes people come in from all places around the world to watch these lives. But this is my favorite time of the day, morning. It's so nice to walk outdoors and take the dog out for a little walk. Beautiful day. Good morning. Welcome. Glad to have you here with me. This is my morning routine where I take the dog out for the walk. You've seen me mostly on my afternoon stuff when I usually make my videos. But it's beautiful right now, although it's going to be hot as hell here. It's been over 100 degrees here in the last couple days, and it's amazing. I took pictures yesterday during the heat of some of just the regular old plants, like, just the plants that are planted outside of my building, and they were all wilted. I mean, the heat stress. I used to grow a certain plant that was very fondly used by Cheech and Chong, and if you didn't have the air conditioning just right in the room, the plants would do the same thing. They would wilt, and it was like the whole world was a bad grow room yesterday. Just too damn hot. Anyway, I don't know if it's climate change or what the hell. By the way, I want to say something about climate change, because this is something that people don't talk about much. There's all this conjecture over, is it real, is it not real, is it a big hoax or whatever. I tend to believe it's real, and here's why. I'm not a scientist, so I don't know anything about that. Obviously, they're saying that global mean temperatures are increasing, which weather and stuff like that gets more intense. I think that's hard to dispute, but the insurance companies know the most, right? They're the ones who have to spend the money on the, excessive weather events and the damages. It's getting harder and harder in some places to even get insurance because of the increased. Anyway, especially if you're in a coastal area or a hurricane zone, that kind of thing. But this is the thing people don't know. I didn't know this until I researched it, but ExxonMobil, which was Esso back in the 70s, ESSO, they have internal scientific documents that their scientists put together saying basically that, the burning of the combustion of, hydrocarbons, fossil fuels, natural gas, oil, coal, emit massive amounts of carbon into the atmosphere. And that extra carbon is very likely to create a greenhouse effect, which is what they called it back then. They didn't call it global warming, they called it the greenhouse effect. That would essentially raise temperatures and potentially screw up the climate system. Now, I don't know about you, but I trust, for corporations, these people are organized, they're well-funded, and if they're internal scientists, by the way, these documents were obviously suppressed. But these documents do exist, they've been released, they've been leaked, and their own scientists were saying this. So why would their own scientists get together and lie for money? Because that's always the argument, that climate scientists are in it for the money. All they do is go around the world and give talks, and that their livelihood depends on this fake narrative of. So listen, I don't know what the hell. I'm not a scientist, but it seems like it's something that's going to be problematic. And if it is, it may be, and I say this with mixed feelings, but it may be the demise of the human species and a lot of other species, of course, because the same conditions are going to affect a lot of, living beings. But that may be the best thing that could ever happen to the earth. And as George Carlin said, we have a lot of plastics we've created. And he said, so maybe our purpose of being here was to give the earth plastic. So now it's just the earth plus plastic. I thought that was great. Anyway, listen, I don't want to have people perish. I just want us to fit in better, to not be disruptive. It's the same exact thing when it comes to what we're seeing in the Middle East. I don't want the people who are Jewish to leave. That's ridiculous. I just want there to be peace. I don't want there to be forced artificial things that create havoc and chaos and, death and destruction. So I think that's a fair thing to point out. Whether it happened in the Middle East or wherever it may have happened, this sort of artificial imposition of an entity that has created nothing but strife since its implementation, that's a fair thing to point out. And likewise, us as a human species, we live in general on this planet, And yeah, we have some really cool shit, right? With industrialization, I'm talking to you on this damn phone, which is really cool. But it's a mixed blessing, right? In one sense, it gives us a lot of opportunities to do things we couldn't do before. But the other hand is, look what it takes to get this phone made. Like if you trace the supply chain of most things we have, it isn't a pretty journey to go down that supply chain, whether it's the people who make stuff being exploited, kids digging in these little mines, if it's child labor, getting sick from the chemicals. And I know the world isn't perfect, or, life is not perfect. Even in nature, forget about human industrialization. There's bigger, faster things get the smaller, less fast, right? That's just, it's an unfair system. But it works. It works in such a way that it's regenerative, it's circular. And then we've imposed this linear system that supposedly somehow is supposed to fit in long term. It's unsustainable. And it's grown rapidly. We're still getting away with it right now, but we're actually overusing the resources that are supposed to that need to regenerate every year. And that reduces what's called carrying capacity. And so, I think humans are going to learn a very tough lesson with the convergence of industrialization and climate change. I think we're going to run into some difficult headwinds. And listen, well deserved, I think. We sort of have just plunged to some difficult headwinds. And listen to some difficult headwinds. And listen. Getting sick and not having medical care and not having access to things like air conditioning, sick and not having medical care and not having access to things like air conditioning or electricity. These are all great innovations that save lives and make lives more enjoyable. But again, it's always about weighing the costs and the benefits. And I would argue that because of the concept of human supremacy, people thinking that humans are the shit, basically, that everything else is sort of subsequent, secondary to us, that we behave that way. And again, it comes back to mindset. And this is the same thing I talk about with Zionism or the Z Team. I'm not supposed to say that word. I think my lives get taken down because of hate speech if I say that word. I don't even know why. That's ridiculous. But it is what it is. And it comes down to this mindset of sort of superiority and entitlement. And, that mindset doesn't work no matter where you apply it. It's the exact opposite of humility. Nobody in that mind space can be humble. And part of being humble is, using what you need and taking only what you need, not what you want that's excessive. And again, I would argue that what we're seeing right now with regard to that mindset, and not everybody adopts this mindset, by the way, in its totality, let's be fair. No society is a monolith. But enough people support it conceptually that it's problematic. And those that really embrace it in a very fervent way are driving the train right now. And where's that train headed? Well, if you just literally pulled back with a satellite and you didn't know anything else of that region, and you had a satellite image from 1900. Google will show these satellite images of, back in 1990, then 2000, and you get to see how something changes from above. Well, if you looked at the changes from above, and if you literally just gave, different colors to different team members in the region, obviously it was very, very heavily red, meaning, Arab Palestinian in 1900. That's just the way it was. And then you fast forward to 1930, and there's a lot more blue. And but still a much smaller portion of society. And then you fast forward to 1948, and all of a sudden the blue team, which is only a third of the people, gets over half the territory allocated to this new thing we call it, ISI. That doesn't seem fair, and I would fight that too at the time. If somebody said, hey, we're going to give 1/3 of the people 55% of the land, you're like, no, you're not. That's some bullshit right there, right? Especially when you have these rabid, T-group gangs going around and unaliving, villages of people and massacring this, that, and the other. Those two things put together, you're like, no, I don't think so. That's not cool. Not only are you asking for something that's unreasonable, but you're doing very suspect and violent things to try to achieve your goals by kicking out the British, as well as trying to remove people from terrain you want to capture. So again, I don't blame anybody for pushing back against that. You can call it what you want. You can call it a 5 nations attacked this little lonely group. I think that's a bullshit, victimized way of looking at it. When you're the victimizer and you're doing effed up stuff, and then somebody tries to right that wrong, they're not attacking you. They're trying to rectify a wrong, right? Now, I'm going to shift gears a little bit, speaking of this subject, because it's an interesting subject. You know, people see it from drastically different points of view. Let me walk the dog some more. She's crying. So here's what I'm trying to do with these lives. And I'm probably going to do this closer to prime time, probably between 5 to 7 p.m. Eastern time. I don't want to overlap with Eric Warsaw if I can avoid it, because I don't want to take away from Eric's. He goes from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Friday Eastern time. I want to try to do it as to not overlap with his audience. But the goal is to get one person on who is from the opposing point of view and just have a conversation and do it in a way that's polite, not trying to, win or beat the other person up, but, get down to humanity. Now, a lot of people will criticize that, saying, hey man, you're platforming some of these talking points, this BS narrative. Listen, people on the other side feel the same way. When somebody like me gets brought up onto a live, that's all people say. Why are you giving this guy a voice? All he does is repeat propaganda. He spreads lies, Again, one person's freedom fighters, another person's T-rest, right? So I wanted to see in the comments if you would like to see that approach, even if you disagree with giving somebody airspace or airtime. If you'd like to see that format, can you type the number 1 in the chat? Because I already have a couple lined up, potentially, to do it. I've been messaging people. So if you'd like to see that, can you type the number 1 in the chat so I can get an idea? And if you don't want to see it, type the number 2. And we'll go with 1s or 2s and see what people say. And if the 1s win, I'll do it. And if the 2s, I'll not do it. So far we have some 1s coming in. I haven't seen any 2s yet. Yeah, because I think that's kind of my thing. My approach is, it's unique in one way. I have my own views and all, but I think that I'm pretty good at adjudicating a reasonable conversation, trying to keep everybody on the straight and narrow. There is a guy who has challenged me publicly. By the way, he's a very well-educated guy. He probably knows a lot more than me about a lot of this subject, which is fine. I think coming back to the humility part, I don't have to know everything to know the basics, right? But his big thing is indigeneity, like who was there first. To me, it doesn't really even matter going back 4,000 years. I think that there are descendants of both major groups of people from that region. So I don't dispute that. Maybe one group was there first. I don't know. And where do you pick the exact time in history where someone has an arbitrary claim to something in perpetuity? That's the tough one, right? And we know in history this has happened over and over and over again. People have lost territory because someone else came in there and said, I'm taking this. And that's been the way of the world. And it just doesn't make it right in any case, in my opinion. So it's not right to come back after 3,000 years and say, get the hell out. It's not right to come back after 150 years. It's like, if you're living somewhere and you're born there and you have 5, 6, 7, 10 generations of living there, and you bring people in who are having a tough time elsewhere, and then they turn on you and try to take land, and they do it, and then they successfully oppress you when you try to fight back. That to me stinks to high heaven as an occupation and brutality and oppression. And there are people that argue there is no oppression. They say there is no occupation, there is no oppression. There are people that literally say these things, and they believe these things. So these are what the conversations will be about. And the fundamental point that I always try to bring up, and it just gets ignored, is that what drives the anger, which is what creates these resistance groups, which is what leads to these actions of violence, unfortunately, in many cases in ways that I think are hard to stomach, where civilians get involved. And let's face it, yeah, maybe somebody is not so innocent for living in a land that's an occupation, whatever, but they didn't necessarily choose that either. So in fairness to them, they're living there, they're supporting the government to whatever extent they do politically. But I don't think they don't deserve to lose their life over that, And I don't know. That's just my view. I know other people may see it differently. But these conversations are hard to have, but I think they're important to have. But I think the most important thing from my point of view, and again, people can criticize this, but ultimately people have to sit down in a room, look at each other in the eye, and negotiate. And you could argue that one party is not really willing to negotiate in good faith. I wouldn't argue with that. But the only way something's going to change is through politics. The violence is not going to change it. The violence will raise awareness for the political process to take its course, which I think, as horrible as it was, has served that purpose, which I think is a good thing. I think in terms of, quote, winning or losing, Obviously, militarily, it's very hard. And I would say that the H group in Gaza has done an exceptional job in, and they have the upper hand because they're using the tunnels and stuff. And it's frustrating. It's got to be tough for the Israelis to try to fight that way. But they have destroyed most of northern Gaza. It does look like a post-World War II apocalyptic type of landscape. Unlivable, of course. And I think that was the goal. And they have a dividing line they've created between South Gaza and North Gaza. And it appears as if you believe the statements by the government, that they are going to indeed have some form of administrative control at the least, and they might even annex and settle part of the territory, which I think is probable and problematic, because the U.S. State Department has said publicly there will be no long-term Israeli presence in Gaza. That was Anthony Blinken, U.S. Secretary of State. However, we know that the Netanyahu and other governments officials in Israel basically ignore the public proclamations of American leaders, and they can get away with it for some odd reason. The relationship, even though we the Americans give the Israelis a lot of money and a lot of military and political support, we don't often get to have many strings attached to that support, which seems odd. So you can ponder how that came to be and why that continues to be the case. I have my ideas. I think there's way too much undue influence in our government and in our larger portions of our economic system and information systems, which is very dangerous and I think needs to change. But that doesn't mean hurting people. That means changing politics and changing the way institutions function. There's a big difference between wanting to change the politics and the distribution of equal rights in a region among different peoples and wanting to physically harm the people. And I think that's what gets missed. So again, getting back to what I said about the part of the arguments that get dismissed, and I'll be trying to make these points when I do have these one-on-ones, because sometimes it gets a little crazy in these, 5 or 6 against 1. They don't let you fully speak, or they talk down to you. You know the whole deal. I've probably stepped into the arena and taken more punishment than most. Anyway, so what they don't listen to is this. What drives the behavior? Again, you have to think about this. From the Israeli perspective, this is how they see it. They see it as if we're getting attacked all the time. We're just doing what we can to protect ourselves. That's literally how the thought process goes. What they don't want to acknowledge or choose not to focus on, because they don't want to see it from anyone else's point of view other than their own, is why do these things occur? Why do people do the things they do? What motivates them? And they literally just lump it into a big bucket called T attacks. And therefore, because it meets their definition of T attacks as they see it, they think it's dismissed outright, because that choice of style of violence to them is just unacceptable on its face, prima facie. And therefore, it's not that you can't even discuss anything else after that. There is no discussion. It's terrorism. It's unacceptable. End of story. We have to do what we have to do. That's kind of the mindset that I've noticed. However, if you want to have peace, which I think a lot of people sincerely do want to have peace, but I think a lot of them want to have peace solely on the blue and white terms, where they want the other person to remain subjugated to them as a part of that peace. And obviously, that is not going to work. You can't keep another group down and keep your boot on their neck in perpetuity and expect them to, quote, play nice. I mean, I guess you can try, but it hasn't worked well so far, and I don't think it's going to, because the people who are under that boot don't like it, and they're very resolute about their connection with the land and their identity as a people. So knowing that fact, you have two choices. You can continue to try to brutalize them, to forcibly submit them to your will, which is what we've been seeing, which includes a lot of unaliving of civilians, which is disgusting, at rates and magnitude that are unthinkable and unprecedented in modern history, especially for that conflict. But what if it literally comes down to an anger? If it's not, they always claim everybody wants to push all the Jewish people out of the region. That's the primary claim. Oh, everybody hates the Jews. They want to get rid of the Jews. We're fighting for our survival. We've been fighting for our survival for thousands of years, and this is just another example of everybody wanting to get rid of us. Well, listen, let's look back at recent history and let's see if that holds water. Go back to 1910, 1915. Look at the region. What was happening? Was there a massive effort to cleanse the land of Jewish people? No, not at all. In fact, my understanding, and again, those who practice Islam, I don't, can correct me, but the Islamic faith, the Quran, requires a respect for people of other faiths because they consider them, people of the book. They have an allegiance to a God, which is obviously respectable because they feel the same, even though they have a different name and path for that belief system. It's to respect another is a requirement because you're sort of in the same lane of faith, and that's a believer, and you want to have, that's what people want. They want people to follow a faith and follow a certain standard of behavior. And, I think the word is you have to submit to your faith and put your faith first. So that they're kind of required to respect that, which is respectable. So it's not about religion, because that's a tenet of their religion, is not to go after other religions. So they're not ISIS, is what I'm trying to say. And secondly, it's not about the Jewish thing, because we know from history there were peaceful coexistence with Jewish people for a long period of time, relatively peaceful, until the immigration status changed dramatically, which can cause a problem in any place. When you have massive shifts of immigration, you get what I would call friction between people. And that friction certainly was present in Palestine as the demographics changed. But it wasn't significant enough to be looked at as mass ethnic cleansing. The ethnic cleansing actually happened in reverse once the leading up to and the implementation of the blue and whites formal statehood, that we saw a lot of this ethnic cleansing, but it happened against the indigenous, or I'll say this, the existing at that time Arab population. How about that? That way we're not going to get into indigeneity or all that backstory bullshit that I hate even hearing about. So if then it is it's not religion, because they have to accept other religions. If it's not about hating Jewish people, because there was no existence of hate prior to the occupation and the establishment of this ethno-state, there wasn't this anger that was there. There were no T groups. There were no resistance groups. There was nothing to be resisted. So this is the problem. To have to acknowledge that the source of the behavior is not hatred and is not Islamic crusade or caliphate, then you have to look at what the real issue is. You have to acknowledge what the injustice is and what is the source of the anger and frustration, and then it takes its course and it boils over at times into violence. And nobody wants to have violence, including the people that are enacting the violence. Why would you? If you can solve something by going to a meeting and talking to somebody and saying, okay, I'm glad we got this worked out. You got it worked out. You don't have to do anything physical, right? Everybody wants that first and foremost. And then you try to protest if that doesn't work. And if that doesn't work, then you're trying to scratch your head and go, well, what do we do next to deal with our circumstances? So if the behavior stems from that deep-seated frustration, that anger of not only about what they perceive to be the initial injustice of 1948, the Nakba, however you say it properly, maybe I'm not pronouncing it right, where people from that point of view believe that they've been harmed in the process of the creation of this particular state. And I believe they were. And they've also been dealt with in a very harsh and inhumane way ever since, which are the things that I learned about in 1989 that so shifted my view on this issue, because I didn't know any better. And I think most people didn't or don't know any better still in some cases, because they're told just to support Israel because Israel is God's chosen people and their religion requires them, if they're evangelical Christians or other Christians. They're just kind of told, hey, we support this team. That's just our team. They don't know anything about what the teams do to each other, other than they hear they paint the other side as terrorists because of some of the limited military or engagements with both military and civilians, like we saw on October 7th. And yeah, the civilian part was bad, to whatever extent it was done by the militants or civilians that poured out of Gaza. It's to be condemned, and I hope people will join me in that condemnation of that behavior. But I don't condemn the resistance act of breaking out and going after the soldiers, because they've been mistreating people in Gaza, and that's the very kindest way to put it, for many, many decades. Especially since they withdrew in 2005, it's been nothing but a disaster. So what I would challenge people who have the pro blue and white argument is to at least acknowledge that reality, or at least consider the idea of acknowledging that reality, that it's not about, I'm going to buy some air conditioners, sorry, it's a little noisy. Put out there the chance that it's not someone who's just trying to get rid of your people, and it's not somebody on this crusade to change everybody's, religious, ideology and their practices, but it is indeed a fact about injustice, at least from their point of view. This person named Coach yesterday, if you don't know who Coach is, he's a regular on these lives, either as a host or a guest. He's pro blue and white. And he said yesterday, there is no occupation, there is no oppression. This is literally what some people believe. They believe that they negate the identity of the people. They negate the frustrations and anger and attempt to address what they believe is injustice. They just negate it outright. They think that they're coming back to decolonize territory that was taken from their people, that's duly theirs going back 3,000 years, where they only occupied it, by the way, for 220 years. If you don't know the history of that, you would think that the person who had the longest standing, sort of management or, reign over the land would get the rights to it, I guess, if you're going to try to figure out a system. But for some reason, they believe that their 200-year slice is the slice, and therefore they're just reoccupying their own territory. So they don't look at it as an occupation. They look at it as they're just taking land back. And because of Oslo, if you don't know much about the Oslo Accords, you can look it up. But basically what it did was, in 1993, as they were trying to negotiate some form of two-state solution, or whatever form this thing would take, they came up with a temporary sort of power-sharing agreement in the West Bank. And they designated three types of areas. Areas A, which were primarily the more densely populated Palestinian towns, where the Palestinian Authority, the former PLO, would have sole administrative control over those areas. They'd have their own police force, their own court system, blah, blah, blah. Sorry about the background noise. Come here, dog. We got to go this way. Area B, there would be some sort of shared agreement. Now, you can imagine Area A was only 18% of all the territory of the West Bank. So if you added up all the land and all the more densely populated areas and villages, 18% of the land. Then between Area B is shared control. In Area B, you had where the Israeli military and police share with the Palestinian Authority based on the circumstances what's going to happen. But in all cases, Area C is exclusive Israeli control, which is the vast majority of the territory. If you add the shared territory, which basically the Israelis control, let's face it, they're going to make the decisions because they have the upper hand, with weapons and power. Areas B and C added together make up 82% of the territory. So in essence, in 1993, the 82% of the West Bank was basically granted control to the Israelis. Now, if you're a Palestinian in that territory, and by the way, this was a temporary arrangement that was supposed to last no more than 5 years while they worked out a peace agreement. Of course, that's just been the status quo ever since. They've dragged their feet and not negotiated in good faith on the peace process. And this sharing of territory has allowed them to continue to do settlements unabated. In fact, they've just announced recently that they're going to take the largest swath of new settlement land from Area C, this area that they have exclusive control over, and build out, the largest acreage or hectares in the last 30 years. It's some ridiculous expansion of settlements. And this is just poking the wound of Palestinians. If they feel there was an injustice, every time you decide to build more on the territory they see as theirs, how are you going to feel about that? I mean, all you have to do to get the feeling of the parties here is to flip the script. I know it's hard to put ourselves in the shoes of the other. I mean, as an American, not directly tied to either peoples, I have the privilege of not feeling the deep-seated feelings that people feel about the issue, and so I can detach myself a little bit, and I can give my take. It doesn't mean my take is right or wrong, it just means it's my take. And so I understand the Israeli point of view. I've outlined some of it earlier, and I also understand the Palestinian point of view. And the reason I tend to lean towards supporting the Palestinian struggle, not the attacks on civilians, but the struggle in general, is because I do believe they suffered an injustice. And I do believe it's unfair to go back 3,000 years and say, that's mine, get the hell out. I do believe it's unfair what the Balfour Declaration intended to do, what Zionism eventually intended to do, and what was actually done in conjunction with the United States, the European powers, and this nascent UN that was just coming off the League of Nations. And they decided to authorize this creation of an ethno-state that arguably is the most disruptive implementation of arbitrary nation-state lines in the history of the earth. So these are the things I want to talk to Zionists about. The Palestinian point of view, I think, is one of suffering. They've suffered greatly. And yes, have they periodically fought back in ways, whether it be rocket fire or buses or cafes during the Second Intifada, before the big separation wall was put in place? Were they horrible? Yeah. I mean, I can't condone that. I don't know how much the frustration... Listen, I feel that frustration deeply, and I'm not from there. I can only imagine if I was the one enduring, where my brother or my cousin got either injured, or which is maimed for life, or even unalived, or especially what we're seeing now in Gaza and in the West Bank. There's a lot of bad stuff happening there as well. That frustration and anger would be at a level that for me would be unimaginable. Whenever somebody oppresses you and mistreats you, it's just the sheer indignity of it all has got to be brutal. Just the way someone looks down on you as if you're not worthy. Says things like, look at you, you can't develop your economy, look at us, Listen, man, if you control somebody else and what they can or can't have, where they can or can't go, how fast they can or can't get there, how can you expect them to be on par with you where those restrictions aren't in place? Right? So, Joseph Ben Ibrahim Ibn Wakar, sorry if I said it wrong, says, after October 7th, they have lost their right to be our neighbors, spelled in an English spelling. Well, you must be from the UK, Joseph. Joseph, I understand that point of view. Listen, I try to be respectful of everybody's point of view in terms of acknowledging it for what it is and understanding how or why they came to that point of view. Here's why I disagree with that point of view. Okay, so just follow this logic for a second and see if it makes sense. So the way I look at it is the H group in Gaza is an incredibly small, this little sliver of Palestinian population in its total, both within the territories, Gaza and the West Bank, as well as in the diaspora. It's a teeny, teeny, teeny fraction of human beings that were voted in 2006 through a democratic process where about 70% or so of the population at that time wanted something different than the Palestinian Authority. And the reason why they voted that group in is because they promised a different approach. Because the current approach resulted in more of the same. The Oslo Accords, as I alluded to earlier, have been extended indefinitely. So now you have an even worse situation where you've given control to an adversary through 82% of your sovereign territory. And here you are trying to make heads or tails of that. And then you add in what's happening in Gaza. As far as, there's the rocket fire, which is not that big of a deal because of the Iron Dome. And people always say, well, it would be if we did. Listen, you have the Iron Dome. Something like 99% of those crude homemade rockets never go anywhere. They get shot down. The ones that don't rarely cause much damage. Have a few cause property damage and have a few, unfortunately, unalive some civilians. I think it's between 6 and 10 Israelis over all of the years the rocket fire that's the number that have been unalived. And that's horrible. Any civilian that gets unalived with indiscriminate fire is wrong and should be pointed out as such. But again, I think the rockets are an indication of that same frustration. It's like, what else can we do? We're not being given the opportunity. So, Joseph, here's what I want to ask in response to the declaration you made about not having the right to be a neighbor after what happened on October 7th. So, do you think that the Americans in the 1770s had the right to resist British occupation? You can say yes or no to that. I wouldn't be walking freely where I am right now as an American if that didn't happen. Was it fair for the South African majority population to try to fight and overthrow the minority white population that was oppressing them and creating an apartheid system with less rights for the majority of people? I would say, yeah, they had a right to do that. I think oppressed people have a right to try to find their way out of their oppressive circumstances. So with that in mind, and by the way, again, I want to repeat, I don't condone the harming of civilians. Just unquestionably, that's my principle. Okay, so if you purposely harm a civilian, you're on the bad side of the column. However, if you're under a long-term blockade where somebody else controls what comes in and out of your territory. All goods are checked and screened. And on top of that, the people can't go anywhere unless they're allowed to come in on a work permit or something like that. They're otherwise not allowed to go move freely. They can't do it. And why is that? Because the Israeli government makes those decisions for them. That control is effectively what's referred to as a blockade. Israeli naval ships prevent fishermen from going more than a certain distance out on the coast to fish. Sometimes they fire at fishing boats. Because why? Because they can. Kids on a beach sometimes playing soccer. Boom. A thing comes down and obliterates all four of them. This is going back 10 years. There's a commemorative video going around right now to say the names of those poor kids. They were like 11 years old. They're just kicking a soccer ball around on a beach. Boom. Gone. Israel does an internal investigation, finds there's no fault for them. It was some kind of an accident or mix-up. Again, same old, same old, same old. So if you find yourself enduring those sorts of things day after day, week after week, year after year, no one seems to know about your plight. No one seems to care. You're on your own. All the big money people like the United States and Europe are backing the very people that are doing these horrible things to you. Imagine the mental process that one goes through during enduring that. Like, what is the actual emotional response to that type of environment? I think we're all the same in that regard. And I think, having said that, any of us who are in that situation would have a desire to change our circumstances, to resist in some form. Now, the United Nations speaks to this exact situation, and they say that people that are being blockaded or militarily occupied have a right to resist, and in their words, by any means available. It doesn't say you got to call somebody at 6 o'clock at night and schedule next day at 10 in the morning a fair fight. Because if somebody doesn't have the same equipment as you have, and they can't stand toe-to-toe and fight with the same stuff, it's not fair to ask them to do so. I wouldn't ask that of you, and you should not ask that of me. And people do what they can with what they have. Now, again, I'm against civilians being harmed. I would also argue that sometimes it may be the only path, as bad as I think it is, for certain people to accomplish certain political goals. And yes, that is the definition of terrorism, is intentionally harming civilians to affect a political outcome. So I agree with that. I think in those cases that is terrorism. However, what I don't think is terrorism is when you're being physically blockaded by an adversarial force. They're controlling your people and your territory, what comes in and out, who gets to go in and out. Occasionally going in and mowing the lawn because they're tired of the rocket fire, so they come in and they blow up 2 square blocks and unalive 1,200 people, which is what's been happening over the last decade. That trying to resist those circumstances is justifiable. So, with that said, I disagree with the point of what happened. Now, as far as civilians go, if you want to talk about civilians on 10/7, fair enough. Let's condemn that. Let's talk about that. And then in the same breath, if we're going to be honest brokers, we have to look at these civilians being unalived on both sides, both before October 7th, which the world did not start on October 7th. This conflict's been going on for, I'll just go back to the West Bank, 67, that's what? That's 50, 55, 56, 57 years, whatever it's been. That's been an occupation for 57 years, and Gaza since 2006 has been basically under siege and blockade by the Israelis. Now, they would say, well, why is that? They deserve to have that blockade. Someone like Joseph may say that it's the fault of the H group for antagonizing the Israelis, and therefore they have to do what they can for their security. Okay, fair enough. To a point, your security is a legitimate concern. I agree with that. However, it's the extent to which you brutalize somebody in pursuit of your own security that I take issue with, which were the things that I learned about that so changed my view on the situation. I have no problem with Israel defending itself. Who wouldn't? That's fair. But if you're going into a territory every day with rifles and knocking over old ladies and spitting on old men and going into their homes late at night and terrorizing the people and setting up a fire base, that's not your security. That's you being abusive and overbearing. And you can ask people from Breaking the Silence. They will come out and speak to this. This is not me making stuff up. These are people who feel ashamed for what they have done in terms of violating people's human rights. And in many cases, using force to either injure or unalive them. A good example you can pull from right now in terms of human rights abuses are the prisoners, especially some of the longer held prisoners who are released finally after they've completed their sentence in Israeli jails. And they look like somebody who's been through World War I, what do they call it, shell shock, where they come out all shaking and they've been totally tortured and sleep deprived and put in awkward positions and have things rammed up their backside and underfed, malnourished, given sick food, no health care, amputations in some cases of limbs because of the cuffing or wire tying of their hands together. This is the kind of disgusting stuff that we're seeing example after example after example. These are people who claim that they're moral people. Their leaders tell people how well they treat the prisoners, how well these people are taken care of. They're fed better than some of the Israeli citizens. Come on. Come on. Come on. So getting back to resistance, do people have a right to resist? Do they have a right to break out of the border and try to go after the enemy soldiers? Absolutely. That's fair game. And I asked Coach, I said, Coach, what if this had just been military? What if the attack included no civilians? He said, his words, that attack would have been fair game. Okay, so this isn't me saying it's fair. This is Coach, one of the people who's one of the most staunch advocates for Israel. He said that was a very good question. I think it is a good question. So we're able to distinguish. Now, getting back to civilians, if you're going to be a fair arbiter of conflict and you're going to condemn one side for harming civilians, and I think that's a fair thing to do, you have to then apply the same logic and standards to your own military. And if you think this is all just a bunch of silly conjecture because people are against Israel and the ICC and the ICJ and the UN all just have this thing against the Jewish people, you're off your rocker. Okay, they have to maintain their own credibility. And if there wasn't credible reason to look into the allegations of war crimes, including collective punishment, which is cutting off of food or electricity or other aid that you've made the other party incapable of being self-sufficient because you've bombed their infrastructure. When you destroy someone else's ability to be self-sufficient, you do in fact have a duty to supply the territory as their occupier or blockader, because they have no way in most cases across the entirety of the region to be self-sufficient. You have destroyed those abilities in their most part. In addition, you went in and mostly disabled or destroyed hospitals. You unalived hundreds and hundreds of doctors, nurses. You unalived hundreds of journalists, an unprecedented level of journalists, an unprecedented number of women and children in conducting your operations. So these are all things that are being looked into. At best, they look bad. They're bad optics. At worst, they're definitive, indiscriminate, or purposeful bombing of civilians and other activity like snipers and twist tying people's hands and summarily, popping them in the head, et cetera, et cetera. These are all allegations against the Israelis, in addition to the collective punishment, which, by the way, is starting to take its greatest effect right now. After about, a little under a year, the threads that are holding this together are starting to break. And a lot of people who are hurt or who have minor illnesses are moving into major illness status because of lack of care. Inability to get proper care, lack of proper medical supplies. Now, is there some aid coming in places? Yeah, there's some places like anything else. Not everything is spread out perfectly. There are places in the conflict zone that have a lot less aid because it's difficult to deliver because there's fighting going on. That's why taking a humanitarian pause is so critical to these types of things. There should be, in my opinion, every 6 to 8 weeks, there should be at least a 1 to 2 week pause so that aid groups can come in and help civilians. But that's not what's happened. And it seems like from the outside looking in that Israel is very, very happy to be carrying things out the way that they are. It's working in their favor. They're able to immiserate the people, again, with an effort to try to overthrow the H group, to eradicate them. They will never be eradicated, just so you know, if you're someone who supports Israel. I'm not a supporter of the H group, but I'm also a realist in terms of military operations and just reality on the ground. The upper hand that they have with regard to the tunnels makes them an impossible adversary to eradicate. Just impossible. You're not going to get them all. The numbers that have been quoted by the Israeli government, they claim that half of the fatalities that have taken place in Gaza are militants, and the other half are civilians. That's their claim. So they claim about 20,000 militants have been unalived, maybe 18, whatever the latest figures are. That means that all the women and children, some of them have to be serving in the military because or is a militant for H group, because it can't be that the bombs just go after the militants and then the other ones just happen to fall all on women and children. It doesn't make any sense. So the probable numbers are probably much different. My guess is it's probably between 7,000 and 8,000 militants that have been unalived, and probably between 30 and 35,000 civilians and counting, which is disgusting. And I hope that the investigative process does its proper work and does make the determination as to what the command said as far as collective punishment is concerned, as far as military choice of targeting, operations by units being frequent and pervasive, not just one-off bad apples, that kind of thing. So that's my take. Someone just said, Joseph said, you do not need to give your unqualified guesses. Listen, Joseph, I don't know who's qualified to make those guesses. Maybe there's some people that are military analysts that can do them better. I listen to some of those people, by the way, which is the information from which I try to draw my conclusions as best I can. But you're right. I mean, I don't have a PhD in military history or whatever. I'm not an expert, but I can still share some thoughts, and you all can decide whether you think those thoughts are germane and cogent or not, right? So where do we go from here? Well, there's conversations about ceasefires right now, different agreements, but they're not able to work out the details. The H group wants a more pervasive, just end of hostilities, or at least a longer ceasefire with some very tight constraints over how conflict proceeds, and the Israelis don't want that. They want to have unlimited access to go after the H group, and I don't blame them for wanting to go after the H group, quite frankly. If I were in their shoes, I would probably want to do the same thing. But I'm not in their shoes. And like I said before, I think the things that they do go so far above and beyond the need for their basic security. I believe, and listen, you can use whatever language you want to use, whether it meets the standard legally of G-side. The way that I like to phrase it is, I believe that the Israeli military and government have purposely and callously disregarded the safety and the lives of Palestinian civilians in conducting their operations. All we hear is how targeted things are, how precise they are, how careful they are. I just call bullshit on that. And I think the average person now sees that all that rhetoric, while there may be cases where leaflets are dropped or rooftop knocks take place or phone calls or texts go out, it's the vast minority of cases. And also, when you send out leaflets for a bunch of people that have moved 3 times already from the north to the center, from the center to the Mid-South, from the Mid-South to Rafah, Khan Yunis, wherever you may still be, and then they send you another evacuation notice. So you got to try to pick up whatever possessions you can get, those that you've acquired since you got there, put it on your backs and walk, 2 or 3 kilometers, 4 kilometers elsewhere and try to reset up. And then they drop things in those areas. We just saw this in the last this week. There were almost 300 people unalived through direct shots into these little refugee camps that have been set up and been moved around quite a bit. It's indefensible behavior. And they'll always claim that there's a militant there. Oh, there was a militant there. There's a group of militants we were targeting. That's awfully convenient when every time you want to drop something, you can just make that claim and everything just kind of is okay. So I believe that Israel has used that claim, that screen, that cover story to do whatever the hell it wants. And I like to use the term callous indifference. Now, whether outside agencies decide that things meet certain definitions or not, that's my observation of it. I don't know how many people you have to constitute X, Y, or Z, but it's certainly, I think there's an argument to be made you can call this a G side because of the callous indifference that I believe is part of the mindset. But again, other people who do this for a living, hey Brain, other people who do this for a living are going to have to make sense of that. Brain, if you want to come up and talk, I'd love to have you up. Brain is a no bullshit kind of guy. If you're not following him, in fact, if you come up, Brain, I can have people follow you at least for a second or two, and then you can drop if you don't. But if you look through the comments, there's a comment from a sharp guy named Brain Man World. I think he's coming up now. Nope, we have Sunken. I'll bring up Sunken, but Brain, if you scroll through the comments, everybody, go back up, you'll find one that says Brain Man World. He's got some cool stuff going on, some really cool stuff in his link in bio. Give him a follow and check out his lives. I think you'll really like him. Okay, we have 2 guests that are coming up. We have Sunken and we have David Z. Now, here's what I want to make clear on my panel, okay? This is how I do it. Whew. Okay, so I don't like to have, personal attacks. Personal attacks are out of bounds. It doesn't make your argument better because you attack somebody personally. No calling people idiots or fools or brainwashed or any of those kind of silly terms. In addition, interrupting people is not okay unless you're having a conversation where it sort of fits the flow. So if somebody's making a statement, don't just jump in and say, nope, that's wrong, because it doesn't help. You can then share your point of view. If you need to make a couple notes on your phone, you can go on coffee break and pull up your notepad app or write it on a piece of paper. That's how I do it. Okay? So I'm going to give both guests a chance to start sharing what they want to share, and then we'll go back and forth. Okay? Hello, Sunken.
Barnes, what's going on?
How are you today? Just another day,
Pretty
another
bad. Pretty bad, my man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna tell you something. Is that I saw the pictures of that Hamas posted of the 4 Israeli teenagers that they're keeping, as hostages. And I was wondering, you have daughters?
No, I'm never married, no children.
Then not really that big of a surprise. So, I wanted to know what you think about that.
Just real quick. I mean, again, we talked about keeping things on an issue level. Let's not insult each other. That's an insult, okay? Fair enough? I'm asking, I'm leaning on your better angels. You can disagree with everything I say, which is fair, but let's not go there. I'm not going to say anything about you. There's plenty I can say about what I think people believe, which could be very negative, but I don't do that because I try to be respectful of your point of view. So with that in mind, you want to keep talking about the hostage situation?
Yeah, what do you think about that, the 4 hostages?
Well, first of all, I'm against anybody taking hostages in the first place. I would rather they not have been taken, but this is what I believe the operation was intended to do from the beginning. It went haywire, obviously, to some degree with what they encountered. Whether it was purposeful or not, I don't know. And the leadership says it wasn't. I don't know what you want to believe about the leadership. But what the leadership did say publicly, if you have a chance to see what they said, which I did, about 10 days after the event took place, the Al-Aqsa flood, as they called it, they had a little press briefing. It was a recorded statement from 2 members. I don't know their exact names, but they talked about the purpose of the operation. And they said the purpose of the operation was to go in and gather as many hostages as possible to try to get leverage to get some of the Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli custody. That was the point of the operation, and to demonstrate that they have the ability militarily to attack Israel if and when they choose to.
I guess they really screwed up by, murdering a bunch of civilians.
Well, I can't argue that point.
Crazy?
The other thing we're finding out now, and again, this is written up in the Israeli press as well as admitted by the Israeli military now, is that there was significant engagement by Israeli forces in the attempt to try to stop people from going back to Gaza in vehicles and on the ground. And so we don't know exactly how many human beings were unalived in that response. So I'm trying to make heads or tails of that. I've had guesses and numbers, but they're just guesses. But it seems like the significant number of people at the Nova Festival and in some of the kibbutzim could have been harmed and unalived by Israeli response, not by militants. What do you think about that? Have you heard about that, or do you agree with that?
Propaganda. Sunken, when you don't talk, can you put mute, please? Because there's a lot of noise in your background.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm driving. Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what I think about that is that, you're going to tell me that, but there were some that were hurt by the Israeli side. My guy, they were literally, Hamas was burning individuals, beating them. They were barbarians, honestly barbarians. That's not warfare. That's not a plan. That's just going out and committing a massacre. That's a T activity. You know that. Everyone, I'm pretty sure, knows that. And honestly, I just don't know how you can stand up for this side of just, they're not humans. They're not humans who do that.
Who's not humans?
They have no morality. Absolutely none.
Who's not humans? The people who did the
H group.
act?
H group.
So they're not human.
Yeah.
What if they're not human? What are they?
Resistance, quote unquote.
What are they if they're not human?
They're barbarians. They're disgusting.
Man,
Who does that to innocents?
Well, I want to be clear on. I want to be clear on one thing, okay? Just as a personal stance, just so you know where I stand. I'm not a supporter of H as a political entity and as the best version to take people forward in the peace process. That's my personal view. Other people feel drastically different. They support them unquestionably. So I don't want to upset them. I don't want to upset you. So that's just my personal stance. Now, I agree with you that harming civilians is barbaric. But I'm not going to dehumanize the people in general, because most of the people who are from the H group weren't participating in the activities that day, and all of the administrative aspects of H group, like any government, certainly weren't participating in the activities that day, and very few of the population filtered out to be a part of that. So I hope you're not ascribing lack of humanity to those that did not perpetrate these particular acts.
Chief Barnes, how are you, man?
I'm okay. Welcome, David.
Chip, that is so
Let me explain a
ridiculous.
couple of things, because I think you've been misled. I've been in your lives before, and I saw your support for Israel, and I saw your, how you feel also for the Palestinian cause, and I get it. I mean, you're a very fair person. I have to say that, before we start.
Okay.
But there are some things that people don't understand outside of Israel. People who never lived in Israel, people who never been inside the conflict. I've been to Gaza. I was most of my life living in Jerusalem, and I know Arabs, I know Palestinians, and I know even people that support quote unquote resistance. And I can tell you something that the Western people don't understand. They have a suicidal mentality that you and me cannot understand. Why? These people, I'm not talking about all the Gazans, the people who join the age group. It's people that since they're like little kids, they go to school in only one thing to study. And what they study is about how to unalive Jewish people, Zionists, you can call it whatever you want, how to unalive your enemy. And they do demonstrations. There's tons of videos everywhere you can find it. It's like all over the internet if you want to see. Putting them in customs like soldiers, right? How to carry someone who got unalived, how to use a knife, how to use a rifle, right? You don't do that for kids 4, 5, 6 years old. This is
How
not a way to
widespread,
educate.
just real quick, how widespread do you think that is in the territory of Gaza or the West Bank? In other words, if the population is 100%, age group, let's
So
say
you'll be
1%,
you'll be surprised.
how many people go through that, do you think, out of the population?
You'll be surprised to see. I mean, again, I don't know what news you're watching, but we're watching a lot of how the IDF finding in the Gazan schools the education system, right? They have the Mein Kampf, which is the book that tells about unaliving the Jews. They have demonstrations on the walls. They have military plastic and toys for kids to play, that looks like guns and stuff like that. They just implement it since they're little kids, so they grow up into that being a resistant group, into that being going. And
How widespread is it? That's what I'm trying to find out. And what is the evidence?
it's almost in every second school in Gaza. This is what they find. Now the reason
What
is
does it matter how widespread it is? That's
it
what I'm
makes a
wondering.
big
Why does
difference.
it matter
I'll tell
how
you why.
widespread it is? How many people know?
I'll tell you why.
Because
I'll
the
tell you
thing
why.
is, if it's just even a small group, if it's multiple small groups, what does it matter? You're teaching these children to hate on our people.
First of all, just to be quick,
what, you think word of mouth doesn't exist?
I'm not acquiescing to the point that those schools, the way you're phrasing them, exist in the manner that you're saying they do. But let's just go with your point and say they are what they are.
Right.
You asked me a very pointed question. You said, "Why does it matter how widespread things are?" Okay, I'm personally against anybody teaching hate on any level. I think that's a horrible thing to do, no matter whether it's one school, one classroom, or whether it's 20 schools or whatever. Now, there have been investigations done because these claims have been made, like the ones you're laying out here. I've heard claims about this particular book that was written as the biography of this guy who had a mustache. There's no evidence that copies of that are widespread in the place. That is typical talking point stuff that does not exist. They've researched this, by the way. Secondly, they've researched how, if there is curriculum throughout Gaza or the West Bank that is specifically anti-Semitic, that talks about harming Jewish people, and they found no widespread examples of anything in any of the textbooks across the entirety of the Gaza school system.
I gotta
Nothing.
apologize in advance. Everything you're saying right now, okay, it's a big, wide propaganda. And let me explain why. Please try to understand my point of view. Again, I'm talking as a person who was in Khan Yunis for 2 years. I was sitting there guarding, okay? I know the mentality of those people. The parents sending their kids with tires to light them up to create smoke just to annoy the army. I'm talking about 1999. That was even before we gave back Gaza to the Palestinians, right? So what I'm trying to tell you is everything that Israel will say that it's not okay on the other side, they will come and they will say, "Oh, this is not true. Oh, this is not happening." Okay, it
Why did
happens.
we settle in the Gaza Strip to begin with?
Why
Hold on,
did we
guys.
settle
Let's
this?
not.
This is
Let's
a
let's let
different
each
question.
person finish. So go ahead and finish your point, David.
Let
and
me
we're
just
gonna go
finish
to
by
Viv, and then
explaining the point.
yeah, go ahead.
The people that came on October 7, they were well trained. They planned it for a long time. Like you said, they wanted to take the hostages so they can get prisoners from Israel. I agree with you. But those prisoners in Israel are not people that just woke up in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, and somebody just came to their house, unalived their family, and kidnapped them into Gaza or into Israel in that sort, if you want to compare. These people created T attacks. These people went to the mosque, and their mufti told them, "Hey, guys, go out there and unalive as many Jews as you can. Take a knife for $5, 5 shekels, and go and unalive Jews." Okay, I saw this
How do
with
we
my own
how,
eyes.
how do we know that though, that it's, again, and getting back to the widespread nature of it, that's a really key point. I know that David may disagree, or I'm sorry, that Sunken may disagree, but it matters how widespread something is. And we know that in Israeli culture, there are some small rabbinical or local extremist conservative Jewish schools that talk about the hate of Arabs. We know that exists. We have videos of that as well. That's why the point is being widespread.
Is it
I
the
don't believe
government?
I don't believe that teaching is
Is it
widespread
the
in Israel.
government,
And I
Chip?
also,
You know what? You
say
know what?
again.
Let's agree with you. Let's say some schools teaching to hate Arabs. You know what, Chief? Let's agree. Do you see Jewish people walking in the streets with knives trying to unalive
Well,
Palestinians on a
sometimes,
daily basis?
no,
Settlers.
Sometimes?
sometimes there are,
Do we say
Never,
Baruch Hashem
ever,
before
ever
we
happen.
blow up?
Ever.
you
Jewish
guys ask,
people do not do.
hold on. You asked me a question. I just want to answer you. Okay, give me a chance to answer first, then you can respond. We got to give other people a turn too. So give me 1 second.
Only radical Islam
You
going
asked me a
among
question.
themselves and
You
busting,
asked me a
not
question.
Jewish
Let me
people.
answer it. Let me answer. Okay. Now you asked, do we see Israelis doing these types of things as we see from people who are on the other side? The answer is not exactly, but it's sometimes. But they don't need to because they have the army and the police to do it for them. Okay, I'm going to give Viv a chance to come in, and then we'll go to Butthead, and then we'll go around the ring. Okay, Nino, and then Doc. Go ahead, Viv.
Hi, Trip. Hi, everyone. First of all, I have sent you the study, Trip, where the United Nations actually went in and did a study on the allegations that David did say what they always say is not real, that they are teaching their kids terrorism and all that nonsense. And they actually
What is
did
this
it
not real?
twice. They did it. Is not real is your country where you're sitting occupying other people's country. That's what it is.
No.
Anyway, back
See,
to
It's not real
back
to a
to
real
Israel,
back
not
to
is not
the
real. What
What
is
back
both
to
what
the
is
sides.
not real?
Can you
subject.
let her
Or
finish what she's
Back
saying?
to the
call it Israel.
subject.
Call it Israel.
Back to
Idiot.
the I
question.
will not
What
call
is
it
it's not
Israel.
real?
Okay, guys,
You will not
guys.
occupy my mind. You can
I've
say what
never
you
heard
want
of
to
that.
say.
I've never heard
That's
of
your
it.
problem, not mine. As I was saying before,
So you're talking about a fake state?
before I was so rudely interrupted, there were studies done twice by the United Nations. If you want the publications, I will definitely give them to you, where they went into the
Real quick, we just got
schools.
a violation warning. So real quickly, we want to keep the terms very TikTok friendly, and we need to like the live or it's going to get taken down. We don't want it to get taken down. This is a good conversation. Viv, let's try to do this. I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but I think for the sake of the live and maintaining order, let's try to use terms that are familiar to the international community the way they are. You can say the state that's blue and white if you want to, or whatever. But let's not use disparaging terminology. Let's not say IOF, because I know we all feel a certain way. Let's use standard terms to keep the live alive, if we can. Okay.
No problem,
Thank
Chip.
you.
So the
Thank you very
state
much.
with the state with the blue and white, as I stated before, they have literally brought tons of evidence before, actually saying that this is actually happening in Gaza and in the West Bank. They went and investigated and they found nothing. They went twice into the curriculum unexpectedly. No one was expecting just because they're going to say and come out and say that it happened. If you want the study, I'm more than welcome to share it with anyone that needs it. Number two, we have to talk about the age group. Let's talk about the age group, who's actually in the age group. First of all, there are people in the age group who are made orphans. Literally, one of the people in the age group, he actually ran away because his whole family was unalived, and he actually hid under their bodies, and that's how he got away. And the age group was a charitable, it was a charitable organization which was actually just helping people. They were not a T group at all. So I just want to get that straight. There were a bunch of orphans that were doing charitable work. If you want to go and look up about them, I suggest you do. And most of them are actually educated as well. So coming up here and literally saying that these people are so bad, they've done A, B, and C. These people have literally sat under 75 years of a blockade, and they resisted only a few times in 75 years. I
Yeah.
don't think any nation, I don't think any other nation would have a resistance that resisted so little within 75 years.
Viv,
You
how did,
cannot put
how did sorry, Viv, how did H Group go from the charitable format to being a governing entity to having a militant arm that
so
how did that come to be?
So what happened was that they were against the PLO, and what happened is the blue and white state. They were looking how to actually divide the Palestinians because the Palestinians were very united. So what they did, they wanted to break up the West Bank and Gaza. So they said to the age group, "We will let you govern a part of Palestine your way, your government, give you all the rights that you're asking for. We will literally go and we will give you money. We will stand behind you. And all you need to do is get rid of the PLO." So what happened is they started fighting with the PLO. There were many incidents. They were trying to get rid of the PLO, and then the blue and white state said, "You know what? For the safety of the Palestinians, we need to divide the West Bank and Gaza." So that's what happened. So the age group was literally there so they could divide the Palestinian people. So the age group was actually put there, although they say that it was actually with the funding of the state, of the blue and white state. And if you want to go and look at the funding, Bibi had a big conference with the age group. They traveled together, and in 2019 he released millions to them. So, they make it like they don't know about the age group. They're not with the age group, but the biggest funding of the age group was Qatar as well as the blue
Land
and
the
white
plane.
state.
It was real quick. So Viv, let's let Butthurt Girl come. It was actually $2 billion in Qatari money that was released that the Israelis allowed to be released. Netanyahu said publicly, in order to prevent a two-state solution, the most important thing we can do is fund and support H. You can look it up on Google. He said it publicly. It is what it is. Okay, go ahead, Butt.
So is there a specific topic, or we're just talking about like our opinion about the genocide right now?
Well,
And,
the
like, our
argument is that there's all sorts of, sort of, I guess, indoctrinational materials in the school systems, and that young people are brought up to give their lives up to hurt Jewish people. And we started talking about there's a report that they've mentioned that's a UN report that went in to try to find that out and did it a couple times without any sort of advance notice, and they found no examples to support the claims.
I don't fully know the history of like the funding of Hamas. I will say I was born in Israel and all my family lives there. And for the last few years, I've trying to kind of unindoctrinate myself from like the Zionist thinking of how we view Palestinians and how we view H group. No matter what, whether it started out as a charitable organization, and I will look into that history, I'm not denying it. At this moment, post what happened in October 7th, it definitely is a terrorist organization. And while I do understand that these are people who have experienced generational trauma, who have lived under bombardment, I don't believe that what happened on the 7th is justified resistance. But at the end of the day, the population of Gaza is half children, and that saying that nobody in Gaza is innocent and that these children are also terrorists, so that justifies their murder, their deliberate murder, the deliberate ethnic cleansing of the people when the borders are all closed, when medicine is denied, when food and water is denied, is not okay either.
Okay, thank you for that contribution. So, Nino, what would you like to share?
I want to first rebut some of the things that were said. First, thank you for bringing me up, but I don't want to dwell so much on the negatives. I also want to take a different approach. But first, I'm going to respond a little bit to what was said just before me. So Viv said that the H group started as a charity organization. That's patently false. It did have a charity aspect to it, which was to build hospitals, much like the big age group of Lebanon did. But when it started, it was an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, and it started with a charter in 1988 that called for the destruction of the state of Israel. So you tell me how a charity gets into politics right away upon its foundation. So that's number one. A second thing Viv said, she said the Palestinians have been under a blockade for 75 years. That's also patently
No,
false.
since 2006.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I know you know your facts, Chip. We disagree on many things. Some of it is interpretation, some of it is belief. But in the end, you do your research, and I appreciate that from you. Now, she also said the biggest funders of Age Group was Qatar and Israel. You know the situation. Israel works as a conduit for tax purposes. That's number one. So it has to release money to the Age Group. The second thing that was tried is following the Abraham Accords, the United States asked Israel to use an economical power to bring peace to the Middle East. So it went with creating economic ties with several nations around Israel, and they tried to do this with the Age Group. And it seemed to work up until October 6th, where they were actually in session to discuss releasing more work visas for Gazans. They were talking about 20,000 visas for the week of October 7th, followed by 100,000 visas, because it was so cold at the border. So you can tell already that Israel is trying to make steps forward to allow Gazans to have a better life, but they can't do it alone. The second thing that we're going to disagree on, obviously, is the indoctrination aspect of UNRWA when it comes to the Palestinians. I mean, it's clear as day when you're on TikTok. You know, the amount of propaganda, of misinformation, of lies, even coming from Viv. Viv is exactly the product of the disinformation coming from the Palestinian territories. But let's forget all of that for a moment, because as long as we're in conflict, you versus me, it's going to be a fight of power, right? Now, what I would like to propose, guys, is, you know, we've been here 9 months easily, and Chip, you've been a professional on this platform for several years. I do not have your clout, I do not have your power. But here's my proposal. What if, guys, we forget everything and we say, let's look at a solution. You know, we put a North Star, and I'll tell you what my North Star is. And then we see how we can work together towards that objective. In my opinion, what everyone wants here, I mean, it can't be achieved, because I firmly believe with all my heart that this conflict is not about land, it's about pride. And Arab pride, mostly. The second thing it's about is Allah. It's the Allah first policy that prevents you from thinking rationally, in my opinion. Not you, Chip. I'm talking about my cousins. But here is, if it was about land, okay? I propose that the North Star is a 3-state union with no borders necessarily. We have different passports, much like the European Union. You have, you know, the West Bank, you have Israel, you have Gaza, and I'm looking forward, right? I'm not looking at tomorrow. I'm not looking at it in 10 years even, but a point in time where we have 3 states, we all go home at the end of the day, because we want to manage the land differently. We have different aspirations. Arabs, they like, you know, tribal, local management. Jews, they like democracy. You know, we have differences, and we have to respect those differences. Also, right. We can't do it now because we have trauma.
We have to let some others come in. Can you finish up the next 15
seconds?
Yeah,
I'm going to wrap it up. So I'm saying, guys, we can fight all day, and we all have grievances that are legitimate. We'll have trauma that is legitimate. We can't take that away from anybody. But there's going to be a point where we have to be smarter. We have to rise above. We have to see a common vision. And I feel that a 3-state open border for work, for whatever you want to do, for traveling, union can happen in the future. But we have to plant the seeds now, and we have to start working towards that objective. Thank you, Chip.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting point. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, please stay. I want to hear some more from you. Interesting points. That's an interesting concept. We can talk some more about that. I wanted to ask a favor of the panel real quickly, or everybody in the live. Can you please like it? We got a warning about maybe 5 minutes ago saying that was for violent speech or something like that. So if we can please just tap the like, I'm going to do it myself too. Try to get the likes up a little bit to like 25 or 30K. That'll help keep it up. And then the other thing we can do, I'm going to do it too, is we can share it with others. All you have to do is hold the screen down for like a half a second. So if we could get some more shares, that would really be appreciated too. Okay, now I have one
Chip,
question.
I gotta go. Sorry, I gotta go. I just got home from a night shift, so thank you so much. And yeah, I'll be back.
Come on back. Come on back. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, it's always good to have a different opinion. I love it. It makes conversation interesting as long as we don't go after each other. Personally, I'm 100% behind anything. Real quickly, Free Palestine came on and he's dying to speak. So I know that it was going to be Doctor and then Joey Cat as the next two speakers. Doctor and Henela, are you all okay with letting me Free Palestine go first, or would you like to go first? I don't want to take your turn away.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I just wanted to respond to the people that they just left. So they said
Now,
to
the other
me
thing
a
is-
bunch of lies. So
Thank you.
I think I can just
Yeah,
I'm
that's
leaving.
very, very,
Thanks.
very kind of you. Thanks for waiting. Now, Viv was mentioned. I want to give Viv a quick 30-second response, and then we'll go to Free Palestine, and then we'll go to Doctor and Joey.
Chip, I just want to address what they said. When I talk about the 75 years, I'm talking about the occupation of the Palestinian people for 75 years. The blockade on Gaza, yes, it was in 2006. So I just want to get that right. About Age Group not being a charitable organization, please go and look it up yourselves. They done great work. They actually built a lot of hospitals for people in Palestine. They also helped a lot of families, and that is how the Age Group got the support that they have in Gaza. So I just wanted to address that because they said it was all lies. But as I said, please go do your own research. And by the way, just one thing I want to say, Chip, there was a big lie that they said that everyone in Palestine basically wants to unalive the Jews. That's a big lie because the Palestinian people lived with Jews for many years. So that's a big lie. Palestinian people just want their rights and their basic human rights. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Viv, and go ahead, Free Palestine. Let me see if I need to unmute you. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Chip, for welcoming me in this platform. I actually just wanted to respond as a Palestinian who's from the West Bank, from the city of Ramallah, to Nino when he mentioned something about the blockade, for example. And thank you, Vivian, for explaining something very important. We always feel as Palestinians that people don't understand the conflict. They always hear the Israeli propaganda and the colonized mentality, but they never hear the Palestinian. When you say the siege started in 2006, that's on Gaza, but it was on all of Palestine since 1948. When you look at our history, how we cannot actually import any product from outside without the approval of the Israeli occupation. We cannot bring our own cars, we cannot bring our own food, and they have to sell us all their products in the Palestinian market. Unfortunately, people don't know how much the Palestinians have no freedom, either in the West Bank, Gaza, or even the Palestinian in Jerusalem and the lands of 48. And second, when he mentioned that the conflict is not really about land, it's all about Allah, this is, for us, means that he have this kind of mentality just against Muslims, for example. And in Palestine, we're not only Muslims, we're Christians. I come from a Christian city, and our culture, our community is full of Christians and Jews. We have no problem whatsoever with a Jew. We have no problem in Palestine with a Jew. As a Palestinian, I'm telling you this, I have no problem with your religion or anyone else religion. I have a problem with the Zionist mentality who actually made the problem as land. They says that it's the promised land, that God promised them this land. It is a land problem by them. They don't want anyone else other than Jews to live in this land. On the other hand, as Palestinians, if you go to search right now on Google, say Palestinian Jews, you will find that there is a big group of Jews who's living in the city of one of the Palestinian city in the West Bank under the Palestinian Authority control. And they are Samara, they are living in one of the mountains of the city of Nablus, and they are Jews. We have no problems with Jews. But the propaganda again, the Israeli propaganda will show us as those barbarian people who are uneducated, when Palestinians actually have the highest education rates in the Middle East. We have the most masters and PhDs holder by capita in the region. So no, I disagree with this that the Palestinians, they are not under siege only since 2006. We are under occupation. Occupation means siege. You cannot be free. You cannot eat the food that you want to import from outside.
Did you grow up there? Did you grow up in the West Bank? Like you were born there and you grew up there?
Yes, I was born in Jordan and I lived my whole life in the city of Ramallah.
Did you go to school? Did you go through any schooling inside of the West Bank?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did they teach you to hate the Jewish people? Did they teach you to take up arms? Did they talk about religious fundamentalism, or what were you taught in school?
Absolutely not. We never learn anything against Jews, like just Jews. We have no problem with the religion. Again, as a Muslim or a Christian, you learn to, for example, in my school, we had a class where the priest will lecture the Muslims students, and the sheikh will priest or give a lecture to the Christians to be able to ask all kinds of questions. And if we have Jews in our class, there will be someone who will be asked so many questions about Judaism and everything. We don't have a problem with the Jews. We have a problem with the Zionism mentality, colonialized mentality, that it's all about the land of the Jews. This is written in the laws of Israel, that it's only for the Jews. Whoever is a Jew, he inherits the right to have a land and an olive tree in Palestine. Just because you're a Jew, you can be a Chinese Jew and you have a right in Palestine. But me,
One more question. I'm so sorry. Do you think that the views and the behavior of the H group in what they did on 10/7 to civilians represents the beliefs and mindset and desires of every Palestinian in both the Gaza territory and the West Bank, or do you believe that people have different ways, different views?
sorry, it cut at the beginning of the question. I didn't understand which group.
Okay. So in other words, do you think that the majority of Palestinians, that their beliefs and their desires as far as hurting civilians are aligned with those who did the acts on 10/7, or are they more moderate and they believe that while the resistance is okay, harming civilians is not okay?
Hurting civilians is never okay on any side. Hurting civilian is forbidden. We don't want it, okay? And we're not supporting hurting civilians. Is what happened in the 7th of October a resistance, or as Nino liked to call it, a terrorism act? It wasn't a terrorism act. It was a full resistance, because for us, again, people will look always at the propaganda of Israel. Today there must be an investigation by the Israeli army, should be released today, but it was postponed for 1 month. And this investigation involved one of the settlements of the borders of Gaza, because most of the people think that all of these people, barbarian people, they're shouting the name of God and let's go to kill some civilians, rape some women, blah, blah, blah. But you never go to search just what a prisoner who was with Hamas in Gaza.
We have to use TikTok. We have to use TikTok-friendly language. You've used it.
I'm so sorry.
We can't say KI. We got to say unalive. We can't say RAP. We got to say S assault or something like that.
Yes. So these things, I'm really new to this. That's why I joined this, because I really wanted to talk about these things, because I feel that there's so many people who don't understand us and they don't hear our story, and they always
just let you know, 30 more seconds. We're gonna let someone else take a turn, but we'll come back to you for more. I promise.
Thank you. All what I wanted to say, please, when you want to hear a story, when you want to know if it's true or not, originally a lawyer, I learned one thing in law school: hear both sides. Never give your judgment before hearing both sides. You cannot just watch CNN, Fox News, or read or hear a story from the occupation and say, okay, this is the ultimate truth and that's it. Thank you so much, Joe.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate the information. We're gonna let Doctor go next. I'll make you big, and then we'll go to
Do you mind if I
Joey.
respond? I was
Well,
asking.
Nino, we got to hold your thought. I want to get you in. We have other people have been waiting very patiently, so we'll do about 2 or 3 minutes per person. Doctor, you're next, then Joycott, then David, and Nino. If one of them wants to let you in, I'll happily do it. I just want to give them a chance to decide that. Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you, Chip, for this. Thank you for hosting this. So this is just I like to say a couple of things. about especially the previous guests that they left, and that's because that was pure disinformation, what they said, and it's like dehumanizing the Palestinian as they always did. So this is basically not, first of all, not knowing the Palestinian closely, but knowing them through the projection that the blue sides, the Zio side, always doing. That's why people like the previous two guests that they left, they are talking about things. So they don't really know, or they purposely diffuse, spread propaganda. So I am a Palestinian from a refugees camp. I lived all my life in Palestine. I have a PhD. And I just wanted to say that the amount of propaganda and lies that they come out from the mouth of the Zio, that they colonized our land at the end of the day. They came from Europe, they colonized our land. We received them initially as refugees. They came to our land, to Palestine, since the beginning of the 19th century. As refugees, we received them, we gave them land, as we did for Abraham. Even Abraham came as refugee. He wasn't even born in Palestine. He came from Kurdistan. So just to be clear on this. So, and then they organize themselves. They have like a purpose differently planned to replace the Palestinian and ethnically cleanse them from their land. That's like all about the Zio movement that ethnically cleansed Palestine and kicked out all the Palestinians, including my family from Haifa. So they took our land, our homes, like hiding behind being refugees. In reality, they have a project in their mind, even before the First World War I, and came to Palestine to helped by the British colonialists, and they created a colonialism in Palestine, settlement of colonialism. So that's all about the history. So there's nothing, and coming to say that Gaza is just being saved for the last 16 or whatever years, that's not true. I mean, when I left Palestine, I had to go through like incredible amount of control just to go out of Palestine, just to leave. Because they want to corrupt you, they want them to the Israel, they want you to collaborate with them. They try to put you under every pressure in order to corrupt you. Just as a Palestinian that just want to live a normal life, coming to say that the Palestinians teach their kids terrorism, that's absolutely not true. I mean, before all, like all our education system was controlled by the Israeli, and they eliminated anything that is in the science and in the history and geography that talk about Palestine, talk about
Real quick, doctor, just 15 seconds. Okay, we got to share the mic. Thank you.
So it's just incredible the amount. So I suggest you, Chip, always to verify that these people that they are really come to talk. They are really know what they are talking about, not just spreading lies and lies and lies, because this doesn't help. And the last guy that you were talking about, 3 states, that's incredible. So he's talking about the Palestinian as people that they like to be in a tribe, while Israel like to be a democracy and so on. That's absolutely like a dehumanization in another way. So we look at a one-state solution instead, if we wanted to look to the future, one-state solution where everybody has the same right. But that is not in the agenda of the Zio. The Zio wants to kick the Palestinians out of their land and cleanse them out. So when you talk about violence, the last thing, please, I need just to add this thing and I go.
Okay,
So he said that the Palestinian they use knives and stuff like that. The Israeli what they use and they be condemned for that. They took a guy from Jerusalem. They kidnapped him just before October 7. They put the gasoline inside his mouth, his stomach, and they burned him alive. They burn a family with all the kids alive. They've been condemned even by the Israeli, condemned. They freed them after immediately. So just to tell like that, the criminal Zionist and
Okay,
settler
Doc. We have to
incredible.
finish there. We have to finish there. I'm so sorry. Just if you want to stay, please do. We'll give you another turn. I promise. I want to go to Joey Cat, and then we're going to go to David, and then we'll go around the horn. Go ahead, Joey.
Hey, how's everybody doing? Chib, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity on your platform. I want to touch on what Dr. Hamdallah was saying. The three-state solution, I think, is comical coming from an Israeli. I got a better North Star for you, Nino. How about a one-state solution, pre-1948, of coexisting, three different religions, coexisting peacefully, living the way they did before 1948, no land grab, no stealing people's homes, no going in guns blazing and taking everything that Palestinians owned, not having a foreign, nation funding your G-side of what's going on currently and what happened in 1948, 1967. My father grew up as an orphan, no mother, no father, because they were slain in 1967 while my grandmother was feeding my uncle, who was my dad's little brother. My dad was 3 years old at the time. Grew up as an orphan at 3 years old with two little brothers to take care of. No father, no mother, in a war-torn country. Now, his three-state solution, I have a question. Now, what are you going to do about the stolen land? What are you going to do about the stolen houses? What are you going to do about my father grew up as an orphan. Are you going to give him his parents back? Are you going to, where's the reparations? So, we could talk and talk and talk. It's real simple. No three-state solution, no two-state solution. How about everyone has equal rights? I know this is something that might be, beyond some people's intellect. How about everyone having equal rights? Jews, Muslims, Christians, they're all entitled to the same education, the same job opportunities, the same opportunity to buy land, same opportunity that everyone else is granted. How about not having an apartheid wall? How about not having an apartheid state? How about giving the Palestinians some human rights? It's funny to me. Everybody wants to make H group look like the bad guys. H group wouldn't even be needed had the Palestinians had, human rights. Let's pretend they wanted to change the name of Palestine to Israel and left everything the way it was and just changed the name of the country. You wouldn't have all this outrage. If the Palestinians were granted the right to live and the right to, let's talk about just basic human rights, the access to food, water, and electricity. Are we kidding? It's 2024. To just take that away from a whole city, the most densely populated area on this planet. Let's talk about something. Everybody wants to talk about, what happened on that magical day, the 7th. Israel is the most, the blue and white country is the most heavily surveilled area on this planet. If the H group really did just go and start doing what they claim they did to women and children, how come there's no evidence of it? The most heavily surveilled area on this planet has no evidence of it? Let's talk about the Hannibal Directive. Does anyone know what the Hannibal Directive is? It's like to unalive another soldier or a citizen rather than letting them be taken as a hostage. So that right there. And then what about all of the investigations showing that the weapons used on that day were Israeli weapons? What the explosions that went off were from Israeli explosions. Everybody wants to forget about the Hannibal Directive. So, everybody likes to complicate it. It's real simple. Give the Palestinians human rights, basic human rights. Let them coexist with other citizens. No hierarchy of, I'm a Jewish supremacist, and because I'm Jewish, I'm allowed to have this, and then you're Muslim. It's the backhanded compliment this guy gave us, Nino. I think it's hilarious when he sits there and says,
Joey, let's let Nino respond briefly, then we're going to go to David because we got to give everybody a chance. Joey, great points. Thank you so much. Just hang tight for a second, okay? Go ahead, Nino.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack. I'm honestly not sure that it's even worth it. At this point, everyone is entrenched into their way of thinking. I can just go over a few things that were said because obviously they're wrong. The first thing is the pseudo PhD guy, poor guy. He said we have no problems with Jews. We have problems with Zionists, right? So what is a Jew? I told you already, Chip. A Jew is how the people identified us in the diaspora. So how the nations identified the children of Israel through the diaspora were Jews, meaning of Judea. So the Judeans basically is who we are. And you guys sit here saying, oh, Zion, which is Jerusalem, which is, Judea. You say, okay, I have no problems with Judea, but I have problems with Jerusalem, basically. But to me, it makes no difference whether we talk about Jerusalem, the city of David, or we talk about Judea, the kingdom of David too. It's the same thing. You guys are talking about the same people. You're pretending, you're putting a false distinction. Be quiet for a second, doctor. I'm not finished. You're putting a fake distinction between the two. You also went as far as saying that Gaza is shared between Christians and Muslims and Ramallah and Rafah. Guys, it's a beautiful story, but it's so fake. You just have to look at how much decline of Christian population has happened in both Gaza and the West Bank, to the point that it's actually laughable to see the amount of Christians left in Bethlehem or Nazareth, which Bethlehem is under Palestine. Help me make it make sense. Be quiet. I'm not finished. I'm responding to you, and then I respond to the other dude.
You talk as much as you want. I mean,
then be quiet. Have some decorum. If you are so supposedly educated, then have.
Okay, hold on, guys, real quick. So what we do on the panel is name, guys. No, listen, I've given people 4 to 5 minutes in some cases to speak what they want to speak, which I think is fair. Nino's had a lot of points thrown out in the last 15 minutes that he's had a chance to respond to, so that's why I'm giving him a little time to try to do it in his way, because we don't have to agree with him, but it's his point of view, and I'm interested to hear his point of view because it helps me better understand how people think. So let's
It'd be nice for him to touch on my ideology.
Okay, hold on. Just taking it. Hold on, guys.
Yeah, and guys,
finish up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chip. I don't want to get personal with anybody. That's the first thing. So don't take it personally. I don't care who you are in real life. Maybe you're my friend. I don't know you. I don't know. The decline of the Christian population in the West Bank or in Gaza is just so dramatic. It's as dramatic as the rest of the Middle East, to be quite honest, including Lebanon, which was supposed to be 50-50.
What does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with it? What's the point of bringing up the Christian population?
Because to say that Palestine is a safe haven for all religions is a false narrative. There is one Jew in Palestine, I think, one Jew, which is better than Algeria, which has 0. But it's the same trend. So you have to check.
There's one Jew in Palestine?
One Jew in Palestine.
There's
maybe
one Jewish
0.
person? What does that mean?
Meaning that you guys are apartheid driven, and the only times that Jews get into Palestine, they get lynched, like in 2000 in Ramallah.
Are you talking about Zionists or are you talking about Jewish people? Which one?
Let him finish.
When you unalive babies or rape our women, you don't care whether they're Jewish or Zionist.
Yeah, I just said, show us proof. You guys are the most heavily surveilled areas.
Then I have a question for you. How do you tell a Zionist from a Jew?
The Zionists don't. The Zionists don't give us shit like Jews do.
Propaganda.
So you're at Walmart right now. How do you tell a Zionist from a Jew?
I just said it. If a Zionist is a Jewish supremacist, there's someone that thinks that they're entitled to something just because of what they were born into. A Jewish person doesn't sit there and say, "Are you gonna let me finish answering your question?"
Yeah.
A Jewish person doesn't sit there and say, "Oh, I was born in China, but because I'm Jewish, I have the right to this person's land that's been here since." You know what? Let's touch on something also. You know, the Palestinians at one point were Jewish, right? You know, at one point they converted to Judaism, right?
You said no. Don't deflect. Stop.
No.
Stop.
I'm not deflecting. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm going to address. No. Don't finish because you already finished. You already responded.
You're pretty angry about that fact. You don't like the fact that
there's Jews. I'm trying to stop you.
I know.
I'm sorry. Can I answer the Zionist thing when it was started?
No, wait.
I can answer.
You responded a Zionist is a Jewish supremacist, and that's how I recognize them at Walmart. Okay, great. Then you don't recognize them.
I can give you the exact.
Nino, come back up. I wasn't able to moderate your box for some reason. Come on back up. I'm not trying to kick you off the panel. But I do want to move on to David, give him a chance to speak. I just lost it. I couldn't
Thank you
control
so much,
that.
Chip. I have to leave. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was fantastic. I will be joining this platform again, but I have to leave for now. Thank you so much.
Okay. Sure. Have a nice day. See you again soon. So, David, what would you like to share? I'm sorry for keeping you waiting so long.
Yeah, it's okay. Hopefully I won't get interrupted like he just did after he was patiently giving people time to speak and not interrupting them, but
Please stay
I'll
on
do
mute,
my
everybody.
best.
Please stay on mute. Yeah, please stay on mute while David's talking. Thank you.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting. You know, like I think there's a lot of wrong that's done on each side. And I think there's so many things out there, different versions of history and things like that, or distorted versions that people are seeing something that they identify with for their side and latching on to it and being unwilling to look at the total history. I think that's very dangerous because the importance of history is to look at it to prevent what happened in the past from happening in the future. And to me, it's disturbing that there's so many conflicting things out there, but people seem to latch onto each one. The other thing that is really interesting to me is that, you know, we sit here and we try to say that what happened on October 7th wasn't a act of tea. The reality is that by the UN's very definition, and I know everybody that's on the opposing side to me likes to quote the UN, defines exactly what happened on October 7th as an act of tea. And you can't dispute that. I mean, you can say that you're that it's a resistance or whatever because that fits your narrative. And sure, I'm sure there's tons of reasons that I can go off and list that is why you guys would want to resist. I'm not denying that, but to say that that was not an act of tea is just pure insanity. In my opinion, based off the very UN definition.
Do you differentiate between the civilians that were harmed intentionally and the military personnel, or do you think the entire thing was a tea attack for including all the people who were engaged?
No, I do differentiate. Like if you're going after military, you know, that's your prerogative, and that's something that I wouldn't consider a act of tea. But the fact that civilian populace was roped into it, that hostages were taken, we know to be true. It meets the very, the very definition of what the UN describes as teaism. And the other aspect of it is, it's a resistance that's trying to achieve a goal, right? Like that's what we're claiming, that it's trying to achieve a goal. Well, that's part of the definition of teaism based off the UN. Unfortunately, these are the facts. I can go there and look it up what their definition is. I'm not distorting anything. And then I'll just wrap up with this last point. You had Nino come on here that wanted to find a common goal that could be achieved and start a conversation. And so far, all I've heard is history brought up and going back to 47 and all these other things of how we got here. The reality is you have a overwhelmingly more powerful force that, in your opinion, is occupying the land. If you want to have a productive conversation with how to move forward and have these conversations actually lead to something, then you need to start with talking about how we can move forward and not focusing on the past. We can focus on the past. I can bring up my version of what I believe happened. You can bring up your version. We can look at history, which has multiple versions of what happened based off where you look. And the reality is we'll get nowhere. So I think that you guys should embrace what Nino is saying, not everything that he's saying, but the good aspect of what he's saying, which is how do we move forward?
Yeah, that's a fair point to bring up. I want to so administratively speaking, if you're trying to come up and you seem to be getting pushed off, it's not me doing it. Sometimes on TikTok, it'll just circle and circle and circle in the box here, and then you drop. Best thing to do, if that's the case, follow me first so you don't have to look for me when you come back. And then leave TikTok, go on airplane mode, come back off, come back into TikTok, and then usually that fixes the problem. To answer that question about the 3 states, though, I think where most people that I've spoken to who are pro-Palestinian, that are Palestinians, have said that they think the most equitable resolution would be to return to a situation where it was just one territory with equal rights and people live together. That may be a sort of a pipe dream if at this point. It may be, I don't know. But in the H Group's 2017 charter, they even said that notwithstanding their desire for that to occur eventually and not recognizing the state that's been created, they're willing to accept the June 4th, 1967 borders as a separate Palestinian territory that I think would take the air out of the resistance, would stop the violence. But it's not practical either because of all the settlers. There's over 700,000 settlers or build outs, whatever you want to call it, homes, neighborhoods, developments. By the way, and Israel's about to expand them dramatically in the coming weeks and months. This is a big part of the problem. Even a lot of Israelis that I speak to think that the settlements or the build out of territory, Area C, is a huge problem. Is a huge problem for the chance of peace. I agree with that.
Hey, Chip, real quick, I'm gonna have to head out to work. So thank you for thank you for letting me on here, brother.
You're welcome, man. Come on back soon. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow you. So I'll be on next time.
All right, appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so I think practicality, the only practical solution right now, given the physical terrain and the settlements and that, is going to be a one-state solution. When you go to 3 states, again, what territory are you going to give the people in the West Bank? The territory has been broken up and it's all fragmented. It's these little, specks and pebbles and villages that are all disconnected and occupied by checkpoints. And I don't know how you make sense of that. I don't know how you make a state out of that territory. It's very difficult to do. It needs to be some contiguous landmass with borders, and everybody has their own security. So it's complicated in that regard in terms of piecing that puzzle together. Politically, it may be impossible to remove settlers. I think that probably is the case. Even if the Israeli government tomorrow said, hey, we want to do a 2-state solution based on June 4th borders, 1967, how would they be able to accomplish that? They have to remove 700,000 people. I mean, that's a massive undertaking, and probably most don't want to leave. They had to force people out in Gaza in 2005. Okay, we have a guest here who Butthead wanted to respond, and then I'm going to go to our new guest, Diddy, Paulo, whatever the rest of it is. Go ahead, Butthead, and then we'll go to Diddy.
All right, so I just wanted to respond to a few of the points of the speakers who were just here. I wanted to respond to Free Palestine, who had said that what happened on the 7th was resistance, and kind of trying to separate, justified political resistance with theism. And I think just based on the textbook definition, I think that was what David was just talking about, how if you have a political aim but you're using violence against civilians, that's literally the textbook definition of theism. So to call October 7th justified resistance just is not something I personally agree with. I am somebody from Israel who is not pro-Zionist. I'm anti-occupation. I'm anti the settlements. I'm anti the current government in Israel. But at the end of the day, also what Nino was saying about how there's no Jews in Palestine is just untrue because of just what you were just talking about how many settlements there are in the West Bank, just how deeply entrenched the settler mentality is in Israeli society and the Israeli government. I mean, we subsidize housing on those settlements. We have entire streets and in cities of the West Bank where Israeli settlers can walk down, but Palestinians can't. The IDF has orders to protect the settlers and not the Palestinians against attacks of the settlers. It's clearly an apartheid state. So just in terms of what the future is of the region, whether there can be a safe one-state solution where all 3 religions can live peacefully, I mean, that's a dream for people who legitimately want peace in that region and not just want to further their own political agendas, no matter how violent they are. But I think the mentality that a lot of Israelis have right now in the society is that nobody in Gaza is innocent, especially post-October 7th. And that clearly is what perpetuates the violence that has been done against innocent Gazan civilians.
Yeah, you raise a good point. I think it's an excellent point, and it's unfortunate that people see it that way because in essence, because of what happened on October 7th, it gives the right then to the other side as well to look at all Israelis as complicit, where people like yourself have a much more moderate or nuanced view of things, which I think most people from the Palestinian side would appreciate, which I appreciate people who speak the way that you speak. I understand that if I were attacked and I had people who I knew or relatives of people who knew people who got hurt or unalived or otherwise horribly treated, I would have been outraged and want to do whatever it takes to make sure that never happens again. So that's perfectly normal. That's human. That's a normal human emotion. The question is, what can we do then, despite the anger on both sides, to find some common ground to make this less violent and less problematic? Because listen, you can argue for the state of blue and white, you can argue against it, but the one thing that's indisputable is that since its creation, there's been nothing but strife, chaos, turmoil, violence, and massive amounts of death. And you can blame either side for that, but listen, that reality is not good for any people in any region. We don't want to have this kind of strife going on in perpetuity. The Israeli answer has been to clamp down even further. Every time something happens, clamp down further, take some land. Clamp down further, take some land. I heard an Israeli official say, the only thing the Arabs understand is losing land. That's what he said. So I thought that was, very telling. I agree with you that most Israelis, even though they may have more moderate views like yourself, vis-a-vis the occupation or maybe even elements of Zionism itself,
Can I just quickly respond to the comments really quick that are doubting my ethnicity?
Yeah,
Sorry, because
that's okay. One last point. I'll land the plane. But they're equally outraged about what happened on 10/7, and that is overshadowing their usually nuanced views because of the deep emotional and visceral reaction they had to the brutality on that day. Would you say that's accurate?
Can you repeat that question one more time? I didn't hear the last part.
Yeah, the last part was, I think that even though people like you who have more nuanced views, who happen to maybe be a little critical of maybe Zionism or critical of the occupation or the settlements, that the sheer brutality and emotional impact of what happened on 10/7 to Israeli civilians is currently overshadowing those more nuanced views and is geared towards trying to get the bad guy until the security issues can be put aside, and then we can worry about the other stuff.
100%, because there's multiple Israeli family friends that I have that had more moderate views before October 7th, and post October 7th, it really is about getting rid of Hamas. I have a few comments to make about the people. Yes, exactly. I did grow up in America, but that doesn't mean that I wasn't born in Israel, and that doesn't mean that I don't have family there. Shalom, manishma. I don't understand what you want from me or why I have to prove my ethnicity for you guys, or why. I mean, honestly, to me, that's really the pro-Zionist process, is that whenever I'm an Israeli who speaks out against the government or military, the first thing that they do is doubt that I'm Israeli. And that's cool, but that just shows how deeply ingrained the Zionism mentality is in Israeli society. So keep telling on yourselves in the comments. And I'm an Israeli American. That doesn't mean that my passport, American or Israeli, doesn't say that I'm from Israel. But keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, what do you think about people that again, this is the language I've heard used, that you be self-hating Jewish person if you take on critical positions of Israel? What do you think of that?
It's literally their only point back to me when I'm on pro-Zionist lives is that I'm a self-hating Jew. I'm not really Israeli. I'm not really Jewish. And that just shows how nationalistic Israelis are. And it honestly is them just telling on themselves. So I find it humorous. But I'm not going to go tit for tat about that. I have an Israeli and American passport.
I have a good friend he works with Jewish Voices for Peace, and he's written papers, and he's very smart, and he's been horribly ostracized by his community. His wife is divorcing him. His 6 kids are being kept from him. His entire community has outcasted him simply because he was opposed to what's happening in Gaza, to the unaliving of women and children. That's pretty damn telling. One last thing about this in terms of the self-hating part. People like Norman Finkelstein and Leon Pape and other authors who have written and done their life's work around being critical of some of the aspects of both Zionism as a mentality and a movement, as well as some of the behavior of the Israeli state and military in implementing its aims over time. They're horribly ostracized, and they're kicked out. Norman Finkelstein lost his tenure at the university he was teaching at because of pressure. We see university presidents getting horribly pressured because they won't favor banning certain speech over meeting and acquiescing to the demands of certain Congress people or certain interest groups. again, it's basically like a bullying tactic. And I think it's kind of ugly that people who you disagree with, you try to bully them or try to get them so they can't get a job or ruin their life or something like that. What is it about your point of view that you're so worried about that if someone disagrees with you, you have to do those things to try to force compliance with your views? If your views were so attractive in and of themselves, people would gravitate towards embracing your views and agreeing with your views. Do you agree with that, Bud?
I do agree with that, but I also think that their denial of my ethnicity when I go against the Israeli government or military just shows how, like, from a young age, they're kind of indoctrinated to be for the government and the military because you are just in a nationalistic society. That's how it is.
Yeah, that's a good.
And I don't
that's
have
a good
to answer
term,
you,
yes.
Amra, where my
That's a
family
great
is
term.
from.
Yeah, nationalism.
They're
Have you
originally
seen
not from Israel, that's for sure.
Have you seen the documentary Israelism? Anybody, if you haven't seen the documentary Israelism, it gets into this exact thing of, we heard it today on the live earlier, that it's the Palestinian children in Gaza that go through this intense military hatred indoctrination when they're young. And in reality, and this is what I believe to be true, no one knows they're indoctrinated. No one can tell. And that's the whole reason why it works. It's very effective because people can't realize it. But once they realize it and they can see it, you can see it very easily. You're like, oh, that's another example of that. But when you're in it, it's part of your identity. So America has it. Israel really has it. But Israelism, the documentary, is from the perspective of a young Jewish American woman who participated in things like Birthright, which is when you're 18 years old, they offer you a free 10-day trip to Israel. And it's pretty much like what she described as the Walt Disney of propaganda, for pro-Israeli propaganda. And what they want to do is they want to create this loyalty to the state of Israel. So watch the documentary, let it speak for itself. But it does appear to me as an outsider that there's a very strong dose of pro-Israeli propaganda and indoctrination that does not speak to the totality of the reality in the region and gives a very one-sided presentation such that people tend to embrace and warm up to the idea of supporting Zionism in Israel over taking a critical view like Bud has taken here. By the way, Bud, what took you to your point of being different than maybe others who do not share the same views that you share?
Honestly, I grew up, what I meant to say, because I think there was a comment who was like, so she said she's not originally from Israel. I was born in Israel. My parents had lived there, but my family, like dating back generations, is not from Israel. My family dating back generations is from Ukraine. That's just aside. But in terms of changing my mentality, I grew up with parents who were pro-Zionist, who were pro-Israel. And I, as a child, without having the ability to do my own research, it kind of is like seeing Israel through rose-colored glasses, seeing Zionism through rose-colored glasses, understanding that, yes, Jews are persecuted in many places around the world. But the whole mentality of like our one safe place in Israel and like the history is manipulated. The current like daily reality is manipulated for us. And we believe that, the blockade on the Gaza Strip is necessary because Hamas is a T organization. The settlements are necessary in the West Bank because through the Oslo Accords, like it's legal for us to do that. But it's the moral liability of settling on land that we already militarily occupy that to me I just had to indoctrinate myself from that thinking and to do my research and learn the legitimate current history and status of the lives of Palestinians and what they have went through for generations, which is what allowed me to change my thinking.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. I do want to give Zahid a chance, and then we'll go to Bayron after that. Zahid,
Can I ask her a question?
Okay, go ahead, Bayron. Yeah.
Hello, I'm from Israel, and I would like to present the majority opinion in Israel. The thing is, I'm not sure I'm 100% that the girl, she doesn't believe even in God. So for that, she have no problem to get rid of Judea and Samaria, which is a holy place for us. And for that,
it's what
she
you
come
use
with
to settle
some
on
idea.
Occupied Palestinian land and further political extremism.
Occupied
Just because it was
Palestinian
Judea and
land?
Samaria in the Tourism,
I don't remember
in
who's
the
the
Torah,
Palestinian.
does not mean that
You
it's
have-
not
you have-
Palestinian land currently.
Just a
One at
minute.
a time, one at a time.
Do you have the history of the Palestinian people?
I mean, the history is manipulated on both sides. You act
Well,
like what they teach
How
Israelis
can
is
manipulate?
completely what
Everybody
happened.
wrote the history. Everybody wrote the history. Books.
What do you mean
Academic
by that?
books. What I mean
Everybody
by
wrote
that,
the
I mean
history.
that there is fact. If there is a people of Palestinian, like you say, there is probably archaeologic, some evidence that the ground speak up by themselves. Okay? For us as a Jew, it's very complicated to get rid of Judea and Samaria because our father, mother, son, prophet, judges, kings, and very known priests bearing on this area.
But you don't have to.
Who
That's
am
the
I?
point.
Who am
You don't
I?
have to. You don't have to, Bayron. They're not asking you to get rid of the territory. They're saying share the territory.
Well,
That's it.
Well, how it's for you equal right when there is a doctrine of Muslim to get unalived us because for
There
them
won't be.
we are not belong to this area. They say that we are all European,
There
and
won't
which
be.
I'm descended of a family 12th generation on Hebron. You understand? So there is a conflict.
Well, they're not
Yeah.
denying that people are indigenous to the region. That was the case in 1910. People were not unaliving each other in total mass. The only time the unaliving
No.
started happening was after Israel was established and land was taken. That was
I
it.
can show you many proof that there was a lot of massacre inside of Jerusalem when Montefiore came to Jerusalem and built some factories for the Jew who will start to work on. And then the Arab came and started to make a massacre. She doesn't know because she's not really believing God. She doesn't have a problem to get rid of
So the
Judea and Samaria.
Brooklynites,
For
the
us,
Brooklyn
it's very,
Jewish,
very
excuse me,
complicated.
can I say something to counteract your point?
Can I
The
jump in
Brooklyn
between
Yeah,
Jewish
sure.
people. Sorry, Zahid, can I just say one thing and then I'm gonna allow you to speak? I need to debunk what this man is saying. So you're
Okay.
telling me that Brooklyn Jews
Yeah,
that
I was
legitimately
just about to do the same thing, but you go ahead.
sorry, I'm just gonna say like the Brooklyn Jews that have literally no legitimate tie to that land except saying that it was Judea and Samaria in the Torah. You'd think that they are allowed to come onto Palestinian territory, to come into Palestinian lands, with being escorted by IDF, by the way, because there are multiple cases, and to tell Palestinian families that they have to move out of their homes because 1,000 years ago in the Torah it said it was Judea and Samaria, and they have an ethnic and religious tie to that land. You think that's okay, even though for generations they lived in Brooklyn?
I'm saying nothing is okay. No kind of violence. It's okay. Okay, but
Yeah,
in
but
the
that's
minute
what
that you're
happens, and it
coming
happens
with,
consistently.
well, just
There
a
are
minute.
homes
Well,
being
just a
knocked down
minute.
in Palestinian towns that are allowing
Well,
settlers to
you
be
know,
moved into.
I think you have a little bit problem with the history because you don't really know the history, but you're coming with the values of values of the West, which is Omanic, and I'm supported, but there is a different picture on this land. This is the
Yeah,
problem.
the picture is political
There
extremism.
is no. Just a minute. Extremism. There is in both sides,
Let's talk
even
about
in the beginning.
Let's talk
Okay,
about the
so I'm trying. You know what is the definition of Tzva Hagana Li'Israel? You know what does that mean?
let's talk about the history. So
Just a minute. I'm talking to her. I didn't come to talk with everybody. I just came to talk with a girl that she say that she's a Jew, but she doesn't believe in God, so she doesn't really know the
Who
history
said I don't
according to
believe in
our
God?
religion.
I may
I'm
not know
saying
the
you
proper
don't know
history. I
what
may
is.
not.
guys, we need to give someone else a chance to talk.
Yeah,
Zahid's here.
please,
We'll
because
let
he's
you two
speaking out of his
communicate.
butt.
Let Zahid go, and then we can continue the conversation in a minute. Okay, go ahead, Zahid.
All right. So basically, when it comes down to the extremism has been in this world. I mean, we're talking about like thousands and thousands of years. Everyone has done something. We have the Romans that done this. We have the Greeks that done this. We have the German barbarians that have done this. They have done attacks everywhere and anywhere, and because everybody was trying to expand their land. And when it comes down to when we specifically speak about the Palestinian people and we talk about the Israeli people, especially having somebody up from Israel, by all means, it's nice to have somebody that is born in Israel. It's nice also to see somebody that lives there. But the problem is, though, that when you have now multiple sources, and I'm talking about multiple accredited sources stating that when you go to, for example, a school in Israel or whatever, and from childbirth on to daycare, everything is fine. But then from daycare on, you're being already indoctrinated. And we've had already multiple individuals that have already made that statement, that have lived in Israel for many years, that have been in the IDF, and they've been on paper, they've been interviewed and all kinds of other stuff. And at this point, to where if you in today's age, when you look at it, how now they're continuing the history of what happened in World War II. By all means, what happened to the Jews there, I really, really am sorry, and I'm glad that they were able to get settled into an area where they can somewhat live in peace. But when you get settled to an area where you can live in peace, that means that you should also maintain your peace. You shouldn't be starting attacking anybody else either. So, I mean, this is that when it comes to that land in particular, Palestinian and stuff. I mean, we're talking from 1912 onwards, and where you have Jewish terrorism, you have the Arabic or Muslim terrorism. I mean, you have it like, and I'm a Muslim myself, and I do know about the history. And when it comes to the extremism on both sides, to me, I mean, ever since, and when you were mentioning the history, that the massacres that were conducted by Muslims, because you specifically mentioned Muslims, Byron, that is not also fully true, because there's been also suicide attacks or bombing attacks on Muslim areas.
Just want to remind everybody, we have to use TikTok friendly language. So you would say S side, boom boom. You would say, instead of saying mass acre, you can say mass acre. We can't
I'm so sorry, I completely forgot about it. It's been a minute since I've been on TikTok, and I've had TikTok language. So my apologies on that one. Yeah, but no, there's been S everywhere. There's been boom boom attacks everywhere. And the sad part about it is that when you talk to somebody that is not indoctrinated in this, they actually have a human moral mindset. When you have somebody that has been, like, when you talk to other like IDF soldiers, or when you see it, like everything that we're seeing so far has so-called a moral military. It's been nothing, like, it's been anything but moral. It's been nothing but what the brown shirts used to do to the red shirts in Germany. I mean, it's treacherous, it's bad, and it's just overall. So when it comes down to the violence that's been done on October 7th, in my personal opinion, yes, it could have been handled a little different, but yes, I'm thinking that a form of standing up, like, hey, we're not going to let you guys continue doing what you're doing.
Problem.
Okay, I think that we need to let Light Courier come in, and then we'll go back to it back and forth. Go ahead, Light Courier. Welcome.
Hey, Chip, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
I just wanted to mention some things since we're talking about the history. The history is that we have a nation state, an imperialist nation state, England. England went around the world and set up little colonies. That's what they did. And what they and how so 72 countries over the last 130 years have had to declare their independence from this country. 72 countries last 130 years. Can you imagine how many countries that is? Declaring their independence from a country that is setting up illegal colonies around the world that have no right to do that, and they're going to do another one with Israel. They had no right to set that country up. They just didn't have the license. No one on the land gave them authority to do so. It was simply not their land to set up. And so now we have them pushing themselves, using an evil, hiding behind a mask of Zionism. Now we're all the victims of it. We all have to watch as we mutually escalate. It's very sad. And it would be incredible if the Jewish people were to wake up and say, you know what, guys, we have a problem inside. There's a problem inside the house. Someone do something. But the problem is we don't have too many. We only have a couple. We only have, like, out of 1,000, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 that are with us. It's pathetic. And we're begging at this point for Israelis to wake up and say, listen, we may have a problem. So that's what I wanted to say. That's it. Chip, you're muted.
One sec.
Can I
Sorry.
respond?
No, real quick, Baron. There's somebody in the comments named Recog who keeps making claims that I'm getting money from Qatar, that I accept money from a very specific Sunni political movement. Listen, man, if you want my bank statements, which are not very impressive, I'll give them to you. I bank with Wells Fargo, okay? I get like $30 a month off of TikTok from different gifts and different live, like 10 cents here, 20 cents there. And then my other income from my trading. That's it. It's my entire money life right now, and then my bills. So if you want to check my finances and do an audit on me, come on, do it. But I don't get money from anybody. I wish I got a check from somebody just as a thank you, but that's just not how it works. So please take those comments elsewhere. If you want to keep repeating the falsehoods, I'll have to mute you, which I don't want to do. Anyway, sorry to jump in. It's no big deal. Go ahead. Continue your thoughts. Are you almost finished, Light?
I'm almost done. Yeah. So we know, Chip, we know who you are. You don't have to defend really against that stuff. We know who you are as a person. You're out here for humanity. We don't operate or think like Zionists. It's not all about the money and power for us. We're actually out here defending humanity. That's what a lot of people are doing on this panel. So much love to every single one of you that are in this fight, that have been in this fight for months and months and months, if not over, years and years. Some of us have been in this thing for a long time. But anyway, I want to extend much love to everyone, including our Jewish brothers and sisters. May we get through this. We'll find a way. If they don't solve the problem, we'll solve it for them. And it doesn't have to be bloody. But anyways, I love you all very much.
Yeah, Light, thanks.
Stay. I would like to respond then. Stay on the panel, please.
Let me make you big. Go ahead.
Okay. So you think that there is a doctrine of Zionism and stuff like that. Let me ask you something. You believe that our prayer are much more ancient than our country?
Yes, I believe that there's problems in the
Yes.
Zohar.
So I can prove you many prayer, even our sister, the Ukraine, okay, that our prayer in mention the land of Zion long time ago before we came back to our homeland. Okay. Secondly, I'm not, in the street. You think that we meant a lot of people in Israel that, hey, what's up, Zionists? What's up, or stuff like that? No, it's you create. Let me correct you. Actually, you create a doctrine and try to separate the Jewish from the Zionists. No, it can't possible, because Zionist is a Jew and Jew is a Zionist.
No.
Okay, so
Your
yes,
own
it is.
opinion.
Yes, it is.
There
Because
are
I
so many
didn't
Jews
learn.
around the world who do
Listen,
not
listen,
believe in
listen,
Zionism.
listen,
So what you're saying is false.
listen. I'm 55 years old. I'm 55 years old. I never remember that in my school or in the academic school, I didn't remember one time what it's the creation of Zionism or Mavola Tzionut or the root of the Zionism or stuff like that. No, it's not exist. You created the narrative that you believe in it, that there is something like that, Zionism and Judaism, which is our separate. No, it's not.
Yes,
It's
it
not,
is.
I'm sorry to tell you, because Jew are Zionists and Zionists are Jew. Also, Christians are Zionists because they know the history of this land. They know that the prophet that we believe in, they believe in also, and they are Jew. For
Can I
that, they are
respond, please?
Zionists.
There's a problem with what you're saying, and it just doesn't make sense. If I could intervene,
Really? So tell me, what is the problem?
the problem is, so when Theodore Herzl wanted to push the Zionist movement, okay, he wanted to make sure that he can get a Zionist state for the Jewish people. At that time, before the Holocaust, there was no Zionists. There was everybody was Jewish. So when he wanted to make a state for the Jewish people, they looked at Uganda and Argentina. If the Middle East was the only promised land for the Jewish people, why were there different options? That's already a contradiction, which is interesting. Then we have to look at the points of how it was
Can I?
established. Wait, one second.
I can tell you. Oh,
Let
yeah.
me finish. Then you have to look at the points of how it was established. There's a lot of Jewishes around the world. The people that are Jewish in Europe had no choice but to acquiesce to what was happening because they were being expelled from Europe. So then there were people that had to be indoctrinated into the Zionist mentality. And that's where you come in. So you believe because of that, your people need to stick together and Jewish and Zionist is all one and the same. But it's actually not true. because Jewish is a religion. Zionism is not a religion. So utilizing the idea of religion in order to continue with your narrative, that's ridiculous because there's a lot of atheists out there and they don't care what you have to say about religion. This is a land grab. So you have a right to be there. You're Jewish, great. But if you're going to continue with this whole supremacist Zionist movement, you are actually alienating the rest of the Arabs, which is going to cause more friction and more problems. You have to look at the past so we know where we are, so we know where our future is going. Because you know that your next words might alter the way this conversation is going to go. And it's just like it works in politics. Go ahead.
Well, there is a lot of mistakes in your work because first of all, I don't remember in the sixth Congress that Herzl Theodor came to the Congress. They didn't call. Okay, let the Zionists talk. Okay. I never remember that. Secondly, it was not the first one who came to the land before a long time ago. There is Dona Gracia Nasi, there is Ari Akadosh, there is Yaakov Coriel, there is a lot of Jewish who return back. Me, personally, I'm 350 years old in that land from the side of my mom. I'm 12th generation on this land.
Nobody
So
is
what are you
saying
talking
that's.
about?
Nobody is saying you're not.
So
you
you
just
can
said.
call me
You
a
just said.
Palestinian,
You just
which
said the word.
there was not a
You
state
just.
of Palestinian.
Beiron, you just said Jewish. You never said Zionist right now. Do you see where we're going with this? The idea is that the Zionist movement had
Because
to happen in order. One second.
no,
In order.
Let him
In order.
finish.
The Zionist.
well, it's my time. I would like to expound it. I
Okay,
would like
but
to explain to you. It's my time.
you just said Jewish.
Well, you were
You just
understanding if I
proved me
will tell
right,
you.
Beiron. You just proved me right
No.
because there was no
اسمع
Zionism at the
اسمع
time.
خليني احكي خليني
Although,
احكي
and I'm
اسمع.
coming with all respect. Go ahead.
Can I answer?
Okay, yeah, of course. Just a minute. I will answer him. First of all, Zionism, it's for you to understand it. It's the foundations, okay, the foundation to the state of Jewish, because they belong to this land. They're all their history on this land, okay. Their prophet, their kings, their mother,
Beiron, be
sons,
careful.
brothers.
Be careful.
They're
Be
not
careful.
belong. Just a minute,
Supremacist remark. There was a supremacist remark. Go ahead. You're not understanding yourself. You have to hear
No,
yourself.
I'm understand.
You
I
have to
understand very
hear
well, and I'm
yourself.
trying
You're
to.
being, okay, but let me just stop you right there. That is a supremacist remark because we already understand. This is where you're not understanding. It's like, let's just say two kids, right? There's enough to eat for all of them. One of the kids says, no, mine. The other one says, me too. You have to understand when you're creating this supremacist mentality that says the Jewish people, we understand that. But just as we understand during the Ottoman Empire, when France and Britain wanted to overthrow the Ottoman Empire and started making guerrilla warfare and getting Arabs to go against the Ottoman Empire, only to then betray the person that they convinced to help them. So you have to look at a lot of the history that it took to get us to where we are. But we also need. Go ahead, guys.
I'm looking for fact. Okay, which my fact is real. You when I will ask you a question, you will never. Just a minute. You didn't prove me, by the way, Ukrainian girl. You didn't prove me the historian of the history of the people of Palestine.
Israeli.
No, you're not Israeli.
How do you know?
Hey, can I step in really quick? Hold on. Can I step in really quick?
Oh, she cursed me now. You see that?
You see
that?
No, you get your 55-year-old panties out of a twist.
Oh wow. She's not a Jew, actually. She's an auto-anti-Semitic. You know what does that mean, auto-anti-Semitic? It's someone that is hated his people.
Stop. I'm going to
You're
tell you
proving
something.
my point. Any Israeli that goes against the government and the military is suddenly not Israeli to you.
No.
You're triggered.
You're against the people.
You're a Zionist.
Because you don't know the history. You don't know the history. You don't know the history. This is the problem. So give me the source of the people of Palestine, guys.
You spent your entire life in Israel. You think they didn't manipulate the history?
Just a minute.
The history is very simple.
Maher, give me please, gentlemen, guys. Maher, give me the historical proof to the people of Palestine, which is they are Muslim Arab. Come on,
I'll give you a very simple thing. I'll give you a very simple thing.
Before the mandate British.
This is exactly where it is. 1 second, Beiron. This is about the supremacy that I'm talking to you about.
Yeah.
At the time of the Ottoman Empire, they were under the Ottoman rule. It doesn't matter if you were Jewish, Muslim, or Christian. You were there. Okay, now then you have a guy saying, "Oh, give me your history." We don't care. Nobody cares. They just want to live. But now you have the Jew or the Zionist people coming and say, "Oh, well, look at my religion. We belong there." But that doesn't mean you have to come and put your foot on in the necks
It's
of
not
the
only
people.
religion, it's fact.
simple, brother.
It's fact.
You're not getting it. See,
So,
that is
okay,
religious,
okay,
psychotic.
okay, check it out.
It's like,
Okay, check it out. Check it out.
Hold on,
Maher,
no,
check
no.
it out. Check
Hold
it
on,
out.
Byron. No,
Okay.
no, no, no. You've been already gone too long. All you're doing is
Just a minute. I would like to remember to Chip, because we're talking about that in one other live. That Chip, you remember that I told you how the instructions of tribute in the Middle East very ancient and the tradition are very old. So, for example, when you say the name of the family, Hamula el-Masri, ul-Hurani, ul-Sidawi, ul-Zu'abi, ul-Jabari, all those, it directly point you the place where they came from. Okay, so this is what we have. Bushnak family. It's coming from Bosnia. They are not belong to this land. Zoabi come from Iraq. Not belong to this land. Hurani from Syria. Not belong
so
to
we
this
want to
land.
go on genetics.
Al-Masri, Jabari,
If we want to go on
Al-Gabiria,
genetics,
Fayumi, they are
do you know
belong
the
to
majority
Egypt.
of the people in Israel?
So we can.
No, brother. If
Just
we
a minute,
want
I
to
will
go,
finish.
one
Just a
second.
minute,
One
Wahab.
second. If we want to go on genetics,
Just a minute. I will finish. One
shut
phrase.
up, man.
So
It's ridiculous.
when no, just a minute. I give you a proof for that.
You're
You
not
are.
saying anything.
Hold on, guys.
You're
Hold
not
on.
saying anything.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on. One sec.
My bad.
Okay, it's okay. It's getting a little unruly, and we have some people that haven't had a chance to speak in a long time. So, here's what I want to do. We're going to give each person.
Can I just finish?
Well, I'm going to give you a chance to finish. We're going to give each. We have to have a rule, and I have to drop people if you don't abide by it. No interrupting. Okay, so I'm going to give each person 1 minute, a little longer if need be, and then we'll switch back and forth and have comments. If it makes sense, we'll open the mic up, but don't have 3 or 4 people at once, because then nobody can hear each other, and that makes it pointless. It's like Jerry Springer. Okay? Bayron's going to finish his point. I'm going to make him big. You have 1 minute, and then we're going to go to, I think it's going to be Mar. If he's still here, no, we'll go to Zahid and then Light Courier. Okay? Go ahead, Bayron.
Thank you. So like I said before, the name of the family can point you exactly the original place where they came from. Okay, and I can show you proof, real proof. Okay, that those people came in the time of the majority of them came in the time of Sheikh Amin al-Hussein. You don't know who is that. Okay, he's the one who encouraged all the Muslim Arab to come over to this land because he saw the family of the Ukrainian girl, okay, coming from Ukraine, from Europe, because you know the Yazidis start to
Even if my family's from Ukraine, I was born in Israel.
Krishnev. Just a minute. Let me finish. So like I tell you, he saw the picture Sheikh Amin al-Husseini because of that, and we have a lot of proof for that. Okay. Also, the Daily British. I came into the university.
So Bayron, last time we talked about this, he brought some books which back up what he's saying. Now, unfortunately, because most of us are English speakers, the books are written in Hebrew. So Bayron, here's what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you.
By the way.
I know it takes some work. Or you may have the other translations, but if you want to come up, you and I can do a one-on-one with nobody else here, and then I'll give you whatever time you need to present whatever you believe backs up the historical claims. I'm already aware of that argument, though, and I accept that people believe that argument, that they feel like they're entitled to reclaim what was once their land from the time when their kingdom was in place, whatever distance in time, 3,000 or so years ago. The thing that I also bring up, and again, I don't know how you decide which block of time gives someone the right to something. That's, I guess, I don't know how you figure that out. Maybe God figures it out. But if there was a 200-year period approximately where one group of people were on a land and they considered themselves as a part of the historical writings, the rightful occupants of the land. And I don't doubt that Bayron's family's been there for multiple generations because both types of people come from that region. There's not one or the other. It's the Holy Land. The question is, does one group have a right to declare it's theirs and to form borders and an ethno-state and then expand its reach over time because it feels that it's entitled to more of it based on their historical religious beliefs? That's a fair question to ask. And where does politics stop and religious and start and stop? These are hard questions to answer, but I know that if this is the bottom line. If somebody does something in life that you're able to get someone else to allow to happen. They permit it to happen, and it benefits you, but it harms somebody else. The person who's harmed by that is always going to feel something in them that they don't feel good. It's like having a bitter pill to swallow. Unfortunately, in this case, it's a bitter, like firewood log. It's impossible to deal with, and it's going to have to be dealt with. If your position, Bayron, maintains itself unabated, and you believe it in your heart, which I believe you do, if the actions of the government is going to reflect the thing that you just stated, then we're going to have nothing but war in perpetuity until the issues with those who got the harm get something to address the harm that they had. Or you exterminate or cleanse the people off the land. Those are the two options.
Well, this is a good point, because we tried already, and they rejected. Even in 48, when the UN gave the permission to the people of Israel to build their homeland, there suddenly five armies came over from Iraq, from Syria, from all over, and we won.
Can we address?
If we didn't won, we didn't build the land.
Can we address the underpinnings of why that happened? Because I think that's a fair point to raise, but the underpinnings also matter dramatically. So if the Palestinians, or quote unquote the Arabs in the region, knew then what is happening today, they probably would have accepted the partition plan back then. But they didn't have that benefit. At the time, 31% of the population was being given 56% of the land. Now, most people, if they looked at that deal, would say, wait a second, even if the land is different, even if part of it was the Negev or whatever quality it was, the bottom line is the territory is being unequally distributed based on population. That was clear. In addition, you add in the fact that a lot of the very aggressive gangs, the Irgun, Stern, Leahy, these gangs were going on and literally forcing people off land at the end of the gun, in many cases unaliving them. Yes, there were some responsive attacks that took place in Hebron and elsewhere. But for the most part, the reason the war started was not because they decided they hated Jews. It was because of three things, in my opinion. One was the fact that this was an imposition of something that was arbitrary, that was going to completely distort and cause chaos in the region. That has borne out to be true. Secondly, because it was an unfair distribution of territory based on the population. And three, because of the extraordinary violence that was being used to try to further the goals of this entity, both to expel the British and remove and cleanse the land of Palestinians or Arabs. And therefore, they didn't want to deal with any of those things, so they attacked. That's why they attacked.
Okay. So I would like to ask you something. Do you know what it's considered the land of Palestine in the time of the mandatory British?
Well, let's do this. We can't have you and I have a total conversation. I do want to let you know, but let's hold that thought for the next round. Okay, just hang tight. We make. Who was the last person here? I think DMO. Was it DMO or King David that was next? I think it's. Let's go with King
DMO.
David.
DMO came in last, and
It was me.
It was you, Zahid, or David?
No. I've been here already. King David came in after me, and then
Okay.
after that it was DMO.
Okay, let's do this. I'm going to ask the audience, please let King David speak. Even if you disagree with every word that he says, please don't interrupt. If you need to make a couple notes or whatever, I tend to make notes if they go on for a lot of points. But please don't interrupt each other, because when King David's off of his turn, I'm going to ask the same of him for you. Okay, so go ahead, King David.
Well, I want to give my time to Beirut because he's actually from there and he's born there. He knows more about Israel.
Okay.
More than any, most of the Jews on this on what do you call it, TikTok. But I just want to say the guy on here, he was arguing, we want to make it Israel and just Jewish people and all that. But what they're trying to do is make it Palestine and Palestinian people and Arab people. You know what I'm saying? So his argument, it doesn't even make any sense. The guy that was saying that he wants to make it all Palestinian, but he's mad that it's Israel and it's all Jewish people there. Well, they want to make a Palestinian land only Muslim there. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true.
That is
Well,
true.
my understanding is,
That's
real
not
quick,
true.
my understanding is the population of Israel is about 7 million Jewish people, give or take, and about 2 million non-Jewish people, give or take. So about 9 million, give or take, human beings.
Yeah. The numbers are there. Now, so if you know the numbers, go look at Bethlehem and go look at Nazareth. Nazareth used to be like 90% Christian. You know what it is now? It's 90% Arab, Muslim. Go look at the numbers.
What about it?
Why
I
is
grew up there.
Is there a problem with that, or what's the point? You think they're
Beirut,
purposely
I'm lying?
removing Christians?
it doesn't lie because I grew up there. Actually, I born in the kibbutz stream. Okay, my grandma bearing there, and in the lately 80, my parents moved to Nazareth. In Nazareth right now there is two cities. One city it's called Nofa Galil, and one city it's Nazareth. The majority of the population of Nazareth, just a minute, the majority of the people of Nazareth are Muslim. And for the Christian, it's very hard to live among them or between them because there is too much violence. So what they did, the Christians, moved to the city of the Jewish. They live among us. Because it's better to live among Jews
That's a lie,
instead
my
of a
friend.
Muslim.
That's a
And this is
complete
not,
lie.
no, it's not a lie.
That is a lie.
It's not a lie.
Nazareth.
It's not a lie. I have
been to
no
Nazareth.
interest to lie here.
You know who gives us the tour? I went to Nazareth. You know who gives us the tour for the Christian sites? Muslim.
You've
I
seen
went
the
there-
Bethlehem personally last July, and I
went
had
to Nazareth.
conversations.
The tour guide is Muslim. You believe that?
One second. I went to Bethlehem, and I spoke to Christians, and I said, "How is living conditions in Bethlehem?" And they said it is hard under the Israeli rule. The IDF continuously has the Palestinian Authority come and grab people and do things that are just ridiculous. They are not happy under the Israeli rule.
Bro,
They are not happy living
I
among
went
the
there with my
Muslims.
cousin because
And
he's
we-
hold on. I went there with
we
my
need proof.
cousin because he's Christian. Okay, I went with my cousin. He's Christian. We went on a tour to the Christian sites. By who? Muslims. You serious? Are you
Because they work
serious?
there.
I am serious. What are you talking about? We know better than you guys how it is in the West Bank. How are you going to tell me how the living conditions are? They're not happy based on the way that the Jewish Israelis are doing, the Zionists. How are you saying the Christians are better off living with the Zionists? It makes no sense.
Look at Bethlehem. It's not a majority of Christianity there.
Hey, thanks for giving access to 4-point-something billion Christians and Muslims to their holy land. Thanks for giving access.
If you look at the map, from Morocco all the way to Iran, you will see it's all Muslims taking over countries that were not Muslim before.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting? Why is it that you think that you're allowed to set up or even go to that land when your scripture says you're not supposed to go before the Messiah comes?
We were already there, man. We were already there.
That says. You don't even you guys aren't even Jewish. You should know that.
Hold on. If you ever read the real story of the Messiah, if you really know the real story, the Messiah is born every generation.
Yeah, we have. You're not supposed
Really?
to be on
Then
that land.
the Messiah is born every generation? So
Yes. He doesn't show his face until it's time.
You're not supposed to be on that land.
You don't know the real story of the Messiah.
Yes,
Okay, what happens if your Messiah turns out to be Jesus? What happens? You deny him. You deny him.
Every generation he's
Okay.
born, but he won't know he's the
Chip,
Messiah
can you at least kind of close down? This is really starting to go down a rabbit hole when it comes to Messiah. Okay, I do understand the point that's being made, and this is also what the Talakarta, the Hasidic sect, the small Hasidic sect that is anti-Israel, they are anti-Israel from the standpoint of they believe that Israel should only exist when the Messiah comes. Yes, there is a minute portion of people that believe that. That is not the
So why did they come to
that's
over
not
this
the
land in
exact writing on the
80-70?
wall for what that means, though. Okay, but that
So why
that is
they
an
came to this
extremist
land
view.
from Czechia?
What'd you say?
They could be in that land. That doesn't mean that they can't be on a
If you
land.
say that we are not allowed, to be on this land, and they're against the Zionism movement, so why did they came in 80-70 from Czechoslovakia?
Again, this is I'm not. This is specifically a small sect of the Hasidic movement, the Talakarta. They
Well,
do
it's
not
not a
come to
Hasidic
Israel.
movement, by the way.
What'd you say?
It's not a Hasidic
ask those two
movement.
questions? I want to
You know
ask
what'll
those
blow
two.
your
the
mind,
ones that-
Zayron? You know what'll blow your mind? I'm working with a Jewish man right now as a business owner out of California. He is very
give me to talk with him.
anti-Zionist. He is so anti-Zionist. He's actually pushing me on programs and propaganda to make sure that you don't succeed. And he's Jewish.
You guys talking about a very small.
I like to talk with them before you say that you have a friend that is a Zionist, anti-Zionist. I would like to talk with them because I don't believe that some words like that. I have facts, okay? And when you want to make a conversation with facts, I do have facts. You don't. You have only stories. You have
Everything I
only a
said,
narrative.
Source.
This is the
Bayron,
difference
none of your
between you and me.
facts,
Where is
none
your
of your
source? You have
facts.
not
You know how many
submitted one
Muslims? You know
source.
how many Muslims I know that say that Jewish people are supposed to be on this land,
Well,
not
Chip, know my
Palestinians?
facts, okay?
You know how many Muslims I know from Iran, from Syria,
We
from
don't care.
Iraq? They said the
You don't
Palestinians, it's
care.
not their
You
land.
don't care
That's what they
what you
tell
say.
me. That's what they
We
tell
don't
me.
care.
So don't bring
Okay,
up,
so
don't bring up
can
some
I ask
Jewish guy that you work with him in his business,
You were
and you
never,
think he's
yeah, we were
the
never
king of all
allowed
the
to set up
Jews.
borders on that
Okay,
land.
can I ask King David and Byron a question? Can I so basically when you guys were talking about specific, like especially you, King David, when you were mentioning that you said you went to Bethlehem and there was a Muslim that was doing the tour, right? On the
Guys, I'm
Christian
sorry
side.
to interrupt. I gotta go. Thank you, Chip, for having me.
Okay,
Next
Byron.
time.
See you
Bye,
next time.
goodbye.
Take care.
I don't understand.
Do you have a problem with Muslim?
Who?
You.
No,
Do you mind if I ask them why
I'm
was
Arab.
this?
I'm Arab, my friend.
I don't care what you are. You could be Turkish or Ukrainian or
I'm
American.
Arab,
It doesn't
Bubba. I'm
matter.
Arab. I'm Arab.
It doesn't matter what you are. The question has nothing to do with your ethnicity.
I'm not racist to Muslims. I have many I have more Muslim friends than I have Jewish friends. How about that?
So then, why was it such an issue that? Then why was it an issue that
Right.
that a Muslim showed you a Christian site?
It's not a problem. It just shows how
Apparently it was
much.
a problem.
It's not a problem. It's showing how much they kicked all the Christians out of that city. It's not Christian city anymore. It's Muslim.
That's BS. That's BS, bro.
It's not
And you
BS.
know
I've
what?
been there.
Muslims and Christians have more in common than Jews and Christians. Let's stop trying to play this bullshit. Sorry.
You listen. You guys play this game of lying for many years.
It's not lying. It's actual
and
fact.
it's never gonna work. It's
It
never
makes
gonna
no
work.
sense. Tell me how you even are really close to Christians. How?
Because Christians believe that they are the fulfillment of Judaism.
Really? Yeah.
Yes.
No.
That's
At the end of the day,
by
you
fact.
guys know
You know
more
what? I
about
could do
Jewish
all the
history.
research in the
by
world.
You can
fact.
say anything
Okay.
about Palestinian history because
Okay.
there's no Palestinian history.
No, hold on. Just hold on.
Our only
Give
history
me-
is 100 years. That's it.
Hold on, King David, hold on. By fact, okay, Judaism was the first reformed monotheistic religion. Okay, Christianity views itself as the fulfillment of Judaism, believing that Jesus was the Messiah.
Thank you.
Islam believes that it is the fulfillment from Christianity, having not completed what it was supposed to do.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do whatever you want.
Both. Monotheistic. It's a monotheistic religion. Okay, so
Listen,
it's
if you want to believe in a cloud, that's up to you.
one second, because everybody wants to deny another, except Muslims. So let's just be honest with it. So when the Torah was revealed and the Gospel was revealed, then the Quran was revealed. That's why we don't go against the Torah nor the Gospel unless they've been changed to a million different versions. Yeah, that's the actual truth.
No, again,
So then
like
you know
I
the
said,
land is Jewish land.
So Christianity views itself as the fulfillment of Judaism because Judaism's prophecy for the Messiah. They believe that Jesus was the Messiah. That's the fulfillment of Judaism. Okay, and then Islam states that views Christianity as Jesus as a prophet. Okay, and that Christianity was not able to fulfill what its desire or need was, so to speak, and so that's where Islam came in. Okay, and Muhammad.
The Quran. Let's just be frank with it. The Quran.
Fine. The Quran. That's fine. I'm just talking about how each religion links to each other. That's why Christianity can't deny Judaism, because it needs Judaism to be true for it to be true. The same thing.
Judaism denies Christianity. So Judaism definitely denies Christianity. This doesn't make sense.
Because Judaism doesn't need Christianity.
Then it has nothing to do with the other. It's just a contradiction, a big contradiction.
No, okay, Chip, you can chip in here for sure. Did I say anything that was incorrect, or because from a timeline standpoint, that's how the three religions coincide together?
No, but that's not what I'm trying to say. Is that it's a contradiction if the Christianity needs Judaism, but Judaism doesn't need Christianity, but they're intertwined. That is a contradiction that makes no sense. And let's just be fair with it. And then there are the
No,
evangelical Christians, the Zionist evangelical Christians that are using this idea in order to continue this whole Zionist movement. And this is the point of it.
No, Mayor, Christianity needs Judaism to be true for Christianity to be true.
Right.
Judaism
Tell us why.
does
Tell us
not
the end
need.
result. Tell us the end result.
Why for
Tell us
Israel
why.
so hard? Because during the rapture, Jesus will come for the Jewish people first, not the Christians. Isn't that the story? Isn't that why they ride for Israel so hard?
Yeah, that's why I would actually agree with that. I believe that's why the evangelical Christians need the Jews, so to speak, because they need the Jews for Jesus to come back.
Well, the evangelical
Exactly. What
Christians
happens when Jesus comes back to the Jews? What do they believe happens to the Jews? And tell me how weird that sounds after you think about it. After you even say it out of your mouth. What happens to the Jews based on the evangelical Christians? It's really weird, right?
No,
Think
listen,
about it.
I don't agree with Christianity. I'm not Christian.
It's not
Okay.
that. It's the evangelical Christians. There's Christians from Palestine, all right, or people that will tell you this is crazy, and they will Arab Christians, and they will really say, I don't know where this whole idea is coming from, why everybody's pushing this, why this is even a thing. So just tell everybody what happens to the Jews when the Messiah returns, so they can understand how crazy this whole religious thing is. I'm not saying I'm not religious, but I'm saying it's pretty crazy if
Forget
you even
religion.
use it for a nationalist
forget
idea.
religion, because we'll drown ourselves in religion, okay? At the end of the day, the Palestinians don't have history like we do on this land at all. As zero.
That's not true. They've been living
compared
for
to us.
generations, and that's coming from
So
somebody
their
who's born in
claim on this
Israel,
land
bro.
is zero compared to us.
Okay, can
And
I
we
ask you
tried
then,
to make peace with them.
how did Israel come come to
If you look at the history, the Jewish people were expelled many times out of the land, and we came back every time. So it's a continuing story. But now you cannot kick us out. We have a strong army, and you cannot annihilate us like World War II.
Yeah,
It's
you said
over.
it's
Those
Wait,
days are
wait, wait, wait,
over.
stop.
We're
Let's stop you there.
annihilating children.
Let's stop there. Let's stop there.
From another
Let's stop
country.
there. No, no, no,
Over.
no.
You
1
cannot
second.
kick us out.
Let me say something. The King David, you just said you cannot annihilate us like you did World War II. You just used the word you. Who tried to annihilate the Jews in World War II?
Anyone that says
No,
we're
no,
not
no,
allowed
no,
to
no,
be on
no.
that land, and one is gone, and one is exterminated us.
Say who unalived 6 million Jewish
Anyone
people.
that claims to want us annihilated,
Stop
yes.
beating around the bush. Be direct.
No,
Who
Mayor,
did it?
Mayor, it can.
No, no,
it
no,
can-
no, no,
it
no,
can-
guys.
it can
Hey, I'll
Guys,
tell you
you're not
who.
getting my
The
point.
white
It was Germany.
Vivian lady
No,
in South
okay.
Africa. Who? The
No,
mayor,
it was
whatever your
Germany.
name is. You.
Stop changing
You
the
want to know
idea.
who?
Stop changing. King David, you're
It
beating
has
around the
nothing
bush.
to do with
People are
Muslim. It
listening.
has nothing to do with
People are
Muslim.
listening. Give me a second. People are listening.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
was
let him
Germany.
listen. Let him
People
listen.
are. I'm not trying to be rude. Let's just get to the point. It
Get
was
to the point.
Germany. It was Germany. The irony behind all of this hypocrisy is the fact that that was what happened to them, and now they're doing it to the people of Palestine,
No, buddy,
regardless of
because there were
religion
Jewish
or
people there
faith.
before World War II.
Yes, and they were not doing what's happening to the Palestinians, and they
No.
were Palestinians under the Ottoman rule. Why are we changing history?
Why you didn't make a
Why are we
Palestinian
beating around
state
the bush?
before? Why you
They
waited until we
didn't
made a
need
state?
to because they
You-
lived
what?
under empires.
Why you didn't make one?
There was no nationalistic
Had no
state. They lived
No,
under
no, there wasn't one
empires.
until we had one, right?
No.
Real quick, guys, we don't need to yell to make our points. We can make our points with being, normal voice. Strong passion is good, though. I love it. Let me do this. Zahid hasn't spoken in forever, and I don't know if DMO had spoke a lot, so I apologize. But let me let Zahid come in and share some thoughts, and then we'll get back to the argument.
So basically, what we're noticing right now is, and this is just my personal opinion, right? So, and again, this is my personal opinion. This is not anybody else's opinion. But when I'm starting to hear this conversation that we're having now, when it comes to the people that are wanting to, when we talk about the extinction of the Jews from Germany and all this other stuff, yes, that's why I've said earlier, I'm very sorry that happened, and it should have never happened in the first place. But the ideology that you're having right now, King David, is very, 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 very close to what the Third Reich used to be. And it's going towards that direction again, and it's going to go towards that direction again, and it's been going towards that direction since 48. I mean, if you look at it, how Palestine is now become so much more smaller and all this other stuff, it literally, I mean, it is damning, and I mean very damning, and so what from close to what was happening in the 30s in the beginning of 40s to the Germans, what the Germans were doing to the Jewish people, what is now happening to the Palestinian people from the Israelis. And I'm not saying the Jewish because it's not everybody that's like that, but the fact though that we're constantly having this discussion again to where it's everybody that's wanting the extinction of the Jewish population, which that nobody wants that. Everybody wants to be and live together in peace, and that's what that's what we've been wanting the whole entire time. But the fact that we're constantly hearing left and right and nothing but, and I mean nothing but, it sounds literally like the Third Reich again. And it was once said before, and it was right before he ended up taking his own, whatever you want to call it. He said once before, you guys will be speaking about this for 1,000 years. And unfortunately, we are going to still continue talking about this. Now, at this point, it's the government that is over in Israel that is acting the same way as the Nazis did in Germany.
But
it's
they
the
keep
exact
getting
same
kicked
way.
out. The problem is they keep getting kicked out of every single country that they inhabit. That's the problem, is that they've been kicked out over 109 countries, and this is not going to be any different. And they're not going to wake up.
And it's not going to happen again. That's it.
It's
Okay,
not
so
gonna
let's
happen
just-
again,
let's
but
just
yet
talk
it
about
happens. Whoa, Mayor, one
Okay,
second.
hold on.
Mayor,
Here's the best
please.
example.
Mayor,
When I
one
go to
second,
New York,
please.
can I go
Give me
to-
one
hold on.
second. Let me
Hold
explain
on.
for you.
So
The
can I
problem
go
is
to New
when
York?
you keep getting kicked out, you're not learning that there might be a problem internally, and so you're going to have us do the job again. And it's not the job of the H-man, because we don't need to do it we don't need to do that this time. We just need to make sure that the land we just need to make sure that the Zionists are off the land. That's it.
Sounds like you want to be a Nazi and exterminate people.
No, we don't have to do any extermination.
You just said you wanted the Jews off the land.
No, we just remove you.
Before I have to log off the live, can I just say one thing before I log off the live as an Israeli?
Just TikTok-friendly language, guys. No Schnauzis, okay? Please, David. Thank you.
All right.
Go ahead, Bud. What do you want to say?
Sorry, I'm about to log off the live, but I just wanted to say one thing as somebody who consistently on this live has had their ethnicity denied. Just a few points. As much as we are descendants of people who survived the genocide, right now, at the hands of the government and the military, we are committing a genocide. The borders in Gaza are closed. There is no access to medicine. There is no access to food and water. And to this day, we don't know how many of the people killed are legitimately militants and how many are women and children. That goes to show that there is not a proper response by the Israeli military that can be actually considered self-defense. So all these pro-Zionists can talk all they want, but they are literally just talking out of their butt. And if all you can do to respond is deny my ethnicity and deny that I'm Jewish, I really don't care. This was a really educational live for me to hear all this stuff, but I'm logging off. Thank you. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Okay, thanks, Bud. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, Zach hasn't had a chance to speak yet. Let's welcome Zach. Give him a chance. We make Zach big. Hey, Zach.
Do you mind dropping me, Chip, so you can bring other people also in?
Well,
it
that's
also
okay.
boosts
I mean, there's
the
plenty
live
of
a little
space if you want to stay, but if you want to go, you can go. That's fine.
No, but I mean, it boosts the live. Like when you push somebody down, or like when you take somebody down, it's like it's increasing the algorithm for people. Oh, there must be a lot going on. So there's a lot of people need to hear what we're talking. And
okay,
so yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to. Yeah, okay, come on back up if you want to, though. Okay, Zach, go ahead. Zach, welcome.
Hey, I'm just always blown away when people want to compare contemporary Israel to 1930s Germany. It is so outrageously different. In 1930s Germany, a man came to power in a democratically elected nation, and then he slowly but surely, over the next 10 years, stripped the citizens of that nation of their rights, then tore them out of their homes using force, herded them into tiny little ghettos by force, and then sent them to concentration camps where they worked them to death, and then sent them to a group of camps who'd specifically been designed. I'm just saying, this idea that any of that is being done by Israel is it's counterfactual. It's just
You
not true.
literally just said the first 2 or 3 that's already happening. What do we need to go to phase 4,
No,
5, and
first off,
6
no,
to
no,
get
no.
there?
The Palestinians were never citizens of Israel. Never. They've never been citizens of Israel. They never were citizens of
It
Israel.
wasn't
They
a
were
citizenship-based land. That's what y'all are not understanding. That's a
No,
nationalistic
that's not how it works.
mentality.
That's
Yes,
not
it is how
citizenship
it works.
That's not how citizenship works for anyone, anywhere on earth. That's not how that works. So again, you guys can try to invent your own rules for how the world should apply to you, except that it doesn't apply that to anyone else in the world ever. And so again, I know that your guys' whole thing is that you're
What
the
is the
most
Sykes-Picot agreement? What is the Sykes-Picot agreement?
Sykes-Picot agreement.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, what is that?
It was the agreement that divided up the Middle East amongst the colonial powers. It was the one that created. I have a question. Do Lebanese deserve to be a state? Do they deserve to be a people? Like, who are the Lebanese?
And you get to go onto land that's not yours and just set it up and put up a border and call it what you want, and then kick everyone else out.
Saudi Arabia can make their own.
You basically said they stripped them of their land.
You know that Pakistan was created and
you have
15 million Indians got kicked out of Pakistan?
4 billion
15 million
Christian
people who
Muslims.
had lives, had citizenship in what was previously, like 15 million people got kicked out of their homes in order for Pakistan to be created.
0.2% of the population, and yet you go to land that's holy to 4-point-something plus billion Christians
Incorrect.
and Muslims, and you're the one that's going to set up the land for
First off,
yourself?
I just want
That's
to
what
be
you're
really
going to do.
clear. I just want to be really clear. The Muslim connection to the land of Israel
No. Pay attention to what I said.
is
You set up land. 4-point-something billion Christians and Muslims share holiness to that land, and you're going to be the ones at 0.2% of the population to go set up borders. Is that
So
what
it's
you're going
not
to do?
four. It's not four. There's 1.8 billion Muslims. There's about 2 billion Christians. So you're at 3.8.
2.3 billion Christians. That's about 4 billion Christians and Muslims. Thanks for doing the math for me. But like,
It sounds like the little people need a home.
Yeah, it sort of sounds like there's a
well,
whole
why do you
reason.
keep getting kicked out of every country you live in? It's an
Yeah,
honest.
because I'm trying to kick us out now.
Because it's not our fucking home, dude. That's why we created our home. So
We
that
created,
wouldn't
there
get
we
kicked out.
go, a creation. So now we're getting somewhere.
Created your
It's a
own
creation.
home.
You know what? Like, it was
created
actually
your own
created
little home on
3,500
other
years
people's
ago.
land.
That's
How much
that's
blood
when
did
was
it
created.
take from the Palestinians for your home to be created? And how is it justified?
Do you know how
Hang
many
on,
people
Mayor,
actually?
let me ask you
know
a
how many
question.
people-
Can you show me the proof that you own the land?
Oh, I don't
You guys
know.
know-
We don't own
Hold on.
land. Nobody
Okay,
owns
so show me the
land.
proof.
So who
Okay?
says
It
you
is
have
the
any
Western
rights on the land?
mentality that wants to own shit. Do you understand what
Why
I'm
you
saying?
think you
Tell
own the
me-
land?
so
Because
show
your
me the
because your
proof that the
because your
Palestinians own the
ancestors
land.
90 years ago walked it with a couple of sheep across the land, and they think they
Who
own
are
the
we
land.
talking about? Do you hear the racism? Who's talking?
Because the Phoenicians.
Who
the
says you own the
Canaanites-
land?
Nobody
Because the
says anybody
Phoenicians-
owns the land except you.
So don't
You're not
cry that you
listening?
own it and tell us that we need to
Cry.
leave.
Nobody's
bro.
crying, and that's the superior mentality that is coming out of your mouth
you guys
that
cried.
lead to the Gestapo
You
times. You're
cried.
not listening. Nobody's crying, first of all, and to try to identify Palestinians as weak, shut up. That's bullshit.
Dude, your whole creation is bullshit. It's never
Your
been
whole
real.
creation is bullshit, and it's
Yes.
arrogance to the top, to the max. You have to
No, you
understand
guys
the
were
arrogant,
created to
the
justify
arrogant-
that we not own the
Okay,
land.
I'm
That's why you
sorry.
guys are
Who
created.
in the comment section
To
could
be
tell
a
me who
thorn on the
sounds
side of the
extremely
Jewish people.
arrogant and supremacist? Is it me or King David?
Show me some history of Palestinians. I don't see any history. I don't see no books. I don't see no poetry. I don't see no.
I'm just
I don't see
proving your
anything.
arrogance. I'm just proving your arrogance will get us to the same times
You
of
have a
1930
Palestinian
Germany.
library?
1 second. You don't know the history of the Phoenicians. You don't know the history of the Canaanites.
The Phoenicians are
It's not
the
Palestinians.
You don't know the history of the Israelites.
Phoenician.
It's
and
not
They were all
Palestinians,
living.
bro.
They were all living in that land. All of them together. Do you know that? Do you know the history?
It's
You know the
amazing.
history?
It's amazing. It's amazing how they magically appeared out of air in 1960.
You people shouldn't be there, and you know you shouldn't be there.
And you know what? Even if
You're
you're right,
Ashkenazi.
You
even
people.
if you're
Hold on.
right,
One
that's
second, one
okay.
second.
Protest for your people. That's fine.
Hold on.
But don't
Like-
come break the land and then unalive people because we're so devastated and occupied and it's apartheid. Dude, that's not what you do. You don't kill people. You don't unalive people for that.
Well,
that's,
King
that's
David,
not how it
King
works.
David,
Listen to this hypocrite. My stomach.
How was your
And
country
third of
created?
all, hold on. Third of all, even if you guys are right, let's say you guys are even right. There was a war. We won the war. That's how people
Three wars.
win a land.
Three wars.
There's a war. Whoever
We won
wins
three
is the
wars.
victor of the spoils, right? So you lost the war. Move on.
Yeah, they lost 3 wars actually.
Yeah,
and
they
then
keep losing.
And then they did 2 intifadas, and now they've done a third fourth war on top of it, and they've lost every single time. They've turned down every single state agreement. They have literally, if you could show
Okay,
me
you know
one
what?
good reason why you guys should get another.
How did
No,
England?
let's just
How
stop
did
this. Let's just
England
stop
become
this.
England?
Zach,
They fought a
Zach,
war.
hand us over France, hand us over Britain, hand us over the United States' power and exchange it. And you guys have your own little power and we'll take all these forces and then talk about they lost, they lost. You sound like an arrogant liar. So let's
You
just
know
not
why
act like
we're,
you guys
you know
don't
what,
have
first off,
all
You
these
know what?
countries backing you up
I would honestly
financially
feel,
and militarily.
I would
Wait,
honestly
stop for a
back
second.
you guys if you couldn't go to Jerusalem and pray at your holy site, but you guys have access to your holy site. So I want
It's
to
not even
stop
their
all
holy
this
site, by the way.
bullshit
It's
you
not even
guys
their
bring
holy
up and
It's not a
spew
holy
hate
site based on
and incite
Judaism.
hate.
More racism.
No,
Keep going.
it's not a
What
holy
more
site based
racism?
on the fact
So
that the
basically,
farthest
you're waiting
mosque
for us
is
to do
actually
it again.
Medina, not Jerusalem.
So
Me-
basically,
Al
you're waiting
Aqsa.
for
Muhammad
us
had
Al
never
Aqsa.
been outside of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, Al Aqsa means farthest mosque.
So
It
Zach,
doesn't
you're waiting
mean
for us to
a
do it
place in
again.
Jerusalem.
You're waiting for us to kick you off the land again. You're waiting for us to
Dude,
do it again.
tell me in what universe you
Guys are
think that
joke.
the Palestinians are going to kick the Israelis
No, because it's
off
all
the
about
land?
force. For you, it's all about force and oppression and whoever's dominant, right? That's
How
who
do you
owns
guys
it.
oppress yourself?
6 million
You guys
Israelis.
oppress
That's who owns
yourself.
the land. You just said it. You said that we won the war, you didn't, so eat it.
You
And,
lost. Yeah, you lost. Move on.
Yeah,
Bye bye.
and you've lost this war too. You guys
No,
not
we
only
won.
just
No
lost the
problem.
war,
No problem.
you
Well, the
lost
world
We actually
coming.
won.
control of Gaza.
That's
You
no
had
problem.
autonomous
So the
control of
world,
Gaza.
the
Now
world
you
is
don't.
coming against you now.
I don't know.
And so
They're
we'll see
coming
who
out
wins
there
the
now.
next one.
I
We'll
think
see who
there's
wins the
someone
next
here.
one.
Or
Oh my God, you live in such unbelievable
maybe.
denial that the
No, you
world is here to
you
help
said
you.
that the
Just
war,
because
we
a bunch
lost
of
3 wars, that's
pink-haired
fine.
hippies want to
We
march
lost
in.
3 wars, and now we're going to have to do another one, and we'll see who wins the
They're
next
going.
one.
Yeah,
You guys think the
How about that?
they're
queers of
going somewhere.
Palestine is going to come save you? It's not.
Are you joking? The entire world is coming
against
against
you.
you.
Brain dead.
Whole world,
The
yeah.
entire world is coming against you.
Bro, the whole world knows your shit, man. We're tired
Dude,
of
the whole
it.
world
They
knows
know
Yeah,
it.
we have international criminal courts ruling against you.
Anything. Oh my God,
London.
guys.
You know what?
London,
Out of all of
London.
this, out of
Everyone's
all of
giving up.
this,
You guys
if
think
any, if
your
this was
dictator
reversed and it was the
popularity
Jewish people this was happening to, I guarantee you Palestinians would have compassion.
Because
No
you
matter
have
what
no
you say.
fucking rights to the
But
land,
no,
bro.
yeah, but
He
the
says,
Israelis.
he says, even though the Israelis actually have gone through this from every country on earth, and
And
you
then
don't
where
have
is
any.
the complete irony and hypocrisy? You're not listening to what I'm saying. I don't want to say that. I'm not saying that we want everybody off the land. We need you to understand this whole Zionist mentality is disgusting and superior. It's bad. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
good.
yeah. It's disgusting because you want us off the land. Yeah, we know why it's
No,
disgusting.
that's not the
Yes.
case. I haven't said that.
Your
And you keep
argument,
putting
your
words into
argument
my
is
mouth.
what you.
My argument is your
That is what
supremacist
your argument is.
mentality. My
So why
argument,
haven't you coexisted? Why haven't you coexisted?
you coexisted. We don't have this military that you guys keep
Why you
forcing
need a
people in this
military?
occupation.
Why do you think we
You
need a
guys,
military?
you don't
Why do you think
you
we need a
obviously
military?
understand but don't want to admit, but you
They need
understand
the
the
military because
system
they
that
stole the
is
land.
applied right now.
No,
You
no, no, no,
understand
no,
the
no,
system
no,
that
no.
is
We
applied.
need a
You know
military
what?
because we were attacked
Because you
by
stole
six
the land.
countries
This is
in
ridiculous.
1948.
Because you stole the land. That's why
No,
you need
buddy.
military.
No, no.
Yes, you do.
We
You
didn't
need the
steal it. We made
protection.
it. We made it.
You
We
stole it. You
declared
came
a
in. You
state.
bought
That's
five.
it.
Listen. You bought
We
5.6%,
declared
and
a
the rest
state.
you stole.
That's
You
it.
bought. Listen. You bought
That's all that happened on
5.6%,
1948.
and the rest you stole.
How much do you think we would own
Yeah.
privately? How much do
Your
you think we would
oldest
own
story is saying
privately
that.
if you hadn't started the 1948 war?
You were set up by the British, and 72 countries had to declare their independence from
No, you
over the last
stole the
100
land. Simple.
years.
Your
Yeah,
oldest
yeah.
story is
Up-
saying.
you were
What about the
illegally
land we
set
stole
up-
from
you were an
Syria? But we'll
illegal
give it back to
colony
them.
set up by the British, and we all
Stop
see it.
deflecting to other countries. Stop
countries
deflecting. Every
declared their
time you
independence.
Zionists deflect to other countries. We're talking about Palestine. You
At the
came
end of
in
the day,
as
your
you
people
came
are
in as
murderers.
refugees.
You're
You came in
terrorists.
as refugees.
You guys do
and
T
then you
attacks every
free
month,
T
400 on average.
free T groups, terrorize.
Guys, we got to use TikTok TikTok-friendly language. David, you said the F-bomb and you're saying the T word. Please abide by the rules of the live. You're going to get the live taken down. I'll never have you. Okay?
Sorry, Chip.
All right. Now, real quickly, David, to be fair, Zach, to be fair, I've never once heard anybody say, we want to remove the, quote, Jews from the land. But we hear this over and over again, that the only reason people are even doing any of this is because they want the Jews wiped out. Now, for once and for all, I want to listen to a Palestinian say what I've heard them say to me so many times. And it goes kind of like this. Chip, I don't care who's Jewish or who's Christian or who's Muslim or Arab or ethnic Jew. I could care less. He goes, I don't care about these religion thing or the ethnicity. I care about my dignity. I care about respect. I care about not wanting to think they're better than me and thinking they can keep doing things to me because they have the upper hand right now. I want my freedom. I want my autonomy. That's it. I'll live beside anybody. That doesn't matter. I just want my freedom from oppression. Period. End of story. Now, where in that story does it say, I want to get rid of all the Jews?
Doesn't action speak louder than words?
Also, the
Well, sure.
1948 war was literally called the War of Annihilation by many Arab leaders.
How
The
many
intention was annihilation.
how many Jewish people were arbitrarily ethnic cleansed and attacked in large scale prior to 1945 in
You
Palestine?
mean
In Palestine.
in Palestine? So it doesn't matter that half of our population was in the
Well,
process.
listen, that had nothing to do with the circumstances in the Arab region there. That was in Europe.
Exactly.
It actually does, because the Grand Mufti was a huge supporter of.
Well,
of Nazism.
listen, he didn't
And
have a
was the
direct.
actual leader of the Palestinians.
The Palestinian people, the Arabs in the region of historic Palestine, whatever you want to call it, had nothing to do with the extermination or the oppression of the Jewish people in
It's just
Europe.
incorrect, Chip, to say
Nothing.
that's just incorrect. If the
Nothing.
Grand Mufti,
Nothing
their
to do with it.
actual leader, their actual leader was engaged in talks with Hitler, was friendly with Hitler, was pushing Nazi ideology.
Zach, they
If
had
the
one
head
meeting.
of the
They had one
Palestinians
meeting.
was doing that. How can you tell me that?
That's not, listen, if you study the historical record, which I know it takes time to go and read these things and differentiate, but if you go and read what was discussed during the meeting with the Mufti, H-Man, the mustache guy, wanted help in Bosnia. He wanted help in Bosnia, and in return for that, they had a similar mindset regarding the Jewish people. But it wasn't because they were Jewish. It was because the Zionist Jewish people were pushing for a major change in the region. They knew what was going on. They knew there was the Balfour Declaration and what was going on behind the scenes as far as land.
Can somebody
purchases,
read the
money.
Balfour Declaration, Chip? Because it does make a lot of sense on the beginning and end of it. And I think people here would literally get a better perception about what where the hypocrisy is. Can you do that?
Well, I'll get to it in a second. I got to get in front of my computer. But this
I have a
idea that
question.
everybody,
Chip,
that
I have a
everybody was
question.
conspiring, hold on, the idea that everyone in Palestine supported conspiring with the mustache man to eradicate the Jews in Europe is just not, there's no evidence to support that claim.
Cool. I don't think
Exactly.
every German
No.
was aware of the final solution and was attempting to unalive every single Jew. That doesn't really matter
No.
because the leadership of Germany was, and we take it as what the leadership was doing.
No, the Mufti never said, I want to eradicate the Jewish people. That's just not part of the historical record. You don't, Zach, you're not being fair and honest.
Okay.
Come on.
Come on.
It is unfair if our leaders were sitting with a man who had unalived 6 million Palestinians, you might be less fair about how that looks, I think.
Does anyone know what the Havana agreement was?
Chip, I have a question, Chip.
Does anyone know what the Havana agreement was?
Can you give me
By any
another
chance?
place where the Jews belong? Like, where do the Jews come from?
Zach,
Like,
I'm not
where
saying
would
that.
you
Listen, this is the whole thing.
homeland
This is the all or nothing BS that goes on. Let me explain
It's
this.
not all
okay?
or nothing because
Hold on,
Chip,
let me explain. You asked me a
currently,
question.
It's a
Where-
multi-ethnic, pluralistic society. It doesn't have to be all
They
or nothing.
belong.
It never
Listen,
has
they
to.
just like Arabs, they belong wherever they happen to be at the time. So, for example, if they want to belong there, let me finish. If they want to stay in historic Palestine, they're willing to be peaceful next to other people. Great, stay. Who cares? Like I said before, nobody cares that you're Jewish. They care about the fact that they're Jewish people who are Zionists who are doing messed up stuff to them, and they're responding to
Okay.
those messed up things. Period. End of story. No more talk.
So we announced our homeland. We declared independence, and immediately we were put on into a war of annihilation. And you say that we should have just been like, hey guys, we're here to open up a state. Let's hang out and all be together and do this all together, which is ironically what we actually said. Our literal Declaration of Independence says this is a country for everyone. And yet at the exact same
free
time, the
Tigris.
Arabs' response, the collective Arab response
Come on.
was to annihilate the Jews.
No, you had
Hypocritical
free
lie.
Tigris.
Let's go back to
Come
the
on.
Balfour
After the Holocaust.
Declaration. Read the Balfour
Right.
Declaration.
What is the Balfour Declaration? Which
Because
takes
it
place
says
30
where
years
it should
before the
be,
Declaration
and
was
then you're
signed.
saying that when they came in
And the
after the
Balfour Declaration
Holocaust,
is
when they
British.
came in after the Holocaust, there was no problems other than after that, then the resources started to be taken up. Okay, land
First off,
grabs
the
started
Jews
to occur,
came in the late 1800s. First off, the Jews have come forever, but the
and there
Jews
was no
started coming
problem. There was
in
no problem
mass
like there
in the
is.
late 1800s, early 1900s, and there was problems immediately.
No,
You're just
the way
incorrect. For
that you
40
guys
years,
write
the
it
Jews
is to
had been dealing
create
with
this
violence
whole.
against them.
No, the way it's written is to make it so that, okay, I'm a Zionist. Now I have to stand with the Zionist people because look at the Arabs. It's totally magnifying on the micros, not the macros. And you know exactly, that's exactly how they want to paint the picture. And that's what media does. That's how the articles in history, that's how they write it. And you know, there's a lot of articles that have been taken down that actually are beneficial to the point of the Palestinians. And it seems like a lot of the history of the Palestinians continue to disappear.
First
I'm
off,
just
you
saying
know
that when we look at
this.
well, let me finish. When we look at the Balfour Declaration, I just want you to hear it and understand it. And as you, I'm sure, read it, but then it gives you a better perspective. How it says in there that it does not go against and prejudice for people that are non-Jewish in the land, nor for Jews outside of the land. But that's exactly what happened. Why? Because now it makes it a global thing that all Jews must come to this land. It doesn't matter what they are, but they have the God-given right to come there. So now religion trumps the land, a nation.
What do you
Okay.
have against immigration?
What I have against immigration is that my mother and my father were born in Palestine, and I don't have a citizenship, and I
Okay,
cannot. Wait,
but that has nothing to
No,
do.
it
That has
does.
nothing
It
to
does.
do
Look,
with Jewish immigration.
One
Nothing else.
second. One second.
Stupid question.
Let me finish. Let me finish. That I can't even say that my
My
parents, my
God.
wife, and my kids were born in Palestine, but I have no rights. But people that have never even been there have
Wait,
full rights. That
kind of
is
like the
so
Mufti tried to do
racist,
to the
man.
Jews in
That is
Jerusalem?
so racist. No, it is so
That's
racist
what
that
the
it's just
Mufti tried to
ridiculous.
do to the Jews in Jerusalem. They
Don't
didn't
tell
let
me
him buy
about a
land.
mufti, bro. I want to
David,
know about now. You
He
guys
didn't
are
let him
people
buy
of the
land in
time.
Jerusalem.
You guys are
that's what you're
compassionate
doing now.
people, moral people. Let's talk about now.
Okay, so let's
Don't
talk about now. Let's talk about now. Why does that have anything to do with Jews moving to the land? The only reason there's a split, the
Because
only reason you can't live in Palestine is because in
you're
48,
ethnically
when
cleansing
we
them.
moved
You're
there
ethnically
intending
cleansing
to
them.
make a Jewish state, you said,
No,
no, there will not be any Jewish state
We're
in
not
You
Israel.
don't
ethnically
want
no.
more
cleansing them. Their
Palestinians in the
numbers are
land. You don't get
multiplying
it.
every
This is
You're
the
year.
point to
ethnically
expel the
cleansing them.
Palestinians.
That's what you're doing.
There was no reason or need to expel the Palestinians. There
That's
just
what you're
wasn't.
doing now. Stop lying.
It's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Incorrect. There's no need for the
Oh,
expulsion of
please. Come on.
Palestinians for Israel to exist. Israel happily
Zach,
exists
Zach,
with 2 million Israeli Muslim Arabs
Oh my God, that
as
whole
citizens
bullshit
with
again.
full
it's
citizenship. How is that
ridiculous.
bullshit?
It's
It's
ridiculous.
not bullshit. There are more
It is
Arabs
bullshit.
in Israel than there are Jews in the rest of the Middle East. Times, I think that
Okay,
there's
so
a
why don't
grand
you give them
total of like a
citizenship?
couple thousand.
Why don't you give
So
them citizenship then? If you call them Arabs, if you call
hold
them,
on.
if you
Why
if we
does it
try,
matter?
if
Is your
what do you mean?
ability
Why does it
to
matter?
what does it
You're
matter?
holding them like that. So why don't you give them
No,
citizenship?
Why
Zach,
does
you're
hold on.
lying. You want a
Why does
majority
citizenship?
state.
How
Zach,
many do you know how many UK citizens or how many people from the UK and the rest of the world live in America super happy
it doesn't
without
matter.
citizenship?
But they're not ethnically.
No,
Zach,
but
the main point
you're
is
saying that the
you're
lack of
not
citizenship
ethnically
is the
cleansing
reason
anyone.
for the violence. It's the
You
reason
are.
for the sectarianship. It's incorrect. That is not how the
No,
world
you
works.
are.
You don't
Yeah,
have to be
so real
violent
quick,
just because you're not a citizen and you want to be. In fact,
real
it's the
quick,
opposite of what you should do if you want to be a citizen of a place.
Zach,
You
the
should
only
not be
thing,
violent.
Zach, let me tell you something. As two men talking, I will never be second class to you, and I will rather be unalived before that happens. And
Okay,
that is
well,
not a
Oh
radical
yeah, bro.
mentality.
okay,
So
so
when
then don't
anybody
go
Go
tries
live
to
live,
tell
go
me,
live in the
so
West
then
Bank,
go
in
live in
Gaza.
Israel.
Go
when
build up
anybody
in
tries to
Gaza.
tell me that they want me to be second class to them, that'll never happen.
So
And
why you
nor
don't
am
go
I
to
telling
Gaza and
you,
build it up?
nor am I
So there
telling
you
you to
go.
be
You see,
second
it's a
class to
pride
me.
thing. It's a
No,
pride
Go
it
live
thing.
in
is
your
It's not
Gaza.
an
absolutely.
issue.
It's a
You'll be your
humanity
own
thing.
citizen.
You're not going to make you be second class to me because you will never go for that. Let's
Mayor,
not
why you
play
don't go to
Exactly.
Gaza
If
and
psychological
I,
build up
if
your own
I
warfare
country and
moved,
be your
if
own
I
bullcrap.
moved,
citizen?
I
if
need
I
all
moved
you
to Saudi
broke,
Arabia,
stupid,
I
if I
am
worthless
moved to Saudi
people
Palestinian.
to
Arabia,
check
I
my
am Palestinian,
page.
and the
Check
people in
my
here are
page, you
Palestinian, and
stupid,
they will
broke,
never be
worthless
second
people. Check my
class to
page.
anybody.
Check my
So
Okay,
let's
page.
we
not
don't
talk
country
about the
then.
page.
Go to your own
Y'all have to live by
country.
it. You stupid people. Check my
Guys,
page.
if I move to
you
Saudi
worthless,
Arabia,
people.
if I move to Saudi Arabia, which is your religion,
Why do Zionists love to talk about other countries when
Exactly.
it's actually Palestinians
Gaslighting,
in ethnic
deflecting,
dickheads?
But why you
Why?
can't go to Gaza and be your own citizen there?
Why?
gaslighting,
Why? Because you
deflecting.
blockade them in, you twat. You
They're not
blockade them in.
blockading.
Never said that word in my life, but I liked it. Yeah, twat. You are twat. Sorry. It's just,
Why you don't go to the West Bank and be your own citizen?
You know what?
again,
You know,
it's so clear that this
I
is
don't
not
know.
about
I don't know.
rights. This is about pride for you guys. This is not about the
wait,
legitimate
why? What? Wait, of course
technical
it's a lot. Wait,
existence
one
of a
second,
person.
one second, one second. What are you talking about? Dignity is all of a sudden this type of pride, and look at them. But when you guys stand on us, no problem that you get to have first class
Nobody, hold on.
citizenship and we get second class citizenship. Wait, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself.
Wait,
Do
so
you hear
you would rather,
yourself?
what do you
It's
say all the
supremacy.
time?
That's
What do you say
exactly what
all the
it
time?
is.
Listen.
Hey, I have a
Exactly.
question.
White
When this was
supremacy.
Ottoman, when this was the Ottomans, what were the Jews? Were we second class citizens? We were
I don't know
demons,
about the
right?
Ottoman Empire. I don't know
We
about the
were
Ottoman
actual
Empire, like
legitimate
with
second
the way
class
they
citizens.
lived. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm here right now.
Okay, I'm
Okay,
just
and
saying
I
I don't
see.
care. I
I
don't care
see
about
right now.
your
I
pride.
see right now. Okay, but my pride means that if you and I need to go to battle because you want to put me underneath your feet, ain't gonna happen. And you're gonna say,
Okay,
"Look at this guy under my feet. He has too
so
much
how has that
pride.
been work?
The
How has
shame.
that been
Look
working
at
out?
them. Look at
How has
them.
that been
Listen to
working
yours.
out? How has that been working out for your brothers and family and friends?
But you
You
know
know
what? The
what? As long as they
Palestinians
need to.
are still in Palestine. The Palestinians are still in Palestine, and you will never be able to get them out. It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
there
They've
is no
been
such
fighting
thing as
for the last.
Palestine, guys. There is no such
Oh,
thing as
whatever.
Palestine. Just
Whatever.
like there was a place
Zach,
called
you
New
wish.
Amsterdam that
Zach,
existed for
you've
a
been
while
trying for
and doesn't
75
exist
years.
anymore.
You've displaced them 3 times.
Hey,
You've
Chip, have you
unalived
have you
100.
watched American Idol? Have you saw
You've
the
unalived. You've unalived over
Hold on.
120.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, real quick. So let's solve this issue once and for all. Zach, please don't say that on my panel. Okay? Hold on, real quick. Let me finish the point. I don't speak too much on these. I'll let you guys go. There is most definitely a region that was referred to as Palestine for the last 955 years, or whatever it's been since it was given the name Palestine, whatever you want to call it. So even the first female prime minister of Israel says, and don't make me play the recording, please don't. I've had to play it so many times, I'm tired of clicking the damn mouse. She says, from 1921 to 1948, I carried a Palestinian passport. I'm a Palestinian. Okay, so
I don't know why you say that over and over and over again.
I know that later
It's a British mandate. The mandate to create a Jewish state is literally in the name.
Zach, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Hold on a sec. I can't control your mic, so you got to come on back up. I'm not trying to send you off the panel for good, Zach. Come on back up. There was a problem with my moderation ability. Here's the deal, guys. I know that people don't want to acknowledge this because then it brings up the whole issue about whose land, whatever. But during the era back in the King David, kingdom, it was Jewish land, right? Run by King David and that whole period of time was. Then it changed hands over time. And in the modern era, it was called, from the Roman era to present, Palestine. Pull up any map. It doesn't say British Mandate of Palestine in 1947. It says Palestine. Now, the passport said British Mandate or British controlled or British occupied or British whatever, Palestine on the passports themselves. But that doesn't change the identity of the region. It changes the imperial power over which it had oversight of said region. It's not British land because it wasn't annexed. It was British controlled and occupied Palestine because they were given a mandate over it. So yes, they had some authority because of the change of leadership after the Ottomans were kicked out, but it doesn't change the identity of the region. And what Zach's trying to do, and others attempt to do, I believe, in very bad faith, is to negate that very identity and say because the British had some sort of control, therefore the identity dissolves. I disagree with that argument vehemently, and so do the people who now identify with themselves. In the 60s, they started using the terminology Palestinian. But until then, they saw themselves as the Arabs of historic Palestine. Got it?
No, they
That's
call
very,
themselves
very important
Ottomans.
language. It's very no, they weren't. They weren't Ottomans because when they were under again. You have to understand region versus annexed territory. The Ottomans controlled the territory, but they didn't cleanse it of the people. Okay, they worked over and they taxed the people like most empires do. Some empires come in and they exterminate the local people, like the U.S. empire did. We exterminated the local population. Okay, there's a big difference between the two. So it maintains its identity, and the people there see themselves. Doesn't matter what you say. It's how they see themselves. And this is the part about the pro-Israeli side that I can't get in my head.
So
They
why
say they
was-
want peace, but they say they want peace, but then they reject every single portion of what somebody else's identity and position is because it doesn't agree with their narrative. You're never going to have peace if you demand someone else see it your way, always.
Yeah, that's what the Palestinians are trying to do.
No, they're not.
Yeah, right.
You're lying.
They're doing not what you're claiming they're trying to do. You're claiming they want to eradicate the Jews and they want to convert everybody to Islam and they want to push everybody out of Israel. That's what you're claiming.
That's their
they
slogan.
Want.
That's their
That's
slogan.
not what they want. That's not what
No,
they
it's
want. They want some sort of peaceful resolution that allows people to coexist with equal rights, as was the territory before all these changes took place. Now, if they can't get that outcome, which is unlikely given what's happened politically, they want something else that is equivalent to that in some form. Okay, and that's the pre-1967 borders, which again is not practical because of the
Yeah,
settlements.
when you finally realize that they don't want Jewish people there at all, that's when you're gonna really know the whole story.
David, please stop. David, they're Jews on
That's
the
what
land
they-
already.
that's
Why
what
are you
they
saying
want.
that? But Jews, they were Jews on the land already. Why would they say no to
Tell me,
Why would they not
why
want-
why was Arafat born in Egypt in 1929? Why not in
David,
his
what you homeland? say doesn't make sense.
That was
Sorry,
before.
it doesn't.
That was before the creation of the state of
David,
Israel.
David, can I ask you a
Come on.
question?
Huh?
Can I ask
Come
you a
on.
question? You said Palestinians just want to unalive Jews. What you don't understand, do you understand that most Jews that came from Europe were actually refugees? So if you are saying what you are saying, how are they still there if the Palestinian people are so bad and they wanted to get rid of them? Can you explain that?
After 1948, when they created this state,
I
you
asked
guys
you a
went to
question.
war
If
with
you
us.
are saying, King David,
Hold on, guys.
It's not
Hold on, guys.
gaslight.
Okay.
It's not
Hold on.
gaslight.
David, I want to keep you on the panel, okay? But in fairness, if somebody asks you a very direct question, she said, this is a fair point to bring up. If the Palestinians are so barbaric or the Arabs of the region are so barbaric that all they want to do is unalive the Jews, but you're saying that once I come to realize that, I will see everything clearly. What Viv just asked you directly was, why was it then, if the people are so barbaric, when refugees needed somewhere to go and they emigrated into historic Palestine, why weren't they eradicated then by these barbaric?
They tried
Arabs?
to. They did. They tried to. Yes,
When?
they did.
When and
They
how?
did before.
When?
Yeah.
When?
Go look it up. Go
When?
Google.
You
Go
bring,
look it
you
up.
made the claim. You bring the evidence, not me.
You guys are bringing up the claim.
can I explain to David what happened? What happened, David?
First
was
of all,
that
Vivi,
the-
where are you from? Where are you
What
from?
happened?
Where-
What? It's not your business, and it's not your business. You don't need to know. This is
yes,
not
it's
about
part of the conversation. I
This
want
is
to know
not
who you
about
are.
me. It's about Palestine.
Hold on. Listen, this is how it's going to work, David. If you want to come back up, I'm happy to have you. But what you're doing is you're attacking and diverting and attacking and diverting. Someone's trying to bring up a point. You won't answer the question because it doesn't logically follow that if you make the claim that Palestinians, that Arabs, and in their total mindset hate the Jews and they want to get rid of all of you. And then she just brought up a clear point of evidence from the time of the immigration into historic Palestine, where many Jews, especially that were rejected with anti-Semitism in Europe and even Britain and the United States, they came to historic Palestine, they came into the territory. There wasn't mass murder, there wasn't extinction, there wasn't ethnic cleansing. It didn't happen. Now, as the immigration increased dramatically, and as the plan to put in place this very disruptive thing, which everybody there is like, what the WTF? Why is this happening? Then there started to be some violence, as there would be in any case when you realize someone's about to take half your shit. So that's like, wait a second, I'm not down with that, and therefore there was some rub. Rightly so, I would think. So the question comes back again. If you want to come back up and answer the question, I'd love to have you. If you want to come up and keep distracting, attacking, and diverting, no thank you. Why was it when people came to Palestine there wasn't mass extinction or mass cleansing or mass murder? If these people are so barbaric in their base nature. And you say there was, go Google it. What the hell is that claim? When?
Google.
Where? How? By whom? Okay? So if you want to come up with some examples, go do some homework. Come back, we'll put your camera on. You can point to the homework you did and say, here's an example of the ethnic cleansing that Arabs did to Jews because they hate the Jews from 1900 to 1910 to 1920. And if you want to come with the things in the 40s, come with the things that the Jewish radical T-word groups did to Arabs first. And then look at the responses that were done to those T-acts. Come with all of it. And that's closer to 1946, 47. Go ahead, Viv.
Thank you, Chip.
So as I was saying, Chip, because what they use is always the Arab war that happened. So basically what happened was the UN literally went and they were gonna give literally Israel 54% of the land, and then they were only gonna give Palestinians 46% of the land. The Arab nations around thought that was literally not fair, giving the Palestinian, the indigenous people less of, not even 50%. They gave them literally less than 50%. So the Arab nations went to literally go and stop Israel from doing this. That is why the
Man,
war happened. It had nothing to do with Jews.
I
It had
never heard of
nothing to do with
people
anything
trying to annihilate
personally.
somebody, but giving them
So
land.
David, I'm
Kinda
still
weird.
waiting for the
How does that
answer.
work?
Palestinians
Shut
are
up,
so
David.
bad. They wanted to unalive all the Jews, but they are the people that actually brought you off the ships, gave
Yeah,
you
yeah,
food,
but where
opened
if
their homes.
who annihilates
Why
somebody
were
but
they
gives them
not
half of the land?
eradicated?
Oh my gosh, I
Answer the
hate that. I
question,
hate
David.
that. 1 second. I hate that so much. And it's said all the time by you guys that the Palestinians welcomed us in, that they helped us off the ships. It's so
Yes, they did.
counterfactual. It's so completely
Well, they
wrong.
Zach,
didn't.
did you see a mob? Did you see a
Absolutely
mob in those videos when they were entering the port? Did you see a mob
You
attacking
know
them?
when that was?
I didn't
That
see
was
a mob.
1945, dude.
I did not
1945.
see
Zach,
a mob attacking the Jewish people.
Do
That's
you
1945. And what do you mean you didn't see a mob attacking the
that
Jewish
they
people?
actually
Exactly. You're trying to paint them as the worst
again
people, Zach. You hate the
God.
again can
First
we
off,
can we
Listen,
get
listen,
Zach?
listen, guys, listen. I got the clip. Listen, if you just listen. Listen.
I love how you guys say that like it proves something. What does it prove? What are you trying to say?
It proves that you came to Palestine at the port of Haifa.
Yeah,
It
we know
proves
that.
that
We
it
know that
proves
after the Holocaust, we got on
Zach, I will
ships and
tell
we
you
tried
what
to
it
come to
proves.
Israel.
Do you want me to
That's a
explain to you what
fact.
it proves, Zach? It proves that the Palestinian people are the indigenous people. They are
What? How
not
does that?
violent. They welcomed you in and you took their land. That
Yeah,
is
so why
what it
was there an
proves.
Arab
Incorrect. First
revolt
off,
in 19? What?
one
Why
second.
was there an
It
Arab
just
revolt?
Again, I
doesn't
explained to you
prove
if you are listening, David,
anything.
but the problem is you don't listen. Now I'm gonna
There
explain
was
to
an
you
Arab
why the
revolt from
Arab
1936 to
Arab
1939.
revolt
Why?
Because of the
happened. Can you
partition,
let
because
me
you took their
answer?
Why?
land.
I have answered you because they were giving 54% of the land to the Israelis,
The
homeland to the
partition plan
Zionists,
is
because that
1947.
is literally they were
Why in
offering them.
1921 in Jaffa you killed 50 unarmed Jewish? Why?
By the way, then in 1939, 133 Jews killed.
Okay. I'd love to have a panel, but I don't want to run it this way. So anybody who wants to come back, here are the rules we're going to follow. Each person's going to get 2 minutes of time to speak uninterrupted. The first person that interrupts them, you got to drop you. Okay? King David, you have a habit of jumping over people, talking over people. It doesn't make for good dialogue, okay? You seem to think it's very similar to the mindset of Zionism, that you can just do whatever the flip you want, whenever the flip you want, with no consequences to anybody around you. It's not good to be that way, man. So let's try to be respectful towards each other. Let's give a crap that the other person has something to say. Let's listen. You might not believe this, but every single time you say something, I sit quietly and I take in every word that you say because I think that's the fair thing to do. Try to make heads or tails of it. So when Viv asked a question, you saw I was listening to Viv, and she asked you the situation. You made the assertion that all Palestinians and all Arabs hate the Jews and they want to get rid of them. Now, Zach keeps mentioning that this war was called the War of Annihilation, and therefore that applies to all people who are Arab, and they all want to get rid of the Jews. Every single person I've ever spoken to says the exact opposite. When's the last time you asked a Palestinian how you feel about that issue? When's the last time you've talked to a Palestinian in terms of just talking to a regular human being in life? You just, hey, you're at the bus stop. Hey, what's your background? Oh, I'm Palestinian. Oh, by the way, what is the reason why, what's going on over there? Do you all really hate all the Jews? Do you all really want to see everybody convert to Islam? Are you guys upset about what happened in 1948? Or how about asking and listening for once? Rather than assuming and projecting and accusing and lambasting and blaming and all this other stuff that's going on. And likewise, if you're someone who's on the Palestinian side and someone has points they want to bring up about their indigeneity or the fact that they're reestablishing their territory or whatever, that it's their point of view. The same events that have taken place here in Palestine can be seen from different angles. And I understand that. I happen to disagree with some of the justifications that some use on one side for what I believe are unfair, unjust, and exploitative behavior. That's my take. I'm not right. I'm a person sitting in the United States. It doesn't affect me directly, so my opinion basically is invalid. The people that are there get to make the better, decisions on what they believe. But I can adjudicate balls and strikes. I can watch a baseball game, and if the ball comes over the outside of the plate, I can say that was not a strike. It was a ball. And if it comes straight down the middle and the guy swings and misses, that's a strike. So that's called calling balls and strikes the best you can with the information you have at the time. And if more information comes in, you change it. That's why I listen. Now, King David and Zach, neither of you are listening to anything anybody says. We're listening to what you say because you made the claim that everybody in Palestine hated all of the Jews that want to get rid of them. So Vivian listened to that, and she came back with, hey, why were immigrants allowed into the territory then in the first place, if they were hated that much? And secondly, if they did make it in, even despite that hatred, why wasn't there mass extermination, mass pogroms, mass murders, mass whatevers? It didn't happen. It did not happen. There's no historical record you can point to that those things happened. Now, as we got closer to the war of 1948, some of these things did begin to happen. But from the Arab side, they were in response to what very violent, aggressive Jewish T-word gangs were doing. Look it up. I've read two different books. One's called The 100 Years' War on Palestine, and one's called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. And both authors are very specific in pointing out these points that I'm reiterating. Now, anybody can say, well, they did it first, so they can do that bullshit. Well, they did this, so now I'm doing this, But if you do something first, if you start a fight and somebody reacts back and then you react back and they react back, their reaction back is not invalid because they did something to you, and therefore you're going to really hurt them. You began the violence. You started the chain of events, and that matters. Okay, now, yes, I took that video down. So if you all would like to come up and speak with 2 minutes at a time and not interrupt everybody, and if you're okay with being taken down if you do, then I'll invite you back up. But if you're not willing to play by those rules, please don't come back up. I don't want to have to deal with this shit, okay? It's not right. So, King David, you're going to stay in timeout for a bit. I'm so tired of you. You know the rules, and I give them to you. I'm polite to you, and then you just do it over and over and over again. It's so frustrating, man. It's like you're a little petulant child. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but it's like your behavior is indicative of an immature adult. Just for God's sakes, it's so frustrating, man. Gray, I wouldn't say that. I think, listen, when it comes to where people are going to go in this is what I honestly believe. And I know it's not going to be easy, and I know it's not going to be comfortable, and it's not going to be smooth. But ultimately, what there needs to be is some outcome that gives everybody equal rights and some sort of autonomy and freedom, whatever shape that can take. Right now, because of the territorial fragmentation in the West Bank, and with Gaza being a separate territory, it's not easy to create a contiguous Palestinian state, especially with the political divide that we see. The process is rife with challenges right now. But I would argue that when somebody comes up and makes the assertion that Israel has offered peace X number of times, and it's always been turned down by the Arabs because they don't want peace. They just want to get rid of the Jews. It's all bullshit. None of that is reflected in the historical record. If you go and look at the specifics of the negotiations, you will find information that does not support those assertions. That's what we need to be talking about, is what authors like Norman Finkelstein have spent hundreds of hours tearing through every word that was spoken in negotiations, and pointed out that in none of the negotiations were there any deals that any self-respecting Arab leader could have ever agreed to. It's just like we're seeing now with the ceasefire. Israel is willing to do a ceasefire, but on Israel's terms only. And of course, H group is like, no, that's not enough for us to say stop, so we're not going to stop. Okay, and it's tragic for the people. But if you're willing to talk for up to 2 minutes on your own, and we can have a dialogue when it makes sense, we can open 2 mics, maybe 3 if it makes sense with whoever's in the conversation. But this jumping on somebody and trying to change the subject and what about this? What about that? We need to deal with one issue at a time, get it worked out, iron it out, figure out what the outcome is, we agree to disagree, whatever, and then we'll go to the next point, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, okay? If I bring you up, King David, the very first time that you change the subject as a response to a direct question, I'm going to take you down, okay? That's not debate, that's deflection. Same thing for me, okay? If I do it, I'll stop doing it. You can point it out for me. That's fair. I try not to do that. Okay. Zach wanted to speak, so let Zach go, and then we'll go to Moffitt, and then we'll go to Viv. Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, so I feel like what often happens in this discussion is that we conflate this idea of Jews coming to Israel as all one time period. I'm 38, and oftentimes the timeline that we're looking at is from late 1800s to 1948, which is my entire life. So it's the span of my entire life is the timeline that we're talking about here. And if you go back to 1920 with the Nebi Musa riots, and then you go to 1921 with more riots, and you follow it all the way to 1948, my question is at what point did it become acceptable to fight immigrants? And do you believe that that's how we should, if there was violence against immigrants in America by the racial majority, would you have a different opinion about it than you seem to about the sort of justified violence that you feel happens when someone feels like their land is being taken away, which is exactly what any KKK member would tell you about what's happening in America. They would say, the immigrants are coming and they're taking my land and they're taking our area and it can't be them. We got to kick them out.
But again, Zach, there's a big difference. There's a big difference. Okay, let's play this. So in the social framework you're talking about here, they're making the claim that there's been a dilution of purity, so to speak. They don't want the demographic shift to occur. But there's not a forcible third party occupying force, military, that's being changed hands through some sort of a war. There's not a UN effort to impose a different nation state for said immigrants. So, for example, let's say you have people that come in from Sudan, and there's a huge Sudanese population now, let's say 4 million Sudanese refugees, immigrants waiting for asylum, whatever status they may be. And they make a movement with sort of an underhanded interest to convince a third-party government that has nothing to do with the people that live there in the region to form an ethno-state of Sudanese people in the state of Texas and take it away. And everyone who doesn't want to stay there and be polite has to leave. And if they don't leave voluntarily, they're going to be involuntarily removed one way or the other. Those are much different circumstances, Zach, than the ones that you just laid out.
Except for the fact that, first off, when people are upset about immigrants here, we're not just upset about dilution of the white race. That's a very, very hardcore KKK thing. The thing that people have a problem with immigrants and have historically, even back when they were Irish immigrants and Polish immigrants and had nothing to do with dilution of the white race, was that they take our jobs, they come in, they're not like us, they don't have our culture, and they're trying to take over. Look at the change of this neighborhood. There is no real difference between the sort of xenophobia that you see against immigrants in America today and the sort of xenophobia that existed in the 1920s and 1910s as Jews started coming in large numbers to Palestine.
I'll grant you that.
And I think that the violence that we saw against those Jewish immigrant populations is very similar to the kind of violence that you see against other immigrant populations all over the world. And yet we look back on it as if it was some sort of justified thing because the Jews plot to take over Israel, and it isn't. There was no necessity, just because Jews wanted a state of our own where we could be safe being the primary thing. And if the people in the land suddenly deny the safety part, then it sort of doesn't work, does it? Right? And that sort of creates the necessity to separate those people who are denying the safety aspect out of the land. And you might say that that's deeply unfair, and I might agree with you, by the way, because the world is so deep, is so full of unfair that it boggles the mind. But what I find to be unfair is that you guys want to focus on the Palestinian injustice as if it's A, the only injustice, B, that it comes from absolutely nothing, that it just came out of, ex nihilo from nothing, and that it somehow is the entire story, and that the Palestinians play no part in the sort of situation that they find themselves in. And I think all of those three things are intellectually dishonest.
Okay, that's a fair point. Viv, what do you have? Let's go to Moffat first, then Viv. Moffat, what do you think about what Zach just said?
I just wanted to bring up a point that someone brought up the partition plan and how it was unfair to the Palestinians, but they forget the reason why the partition plan had a higher proportionate to the Jewish people is because they got given lesser quality of land. Jewish people got offered in large part desert and swamp, hence why they got a higher proportion of the land. Because it wasn't about half and half, it was about which quality of land was better. Hence why the Jewish people got more land.
Yeah, either way, though, the difference in size was so stark. So, for example, if just think of it this way: if you and me in a house, let's say we're brothers, and there's one last piece of birthday cake, right? And we both want it really bad because we got the sweet, got the munchies. We want to have that sweet thing after dinner. And your mom has the piece of cake sitting there, and she's going to be the arbiter of this. And she says, "Okay, I tell you what. You're 7 years old and you're 15 years old. A 15-year-old obviously eats more food and is hungrier than the 7-year-old. I'm going to give 2/3 of the cake to the 7-year-old and give 1/3 of the cake to the 15-year-old, and you have to be happy and go about your way." What do you think the 15-year-old's going to say? "Hey, Mom, WTF?" Even if the piece of cake that the other kid's getting has less of the icing, is what you're arguing, that the land wasn't as fertile or whatever, it still is deemed as unfair, even though the kid who's 15 gets more of the icing on the back of the cake, so to speak. But the portion of the cake he's getting is drastically smaller given his need and a body size. The population in that territory was over 70%, or just around 70% Arab to about 30% Jewish, approximately. So less than a third of the people got over half of the land, almost 60%. That's not fair. And you and I would never want that deal. We'd say that doesn't sound right. Why would a third of the people or less get more than half of the land? That just, again, it doesn't compute. There's no way to justify it. So for somebody to reject that partition plan is not out of the realm of common sense, right? You can't really blame somebody. You can't say, well, we offered them land, they didn't take it. These Arabs are so stubborn. All they want to do is get rid of us. This is what always comes back to the unreasonable and violent nature of Arabs, which is dismissive and racist, in my opinion. It's garbage.
Chip, can I respond to that really quickly? Which is that, like, if you talk about the region at the end of 1917, and you say, what did the Arabs get? What did the Jews get, as per the British and the French? The answer is the Arabs got Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon. Jordan, the Palestinians got so much land. They got a ton of land. They got land, absolutely, that is relative to their size and connection to that region. And the Jews asked for, first off, were given a land that was like 60 to 70% desert, and we accepted it. So first off, we accepted the crappy deal. I understand that you guys don't think it's a crappy deal, but we watched the British Mandate of Palestine, which included Transjordan, get sectioned off, first off, just to the Arabs, and they got the nicest part of that land, which was Jordan. And then we got the remainder, and then of the remainder, they even went further to try to appease the Arabs by giving them the best part of that remaining land that was supposed to all be ours. And then again, we agreed to that. So I don't understand this idea that like somehow the Arabs weren't being, given their due when the entire region was split up and given to them.
Okay, so first of all, let's answer that. Okay, so Zach, first of all, just as a general sense, do you think that what's happened in the region has been chaotic and disruptive since the start of the imposition of the State of Israel, or the construction, or the invention of, or the decision to ratify? Has it been smooth sailing or has it been rough sailing?
No, it's been rough.
Okay, so do you think that some of the people, do you think that every Arab on earth is stupid?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so there may have been a couple smart people that, in assessing the situation, goes, you know what? I know these people are aspiring to do this. This is their goal, is to do X, Y, and Z, and there are other people that are getting behind it. And you see this groundswell of movement towards this happening, and you know, based on the history and just being someone who's studied history and culture, that this is not going to sit well with a lot of people. Just in general, forget about who it was. It could have been it could have been anybody. Pick any other group. Could have been the Eskimos coming in to change the demographics and the borders of a region that had been a certain way for a while. People don't like change. We know this for a fact. So there's that issue just in and of itself. Forget, it's not a Jewish thing, it's a disruption thing. That's the first issue. The second issue is the equitability of it, not given the, just you can argue about the quality of the land, but putting that aside, the quantity was not distributed equitably. I think that's a fair statement to make regardless of the quality. And then thirdly, and this is maybe more importantly, what was being done to disrupt the British and their ability to oversee the region, as well as going after Arabs who were trying to slow this plan to dispossess territory. There was a lot of violence going on from the Zionist side towards Arabs in the region. There were other retaliatory attacks that took place in places like Hebron and elsewhere. But if you go do the math on the numbers, which I think is indisputable, you can do the numbers from the beginning. If you just go to Google and type this in, and this is a very simple thing to do, deaths in historic Palestine, Jewish and Arab, from 1900 to present or something like that. Just look at it. You're going to be shocked. You're going to be absolutely shocked. Now, you can go in and type mass acres 1940 to 1948 in historic Palestine. Just go look at the numbers. I mean, listen, I don't make this stuff up. I don't speak from stuff because I'm trying to, make shit up to try to make my argument look better. This is just numbers. So it was a combination of, one, knowing it was going to be a disruptive force and not wanting it to be there. Not that it was just Jewish, although there may be some people that didn't like the Jewish people and didn't want to have a bunch of Jews in their backyard. But most people just didn't want the disruption. It was disruptive. Secondly, the violence that was being meted out against Arabs as a part of the creation of this state, the carving out, was unacceptable. Let's face it, it was the first examples of terrorism in the region and mass murder and all the things that we hate and we abhor. And then thirdly, it was unfair. The deal wasn't fair. So to say someone's being unreasonable and they attacked us because they hate us is not true. They didn't like the variables that were coming into play, and they wanted to prevent what has turned into an absolute mess for the last 75, 76 years. Anybody want to respond to that or no?
What I was saying, I think that sounds, it's a really pretty way of saying the exact same thing that every anti-immigrant xenophobic group on earth has said about why they are attacking immigrants is they don't like it. It's change.
Zach,
they didn't ask.
I mentioned three things. You're addressing one of the three.
Okay, so I'm addressing one. So let's talk about the violence. Let's talk about the terrorism that you wanted to talk about.
Let's not. Hold on a second. This conversation is getting back to justifying the existence of the state of Israel and talking about how other people are impractical and it's their fault that this thing has lasted. Listen, it is what it is. Where we are today is a result of all the things that we've just paid out. You see it from one angle. I see it from a different angle. That's okay. But we are where we are now. And so I want to get to the present, not talk about 1948 as much, because this is what we have to deal with now, this mess that we find ourselves in. So fast forwarding, I'm assuming you're against what happened on October 7th in terms of civilians that were harmed, hostages that were taken, etc. Are you against those things?
You're asking me? Of course I am.
Okay, so you're against hostage taking in general, and you're against harming civilians in general, right?
Yes.
So we agree. We agree on something. Now, here's what we may disagree, and who knows how this is going to be adjudicated. But obviously, I have talked, and I think the people who, to the extent that people hurt civilians, harmed them, unalived them, did whatever they did to them, if those things, to whatever extent those things did or didn't happen, I don't have the proof for a lot of it, but people claim they do. I think that people should be held accountable and charged with whatever the criminal, right thing to do is criminally for that behavior. I believe that. And at the same time, if for taking the hostages, if that's a war crime, same thing. Okay, that's fair. Now, if you flip the script and you apply the same principles, Israel always likes to use the fact that it has a formal military and therefore its behavior is not considered terrorism because it's done by a uniformed entity. And similarly, when it decides it's going to take people from wherever they are for whatever reason they say, whether they think whether it's considered by most people to be a legitimate crime, or whether it's some other determination that Israel chooses to make to detain somebody, a lot of people view those people who end up going from where they were to where they end up in Israeli custody as hostages. You may disagree with that, and by the way, I believe the public has been told that anytime an incident occurs or anytime somebody is picked up and taken into custody, that it's always related to terrorism. That's the common phrase that gets us. Just like we hear now in the war, that anytime a thing drops, a 500-pound, 2,000-pound thing, that there's always a T-risk involved, and that the rest of it is just the unfortunate collateral damage of war. But here's my question, and I just want to ask you this, Zach, and give me a fair answer if you can. Is it possible that in some of the cases, maybe more than we'd like to admit, that it may not be because of the typical stated reason, and it could be for other reasons that don't involve direct actions against Israelis or Israeli soldiers, but they're just picking people up because they can, because they believe they might be tangentially associated with somebody who they think might be willing to do something to harm Israelis or Israeli soldiers? Is that possible?
First off, I think that it is absolutely ludicrous to look at the situation that Israel is in and say,
is that yes or no? Is that a yes or no? I didn't hear the word
yes,
no or yes.
I'm saying yes. I'm saying yes for you. I'm trying to say that I really don't believe that Israel is that there are no abuses on Israel's fault, that everything that Israel has ever done has been 100% fair and 100% on board. I would just never say that. I don't think that's a fair sort of benchmark to make for any state and any group. Have you heard about El Salvador? Have you heard about what happened in El Salvador recently?
As far as what they did to the criminal population, they repressed big time, yeah.
Like massively repressed. I mean, just completely threw out the book on human rights. But
I agree. It was pretty bad.
They've taken a place that used to be the murder capital of the world, that used to be absolutely unsafe for every single person in that country, and they've essentially eliminated crime.
Well, it's gone from the highest murder rate to the lowest rate in the last 7 years.
And that required some human rights abuses. It doesn't make those human rights abuses good. It doesn't make them preferable. It doesn't make them the thing. But in dealing with injustice and ingrained systematic injustice, sometimes you have to sort of meet fire with fire. I'm not saying that that's like, we would prefer not to be doing that. I think every Jew would agree. We prefer to have Israel just making tech companies and cherry tomatoes, and that's it. But since we are in a situation where we're having to fight for our lives, having to defend our people from violence that is indiscriminate and focused on civilians, I just have to, I don't know what you expect.
Well, here's what I would expect. And again, it's not for me to adjudicate, right? The political outcome of this is going to be sticky and difficult to negotiate and prickly, and it may not have a chance to even take its course for some time because of what's happened recently. That's probably an understatement. But here's what I expect. When somebody creates a situation where they then have security problems, the choice to create an ethno-state, it was a choice. It wasn't something that was forced on the Jewish people. It was something that was decided by certain leadership that they wanted to create for the Jewish people. And the way they went about doing it, the when, the where, and whom would be affected were all choices. And they knew it because we have it in writing from their leaders saying they knew exactly what they would have to do to clear the land of Arabs in order to have this aspiration for a Jewish state. Some stayed. Obviously, they've ballooned into about 2 million people out of the 9 million that live there. But there was a population that didn't move out when this happened, and I acknowledge that. And I acknowledge that they have a better life within Israel than they have in the occupied territories or Gaza. And they probably wouldn't want to go there, nor would I. However, having said that, the problems that Israel has for security are of its own making because of two reasons. One was the choice to establish something where they claimed it was a land without a people for a people without a land, which obviously is a blatant lie. And then secondly, they've continued to use sheer brutality way more than is necessary to maintain its basic security, which is the thing that I learned that got me the most upset about it, which just created my interest in this issue ever since I learned about it back in 1989. I couldn't believe the amount of brutality that Israel chooses to use. And granted, some of the attacks that have happened to Israel are beyond brutal, like the buses and the cafes and whatever else the hell you want to point to, car rammings, sharp objects. I'm against all those things. But I can't tell somebody else that you have no right to do something against those who are oppressing you, because the way Israel looks at and treats the Arab population, they treat them like dirt, especially in the occupied territories and in Gaza. They have no value. And they literally treat them. And by the way, I believe this is systemic, not bad apples. In the military, most soldiers are allowed to get away with pretty much anything they want to do to Palestinians, as long as it can somehow tangentially be justified based on the security interest of Israel, which includes beating up old women, knocking down old men, shooting kids at protests in the groin, in the shoulder, in the kneecap, or even in the head at times with rubber bullets or even real munitions. This is a problem. This is a problem for Israel. And by the way, human rights groups have documented these abuses for decades. And Israel's been very effective at managing the information narrative. And this is the only time in my lifetime that I've recognized, and this can be maybe the only victory for the Palestinians that come out of this. It's been disastrous as far as loss of life and damage to property, and everything in Gaza is a complete disaster now. But they're winning the information war for the first time ever, which is a big part of this war, by the way. More people know about it, and more people are talking about it. We have 230 some people here right now that otherwise would never be doing this. We'd be off watching Netflix or doing some other stupid live about Trump or Biden, but we're here talking about this issue because people care about it. The fact that more people have learned about it, but more importantly, Zach, and this is the part that I wish weren't happening, because I don't want to see harm come to Israelis. I want people to have a safe place to be. I do have questions about how it came to be, because I don't want people to get hurt either way, and people got hurt. But it is what it is. It's where it is. Israel is doing itself irreparable harm right now with how it's choosing to prosecute things. And you may make the argument that it's forced to do this because of what happened on October 7th. It has to be never again. We got to go all in. We got to push all the chips in. But by pushing all the chips in, what the world is seeing is that they're seeing a different flavor of Israel than they thought they knew before. And that's ruined Israel's reputation among a large swath of the modern public, especially the younger they get, the more outraged they have become about Israel, the more outspoken, and more they're going to continue to be outspoken about it until something is done about it. Now, the benefit to Israel is it has a buffer. It's protected by the big brother, which is the United States. It gets money, it gets weapons, it gets guarantees, it gets security guarantees, military backing, and more importantly, political backing at the UN, which without that, Israel would not be in the position it's in today, I guarantee you. It would have been curtailed long ago. Now, I'm not saying that Israel should be, as an entity, should go away, because I don't think that's fair to tell a whole bunch of people who were just born there in the last couple of generations that you got to leave because you happen to be a legacy of others who have done bad things. What I am saying is this: the mindset that drives said bad behavior, that has to go. I've heard often people say that the indoctrination of Palestinian kids has to go. We have to train that out of them. I'm going to make the same exact argument for Zionism. I think that the mindset that drives Zionism is the true danger, far more than any small armed group that might try to resist in a small sense. Zionism is what's created the chaos in the region. Zionism is what leads to the supremacy thinking that looks down on the other, the non-Jew, even within Israel society, but not as much, but especially like we talked about in the occupied territories. That attitude is what has to go, not the people, not the religion, not the ethnicity, but the mindset, that superiority, that arrogance, that we got it all worked out, we're invincible, we'll show you, you effed around, now you're going to find out. All that bravado, chest-thumping bullshit, that's got to go, man. There's no humility among Israelis, or at least most that I've talked to. And anybody who's very staunchly pro-Zionist, they don't think outside of their point of view. Like the Ben Shapiros, they just can't see another path. And therefore, they piss the world off. That attitude is very off-putting in general. If somebody comes into a party and starts acting like they're the shit and talking about everybody else and I'm the one and you guys are scum, you're not going to want to like that person. You're like, this person's a fucking asshole. I would argue that Zionism is like the most repugnant, unlikable set of qualities that human beings can embody, and it's done at the end of a gun. And that's why I find it objectionable, if that makes sense.
So, I think that it is fair to say that Israelis have an attitude, and it's an attitude of sort of, we don't give a fuck, we're going to do what we want to do. And I might agree with you that is a hard attitude to deal with in this situation. I don't necessarily understand how you can be so sympathetic to the plight of the Palestinians without and sort of recognizing the difference between the populations, without recognizing that the Palestinians are part of a larger ethnic majority that is dominant, and dominant not even in a little way, but dominant in a major, serious way for the entire region. And they have treated Israel since its beginning like shit. They didn't trade with it. They didn't recognize it. They didn't put diplomats in it. They fought wars against it. They kept there from being power traded. They kept there from being water traded. They did everything in their power to make life difficult for Israel for the last 80 years. And it's mind blowing to me that you can look at this situation and just ignore the macro element. That you want to just look at just how Israelis are dealing with Palestinians, this very specific group of Arabs in this very specific group of territory, instead of saying, okay, well, actually, they were about to sign the Abraham Accords. They've been peaceful with Egypt and Jordan for years. They were about to become normalized with all these other countries. They treat their Arab Israeli population equally. And yet you sort of look at the way that they deal with Palestinians and be like, this must be their fault. This couldn't possibly be that this population of people has spent the last 80 years, knifing people in the sides and blowing up cafes and buses. And if there is a hatred, if there is a deeply ingrained, systematic dislike for the Palestinian people, it is mind-blowing to me that you can't even give a little empathy to why that might exist.
Zach, I find this very sorry.
Okay, guys, I want to just, before we get into it, Zach, okay, what I'm going to do is, because we have a lot of people that have come in, Zach, and I appreciate your point of view and the things we're talking about. It's fun. But I do want to give other people a chance to have the mic. Here's the way the rules work, and we're going to do this. I'll put you on the big screen. I'm not going to do showtime, but give you a couple, 3 minutes, maybe a little longer. Please everybody else stay on mute. Don't jump in and interject, because it just makes it hard for the speaker to continue their train of thought. And then what we'll do is, I'm taking notes on my end. I got my little trusty notepad right here, pen and paper. I'll take notes on what people say, and then we'll have conversations around the specific arguments. Please keep it not personally oriented, but issue oriented. In the comments, please keep it issue oriented, no personal attacks. And I like to say, don't be a dick. That's my favorite way to put it. Okay, Nola's going to be next. Let me tell you the batting order. Nola, then Moffitt, then Brenda, then Mitri, and then Viv. Let me write that down. And go ahead, Nola.
Okay, what I found interesting in Zach's response is the fact that he essentially disregarded everything that Chip has stated. You proved Chip's point right in that you did not address any of his specific points. Rather, you chose to deflect off of the situation and shift blame and say, oh, but look at the poor Israelis. Look at how us occupiers have been treating and mistreating the Palestinians. So it's very interesting to see Chip's point, being proven right. This happens on multiple occasions when speaking to Israelis. You guys seem to lack any sort of self-reflection or self-awareness, really. He really put together a very fair argument. I think he said, on the Israeli side, there's obviously a huge issue with, them coming and occupying the lands, and then on the Arab side, at this point there's going to be no there's going to be no recognition of the Israeli state given the atrocities that the extremist right-wing government has inflicted upon the indigenous population of Palestine. And then I wanted to go back to a point that you mentioned earlier, Zach, regarding what do you expect the Israeli government to do? Well, I'll tell you one thing. I expect a government, especially one of the most advanced governments, to take into account that they bear the responsibility of protecting human life. Given the fact that you have the most advanced weapons in the world, one of the most advanced militaries in the world, it is incumbent upon you to ensure that minimal life is
minimal casualties are inflicted upon a defenseless people that do not even have an organized military. That is incumbent upon you as per international legislation, as per international laws. That is what is incumbent upon you, Zach, the sympathizer of an Israeli, state. That is what is incumbent upon you. Now, how is that done? You have the most advanced military, most advanced weaponry, and that is very possible to have targeted, missions. Like you don't drop 500-pound bombs, bees on cities and on defenseless families. Like, how is that in any kind of way even trying to, like, I'm trying to look at it from an Israeli point of view, a defense point of view, with you trying to eradicate quote unquote H group. I mean, that's militarily makes no sense. It makes no sense, and it doesn't work in your favor. I mean, as Chip had mentioned, the international world, the entire world is seeing these atrocities. This is something that's not, you will not get away with this. Israel will never be the same, and you guys have inflicted a self-inflicted wound upon Israel, and it will go down in flames due to your disgusting negligence of unspoken bounds. I mean, this is just unfathomable. What's going on in Israel, what's going on in Palestine is just, I can't even comprehend it, really.
Nola, can I ask you some questions, or do we want to?
You can ask. I mean, it's up to Chip, obviously.
Let's do one question between Zach and Nola, and then we're going to follow the batting order. Go ahead.
So Nola, I just want to know what your thought on is Israel winning the war or not?
In my opinion, I don't think it's winning the war. I don't think it's winning the war on an intellectual front, number one. Number two, I don't think it's winning the war on a physical front in terms of, if their said goal is to eradicate H group. I don't think they're anywhere near to that. I think actually what they have done is inflicted a even bigger issue for themselves, is that they have been creating more of a resistance mentality amongst its people, amongst surrounding countries. I think you have angered much of the Middle East, much of its citizens that are willing to actually get involved in this physically, as opposed to pre-October 7th. I don't think it was as big of an issue. I think that's that's really the biggest issue that you guys are going to have to deal with now, is the fact that you have collectively gathered groups of people in the region that are willing to take up in arms in this conflict, and it's something that I don't think Israel is going to be able to manage, and I believe will be the demise of Israel as a state in the very near future.
And that's what you want, right? You want the demise of the state?
Well, listen, it doesn't matter what I want or what I don't want. It matters on what the situation and the reality of the situation in the ground is. And my opinion on Israel being a state or not is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Chip thinks. Doesn't matter what Mo thinks. Doesn't matter what Joe Schmo, whoever thinks. It's the fact that the actions that have been committed by Israel, you guys have inflicted a self-inflicted wound upon yourselves, and this is something that you have done with your actions, and it's something that it's not going away. It's most definitely not going away. You have angered the nations, you have angered your allies, you have de-alienated yourselves in a position that there is no coming back from. So again, it doesn't matter what I think of. Doesn't matter what anybody thinks about it.
By the way,
simply the result of the actions.
It only does because Chip was just saying that the other side doesn't want the elimination of the Jewish state. They don't want the elimination of Israel.
Well, it doesn't matter what anybody thinks.
Together and we can all. Okay,
my point is, Well, my point is, it doesn't matter what anybody else, has an opinion on it. Like, it just doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is, you have angered your allies, you have de-alienated yourselves in such a way that there is no coming back from it. And I believe the path forward is going to involve something radically different than the status quo of the modern state of Israel. I do not think in any circumstances whatsoever the modern state of Israel will remain as it is, that the modern government will remain as it is. I don't think the Israeli citizens themselves want that, even. You see them protesting every day, demanding the resignation of Netanyahu and his cabinet. And I don't see it being something that's going to be sustainable within the next year, 2 years, 3 years. It's not going to happen.
That's a good point to transition on. So the viability and the can the status quo be maintained in terms of like the occupation and the violence and stuff like that, or there's something you have to give? Let's give, I think it was going to be Moffat a chance. Thank you, Nola, so much. I really appreciate it. Please. By the way, I want to ask anybody, if anybody's willing to volunteer, we have a bunch of guests waiting in the queue. We have 5 different people that want to come up. So if you're someone who wants to say us a quick something and then come down, I can let you do that if you're up for that.
Yeah, I'm about to drop. I think Chip, you kind of summarized it in a fair way. I think I've been pretty fair in my approach. I think at this point, again, we have to address the root cause of the issue and be very self-aware and just fair in our approach to this, and not just fair but realistic, and put our emotions aside and to assess the reality and the gravity of this situation, because 9 months in right now, it is beyond anything political. Right now it's more of a humanitarian crisis. So thank you, Chip. I appreciate it always.
Okay.
And
Absolutely, Nola. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate your contributions. Moffat's going to be next. We're going to put Moffat on the big screen. Please, no interruptions. Couple 3 minutes. Anybody who's referenced, we'll let you speak back and forth. Okay, and then let me just tell you the order. We have Moffat, then Miter, then Brenda, and then Viv, and then Crusader King is the order. Okay, and I'll bring up some more people. Thanks for your patience. Go ahead, Moffat.
The last person that was speaking brought up the fact that the IDF in Israel has been negligent in preventing civilian casualties. I just wanted to bring attention to a report by a man called John Spencer, who's an urban warfare expert, who goes in depth about how Israel has prevented civilian casualties by dropping leaflets, calling civilians, letting them know where they're going to, and opening humanitarian aid corridors. And by the way, you can search up on the UNRWA website about which aid's been going through which border. There's been more aid being going through the Israeli border than through the Egyptian border. So I think Israel has done its fair share to prevent civilian casualties when it's been put in such a sticky situation. We also have to remember they're also fighting a front with H group in Lebanon. So, and also, if we're going to apply the same morals, we can also apply it to H group in Gaza. They don't really care about civilian casualties. They want to get their goals through any means necessary. If Israel wanted to complete their means through any means necessary, they could have done a lot worse, but they haven't.
Yeah, let's address that. I hear that point a lot. Like, if Israel really wanted to commit a G-side, it could have just used its overwhelming force to do that. Here's the challenge, is that when you use overwhelming military force, I mean, they've done a lot of it already, and look at the blowback that has happened politically in terms of international condemnation and outrage. If they were to have gone in with, let's say, a megaton this or a kiloton that, and dropped something that was tactical and just took out an entire, let's say, 30 square blocks of a region, that would put them in what's called political jail. There would be a military intervention to end the regime by probably 80 or 90 countries around the world. So there are what's called realistic political repercussions for certain types of drastic and well over the top actions that nation states just can't do and maintain their survivability in the international community. There may have been a war too, by the way, and it may have lasted for a particular time. It may have escalated, but they would not be allowed to continue that kind of behavior. That would be stopped. So I know Israel realizes that. They're not stupid, and they're pushing their limits as it is right now, and they're getting away with it again because the U.S. has the veto at the Security Council at the United Nations. Okay, let's give. I think the next person was going to be.
Can I just respond to that real quick?
Go ahead, sure, Moffat. Go ahead, and then the next person up. Go ahead, please.
Okay, my point wasn't that Israel could just go in guns blazing. My point is they've also done other things like dropping leaflets and making phone calls and letting aid come through their border, which they don't have to do most of the time. Like, can you name another country that drop leaflets and make phone calls and gets away the element of surprise?
Yeah, the United States has done it multiple times in the different campaigns that it's had, where it had refugee camps and there was a commingling of enemies. They've done it plenty of times. I was in the military. I saw leaflets being dropped. For the Iraqis, just to let you know, we dropped leaflets in Arabic in positions, letting them know when we were coming and what we were going to do, and they had a chance to surrender if they wanted to before the war started. So the United States, for a lot of cases.
Is that necessary, though? Does a country have to do that?
No one's compelled to do anything.
Exactly. Next person could go. That's just a point I want to make. Thank
Okay,
you.
Moffat. Yeah, thank you for being here. And if you want to cycle, I do want to make room for others. Is it okay if I cycle you down?
Yeah, I'll go. Thank you for
Okay.
letting me speak. God bless you.
Sure. Yeah, you have a very nice rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Okay, next person up is Miter, and then it'll be Brenda. Miter, I'm putting you on the big screen. Go for it.
Could you give me
Mitri, I'm sorry.
Mitri, could you take the next person? Let me after them. I'm writing some
Sure.
notes.
Sure thing, Mitri. We'll get you back. Okay, Brenda, it's going to be you. Go ahead, Brenda.
Hey Tib, how are you? Yeah, I just wanted to address a point that was made earlier. I think maybe as one of the few people on here that doesn't necessarily have ties to the Middle East, but I do have strong ties to Central and Latin America. I think it needs to be said that the point that was made was a comparison between El Salvadorian gangs who are in prison, because that's what mostly the gangs are mostly comprised of, with Palestinian civilians. So that makes my point that I've just been saying so loudly is the colonial nature of the mentality of Israelis, or people who support Israel, because you're comparing people who are in prison for violent crimes. Like, it doesn't matter if their circumstance, because that's just me saying like the end part of it. Like, I'm not even talking about the colonial how do you say it? The impact that was left in El Salvador completely in shambles by the CIA, by all of the intervention from outside that has led up to have El Salvador become what it has become, the murder capital of the Americas. And so, like, that's just a side, right? That's just an aside. But you are comparing murderers or like people who have committed violent crimes with the entire Palestinian population. And like, that is racist. Like, that is so racist, and we need to start calling those things out, because like, that's why this movement has resonated so strongly with us Latinos and other people of color, because we are sort of like reliving our generational trauma through this, because what's happening to the Palestinian people is exactly what happened to my ancestors. The reason that I am not indigenous from anywhere is for the same reason of what the last colonial stronghold is, which is Israel, because of it has left this legacy like this on the entire world. So like, I that was highly offensive to me, and I needed to make sure that I said that. So please, like, we need to start waking up to this, because I am love and light all around. Anybody who knows me knows that, and Chip knows a little bit that that's my style, but like, I'm so sick of this rhetoric, because you guys you see it from your perspective as if you guys are the only victims, but you're not the only victims, and you haven't been by far. We have all been victimized by this system, the same system that is using the Israeli people, that is pitting true Jews against Zionist Jews. Like, it's causing division within all of us. So like, this just needs to stop. Like, everybody just needs to wake up. I'm kind of tired of being one of the few people who are awake, and like, everybody just needs to wake up, because the planet is on fire, and it's on us to figure this shit out. And with that, I'm gonna drop because I have to leave. I'll be in the comments, Chip. Everybody tap, tap, tap and share, please.
Okay, thanks, Brenda. Yeah, let's take a second, just real quick. I know we have 250 people. Thank you for each and every one of you for being here. I really appreciate you. Love these conversations. Everyone's doing a great job of being respectful, so thank you, panel. Okay, so let's just do this. I'm going to tap on my face just for a little bit to get some likes up. Let's get us up to, let's say, 75K. It's only a few more. And then if you don't mind, if you can share the live, all you have to do to share it, it's very simple. You just hold the screen down for like a quarter second. A list of all your friends pop up. And then you just hit the invite button and invite people who you want to invite. So if you could please share the live, that'll bring more people here as well as help protect it against anything that might take it down. So I really appreciate everybody doing their part. I'm going to do it too while we're talking. Hold the screen down for half a second. And you'll see where it'll say Chip Barnes shared the live. And anybody who does that will be able to see that you did it. I'll be able to tell you thank you. I send it to both my pro-Israeli friends and my pro-Palestinian friends or other people who I know, just in case anybody wants to come in and take a look. But these conversations are really important, especially when we can have them in a civil and respectful way. That really says a lot about the people that are here. So thank you for behaving in a way that is in line with how we'd ideally all like to be all the time. Sometimes it's not what we say, but how we say it that matters the most. Okay, I just invited a bunch of people. Okay, got a couple more guests that are going to come in. Oh, by the way, I wanted to let the people know, if your guest request was accepted and you were coming up, but then got dumped, it wasn't me dumping you. So TikTok has an issue sometimes with loading. It usually is related to your internet connection. So what you can do to fix that is you can literally follow me up here so you don't lose me when you come back in. You're going to then exit TikTok and then reset your internet by going to airplane mode and then come back into the live and then re-request. And that fixes it 95% of the time. Sometimes you have to actually turn your phone off. That'll clear all of your internet buffering and then you can get back in. Anyway, that's the deal there. Let me bring up a couple more guests. Let me see who was next in line after Brenda. It was going.
If I actually have to get off, can I say something just to respond
Yeah,
to the
go
last
ahead, real
couple?
quick. And this will be Crusader after Zach. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to respond to a couple things that got said before these last two panels and from you, Chip. So first off, you said that the reason that Israel hasn't...
Zach, I'm sorry, guys. Zach, would you mind if I talk, because you can probably also respond, because I'm responding to some of the stuff you mentioned, so you can all put it together.
Okay, sure.
If you want, is it okay?
Sure.
All right, Chip. I'm gonna talk. Of course, I asked Zach. All right. Couple of things, and sorry because I had to write notes because you were talking way earlier. Couple of things. First of all, you mentioned the most moral army, most advanced army. Then why not target the responsible people that they want? Instead, they wait for them to go home, and then they target them with their families, with their neighbors, the whole building, the whole neighborhood. That's one thing. The other, also, I mean, you guys are right. Yes, they could wipe them. Yes, they could erase them, but that will make what we say and try to prove 100% correct and proven. They already lost the media war, and without doing that yet, they're just trying to cover their colonialism, and that's why they won't do it. They'll hide it and do the long war of unaliving slowly and starving. Also, another thing, according to your law, that's why I wanted you to hear before you go. According to your logic, exactly what you said they have to be force power with power. Okay, you said they have to use force to protect, but from all the news and history of unaliving that the Israelis have been doing. So according to Zach's logic and the regime they've been using, resistant fighters have the same right to defend us as much as possible. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mitra. You want to respond to any of that, Zach, or no?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, I just wanted to respond to that point that you made that was, and what he just said, basically, which is that, we're holding back from our capabilities of G-side because we don't want the political ramifications. We don't want to be dismantled as a state. And then I would just put it to you to give me an example of any single state in the entire world and world history that has been dismantled because of violence either against others or their own citizens. I could look right now at Turkey, which was founded on the Algerian genocide, on the Armenian genocide. You could look at Syria and what it's done to its population over the last 10 years. You could look at China, which is currently taking their Muslim population, putting them in actual concentration camps. The amount of violence, Germany, right? Germany started 2 world wars, killed tens of millions of people, and it's still very much exactly Germany. So this idea that the world would somehow dismantle a state if they were violent against a group of people they considered their enemies just actually has no basis in reality. And then lastly, all of this is for naught. We can argue until we're blue in the face. The only thing that matters is going forward, like Chip has said earlier. And that's only going to happen if the Palestinian people decide that they care more about their lives and the lives of their children than they do the pride of what they think has been this slight against them as a group. Because if there is continued violence from the Palestinian side, there will always be violent retribution back from the Israeli side. And at a certain point, somebody has to be the bigger man. And since I don't believe that Israel could put away their weapons and be safe, versus I absolutely believe that the Palestinians could put away their weapons tomorrow. If there was not a single Israeli killed in a T attack for the next 5 years, the Palestinians would have every land thing that they want, short of the dismantling of the Israeli state. But as long as they wanted to just have some land and live, cooperatively together as equal stakeholders in a Middle Eastern future, then it could happen. It's absolutely impossible for us to see it in any other way. So with that, I have to go. Chip, I always appreciate how nice of a live you run.
Zach, can you just stay for 1 second? I have something to say
Can
to
I answer?
you, please, if you don't mind. Zach?
Yeah, I'm here.
1 second. Okay, Zach, I totally appreciate where you're coming from in terms of that existential threat that Jews in Israel feel. I get it. I have lots of Israeli friends. I mean, one of my best friends is Israeli. But now I'm going to ask you something else. I'm going to ask you, Zach, please explain to me how a country that had absolutely nothing to do with the extermination of Jews in the world has suddenly become the bottleneck of your right to exist. I'm trying to understand this because this is what I am the most confused about. Palestine existed happily with every religion under the sun. Well, every monolithic religion under the sun, and lived happily. People lived happily. They had villages, they had homes, they had a life. So now explain to me how you, as an Israeli, believe that this country that never hurt you, that never touched you, that now has to pay the recompense for what the Western world did to you, for what Germany did to you. And Germany, by the way, are feeling very bad about what happened. And now they're putting laws into place that says you cannot disacknowledge the right of Israel to exist. So I'm asking you.
Let me answer your question, or let me ask you some questions.
No,
Can I
I
add to
haven't
her
finished
just
the
another
question
thing?
yet.
Well, hold on. You've asked the
No,
exact same
Zach,
question
I
multiple
haven't
times.
finished the question
Okay, but
yet.
I have to go,
So
and you asked me to stay so that I could have this dialogue with you. So you have to give me a couple seconds so that I can just respond to you.
Okay, yeah.
So
All right.
I want to know why you think that. First off, you say the country of Palestine. So when was the country of Palestine a thing?
Listen, this is the thing I have a real problem with.
Don't
that
say listen.
you
Just
guys
answer the
in
question.
the
I just asked you a
colonial
question.
world
Hold on. We're just trying to
believe.
have a dialogue.
Yeah,
Answer the
but
question.
I'm answering your question. But you somehow think that what makes a country is a government, a prime minister. I mean, look at Africa. Africa didn't have prime ministers or countries. It was only until the colonial countries decided to infiltrate those places to decide that this is what makes you a country. So I'm asking you, Zach, again, why does it have to be a government or a leader to make a country? That is totally irrelevant.
But because
That is
you
totally
keep
irrelevant.
because
This is
you
modern
hold on.
day.
I'm saying that because that's how you referred to it. You said
Yeah.
this country has been nothing but nice to you. So how are you doing this to this country? And I'm asking you
Yeah.
to define
So
that point.
Palestine, when World War II happened, welcomed the Jews, welcomed them into their
Okay,
land.
so first off, it
because
was a
that
British country.
was
It was
made-
a British country. when
No,
that
it
happened.
was a British mandate. Let's be
mandate of
very clear. It
Palestine.
was a British mandate,
Who was
not a
making the
country.
laws? Who was making the
Because
laws?
the
Who ran the ports when
colonialists
that happened?
seem to think that when
It
they
was
infiltrate a
occupied,
country
Jack,
and they
by the British.
sorry. Yeah. When the colonialist countries infiltrate a country and wipe out the indigenous people, somehow it's okay. It means it's our country.
So you're saying the
did
British,
it, the
the
US,
British
and you
wiped out the
sound like
indigenous?
you sound like you're American. So
I am
you are the
American.
worst colonialist of all time. You
Okay.
are an American, and you somehow think. And by the way,
Are you
not
literally
even
British telling me that I'm
not
the worst?
even an indigenous country. You are a country made up of 100 million nations. You're not even indigenous. You came to America and you wiped out the indigenous
Okay,
people.
why are we
And
talking about America?
somehow
Why are
you
we talking?
think.
Can we
Let
stay
me
on the
finish.
topic?
Sorry.
Can we stay on the topic? I'm not talking about America, and also it's crazy that you, a
Well,
person speaking in a British accent, is going to lecture me, an American, on
Can
colonialism.
you
When
ask
do I
Zach?
get to
okay.
speak?
Ask
Listen,
Zach a
sweetheart,
question.
I'm not British, by the way. I may have a British accent, and this is the stupidity of where you come from. You look at people at face value
You literally
and
just
not
made a whole bunch of
even
judgments about me based on my reaction. So again,
a
I just want to go
whole
back
bunch
to
of
your
judgments.
points. I
So
just want to go back to
let
your
me
points.
first of all, let me respond about the
You said
British
enough.
one.
When do I get to speak?
Yeah, just ask a question, please, and then we'll get Jack's response.
I'm not British, by the way.
It's
I'm
okay.
half Arab, half German.
Okay,
So
no
I'm not
problem.
even British.
What was the question you wanted to ask, Zach, though? And just can you do it in rather short language, please?
100%. 100%. I want to know when you refer to this colonial thing that the Jews did. From what country? What country colonized Israel?
This is what is so ironic. You weren't even a goddamn fucking country, and you colonized.
So then it's sort of not colonialism, is it?
Real quick, this is a language warning. We can't use language like the F-bomb, G-damn, those kind of things. That gets us in big trouble. So please don't do that again, and let's use TikTok-friendly language. And let's not say things about people that are negative personally. Let's ask questions. So if you think that Zach makes assumptions, ask him, hey, do you make assumptions about people such and such and such and such based on face value? Okay? I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just saying let's do it a little more civilly. Go ahead, please, Arnhem. Arnhem, are you there? Make sure your mic. All right. So Zach, do you want to? Zach, are you going to take off, or you going to stay, or what? Oh, shit.
Did I speak?
Yes, Crusader, go ahead.
I think there was an order,
Okay,
Chip.
I can't speak.
Crusader was next in the order.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so in regards to the Palestinians, people don't realize this, but you know, I'm going to talk about Lebanon right now. Lebanon was a majority Christian country, before the Palestinians and the PLO were forced upon the Lebanese people and destroyed the country and K-worded thousands and thousands of Christians, thousands and thousands of innocents, various towns. You can look this up for yourself. They committed genocide against the Christians. Lebanon was a majority Christian country and they committed genocide against them. So, and even to this day, they still love the fact that they did this. They still honor the commander of them, Yasser Arafat. They still honor him daily in marches all over Palestine. So this rhetoric that they are just this innocent, peaceful people is wrong. They destroyed an entire nation of Christians in the Middle East. Lebanon was a Christian country. I can't say that more. And so I just don't understand how, if you're a Westerner, if you're a Christian, how can you support these people who M-worded, M-U-R-D-E-R, M-worded an entire people based on Christianity, based on them being Christian? It just makes no sense. It's horrible. And, well, that is my point on that. So, and another point, Israel, I mean, the Bible is written in regards to Israel. Israel has been around for 4,000-5,000 years. They are the indigenous people of that land. People say that the Palestinians are indigenous. They are not. They are from Bedouin tribes who come from all over the Arab world. They are from Jordan, which is across the river, of course. They are from Egypt. They are not an indigenous people. The Jews themselves are an indigenous people to that land. And Palestine, the word Palestine, came when the Romans destroyed Judea, destroyed Israel, and brought them all to Europe as slaves. That's why they were in Europe for 2,000 years, because they were enslaved by the Romans. They brought them there, and they renamed their ancient homeland to Palestine to erase their history. And then on top of that, centuries later, right, the Islamic expansion came, the Arab conquest. And what did the Arabs do? What did these quote-unquote Palestinians, what did they do? They put on the most holiest site of Judaism, on the most holiest of sites, their temple, they put this mosque, and they call it the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and it's supposed to be the like third most holiest site in Islam. But what they did is they put it right on top of their temple. Okay, so that is a form of colonial oppression on their part.
Oh my
No,
Lord!
I'm not
Okay,
done speaking.
hold on.
Crusade King.
I'm not done speaking.
Hold on. Let me repeat the rules to the panel so people understand in the audience. So the way that we do it is we try to give every person at least a 2 to 3 minute segment. I've been taking notes, copious notes based on what Crusader is saying, because he's bringing up multiple points. We don't interrupt them, though, so if you could please be disciplined to stay on mute, I really appreciate that. And then when you get your turn, you'll get the same courtesy extended to you. So if you don't mind, Crusader, if you could finish up your last point, and then
I'll make one more point.
Okay,
and
thanks.
so to the fact that the rest of the Arab world refuses to house more Palestinians and refuses to really give them any sort of aid or anything is because it's specifically because of the Lebanese civil war and what they did to the Christians of Lebanon. That is why no one wants to help them. That is why the Egyptians won't help them. That is why the Syrians, that's why no one will help these people, because they know what kind of people they are. And so this Western dogma of them being innocent and indigenous and everything is totally oblivious to the facts on the ground. And that's my point.
Okay, Crusader. You made a lot of points there. Let me address just as briefly, and then we'll pass the mic on to, I think it was King David. Is he still here? Or no, he must have moved on. So then it's going to be, let me see who's next after that. It's going to be, I think, Rana too. Hasn't spoken yet. I'm guessing. I'm not sure. If I'm wrong, let me know. Okay, to last point first. Yeah, there was involvement of the Palestinians. If you don't know, Yasser Arafat, born in Egypt, had to flee to Lebanon because of supposed terrorism. They're coming after him like they often do. Sorry, that was one of my alerts from my trading. And so, yeah, they were involved in some of the violence that did help spark the civil war, but they did not massacre in large numbers Christians. You can look it up. Type in.
They did. The Damar massacre. They set up.
Let me repeat the rules for the panel last time.
Look it up.
Let me repeat the rules. So anybody else, by the way, I did a Google search while we were talking. I checked 4 different websites to try to get information about large numbers of Christians being, quote, massacred by Palestinians or Arabs. There's just no evidence to support that. Now, did a lot of Christians die in the civil war? Okay, that third time was the charm. The rules again are this: if somebody else is speaking, including the host, give them the courtesy to not interrupt them. If you disagree, make a note, and when your turn comes around, then you can talk to the issue, or if we're having an open dialogue, you can bring it up. But interrupting, if you want to come back up and work within those rules, I'd love to have you. If you don't, that's okay. There's other lives where you can be a little more that way. Okay, you mentioned about the temple and building it there. A lot of that land is disputed as to who has the rightful ownership to the religious stuff. It'd be nice if we could all just share it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So that's not the fault of any one group. I think that's equally distributed. They're talking about destroying that mosque and rebuilding a temple, burning of the red heifers or whatever the hell that shit is. I can't follow any of this stuff. You say, how can you support any group and why don't others take them? This is a constant argument we hear. Why don't the, quote, Arab countries take Palestinians in? Here's the question. Why should the surrounding nations, first of all, immigration is tough, as we know. It's expensive, it's disruptive, and it's just a pain in the ass, and it can disrupt things politically. But more importantly, why should the other nations act as like a steam valve for Israel to ethnically cleanse places like Gaza and the West Bank? It's not that the other countries, quote, don't want them or won't take them. I'm sure if there was a total disaster where people had to go somewhere because there just was no, let's say there was fallout from a 20 kiloton whatever, they would take them then because they can't stay living there. But as long as they're fighting for their land as they see it, they don't want to give the Israelis a cheap, easy out. So they don't want to take people and just take them out of there and make it easy. They're going to force Israel, like they're doing right now, to use violence to forcibly move people, to either try to expel them, marginalize them, further compact them into the corner, and then take whatever land they choose along the way, which is seemingly what they seem to be doing. We'll see what happens after the conflict, but my guess is they're going to have, at the least, administrative control over all of North Gaza and a large military presence in southern Gaza, at least on the border of the midline, and or they're going to annex part of that territory and settle some of it, because as a lot of Israeli leaders have said, the only language the Arabs understand is losing land, which I think is a little bit, pretty disgusting thing to say. Okay, I think it was Rana too who's going to be next. I'll bring up some other guests. Please don't interrupt while Rana's speaking, and we'll bring you up. We'll bring you up as fast as we can. Thanks for being patient, everybody. Go ahead, Rana.
Okay, I wanted to address a few points. Obviously, Zach isn't here, so I'll leave out the things he said. But the last person who was here, ironically, with the name Crusader or something, when the Crusaders are known for burning a synagogue with 300 Jewish people in it when they conquered Jerusalem, they also unalived every woman and child who was Muslim on the Temple Mount. And they're known, it's a very heard of thing that they had blood up until their knees. So I don't know why someone with that name is speaking about anything. Also, when he brought up the temple, I want to make it very clear that when Umar bin Khattab, when the Arab conquest of Jerusalem happened, the Temple Mount was being used as a garbage pit by the Romans. There was no temple there. Also, when it comes to the name Palestine, he said that the Romans named it. This is a very known Zionist myth that the Romans named it to punish the Jewish people. Actually, more than a century before the Bar Kokhba and before... Hold on, sorry.
I'm just going to take the order really quickly while she's coming back. Free Palestine, you're going to be next, and then Viv, and then it's going to be that guy, and I'll figure it out from there, okay?
Yeah, so more than a century before the Bar Kokhba and before the Romans had any political use for the term, the Roman poet Ovid wrote that a mythological character sat by the edge of the waters of Palestine. He also tried to say that Palestinians aren't indigenous and came from other areas. Actually, in Eretz Israel in the past and present, Ben Gurion said himself, the Fellahin are not the descendants of the Arab conquerors who captured Eretz Israel and Syria in the 7th century CE. The Arab victors did not destroy the agricultural population they found in the country. They expelled only the alien Byzantine rulers. It did not touch the local populations, nor did the Arabs go in for settlement. Even in their former habitations, the Arabians did not engage in farming. They did not seek new lands in which to settle their peasantry, which hardly existed. Their whole interest in new countries was political, religious, and material, to rule, to propagate Islam, and to collect taxes. So Palestinians are in fact the indigenous populations that were influenced by conquest but never replaced. So this whole myth is like laughable at this point. I just wanted to address that. Thank you.
Okay, so Rana, your argument is that in the indigeneity is my understanding of, hopefully correct me if I'm wrong, that there were both Jewish and, for lack of a better term, Arab Canaanite descendants, that many people converted from Judaism to Islam during the 600 BC or 600 AD to present, whatever the time is. I apologize if I'm butchering that. But that they were still ethnically part of that region, as were Jewish people. So I think the argument that everybody wants one out or the other out is not a valid argument. People don't want the Jews gone. They don't want to be under the thumb of Zionist Jewish thugs, or whatever you want to call it, oppression, difficulty, challenges, lack of freedom, lack of equal rights, whatever you want to phrase it as. That's what they want. They want that dynamic to shift. They want some freedom. They want some dignity. They want some autonomy. They want to live on their own 2 feet, not survive on their knees at the hands of Israelis. If you offer somebody a deal that keeps you on your knees your whole life, that doesn't seem like a good deal. Yeah, you might have a little less violence because it may maintain a less violent environment, but is that really living with dignity? Not really. You know, what if you would have said to the workers in the camps, if there wasn't extermination happening, hey, you know what? You're getting 2 meals a day and you got a place to sleep. What's your complaint? Right? That's not fair to anybody if they're in that kind of horrible situation. Obviously, what the average Palestinian's going through is not to the extent that I just mentioned. It's to compare what goes through the human mind when one is in a circumstance where they're under some sort of adverse circumstance under someone else's control. The human mind goes to the same place no matter what those circumstances might be. Okay, I'm going to let that Free Palestine's going to go, then Viv, and then that guy. Sorry for talking so much.
Yes, thank you, Chip. I wanted to mention something, and I'm very sorry before I say it. There's always this problem with us in the Middle East that I don't know why people in North America or Europe suddenly think that they are expert in the problems of the Middle East. Let's talk about the guy the crusader, that he said Lebanon was all Christians and those Palestinians came to kill them. And sorry, I know that I shouldn't say this word, to do these things with them. And whatever. There is something called land that belongs to people. Those people might change their language, their religion, but they will always be the indigenous people of these lands. It doesn't matter. We are Christians, Muslims, Jews, atheists. We are the indigenous people. You cannot come to tell me like Zach, who left. He said the Israelis are the indigenous people of that area. How? When you are talking about a Polish person or a Russian who just happens to be Jewish, he is an indigenous people. While my family existed in the land for thousands and thousands of years, they used to worship fire. Then Moshe came from the desert, from Egypt. If you want to call it indigenous people, then you're Egyptian as Jewish. He came from the desert. We became Jewish. Then Jesus came from Nazareth. We became Christian. Then the Islam came from Mecca. We became Muslims. But we are the indigenous people, regardless of our religion, regardless of our language. We used to speak Canaanites. We are Canaani. So it means that we spoke a different language. There is Aramaic, Syriani in Palestine. It doesn't matter what language or religion we are. The whole problem is we are the indigenous people of this land. And regardless of who's attacking us, he's not from here. Those people who came because of the problem of Europe. When we talk about the Zionism, like Matt before in the argument, the word Zionist came in the 1700s by a Jewish writer. It's a new term. It was used by Theodor Herzl in the 1800s. So we cannot come to say this is Judaism. No, this is Zionism. They wanted to send the Jewish from all over the world to come to occupy a piece of land that it doesn't belong to them, not because they are Jewish, because they're Zionist. Okay? We don't have a problem with Jewish people. Yes, we lived in harmony before the Israeli occupation. Yes, there was Jewish. There is still Jewish people. You can find Israeli soldiers that they are with their heart with the Palestinian cause after they saw the truth. Okay, there's Ilan Mpape, for example, a great Israeli doctor that you can hear some of his podcast, he's talking. He was an advisor for Yasser Arafat, the guy who was talking about Yasser Arafat as a terrorist. This Israeli was one of the advisors of Yasser Arafat, that he always talked about how the Israelis themselves were gathered because of the trauma they lived in Europe. This is the problem of Europe, not the problem of the Middle East. It's because of the Europeans, it's because of the Americans, the Russian, but not the problem of the Middle East. We didn't kill the Jews. You killed the Jews as Europeans. The French police used to go to streets to gather the Jewish to give them to Hitler. I'm so sorry I'm using so many words that I shouldn't be using, but anyway.
Just say mustache man.
Mustache man. The mustache man. They used to bring and gather the Jews from all of Europe to give them to the mustache man to do his business. That's not the problem of the Middle East. It's the problem of Europe. Europe chose, okay, there is a piece of land that we just divided, and with the argument Palestine didn't exist. Crusader, please call it La La Land. In the end of the day, there is indigenous people who belong to these countries. The Native Americans, which in our hearts as Palestinian, we know that they are the indigenous people. The white man in America, it does not belong there. This is not your land. Go back to Europe. If you want the end, go back to Europe. The indigenous people are indigenous. The people of New Zealand, Australia, their faces are different. Their eyes shape is different. You're not from here. Go back to Poland. It's not our problem. It's the European problems. They created it. They should take care of it. They should not support it. You should not support blood.
What about the idea? This is a fair question. I've heard this question brought up. What about people who were expelled when the Romans came or others in the region, and their lineage was moved to places like Poland or Lithuania or Ukraine?
Yes.
And then they later come back. Is that legitimate, illegitimate? How do you feel about that argument?
Okay, so this is a great argument. For example, when we talk about those kind of Jews that they left Palestine up, after the Roman came, or the Crusaders, because they killed the Jews anyway. Those
unalived.
Oh my God, I'm really not familiar with these things.
Just say the word unalived. Say it real quick. Say unalived.
Unalive.
There you go.
So,
Just keep saying it. There you go.
those people, for example, when they were expelled from the land of Palestine, where did they go? They go all over the world. They are more than welcome to come to live as an indigenous people, but as equal with me as a Muslim or with me as a Christian, with the people who own the land. You are more than welcome. We have no problem with anybody. We have a problem with those who are here to steal our lands, kill, do stuff with us, and we have no problem. You were expelled to Egypt, come back. Come back. This is your land. We have no problem with that. As a religion, we have no problem with that, but we are equal. We all salute one flag. We all love each other. We all have equal opportunities when it comes to work, when it comes to life, with no borders. There is nothing called that I cannot visit. I am from the West Bank. I'm from Ramallah. I live exactly 20 minutes away from Jerusalem. I visited Jerusalem in the last 20 years, one time in 2014, because they gave me a piece of paper that says that I can go to Jerusalem. That's not equal. If you want to come to live, you're more than welcome. Stay, even with all of what's happening. You will not find people who just want them to be out. We want the idea of the Zionism to be out of your brain. We don't want you to keep doing what you do with us. We are equal, you're more than welcome. Come to live with us under one flag. This land can take all of us, Christians, Muslims, and Jews. It's been that way, and it will always be that way. But you don't want us to be there. You don't want the Christians to be there. You don't want the Muslims to be there. In your constitution, in the Israel constitution, by the way, it says very clear, this is the land of the Jews. And by the way, I think Zach, he was saying something about when Palestine was a land and what's the borders of Palestine. In the constitution of Israel, it says Israel has no borders. It's one of the rare countries in the world that has no borders, no clear borders. It's open borders. Why? Why? If you are a country, where's your borders? In the constitution, it says there is no border. It's an open border.
Okay,
Free
let's do this.
Palestine.
Let's let
You
Viv come.
are
Viv is
so
hold
on.
on, real quick. Viv was next. Let me give you the batting order so people know what's going on. I apologize if you're having to wait. I know it sucks. Viv is next. Then we're going to that guy, and then we'll go back to RM, and then we'll go to our new guest, Shanglish. Okay, go ahead, Viv. Thank you, Free Palestine.
Hi, Trip. Hi, everyone. What surprises me is how Zach was saying that comparing the Israelis to immigrants that's just coming into a country. We cannot compare the two. And the reason why I say we cannot compare the two is because literally they have taken over the whole country. They have renamed it, and they've taken land and given the indigenous people a strip of land. So there's a big difference between immigration and people coming and occupying a land, a big difference. The second thing that Zach said was that the Palestinians should just be peaceful and they should just, they are the whole cause, and that's why the whole thing is going on. What Zach does not understand, the Iron Dome was only made in 2011. And Palestine has been occupied for 75 years. If the Palestinians were that, as he said, quote unquote, was so violent trying to eradicate them, during 75 years, there were not so many huge attacks as what they are saying. And the other thing that I want to actually clarify is that an indigenous people has nothing to do with immigration. When you go to someone's country and you're an immigrant, you abide by the laws, you literally do what you need to get your citizenship, your residency, but you abide by the laws. You don't come over, literally tell someone, this is my house, this is my land, get off, have your little strip over there, blockade you when we want, put military force, arrest your kids, arrest your husband when we feel like it, and literally put you into so much fear so that you don't stand up for yourself. This is what Palestinians have been going through for ages. And I'm surprised how we can say the Palestinians are not peaceful. There's no H group in the West Bank. So then please explain to me why in the West Bank they are having so many problems being arrested, why they're having the IDF on their on their doorstep. So if it's all about the age group, what about the West Bank? Why don't we look about how bad the West Bank? Do you know when was the deadliest time for the people in West Bank? 422 people were unalived. 422 people in 2023 alone. Age group is not in the West Bank. They have the PLO, and the PLO literally spies. They torture the Palestinians for the Israelis. So then they say it's not about a land grab. So please explain to me why recently have they taken up more land? Last week, they literally said that they're going to be building 3 or 4 more settlements in the West Bank. So it's all about the hostages. It's all about our safety. So then the West Bank, there's no age group. The West Bank is not doing anything. They're literally doing everything that Israel says, but yet they're still getting unalived. And up until now, they're still getting more settlements. I was looking at a video that a friend sent me. A poor family was sitting and looking as a bulldozer was literally just putting their house to the ground, and there's nothing that they could do, because if they did something, the IDF soldiers were there looking just to either unalive them or arrest them. So please explain to me, how does safety got to do with taking someone's house, literally taking their basic human rights and putting them in fear? The whole thing of Israel is literally putting Palestinians having no rights. No, they can't do anything, and if you say anything, you just get locked up. And not only that, why does not anybody see how does the poor Palestinians that actually come out of the actual jails? They come out with broken bones. Some of them come out like schizophrenic. I mean, it's horrible the way that they actually come out. And all of this is because the Palestinians don't want freedom. What Israel reminds me of is the apartheid regime. in South Africa, when they literally were putting the black people into fear. If you did anything, you were locked up. And then when anything happened, it was literally said, you know what the problem is? If we give them their basic human rights, they will actually unalive all of us. So it's got nothing to do with that. They want the people to be in fear so they can do what they want, so they can keep oppressing them and making their lives a living nightmare. It was Palestine. It has always been Palestine. Thank you, Chip, for having me up.
Yeah, thank you. This is just administrative. There have been people that have been trying to connect, and I want you to be able to connect. Let me make myself big real quick. So what happens is, sometimes when you're trying to get onto here, the on my end, it'll show you circling in the box, but it doesn't quite finish connecting. And then people think that I'm taking them down. It's not, I can't control any of that. So if you have someone says this is restricted for live audiences, I'm not sure exactly what that means. Anyway, I get all sorts of restrictions and problems for just trying to be a truthful human. Anyway, so if you want to come in, you have to actually leave TikTok. You want to follow me first, because otherwise you won't find me when you come back in. Leave TikTok, undo your internet by going to airplane mode, come back on the internet, and then come back into TikTok, and that will fix it most times. If that doesn't fix it, you have to literally turn your phone off, restart your phone, and then come back. Okay, so that's what makes it work. If you want to be a guest, I'd love to have you. About 5 of you have tried to come in the last 10 minutes, and it just hasn't, it's gone through that same process. I call it timing out, okay? Let's get the likes up a little bit. We're close to 90K. I'm tapping my face. Please tap the likes, please, 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 everybody. I know it's a pain to tap, but it protects the live. It'll get us some more people. I've talked about the Palestinians in Israeli prisons, but I'll go over it again if you want me to. Okay, let me see what the next, let me tell you the batting order so people don't get frustrated. So the batting order right now is that guy, and then it's going to be RM Girl, then Shangalish, and then Dead Panas, and then we'll go around. Is that Dead Panas? 1, 2, 3, yeah. And then we'll have.
You can have me at the end.
Go ahead, that guy.
Thank you. I appreciate you having me up, host. I did have a question, if you don't mind. Is there any pro-Israel on this live currently? Because I feel like a lot of people added. Chip, do you mind if I let him skip me and I can go after him just to add some back and forth?
Great
Thank
idea.
you.
Okay, let's do
I'll
that.
pause.
That's fair. It'll add some richness, some texture to the conversation. Okay, Dead Panas, welcome. Please don't interrupt, guys. Please stay on mute, and we'll let him say what he wants to say, and then we'll make notes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, whatever history was discussed here is not right history. They say that this is a Palestinian state. It never was Palestinian state. Let's look in the history. For 400 years, it was Ottoman Empire. When Ottoman Empire fall apart, that's when nations starts to get their own states. Every ethnic group tried to get their own states. British, the mandate was given to British. And if you look in the mandate basically said that it says it's creation of a Jewish state. That's what it was called originally. So even at that time, there was no mass immigration yet. There is no expansion. There is no war yet.
Yeah, we agree. We agree with you. We know it wasn't a state, so you don't have to keep making that point. We're aware of that.
Yes, but the woman before that says, okay, Palestinians were on the country and Jews came and pushed them out. This is not the right history.
Okay, you're right. She misspoke. Okay, you're right. So please, what's your next point?
Okay, so once empire fall apart, every nation group, every ethnic group try to create their own state. That's why partition was offered. The Jews accept partition. The Arab didn't accept partition. So that even that the Lord of England said there is contradiction on unresolvable differences. Why? Because Jews want their own state, but Arabs do not want to see Jewish state in any land, in any of this land, even size of stamp. There is no way they're gonna have their own state. So original intention of Arabs was not to have Palestinian state. The original goal was not to allow Jews to have their own state, and they were pretty open about that. So now, partition was offered. that Jews accepted, Arab rejected. Civil war broke out. During the civil war, population moves. It's normal for people to escape where shooting is happening. So that's why that 700,000 Arabs, they say it's ethnic cleansing. It was not ethnic cleansing, it was war. It was war and people tried to escape the war. That's what happened in the war. Now, they say, now after war was civil war, didn't turn out good for Arabs, so for Arabs. The neighbor Arabs country joined the war and they lost. That's how 1948 border, it was actually not the border, it was basically a line, they call it Army Start Line. I don't remember exactly English name, but that's what they call it. Now, Arab could have the chance to accept it and have their own state, but they say no. The three no was, we are not going to accept Jewish state in this land. So they still insist no Jewish state in this land. They didn't even bother about their own state. They could create their own state in 67 border. They have West Bank, they have Gaza at the time. Israel didn't have all this land. They all belongs to Arabs. But what was their goal? Do they wanted to create the state? No, the intention was the same as before. No Jewish state. This was the main goal. And it didn't change up to today. Even today, the same goal exists.
Okay,
Now
just
they
real quick,
say
real quick. Hold on, hold on.
refugee.
Hold on, real quick. Sorry, you're going on 5 minutes right now, so I have to share the mic since we have so many people in the queue. I'm happy to have you back. I made notes on what you said. I'll review them and we'll talk about the points. We'll let the next person address them. Okay. I'm going to let I'm going to speak a little bit while I bring up the next person. Please don't interrupt me until I bring you up. Next person is going to be RM Girl. So just come on up to the big screen. Let me say one thing. You talked about the war.
Okay.
You talked about the war. Let me make the points he made. He said they don't want a Jewish state. They wouldn't want their own state. That they wanted, the war was a war. It wasn't ethnic cleansing. That the neighboring Arab states joined in, they lost, and therefore Israel was entitled to more land. You said the history being described here is incorrect, and that the Jewish people accepted the partition plan while the Arabs refused and rejected it. Okay? What do you think about that?
Yeah, very well said. Chip, by the way, Chip, when people insult you, I take real offense. You are the most decent American I have ever known, by the way.
That's very kind. Thank you.
No, seriously, because my brother married an American.
Oh, hey, RM, I'm so sorry. I skipped over that guy. Can I have you hold until I bring him up? He's been waiting forever.
Sure.
Okay, I'm so sorry. That was my fault, my mistake. Okay, go ahead, that guy. I'm so sorry. I wasn't trying to.
Oh no, you're totally good. Honestly, it's, these points have been gone over. Okay. Okay. So in regards to all these, in regards to the British Mandate, in regards to Britain, Ottoman Empire, the Mandate, the immigration, so on and so forth. The thing is that I think they don't make any differentiation between Jewish people, the ethnic religion, and the actual state of Israel itself. Now, we need to understand is that even if you are going to make that overgeneralization, make sure that most of the Jewish people in the world live there or are citizens of there, which they are not. So obviously he's not talking about Jewish people, just in the context of he's just generalizing something that you can't be generalizing. It's not even really a generalization. Anyways, just touch on a couple more points. This is going to be very short. In regards to immigration, in regards to Jewish oppression in Europe, the Palestinians, like a few other countries, did accept a lot of immigrants due to the oppression in Europe. Also, it's just, the thing is, in regards to whenever I hear people defend Israel, there's like a slightness of anti-Semitism. It's number one, the whole overgeneralization of Jewish people, which is a wrong generalization. Like, you can't make that generalization. Also, that there is no such thing as a Arab-speaking Jewish person, like as if there is no Brazilian Jew, there's no American Jew, there's no so on. And it's kind of excluding the Jewish people in regards to the nation or whatever country, state they live in as a representation of their identity. And I find that just very disingenuous and very anti-Semitic and kind of like Jewish hate or exclusion. Let me see, what else did I write down? Oh, in regards to a partition plan, the thing is that when Israel actually signed up in regards to the United Nations, that gave them actual recognition as a state. The thing is that it came with a certain amount of rules that need to be followed. Since the establishment, it has not followed any of them, which kind of breaks the rules of the organization that gave them any sort of entitlement at the end of the day. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. It's just a very repetitive points, nothing new.
Just out of curiosity, you say the rules were broken and therefore it invalidates what they agreed to. What were
Not necessarily.
What were some of the rules that they broke? What are some examples?
Well, to be honest with you, I think the partition was presented. I don't think it's valid in the first place. I think that the partition was presented for both people. Hence, if one person is not involved in accepting it, it should have been null and void under just like, was it only given to the Jewish people? I mean, was it only get presented to the Israelis? No, it was presented to the Palestinians and Israelis. The Palestinians declined. So they should have gone back, even though me personally, I don't. I believe in coexistence, equality, self-determination. I don't think Palestinians are a monarchy, a lot like Israel. So that's really it. And also international law, just in general, throughout, like even right now, they're doing it. In regards to obviously the occupation, the restriction of aid, food, water, the constant bombardment of the Palestinians, the inability to allow a government institution to have their own self-determination and autonomy. And yeah, and that's it. There's a lot more. Like I know, Chip, you know, I could go more into it. I'm don't have my paperwork right now, but
No
just
worries.
to kind of.
That guy, can I please share something on this panel?
Yeah, go ahead.
2 days ago, a mother and her twins were massacred in Al Mawasi. So I just want you to know that I spoke to that woman. We spoke. She told me of her fears. And yeah, she died. Her and her 2 twins, her 2 babies who were newly born. Yeah, by the way, they were only a few days old, died. So I just want you to know that this is what is happening in the real world. That these are people, normal human being people that are dying. And this woman died with her twins in a tent.
Wow. Yeah, the attacks on civilian areas is very, very troubling. And it seems as if, and again, maybe there were militants, I can't say for sure, but it sure does seem that when Israel tells people to move from one area to the next, and then they drop some massive munitions on civilian areas with nothing more than tents and people, it just seems crazy.
Can I comment on this?
They can just say anything, right? They can just say, oh, we were after Hamas.
Yeah.
And bomb anything.
Chip,
Yeah.
did you hear of the child that was Down syndrome and they let a dog maul him to
And the
death?
dogs.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
So I don't see how a child with Down syndrome can be a T. If anyone can explain that to me, I'd love to know.
No, there's no explanation, my love. These people are out there to destroy everything that summons the Palestinian people, everything. And let's be really realistic. I'm sorry to interfere with your previous caller, but let's be really realistic. This world was created by colonialist, imperialist people. this is why Israel has been allowed to do what they do. It's not about, I mean, at the end of the day, it's Europe that did what they did to the Jews. Europe, right? I mean, this is so ironic. Europe did that. And now you are taking Arab land and you are deciding that this is your own. So this is, again, for Zach, that seems to think that poor Israeli people are suffering, but they're not. They're not suffering. This is a country that thought they had some goddamn right by the rest of the world, and we have allowed them to do this. This is the most disgusting thing of all humanity. I'm a German, right? I go to Germany and they tell me that if you want to become a German, you have to acknowledge Israelis and their right to existence. And when I asked my aunt, what does that mean? She said to me, we are guilty. We are guilty for what we did to the Jews. So why the F-U-C-K do the Palestinians have to suffer for what the Germans did? My question is to that goddamn Zach who had, we've got to look after the Israelis. My question is, okay, so why are you punishing the only country in the world that never did anything to you? Why are the Germans not giving you a part of their land because they believe, oh, poor you suffered so much? And look, I have watched the most 100,000 programs about what poor Jews went through. I'm not questioning what they suffered, but let's be really clear. There is a clear distinction between Zionism and Judaism. And Zionism is the very reason we are where we are today. So, okay. I am so enraged because I'm half Arab. I'm more Arab than I'm German. I can tell you that. But I am enraged. Who the fuck do you think you are to sit there in Germany and tell me that you have to be loyal before you become a German to Israel?
Can I?
And if no, but I'm going to say, if you think so highly of the rights of Israelis, then give your fucking land to them.
Hold on, Aram, you're going to get the live taken down. Come on. I'm trying to be nice to you. I got to disconnect you now. It's like the fourth time you've done it. You can't use really emphatic F-bombs on TikTok lives or you're going to hurt the host, okay? You're going to get yourself banned and then you're going to get the live taken down. That's not fair to the audience, okay? Whew. Okay, so the next person that's going to go, I know everybody gets very angry. That's okay to be passionate. I respect that. Just anyway. Okay. The next person that was in line was Shangalish, and then Deadpanis, and then it's going to be L-A-L-L, I think it's pronounced. Okay, go ahead, Shingalish. Oh, sorry, I just unmuted you. There you go. Welcome. Shangalish, are you there? If you're there, I can't hear you, just to let you know. Can anybody hear Shangalish? Because I can't hear Shangalish. Okay, Shangalish, while you get your audio worked out, I'm going to go to the next person, Deadpanis.
Okay, I just want to comment on the previous speech. Zionism. What is a Zionist? Zionism. Zionism is a movement of Jews to have their own state. This is the same. Every ethnic group wants to have their own state. Empire fall apart. Austro-Vengria fall apart, Hungary and Austria becomes a state. Czechoslovakia fall apart, Czech and Slavs becomes a state. So nothing special about Jews to having their own state. Now, about Gaza situation, whatever happened in Gaza, you blame Israel for all that suffering which Gaza people have. You don't mention anything about Hamas. So from your point of view, Hamas is immune. As long as Hamas hide between local people, nobody can do anything to them because otherwise local people is gonna get killed. So this is a recipe for disaster. Now any age group can do any damage they want, then hide between local people and say, okay, we're safe. Nobody can reach us. That's what you're implying. That's a future of the whole world. That's what you think should happen. So any age group now can do that and they have immunity. Nobody can touch them. This is ridiculous. Nobody wants to live in this kind of world if this is the rule of the game. Now, you saying, yes, there is a genocide going in Gaza. Let's check the meaning of genocide. You say,
We got to say the word G-side for TikTok-friendly language. So if you want to read the definition, I can look it up for you too.
Can you hear me now, Chip?
Hold on just a second. Yeah, we got to let this person finish. We'll come back to you next.
According to you, people say 80% of the Gaza destroyed. So if Israel really committed G and they carpet bombing everyone, regardless, they disregard any human life, just wipe them all out, you would expect 80% of population get killed because 80% of the Gaza destroyed. That's what you're saying yourself.
All right, last warning. You have to use TikTok-friendly language. You can't say B-O-M-B-E-D. You have to say like boom boomed. You can't say K-I-L. You have to say unalived. This is just the way the game is played. I didn't make these rules up. This is just stupid stuff to keep flag. Again, people, your language, just so you know, I'm not trying to lecture you. The language that people use on people's lives can either keep it going or get it taken down. Okay, so please don't get the live taken down. Try to just, if you're not sure, just don't say the word at all, okay?
Yes, I got it. So if Israel really wanted to do that, and population of Gaza 2.2 million, you would see 80% unalive, you would see more than million unalive. But this is not the case. So far, even according to age group numbers, there is 38, around 38. And out of that 38, they count everyone as a peaceful people. Out of them, even a conservative number, about 15,000 are members of the age group, soldiers. So ratio is 1-to-1, actually. This is actually the best ratio in combat in urban area around the world. History doesn't know any better than that. When United States fought in Fallujah, the ratio was 4-to-1 to wipe out, to unalive 2,000 ISIS, 10,000 locals were unalive.
I get it. Okay.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1.
I think you made your point. Let me summarize to make sure we got it down. You said that that every group ethnically wants to have its own place, the breakup of the different Yugoslavian states as an example. You said Israel could have easily unalived more people because it has the capability. It could have easily unalived half and 1 million or whatever. We just talked about that as far as political repercussions. That's just not true. You mentioned that of the 38K estimate by the H Group's health ministry, that they're saying that are all civilians or innocents. I think you used the word. You're saying that the Israeli claim of 15,000 militants means there's approximately a 1-to-1 ratio. That's actually like a 1.3-to-1, 1.2-to-1, but that's splitting hairs. The question is, though, would the ratio have been much lower had Israel done some things that weren't necessarily the way they did them? And there are going to be two bodies, the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, that are looking at it, along with other human rights groups, and they'll make the determination as to whether or not what Israel did was legitimate, illegitimate,
disregard for human life or outright targeting of civilians. We won't know until they do their investigation. Either way, though, and this is what I like to say, this is the big change. The optics of what Israel's choosing to do, and you may say, well, who cares? We're going to do what we have to do to get rid of the H group. Fair enough. But the optics to the outside world make it appear as if you're not caring enough about civilian lives. The United States has said it. The president, before he became, all this mental stuff started getting focused on, President Biden said, you need to stop the indiscriminate boom boom of civilians. You just have to. This was the president of the United States, of the closest ally to the nation state of Israel, saying, hey, quit it. You're not helping yourself out by doing it this way, which is what I agree upon. So next person in line is, who did I skip next? I hope I don't screw this up. Next person in line was going to be Lai, I think it was. Is that right?
That's me. That's me.
Sorry, Shangalish, then Lai. Go ahead, Shangalish.
You skipped somebody
Yeah.
before. So
So I'm just I'm going to try to remember some of the points somebody made here. I'm Middle Eastern Christian. So for the person, I think it was Crusader or something like that, his name was, to say that it was the Muslims that caused the Christians to leave Palestine, that's not correct. First of all, the West Bank, sorry? So anyway,
me too. I'm a Palestinian Christian too.
yeah, so in the West Bank, ever since the more the restrictions were imposed on the West Bank, the more you see a decrease in Christian populations in the West Bank, especially in Bethlehem. Bethlehem right now, after they built the wall, the population of Christians has decreased drastically. Also, you'll notice that when the pilgrims, there's pilgrimage programs that the West do. When they do the pilgrimage programs, they send the Westerners go there to see the sites, the Christian sites. The Israelis don't allow the Christian Westerners to go onto the other side of the wall, so that they don't see what's going on in the West Bank. So the oppression that the Palestinians in general, whether it's Christians or Muslims, that they go through is unbearable. So to say that it's because of Muslims that the Christian population is being reduced is not correct. Also, since the establishment of Israel, before the establishment of Israel, 1/3 of the population of Christians, of Palestinians was Christian. Now we see that it's what, 2%, 3%, less than that, I think. So that's all I had to say about that. I just had to come up and make that point.
Okay, Shangalish, I think Lai was next, Lal, L-A-L, so I'll give you the big screen, Lal, go ahead. And I got to drop some people, by the way, so if you want to volunteer to drop, we have 8 people waiting to come in.
thank you, Chip. I appreciate it. First of all, I want to let you guys know about my background. My father's side of the family is Palestinian Muslim. I'm Palestinian Christian. My mom's side of the family is Ashkenazi Jewish. I am a descendant of Holocaust survivors. The reason I'm bringing this up is to point out the diversity of Palestinian people and the acceptance and the culture of acceptance of Palestinian people, the culture of tolerance, especially to Crusader, who I believe unfairly bashed and dehumanized Palestinians overall. So I want to address some points here. So in terms of Palestinians, if he thinks that Palestinian people are so bad, the people that they call Arab Israelis today that live inside of Israel proper, those people are Palestinians, and they live inside of Israel as citizens, and there are over 2 million of them that live there today, and most of them consider themselves to be more Israeli than Palestinian. Why? Even though they were occupied, just like in the West Bank, right? Between 1948 and 1966, they were granted full citizenship after that occupation. And now they live as free citizens and they basically have assimilated into society. I'm pointing that out because if you grant Palestinians freedom, the freedom that they've been asking for, you will have peace with them. So, and that also brings it to the point of why do Egypt and Jordan have peace? They have a peace deal with Israel. And then it's, why don't you acknowledge the root cause of the problem? It's the occupation. No matter what you say or believe, the ancestral homeland of the Palestinian people is from the river to the sea. So from the river to the sea, Palestinians need to have their equal rights as Israelis. The second point that I want to bring up here is the only reason why Zios keep bringing up ancient history and the Bible is to justify the ethnic cleansing of all of Palestine and the eventual destruction of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Extremism and radicalization is from the people around the world belonging to a religion that you can convert into and out of, thinking that they are the descendants of the Bible story characters, right? I think that that's extremism and radicalization, right? That's radical to think that you are literally the descendant of Bible story characters and you're imposing your own belief on an entire civilization of people. That is wrong. That is radical. That is extremist. And that is teist as well. That's basically all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think Muslim was the next person to go. Is that right? I think that's the right person who was next. So go ahead.
Is there anybody that has a comment or response for me, or?
Let's see what he has to say. Yeah. Muslim, are you there?
Sorry.
If you're ready to go, I can bring you up, or I can bring up the next one.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready, man. Sorry about that. Assalamu alaikum. How are you, Chip? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Amazing. All right. So, I mean, I just want to, there's a lot of topics to cover and people are dancing. Like Zach was eerily composed when he put forward his chat GPT responses, but they're all just diversions. And I'm going to break it down a different way. All right. So, I mean, the guy, let's look at it academically. Now, probably everyone here coming from the Western Hemisphere, or mostly, and being raised in a Western education system, you will be aware of the amount of hours dedicated to telling you that, the guy from the Germany guy, that he's the devil incarnate. Now, I just want to point something out. I want to say that in Poland, 20% of the population over 6 years were unalived. And that is the often referenced source as to the horrific reason we gave a reaction over here in the West. And I mean, Russia lost the most people, followed by Germany in that war. So we took political gain on it. I'm not saying we didn't lose people, because we did, but we took a lot of political gain over that. Now, I mean, if you look at Gaza, it's even worse, but let's look at the whole of Palestine. 5.5 million people approximately in 2022. So if you're if a medically acclaimed entities are acknowledging that this new death toll that's been brought to us of 180,000, if we round, I know it's a round up, but if we round it up to 200,000 and continue at this trajectory 9 months later, you can easily say we are going to have, Israel is going to have eradicated approximately 4% of the entire. And if you just split it into Gaza, we can talk about 8%, 10%. By the end of this year, if we can continue on this trajectory. Now, if we cover the span of the war, the Germany Holocaust time war of 6 years, and you do the maths, that means that if you count the whole of Palestine in this, we are going to equal Hitler. We are going to level with him. And
you gotta use mustache man.
Oh, mustache man. Okay, we are going to match.
Just be careful about the TikTok language, everybody, please. When you say, I'm not sure what you were saying, but just one more second. I don't want to talk about trying to. Maybe I missed the point, so I apologize. If you're talking about trying to catch up with the number of unalivings of people or something crazy like that, please don't bring that to the alive. Let's talk about the current politics and potential solutions or arguments about what should be different, but let's not go crazy, okay? So maybe you want to reorient for a second, Muslim, and I think that's why Federico muted you. We don't want to get that kind of talk, can definitely get the live taken down, okay? So we got to be very careful.
Okay, I'll move on then. All right. So what I want to say then is this. The thing is, there's a theological argument. Let's move to the current day. The reasoning behind this. So the decline of Christianity in UK and in the UK predominantly was around 1900. So by the time the Second World War had come, and by the time the Nakba, as you know, we were pretty much, you know, on a strongly, our trajectory was towards complete liberalism. Now, that makes me ask, and that makes me think that there's definitely a military coup and a political chess move to step in to this land. And to reiterate on some of the points made before, if those people were displaced from Poland and displaced from Europe, why are they not replaced there or replaced in Germany? The perpetrators at the time, why were they not replaced to that land where they were ousted from? First of all, now your reply to that is going to be a theological one. You're going to go to the Torah, which is very disgusting, and it makes life really hard for practicing Jews, yeah, who actually believe in a God and the deity, unlike their Zionist counterparts who have ousted their faith book. Now, if you want to go down that route, you have to go down a theological, and you can use case studies. You can use Salahuddin Ayyubi, under which obviously it would have been Sharia law. And guess what? The Jews were allowed to live there. And the Christians, the indigenous Christians, who were all being persecuted alike by, again, invaders from the West. So that's a case study. If we want to go and talk about barbarism and what's not, we can go back, and I will ask the guy who was talking about Lebanon being Christian, then what do you say to the pagans who were there before you? And we can go so forth to that, but they're all trying to take you down historical routes when really you need to be looking at what is happening now. And that's the reason I gave those statistics at the beginning, because they are almost paramount to what is happening now. And if we allow this to carry to 6 years on, then I mean, and I want to, you know, praise the lady who said that in history, and that's the main thing, in history, this war is lost. Israel will be used as a case study for what should not happen. And it's disgusting because it's behind the scenes torture, you know, burying of documents, all of these things to hide. I mean, just being able to see, now that we have social media, we can see the actual persecution that's going on. We can see, you know, in the Iraq war, you know, I remember the media campaigns that would have you think that, you know, these people were vile savages. But when you actually look at the numbers, I think they lost, you know, from the minimum you can say is 500,000 over the span of 10 years. And some people estimate up to like 1.2 million people. But how many people actually died from the West? 179 British soldiers and 7,000 American soldiers. And all of those men are valiant men who stood up to defend their country, but were coerced by the powers above them. Yeah, and I feel for everybody who lost in that, because now you have soldiers who have PTSD, you have military people who are backing down from the government and said, I never wanted to fight for this. I've ended up fighting to instill fear into my own people. And sorry, I might be going a bit tangential, but what we have to acknowledge is that these people who are making these decisions, they are few and they have a lot of money and a lot of resource. So what they want to do to the patient people like us is do exactly what Zach did and put you onto a load of red herrings that even that chip could dismantle in the best part of 5 minutes without even having to do background research. If you were to put Chip and Zach on a 5 minute debate, by the second round, Zach would be speechless. But what scares me is how eerily calm and he was trying to justify what I would say is definitely a genocide, and if it is not stopped, can statistically be proven, will match the level of genocide that was reached in World War II. So regardless, you can go theological, you can go academic, you can go humanitarian, you can humble yourself and make your own decision within your own lifetime. You could look to your last 3 generations, or you could look all the way back in history. And either way, you cannot justify the genocide of at least 180,000 people with such a high percentage of children.
Real quick, we have to give somebody else a chance to speak. Thank you. You made a lot of good points. Thank you very much. Okay, the next person to go, let me double check here.
Brother
is-
Chip, I have a quick note if okay while you look at that.
Yeah, just we have to start dropping some people too. So Viv, I have you and Mitri as the oldest guests here. So when you finish your thought, Mitri, I have to make room for some other guests. Is that okay, Viv? Are you able to drop? Is that okay for you?
Yeah, Chip, I have to go anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, just earlier on, one of the guests was saying about Zionism. What's the difference between a Jew and a Zionist? So I just want to clear that up before I leave. So Zionism is literally someone that believes that the Jewish people have to have a homeland, which is Israel, and that's what they believe. They don't care how it comes about, but that's what it is. Judaism or Orthodox Jews do not believe that basically that Jews have to have a homeland. They believe that Jews should only have a homeland once the Messiah comes back and then marches them through their promised land. So that's the difference between Jews and Zionism. So it's an ideology. It's not actually Judaism. I just wanted to clear that up. Thanks, Chip, for having me. I appreciate you.
Go back to Europe. Stop
and
occupying
please,
South Africa.
please keep doing what you're doing.
Stop
King David.
occupying South Africa.
King David, I don't know what it is about you, my friend, but that's gonna be the last time you come up on my panels. I'd love to have you up here because I appreciate your point of view, but the way you comport yourself and the way you act like I don't even know what else to say. It speaks for itself. Okay, if you want to change your ways, I'm more than happy to have you because I think we have good discussions here, but there's no place for that kind of BS. Okay, I think the next person that was going to go is Thirst.
I thought you wanted me to.
I'm ready, but Mitri can go first.
I can wait. It's not a problem. I mean, I like to. Sorry, who?
No, Mitri, go ahead. Go ahead. Your turn. It's your turn. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I like to collect some notes after, like, a few people speak. I put a quick note here and there. Well, I wanted to speak after the guy that they crucified or something like that. His name should tell about all the lies he was spewing. And that's where I am. I put a big note, but that's why it's gonna be difficult now with all what's being said. Okay, I am a Palestinian Christian, and they use the excuse of Islamophobia and stuff like that to justify all the unaliving they're doing, but we don't have these or the boom busters and stuff like that yet. They treat us the same as our brothers and sisters. They treat us exactly the same. And to just brief everything, this is Zayus. That's the 100-year-old, if not more, Zayu plan, which they used and to just basically weaponize religion. They did it back then. They weaponized Judaism, used Judaism, and then going forward in the days, that's why they do that, because in the West, in Europe, in the United States, Christianity, so they wanted to also make it look like, oh, they love him too, but they don't. They don't, and I lived and I've seen it. And sorry, it just the subject got a little bit out, and I just wanted to mention that stuff. Thank you.
Agreed, brother. Hey, Chip, thank you for having me up, man. I really appreciate it. I'm a Palestinian American in the United States, and I believe that a two-state solution is not a optimal solution, and I believe it's driven by people who do not want peace in the Middle East in order for it to happen. I do have an idea regarding a one-state solution, but I just wanted everybody to speak. I just wanted to introduce myself. So again, Chip, thank you for having me up.
Chip, can I go? Can I go now? You're muted, Chip. Or I don't hear you.
Yes, Thirst, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. This might be a unique perspective, but I'm pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli at the same time. And the way I justify that to myself is I believe they're both victims of the same group, which is the IRGC and their proxies. There's innocent Palestinians. I'm friends with them. There's innocent Israelis. I'm friends with them too. And both of them are...
I'm sorry, can you just tell people what... IRGC is? Some people may not know what that is.
That's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, who
Could you talk
violently took over Iran.
Okay, thank you.
In the 1970s. And so they have proxies
1979.
all over. Yeah, they have proxies all over the Middle East that cause trouble, not just in Israel, Palestine, but in pretty much any Middle Eastern country, and cause violent uprisings and wars. And I think that's also occurring in Israel and Palestine. And I think the best way forward out of this is for the innocent Palestinians to form a coup and revolt against Hamas, and also the other proxies like the PIJ, which is Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, the Palestinian Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and all of the proxies. And the Israelis should help them. The Israelis should help them so that they can re-elect a new government. When the Israelis pulled out in 2005, uprooted all their people from Gaza, completely withdrew, dug up their own people's graves and reburied them within Israel's borders. It didn't work because, unfortunately, Fatah and Hamas, or H Group, sorry, and F Group fought. H Group won and started to use violence and radical Islamic ideology to brainwash and stir up the whole region. And the innocent Palestinians and the innocent Israelis both suffer from their terrible violence and their radical ideologies. Now, I'm not saying that Israel is perfect. Absolutely not. They've made a lot of mistakes. They do a lot of things I disagree with. But, you know, H Group keeps reinitiating aggression every couple of years. Like, think about the last one was in 2013, 2014, firing thousands of rockets. You know, no country in the world can just sit back and take that for a lot of reasons. And so they're the ones stirring up violence every couple of years. And if they didn't, if they were rooted out,
first you made
there would be a better chance.
I got 11 points written down now. So let's address some of those real quick, and then we'll get the next guest. I'll get back to you. Thank you, Thirst. You brought up some good. So just to let you know, if somebody played this and I never heard them in my life, and they said, "Is this person pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli?" I would have said they were pro-Israeli, just from what you said. But that's okay. You can categorize yourself however you like. Okay, so let me go over some of the points you brought up that I think were interesting. Okay, you said that you're pro both, that everyone's really a victim of the Iranians, that since they took over and had a theocracy in place through their proxies all over the Middle East. What the first thing that came to mind was, what do the Mossad and CIA do across the entire world? But that's a whole other story. I thought you suggested that the Palestinians, in conjunction with Israeli support, somehow find a way to overcome the governing structure and the physical presence of H Group in Gaza, that they violently took power after the withdrawal in 2005, which is true. It comes down to, how can they do it, though? It's like saying, just in other words, for you and I, if somebody said, "Hey, Chip, your American government's doing all sorts of bad stuff. Why don't you just get together with the help of the French and overcome it?" It's a very, very, very difficult task when you don't have the weaponry and the control and the structure in society to overcome a power structure. So that's one answer there. As far as radicalism being spread, I mean, that's a tough one, because that allegation went out we had a long talk about that this morning, as far as indoctrination and training and textbooks and schooling and stuff. I made the counter argument, and I think this holds true because other Jewish people who have been through this experience, who have seen it differently, speak of it frequently. I believe that the true indoctrination built household promote the relationship between ethnic Judaism, religious Judaism, and secular. Those are combined and inextricable in terms of protecting the Jewish people.
Chip,
and I would
sorry,
argue
you're breaking. Your connection is breaking, Chip. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Yeah, you are breaking up, Chip, just a little bit.
How about now? Is it better? I just went back to Wi-Fi. Is that better?
Yes.
Now it's better. I can hear you now. You were breaking for like at least the last 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just to summarize, I think that it's the other thing. There may be some of that going on in limited instances. I don't think it's very widespread. Groups have come in to study that issue, and they found no widespread, pervasive sort of doctrinal information that goes out to children to teach them to be hateful, want to be militants, although some small spots or schools may do some of it. widespread matters. And is it bad that it happens in instances? Yeah, it's bad, but it's not pervasive, which is the important thing. Same thing with S assault on 10/7. Were there instances? Most likely. Was it pervasive? Absolutely not. So that's a big difference. Okay, it's bad, but it's not as bad. Okay, in Israel though, and in other places, I would make this argument. I'm going to land the plane that most people go through a very, very strict and very, very formal indoctrination. People who have come out of it and spoken to it said, hey, when I was growing up, I got a full dose of we have to support Israel. Israel's the most important thing for the Jewish people. And there really is no real connection between the two other than what people conceive it to be. And once people see some of the other things that have accompanied this particular way of thinking, they've broken from the sort of unquestioning allegiance to this idea and found ways to look at it differently, which I think is important as an objective critical thinker. Okay, who was next on the list here? I think it was, is it Mike or Cassandra? Is Cassandra I think Cassandra's first, Mike. I think it's Cassandra and then Thirst. Did you go already, Thirst? I think you gave up your turn, right? No, Thirst went, I'm sorry. So Cassandra, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Chip. I appreciate your lives. They're informative and very useful.
Thanks.
I always step back further from the discussion, and I hope this is allowed. But there's something that Netanyahu says that I think is really telling and useful for sort of framing an understanding of what's going on, not just in Israel, but in many different places. And that phrase is mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
And that's pretty difficult. And I've, over many years, I've studied a lot of different things and a lot of really ugly things. And
can you tell people what that is, what that refers to?
Sorry, can you also speak up a little bit? I'm having trouble hearing you.
And I can help with
Okay.
references as well if you do need that, Cass.
Okay. Just things that aren't typically taught in general studies at school. You have to get into advanced colloquia, and, doctor's theses, and that kind of stuff. That phrase really reminds me and calls to mind Henry Kissinger, who had a lot of influence for many years in around the world. And the things that he did was encourage China to go to a one-child rule. And what happened was, because of the preference, everyone knows this, for male children, they don't have any females. He did that also in India, and they adopted that. And the male population in India just has quit. They gave up. There's no point in working. There's no point in doing anything because we don't have wives. There's no reason for us. So
Some people in the audience are still asking you to speak up a little bit.
Okay, it's the microphone that I have. I've got it right next.
No, it's better.
Okay, so it's got to be like on my lips.
Well, you can move it back just a little bit. You're getting.
Okay, is that better?
Get it away from
Generally
me.
speaking, if you put it just below your chin, it works great.
That's where it was when it wasn't working.
Okay.
So you're getting the sibilance.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll just try to speak louder. I typically talk really quietly anyway. I'm uncomfortable talking generally. So what I see is Kissinger's fingerprints all over that notion of mowing the lawn. And so the average age of the population in Gaza in 2003 was 19 years old. And what really brought this to mind was there was a feed that had all of the names of people that had lost their lives there. And it was astounding. It took 10 minutes for the scroll to pass by. And that that population that's been unalived in the last 9 months represents an existential threat to Israel, because if they grew up, the population would be so massive, and the resistance so great that it's absolutely necessary for the existence of that other population, for that state to mow the lawn. And that's what that means. And there was a man that was alive about the time of Adam Smith, when Adam Smith wrote Wealth of Nations. His name's Thomas Malthus. And he wrote a book called On Populations. And it's the economics of populations. And he came up with a very simple formula, sort of like the bastardization of what people say about Darwin, survival of the fittest. But his formula was that resources grow geometrically, whereas populations grow exponentially. And so that's going to inevitably result in a lack of resources and conflict and competition for resources. And so,
can you narrow down the point? I know you say you don't enjoy speaking, but we're getting quite a lot of background and not enough specificity.
right, and that's sort of what I see this conversation changing. I see people starting to cotton to this idea and starting to understand and recognize that it's really not about the politics. It's about something much wider and larger. And that's why I say that I take an abstract or a 10,000 foot view rather than the notion of who's doing what to whom. Because the larger crisis is that we're just, the way that social, and this is Rene Girard, the way that societies organize themselves is by finding a scapegoat, and they find a convenient scapegoat, and they organize around that. And there's an in-group and an out-group.
I'm not trying to be a jerk by saying this is coming across more like a college lecture than a point. What point were you trying to raise? Because we don't have time to go into all those backstory details.
Right, and I just want to throw that out there into your group.
Just what?
And
sorry, let me repeat. What?
It is a
point did you
lecture.
wanna
It is a
raise?
lecture. That's
What
right,
point?
Chip.
What point did you want to raise that would be interesting for the conversation, other than all these historical? We just don't have time for that kind of depth right now.
Okay, and that's fine. I just wanted to throw that out and put that into people's thought processes, because I see it coming up already. And yes, I'm not interested very much in the politics of who is doing what to whom. It's more of a matter of this is a much larger cycle than the 80-year cycle. But anyway, that's all. Thanks for letting me talk, and I appreciate your forum.
Yeah, appreciate you being here. Yeah, come on back soon. When we have more time, we can do that at another date. I do want to say one thing. This is an issue that I've studied a lot, as far as population carrying capacity of Malthus on population, all sorts of different things. It's a very important thing to be aware of. So if you haven't looked into that, there's a great podcast called what is Nate? Look up Nate Hagens. Nate Hagens. It's called The Great Simplification. And his argument is that because of resource constraints, climate change, economic breakdown, over excessive industrialization, that we're going to go through what he calls the Great Simplification, which is a reduction in lifestyle by about 70% over the next 35, 40 years. And that goes for everybody worldwide, of those who survive.
I wrote it down. Thank you, Nick.
It's called The Great Simplification. There's a great 30-minute video they have on their YouTube channel that is amazing. It talks about energy and the role that energy plays in these changing dynamics. So Strongly advise Nate Higgins. Love Nate. Okay, who was next? I screwed up here. Who was next in line? Was it Mike?
I believe it was me, Chip.
go ahead, Mike.
I don't want to go too much into detail. Being a Palestinian American, I'm pretty emotional about this. So
Okay, go ahead.
there's a lot of things I like to talk about. But in reality, I just want to state two things. Well, whenever the last speaker, what was his name again? I'm sorry.
Cassandra.
Yeah, he referred to something considered mowing the grass. And I think what he was referring to is, the different operations that took place prior to October 7th that people need to understand, such as, Operation Cast Lead, that was in 2008, that unalived thousands of Palestinians, and then Protective Edge, in 2014. And between those two was Pillar of Defense. One thing that people really need to understand is since 1949.
Don't forget 2019 Cast Lead.
Absolutely. 2019 Cast Lead, where 1,400 Palestinians were unalived. And the thing
What does it mean to mow the lawn, and why do they do it? Can you tell me that?
it is a racial dehumanizing tactic towards Palestinians within Gaza. So under the Fourth Geneva Conventions, Article 33, it basically explains how the blockade of Gaza prohibits collective punishment. So this is collective punishment that's going on to Palestinian civilians, men, women, and children that are going on in Gaza right now. And they have been illegally occupied since 2002 by the Israeli government based off of resolutions 181 all the way to 2334. So the biggest thing is that Israel is illegally occupying land that belongs to Palestinians. And if you don't want to talk about H Group and the West, Gaza and everything, you could talk about the West Bank, and you could talk about the Fourth Geneva Convention's Article 49, where it's an illegal war crime for transferring civilian populations into illegally occupied territories. And the Palestinians under the West Bank are under militant law, who are treated as third-class citizens, opposed to Israeli civilians that are in illegal settlements there, where the IDF or ITF or IOF, or however you want to refer them to, are illegally occupying these territories with their enforcement and placing Palestinian civilians as young as 4 years old under militant law, opposed to Israeli civilians who are under civilian law. So this is a clear indication of apartheid based off of the Geneva Conventions, international law, and anybody who has eyes.
Okay. And so why did they do it, though? What is their rationale for doing it?
Their rationale is based off of their Zionist aspiration that dates back to 1896 with Theodore Herzl's book regarding the colonist project that was either Palestine or Argentina. So it is a racial aspiration, supremacist movement, and not to relate the HCOS to this in Mustache Man, but it is very similar to the Aryan race and having within the area.
Okay. So is there anything else you want to share? Is that what you want to say?
Can I respond to
There's
this?
a lot, but that's all I'd like to say for now.
Okay, Mike, let's go to
Chip, I have something quick to add.
Okay.
Can I? About what the person I think there's mentioned earlier. He's pro both, and we should try to, revolt against the H Group and all that. Brother, we tried that. That's what the last 76 years been. And no, they're resistance. They're not H Group. They're not these. They're resistance, and that's why they finally brought our story out and our life and the misery we've been dealing with. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I did have one more point. I'm sorry, Chip, to interrupt again.
Go ahead.
Regarding that comment that man made, not the last guy, but the guy before that he was referring to regarding the Iranian government and everything like that. I feel as though if the IDF were to transition their international security quotations and their apartheid era policies quotation to more of a national defense and international peacekeeping, then that would be much better for a one-state solution and also safety for both Palestinian and Israeli civilians.
Can I add some quick responses to that?
Well, first, I think the next person was going to be Doug.
You're addressing my comments, though.
That's fine. Yeah, go ahead real quick, and then we'll look
Okay,
at
so Mitri, Hamas didn't exist 75 years ago, so that point doesn't make any sense.
No, exactly. They came because we couldn't take it anymore, because we tried peace. That's what I'm saying. You're right.
Okay, well, you said, okay. That's fine if you want to change your point. And Mike, that's a great opinion. And I have no refute for that, but like the idea here, there's just been a lot of misinformation being spread right now on this live. And I have a whole list of it here, but like a lot of it stems back to just propaganda that's been going around, that's being spread and
Can
not.
you start with one?
Yeah, I'll start with one. So the Palestinians being indigenous.
Don't mute him.
Oops, am I still here? Okay. The term Palestine came around from the Romans. Emperor Hadrian kicked out the Jews after the Bar Kokhba revolt, spread them all over. That was what Jews consider the first diaspora.
That's what we said.
The Jews
That's what
were
we
in
said.
Poland
We said
and
the
Europe.
Romans. We said that. We said the Romans were the ones who actually created the word Palestine and the regional name, and did kick out the Jewish people who had to leave and go to places like Europe. And
That's
then they're
correct.
coming back and they're returning to home based on what they believe is their ancestral homeland. I'm very familiar with the arguments.
Right. Now, I don't think any of us know more about Palestine than Yasser Arafat did. And Yasser Arafat believes that the Palestinians are Arabian. And he said so in the Palestinian National Charter in 1964, in which the first article states, Palestine is an Arab homeland bound by strong Arab national ties to the rest of Arab countries, and which together form a great Arab homeland. So it says Arab 5 times in the Palestinian National Charter. Arabs are from Arabia, Jews are from Judea. And so you can see who's indigenous to the land. But I don't think it matters, really, who's indigenous to the land, because that never in history has decided who has rights to settle the land, who owns the land, who can defend the land. And the reason that the Israelis believe they have a right to settle there is because they believe they're indigenous, but I don't agree with that argument. They have a religious argument. I don't agree with that either. The things I do agree with are that they bought some of the land, and then when they were attacked in a defensive war, they won and acquired more land.
And
so
I
just
believe there's
aggressors
where
were
the
the Arabs.
disconnect is. The disconnect is where you believe that there was a war where they conquered.
They didn't conquer, they defended themselves and pushed the Arab armies back, the 5 surrounding Arab armies back, secured their borders by taking strategic towns in strategic locations. And remember, up until 1967, Egypt had military control of Gaza, and still, by the way, has a border with Gaza that they control. So it's not just Israel controlling how much aid goes into Gaza and who can come in and out. Egypt is part of that as well. And until 1967, Jordan had annexed the West Bank. So if you say this has been going on for 75 years, you're assigning some blame to Egypt and Jordan for the first 20 years of this G-side, or whatever you want to call it, occupation, right? So just let those things sink in.
Okay. Would anybody like to respond to that?
Yes,
yes,
I
please.
did want to respond, but I'm not going to. I apologize. Somebody else can.
Chip,
If you can respond.
there were a lot of points that he brought up. If you don't mind me speaking, Chip, I do want to finish off with some other points too, before I take off over here, so you can replace me with somebody else. When you're talking about Arab, there's the difference between Arabian, meaning origins from the Arabian Peninsula, and Arab, which is an Arabized people, meaning Arab in culture and language. Okay, so those are 2 different distinct things, and what you're talking about is Arab in culture, Arab in language. Okay, not European. So saying Arab is kind of the same thing as saying European. There are different types of Europeans. There are different types of Arabs. All right, they're Arabized people. They used to be a different people before. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, H group. Who are H group? It's the resistance. It's all of the above, right? It composes of different factions, right? Our resistance are mostly orphans, and they're the descendants of Nakba survivors, right? So that means that they used to live in Israel proper. Their ancestors did. They compose of men and women. They are Muslim, Christian, pagan, atheist. They are straight, they are queer, and everything else in between. Our resistance are just ordinary Palestinian citizens or civilians that end up joining the resistance to fight for their country and to fight for their liberation and freedom. Okay? There is only one solution. Right now, there is a one-state solution where one group has more rights than the others, right? There are Bantustans, there is systemic discrimination, there is apartheid. There should only be a one-state solution that is a secular democracy where everyone has equal rights. There is a precedent for this to happen, and it will happen. The precedent is South Africa. If we look at South Africa, it used to be run by the white European people that had more power, right, than the black native people, the South African people that lived there. And through international pressure, through sanctions, through different actions at the UN, right, those people, the native people, were liberated. And so now there's no more apartheid in South Africa. And the same thing will happen in the state of Israel, because Israelis will figure out, they'll learn that it's impossible to have a stable country where your country is a pariah state, where other countries are starting to sanction you and they dislike you, right? We know, according to recent polls, over 86% of Democratic voters, over 78% of independent voters, and over 51% of Republican voters sympathize more with the Palestinian cause than Israel. There's a reason for that, because the world has opened their eyes to what is going on in Palestine. And Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. So all people, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, or anything else, will finally have liberation and freedom in the Holy Land once again.
Do you think that that's hate speech? Because a lot of people say that if you say from the river to the sea, you're talking about getting rid of or expelling or unaliving all of the Jewish people that live there. What do you think what does that phrase really mean?
As a Jew myself, I believe that it is important to recognize and acknowledge that the ancestral homeland of the Palestinian people is from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. There is no way that we can erase history, okay, and just say that all of a sudden now it's racist or somehow anti-Semitic to state just, real history, right? There are Palestinians that live from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, whether it's in Israel proper, the West Bank, or Gaza. All of those people need to have equal rights as the other people that live there, period. That is not racist, it's not anti-Semitic, it's calling for a rational solution, right? I don't see how asking for equal rights in one's ancestral homeland is a negative thing. Is somehow to be a bigoted statement or a racist statement or a genocidal statement. I just don't see it.
Can I respond to this?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just add to what you said, Lau. One quick thing, real quick. I just wanted to say, just to answer your question more directly, Chip, regarding from the river to the sea being a bad claim or something of that nature. I think what Lau was really trying to explain is there is no eradication of people. There's no willingness or wanting to eradicate a certain kind of race or people. It's wanting to eradicate an ideology of one people being superior towards another. And that comes from Zionism in a whole, which does not represent Judaism. And I think that's what Lau was trying to explain in better words than me, of course.
So if in Saudi Arabia Arabs live as the official
Let's look
people,
Here we take turns,
is
buddy. We take turns over here. You just don't come in and start talking. Okay?
Can I
respond to this?
Chip,
All right.
we need your help, man, to decide who goes next.
No, I tell you who goes next. Shep, do
He's
your thing.
okay. It's okay.
Terrorist, you can go on.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there, but let's assume you're right, Lal. Let's assume that the Palestinians are indigenous to that land, even though I gave an argument that they weren't. Let's assume you're right. Let's look at their actions. You're saying that if that they want a one-state solution. I would claim that they do not want a one-state solution and that they will not agree to live in peace with Jews, Christians, or any other religion. And what I'm basing that on is if you look at a few examples. For one, no non-Muslims can go into the Al-Aqsa Mosque, yet Muslims are allowed in synagogues and churches. Jews are allowed in churches, but neither Christians nor Jews can go up on the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Why is that?
That is not true. That is
Also,
not true. That's not true.
When I go there, I'm not allowed up there. Okay, so
That's not
I'm
true.
not Muslim.
You're not
So,
allowed. You're
another
not
thing-
allowed. You're
Another-
not
Not true.
allowed. Hold on
Not
one
true.
second.
I'm Christian.
One second.
I go.
You're not allowed to perform ritual religious in Al-Aqsa Mosque because it's a Muslim site.
It's
But
also
you are
built
allowed, you
on
are,
top of the
that-
Second Temple.
There is no proof of that. You guys have been digging under the Aqsa Mosque for the past 60 years. You are not able to find none. Zero.
The City of David
is down there.
Let
The
me
City of David
address
is below
your.
the
Hang on a
Al-Aqsa
second. Let me address your claim just now, where you're talking about the Second Temple. That is actually disputed. That the temple was actually located there. There are many archaeologists and historians that have also claimed that that area was actually not where the temple stood. Also, there is a biblical reference that would also dispute that the temple was also located there. Jesus prophesied in the Bible, in the New Testament, this is according to Christian theology, that not one stone would be left upon the other, meaning that you wouldn't be able to recognize where the temple was because everything would be destroyed. Not one stone would remain upon there. And so if you're talking about the Western Wall or the Wailing Wall, according to the New Testament, according to Christianity, that should not even be there. If that was where the temple once stood, that wall would not exist. So yeah, that is definitely disputed within Christianity and Islam.
Okay, we don't
And
need
please,
to.
one second, guys. Please, if you guys want to state facts, something that we can prove, something that would go on, but do not gaslight on religion. Do not gaslight on stuff that none of us over here is qualified to talk about. So either we talk present history or we talk recent history and debate it. No personal
Agreed.
attacks, no religious attack, and none of that stuff.
Agreed.
Okay.
And archaeology will show you that the City of David is there beneath where the Al-Aqsa Mosque is, in addition to the Western Wall, and many other archaeological facts, not religious facts, archaeological facts, showing that the Jewish people had been there for over 3,000 years.
Can you name one?
The City of David, I just named it. They also found coins.
Like City of David, the drawn or the actual remaining? Is
The
it like
actual
somebody
remains.
draw?
Like if you go there, you can walk through it.
Where was that? Where is the location of that?
By the southern wall, where the Second Temple was supposed to be
That
located.
is
The
not
Western
true.
Wall.
I've researched.
You researched it. I've been there.
I've researched it.
I've
There
walked
is-
through it myself.
Right. The Balfour Declaration has no correlation to this history or this artifact, so there's no reason why this should even be discussed at this time. Because
You just
Theodore
want to deflect because there's 3,000-year-old evidence of Jewish people living there, and there's no evidence.
Excuse me. Pro-Israelis, Israelis that live there today, have no right to justify things that happened prior to the Balfour Declaration. They have no right to that. They do not get to.
Can I ask you a
that.
question?
Okay, can I say something? I want to ask Michael. Mike, he says he's Palestinian. Okay,
Yes.
I can acknowledge, but I don't agree. But okay, I can give you. Palestinians have right to this land. Jews has right to this land.
Yes,
My
and there are Jewish
proposition to you.
Palestinians.
My proposition to you, because two people want to live on this land.
Yes.
My proposition to you, you have 67 border, you have 67 West Bank, you have Gaza, you have capital in Eastern Jerusalem. Do you accept that this division, you have your own state,
Mike,
and
I'll
we have
answer
our
that.
own state?
I'll
Do
answer
you
that.
build that?
No,
And
I've been
Guys,
waiting patiently. If I could speak whenever
I
somebody
know.
said.
But just on that point, remember that in 2001, there was an Arab committee in Beirut, Lebanon, where all the Arab country gathered and proposed a peace offer to Israel, and that peace offer would have been the withdrawal to the 1967 borders and the Jerusalem as a joint controlled city by both parties, and every Arab country in the region would normalize and recognize Israel as a country. But the Israeli response was that the proposal was not worth the ink it was written with.
And
So-
absolutely.
You know
There's
why?
litigation-
You know
there's
why?
litigation. I would like to respond to the
Hold on,
question.
hold
that
on.
was asked.
Let me just say something. That in 2000 and 2006, Olmer offered exactly what I just said, and you know Abbas didn't take it.
No,
And you say-
the offer is still on the table up until today. And H Group, a couple of months ago, they did say if the Israeli acknowledged 1967 border, we will put our arm down and we will acknowledge the state of Israel. That was
Yeah, but
not it.
you keep forgetting very small detail, which is very convenient for you.
Which
You
are the small details?
You basically insisting that 7 million people should go back to Israel proper. Now, I offer you real solution. Two
Okay, and
states,
I
for
would
two
like
people.
to answer it. I would like to answer your question. This is from a more general and personal perspective. We could speak about Resolution 242, 194, 181, where the land was divvied up and things of that nature. However, when Palestinian, Jew, Christian, Muslim, of all races and all religions lived together in coexistence prior to this colonist project that was established in 47 and the resolution of 181, where they were able to live together in coexistence. I do
No,
not agree.
It was
I'm
not
sorry,
peaceful.
excuse me.
It was
I'm
not
sorry,
peaceful
excuse me.
coexistence.
It was not between 1917 and 1947 due to the Balfour Declaration and the acknowledgement of giving Herzl's aspirations for Israel's right to exist there as a catalyst. So there was not peace. You're right, and there were Stern gangs and things of that nature that would make sure that they advocated something other than peace.
So let me ask you, why you were against? Why you were against at
I
that
want to
time?
answer your question regarding the solution. If you want a true solution to the Middle East, you must be for a one-state solution.
No,
Because
it doesn't work
the
because
two-state solution does not work.
no,
Not the
one state solution doesn't work. I tell you why. Age group just show how a one state solution will look in real life, and you want
My
me
friend,
to accept
my friend,
that solution.
with all due respect, according to the Fourth Geneva Conventions of Article 33, the illegal blockade of Gaza has been a legal war crime since 2002. You guys have imprisoned Palestinian civilians for 2 decades and have rained bombs on them, and we referred to this earlier, calling it, excuse me for using that language, but referred to it as mowing the grass.
Because you were firing rockets.
Excuse me, when you dehumanize people for 2 decades, and you have these things called operations, and you control every resource that goes in and out of Gaza, and you control the media that goes in and out of Gaza, there is an issue of something that a civilian population that is outweighing another. This is
Okay,
an
tell me
illegal- this
if
is an illegal
Israel
occupation under
control,
international law.
Okay, if Israel control whole things, how come all the help which Gaza government, which is actually age group, gets goes to the
You just answered the
weapons?
question for yourself. Israel controls it.
Israel, what you talking about? Each government of the Gaza gets
When
millions of
you
dollars,
control the
and what they spend it
resources,
for? They
when
build
you
they
illegally
build tunnels,
occupy,
which is bigger
excuse
than New
me,
York subway.
excuse me, when you illegally occupy Gaza territory since 2002, illegally, under the Geneva Conventions, Article 33, illegal occupation, illegal blockade, when you are illegally occupying, you are responsible of governing this nation, and you have to have accountability. If you
Okay,
want to consider
Hold on.
Israel as a sovereign country, then you have to understand whether it is illegal or not, they are occupying Gaza territory, which out of, in essence of all, they are responsible for everything that goes on within Gaza.
do you
Gaza's not
really
Mike, let
believe?
Omar speak. Let Omar speak. He's been waiting to speak, guys.
I just wonder, do you really believe what you're just saying? That
All right, that guy has been standing with his hands up. I guess his arm is hurting right now.
Yeah, he said a while ago that he's been waiting to speak also, so.
That guy.
Gaza is not occupied, guys. They left in 2005.
That guy, you there?
Come on, really
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
throw
here.
this
I'm
in?
here. I'm here. I just have to step away real quick. If we could possibly go back to like kind of how it was, because the thing is that when there's multiple people speaking, and then one person brings up something, then that allows the other person to kind of deflect their point and so on. In regards to the occupation, the United Nations recognizes it, as Mike said, and also the United States. In regards to the person that sounds like he's American, could not be. On top of that, could people stop like saying Jewish? Oh, the Jews are Jewish this, Jewish that. At the end of the day, are you saying there's only Jewish people in Israel? Are you saying there's only Muslims in Palestine? The thing is, when you say Palestine, you say Palestine. So you recognize that Palestine is not a monarchy, okay? And you're coming up here and saying Jewish people and Jewish people. Jewish people live all around the world. There's Jewish Palestinians. Stop doing that, because the thing is, you're making this absolute separation in regards to Jewish people to identify with any sort of other country, culture, and so on. Also, at the end of the day, I think in regards to anybody who says it believes in a two-state solution, that means either they believe the Israelis cannot coexist, or they believe the Palestinians cannot coexist. And history has shown us that even in the most absolute disgusting atrocities, immoral atrocities in history, societies, even though may not have been perfect, may not be perfect even today, are coexisting with two different people when one person was oppressing the other person brutally. And if you think otherwise, that means you are coming from the side of the oppressor. So you're giving the perspective of the person that has the most power, which historically has been separation and superiority. But at the end of the day, you're just really, the thing is that we live in a day and age where we've been educated in regards to the age cause, in regards to slavery in America. Mind you, it may have been like not really as in depth as it should have been, but we understand how it looks and what actions have to take place. So stop doing that. It's really just making you look bad. I don't really care to like comment too much, because I feel like anybody with any sort of sense or moral stance in regards to the golden rule, morality is treat the way you want to be treated. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Tornike.
Tornike. Tornike is my name.
Hey, Tornike.
Okay, I'm from country of Georgia, not U.S. state. So generally, I stand and I will always continue support Israel, because in this battle, in this situation, they are on the right side, historically, factually, and with everything. So if
So you think it's fair that people come from Eastern Europe and to a country, remove the people and settle instead of them, that is rightfully, equally correct, 100%? That's what you believe?
they are returning for their homeland,
But there was people in Palestine, or it was an empty land? How was it?
then if we go this logic, let's
No,
give
I'm
back
asking you a
Singapore to
question.
Malay.
I'm asking you a question. There was people there, or there was no people there during 1948? There was people living on the land, or it was empty?
Some areas were empty, which was purchased by the Eastern, those who are calling Eastern Europeans. Some of them was
You
inhabited.
mean the
So
4%? 4%?
not four, it was like the
4%.
people
It was
started to
it was
buy those lands.
5.67% to the dot.
And I recommend
5.67%.
Resolution 181 being brought up.
It was 30%. 30% of the land were bought. You saying 5.5 because you consider.
Okay.
Yeah, Tormai, go on.
Yeah, they have the rights. Yeah, they settled. They came back to the land which they belong to the in ancient times. They have all the rights. If we go like this, then let's assume a Lebanese Brazilian who lives in Brazil, does he have the right to go back to Lebanon and buy their land and start to live there? Even if he is the fourth generational Brazilian Lebanese living in Brazil? Shakira has the Lebanese grandmother, as it turned out. So does the Shakira have the rights to go back to live in Lebanon?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. If she doesn't have to go by force and occupy and unalive
No,
people
no,
and
she
kick
just
out
want to
people,
go there.
then she's
Right,
more than
let's
welcome.
assume.
She's more than welcome in a good manner, not going there with forced arm and
Those Jews were going there
no,
to
they
buy
were-
land
No,
from
they
the
went-
authorities.
Listen, they went there because
From the
they were-
Ottoman authorities?
No, they
from
were,
the British
they were
authorities.
There,
They were doing it all legally.
Hold on.
Actually,
They were
Shakira
kicked
was
out- hold on,
granted
that guy.
citizenship just for the.
That guy. They were kicked out of Europe, put on a ship. Then the ship came to the United States of America. It was turned down. Then went back to Britain. It was turned down. Then it went back to Palestine, and the Palestinians welcomed them. And then they started stabbing them in the back and unaliving them and kicking them out from their houses.
I don't believe it's truth.
That
I
is
don't
the
believe
truth.
it's
That is-
truth,
that
and
is history.
It's not. And as a historian, I refuse to
1947.
believe your propaganda.
What is
as
your
a historian.
what is your justification for Resolution 181? Then, from 5% to 55% of the land divvied up, and what is your justification for you having the right to return, however, displacing 750,000 in 1947? Displacing 750,000 and not giving them the right to return based off of Resolution 194. What is your justification for Resolution 181 is my question to you.
How many Palestinians live in Israel right now? That's my answer.
What is your
2 million.
What is your justification to Resolution 181 where they only had 5% of the land that they purchased?
It was from Balfour
Of the
Declaration.
land.
Wait,
And what
was his
happened to
justification a
50%
question?
of the Palestinian population? That is a specific question.
In which treaty? In which treaty it was? In which treaty?
Justification was that it was
Resolution
mandate of
181. If somebody
England.
would like to pull it up for him, the UN partition plan.
In 1947, right?
As a historian, as he said, he's asking a lot of questions instead of giving some substance.
Okay.
You
I
are
can
asking.
give you
You are
substance.
asking about in 1947.
I'm asking about 1947 Resolution 181.
There you go.
56% of the land was given to European people.
Okay, as a historian, I will tell you that this resolution was rejected by Arabs, the Muslim population, which led to the war.
Excuse me, this
And
was
after this,
initiated.
that treaty has no power after all that war started. And the after-war situation was the reality which was staged. It's like to fight somebody like that he beat me up when I was 2 years old, and now let's return like he stole the toy like when I was 2 years old, and please return me that toy. It's like a
I'm
ball
so
erased.
sorry. I have to do
When
this.
the
I
when
have
the
to do
war
this. I
happens,
have to. I
when the
understand.
war
I have to
happens,
do
the
this.
previous
I
the
have to do
previous
this.
declarations have
I
no
have to do.
rights.
Okay.
The previous
Well,
declarations
you
don't have
keep
any more
claiming. You
rights
keep
as the new
claiming.
reality comes up.
You keep claiming of being a historian. I don't understand what part of a historian, like what qualifies you to be a historian, to come up here on a panel and claim to be a historian. Can you give us
You
a
want me to
background?
show my diploma or something?
I want a background on you. Where did you study? What did you study? How did you study?
Okay.
I would just
Okay.
like a direct answer to my
Okay.
question.
I
That's all I know.
studied in Georgia, in Tbilisi State University. My major is mostly Turkology, but mostly on the historical direction. So most of my subjects were based on the history, although I had the other subjects based on culture, of the peoples, of the statistics, even the social ideas of Turkey, blah, 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 etc., etc. But mostly I was focused on the historical points.
Hold on. Can you
My
give a,
my
can,
thesis,
can
my
you give
thesis,
us,
my
hold on one
thesis,
second.
my paper.
Yeah, can you give
Let me
us a
finish.
rundown? Can you give us a rundown of the history of Palestine as you study it in college?
Background of the Palestine, okay. The name comes from the Hebrew Philistine, which means the invaders, and they are the descendants of the sea people, which came from the Mediterranean Sea. Nobody knows exactly where, but many assume they came from Crete.
Oh my God.
Not what, oh my God, this is the truth. The
You just said
Palestinians
that people came from the Mediterranean Sea. Did anybody catch that?
Yes.
Mediterranean Sea. Sea. Oh my God.
And the thing
Yes,
is,
from the
it's
islands.
irrelevant.
They were
It's
called the
irrelevant.
sea people.
This is all
They were called
irrelevant to
sea
this,
people.
this issue that's going on. This is irrelevance.
They were called sea people.
Okay,
Okay, they came
let's
from the
assume you're
islands.
correct.
Okay,
Let's
they were
assume
not
you're
mermaids.
correct. Let's assume you're correct. And what you're saying is, okay, well, the Jews apparently were descended from Abraham, and he came from where? Iraq. So, I mean, by your logic, I mean, the Bible itself says that when Abraham went there, he went to the land of Canaan, and then he went to the land of the Philistines. So, by your logic, yeah, they were still there first. Even if they
The
somehow
name Philistine came
even
much
if they were
later.
somehow mermaids before and they came from the sea, and then they turned into human beings.
Palestinians, sea people came later after Jews came to Canaan. Jews came to Canaan first, and then 200 years later, sea people came.
Then
Can I
why
give a
does the
litmus
book of
test in regards?
Genesis? Then why
Hey,
does the if you're basing this off of the Bible, the Old Testament, the Torah?
Not in the Bible.
right?
It was
If
archaeologists.
you're basing,
Archaeologists
there is no
discovered it.
archaeological evidence of this.
Nowadays,
You're
Palestinians
talking about
are
stuff
just
that's myth and
Arabs.
legend from a
Nowadays,
scholarly
Palestinians are
perspective.
Arabs, and
What
they have
does this
no
have to do
connection
with Theodore
nor
Herzl's
with those
aspirations in
Palestinians, nor with
1896?
sea people, nor with Canaanites, nor with Phoenicians.
Okay. So by your definition, today's day, the Jews that are in Jerusalem, they're all Polish, Eastern European. They have no like. We are making the same argument. So if you're saying the Palestinians today don't have, so equally the Jews of Eastern Europe have no. This is the same equal right. You know what I'm saying? So if you're dismissing the background of the Palestinians because of whatever, you are at the same time dismissing the right of the Jews that all came from Eastern Europe.
Well, you
So
dismiss.
by your logic, even this moderator Chip has to go back to either in England or the other countries because his ancestors came and conquered the land of the Native
You
Americans.
see, this is what you don't
Excuse
understand.
me.
What you don't understand. One
Excuse
second,
me,
guys.
guys.
1 second. Let me finish
Excuse
this
me.
argument, Mike. Just let me finish this argument because he's contradicting himself. Again, comparing Chip and the American and the US, but the Israeli or the so-called Eastern European Jews, when they came to Palestine, the Palestinians were there. The land
So were
was
Native
not,
Americans.
they were not empty. It wasn't empty land. There was people that lived on that land.
So was the New York, so was the Virginia, so was the
So you
Florida.
are,
There were Native Americans all over the place.
So right now, what you're telling me, you are justifying ethnic cleansing.
No.
I'm not justifying ethnic cleansing. I'm just saying that those people have rights to go back on their land,
What
which
about the
belonged to their
Palestinian that live
ancestors.
there? What about the Palestinian that
Chip,
live
can I
there?
ask a short question, please?
He wanted to ask the question. Let
No,
him
I want
ask.
to know what about the Palestinian that live there that you haven't answered yet.
So that's why
They wanted to live
two-state
along the
solution.
Palestinians, but those decided, no, go away.
So
You came
you
from.
come to my
They were saying
house.
the same thing you were saying.
Hold on. You come to my house. You knock on my door and you tell me I want to live with you, and I say no, I don't want to live with you. That's my house. Then you force yourself up on me, and then you kick me out of my house. Is that fair?
That's the problem.
But
They
that
don't
was your
wanted to
house.
live in the same house. They just wanted to live
All
beside
right.
the house with the new house.
Let's give it a break. That guy wanted to talk.
Okay.
I just want to ask a simple question. You said you studied Ottoman history. That's what I remember you saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is the relation with the printing press and the Ottoman Empire? You should know this is top of your head. It's pretty simple.
Which one? I didn't catch the word.
I said the printing press when it first came out.
Yes.
What's its relation with the Ottoman Empire?
Well, mostly the European culture started to came into the Ottoman Empire in 19th century during the Tanzimat period, when the minister, unfortunately I forgot his name, but he was the main minister before the Crimean War, which started to make Ottoman Empire more European. Then after Crimean War, Tanzimat period continued, but now it was provided by European powers. In the meantime, later in the late 19th century, although it was really big censorship under the Sultan Abdulhamid II, Turkish press was mostly active in Paris, where the young predecessors of the Young Turks were mostly printing the press in the Paris, and later they were sent into the Ottoman Empire. Hurriyet was one of the newspapers, as I remember. But mostly in Ottoman imperial times, of course, the letters were Arabic, and most of the language of the Ottoman language is much different than the Turkish, which we know today, because at that time, most of the words that Turks were using was either from Arabic or Persian.
Okay. There's something very main and important in regards to the printing press in the Ottoman Empire when it first came out. What is it?
Can you repeat the question?
I said, I hear. Okay, are you typing now? Really?
I'm not typing anything.
Okay, I said in
I'm not
regards
typing
to the
anything.
printing press when it first came out in the Ottoman Empire. What pops in your head right away?
As I told you, first is the Hurriyet, the newspaper they were printing.
I'll say it for the audience. When the printing press was first invented, it was actually made illegal and punishable by unalivement in the Ottoman Empire amongst its people. I think that would be a starter to really start with for 100 years, actually. As a historian of Ottoman history, you should know that.
You are going with the Abdulhamid period right now. Actually, printing press was accepted by in the Tanzimat period.
You know, I'm done. Go ahead. Yeah.
As a Palestinian American, I just want to state one thing to everybody in this chat right now that's like discussing and everything that's going on. When you have a Zionist debate with a Zionist, you have to explain and you have to be very explicit that their history does not go past 1896. So when you indulge or engage in these topics regarding anything that was prior to 1896, you are doing them a service and a justice, and you are doing the Palestinians an injustice by doing this. Because this is a colonist project that was established by Theodore Herzl and accepted by the British during the Balfour Declarations in 1917. Their history does not go any further back than 1897 when Theodore Herzl wrote a book regarding this colonist project in Palestine. There is no correlation to Judaism, Jews, or anything. In fact, when you indulge in these conversations and you allow them to justify Judaism in their rhetoric, which is a false narrative, you are establishing anti-Semitism towards Jewish people and Arab people, because Arabs are Semites as well. But let's talk about the Jewish people. You are doing a disservice to Judaism when you indulge in these comments that go past 1897. Do not allow them to discuss with you anything that happened prior to the Balfour Declaration in 1917, because these people do not represent Judaism at all. There may be people within Zionism that have been brainwashed into believing that Judaism is involved with this, but overall, historically, as we have a history, whatever he is, this is not have anything to do with that. And as he's a historian or whatever he calls himself, you do not indulge past 1897 with Israel's establishment today, because this is a colonist, supremacist project in order to ethnically cleanse Palestinians. So whenever you have Israelis that are coming into a land that nobody has denied them the right to live in, but when they displace and they remove other Palestinians from that, and they deny the right of self-determination towards Palestinians, that is what doesn't give them the right. It's not them living there and existing there. It's them denying the right to other people.
Okay, I understand. Then I have a question for you. Should Singapore be returned to Malaysia?
I don't know.
You said the same thing. You said the same thing about the rights of history, etc. And you said you don't know
anything about
Singapore.
I'm sorry,
Singapore belongs to Malaysia.
Why are we talking about other countries? man?
Singapore Island belonged to Malaysia until the Brits came, and Britain came and made the country out of small
I
islands.
want to, guys. I want to speak. I haven't spoken in a while, and that way he can.
Let me just explain, and
that way he can replace.
you can
me
respond.
With somebody else.
Let me just say. Let me finish. So the Singapore was just a small fisherman island.
We are talking about Palestine.
But let me give the analogy. Let me give you the analogy.
It does not work on Palestine. It doesn't work. It's not the same thing. Okay?
It's same. Pretty much it's the same.
It's not the same thing. Now, I have, as a historian, I want to ask you a question. Were the Jews prosecuted under the Ottoman Empire?
You want to say where the Jews lived in Ottoman Empire?
No, were they prosecuted under? Because this is something that I hear a lot from a lot of Zionists up here, that the Ottomans has prosecuted the Jews.
Just as not English speaker, can you describe what prosecuted means as the non-English speaker?
They were oppressed by the Ottomans.
Ah, okay. Technically, I don't have any information. Technically, I don't have information about this during the medieval times. In fact, the Jews were pretty much welcomed. Pretty much welcomed in Ottoman Empire. And if you want me to finish, please let me finish. As I was saying, especially in early Ottoman times, in 16th century, they were welcomed by Selim the Yavuz. Selim first the Yavuz, he was nicknamed as the angry, like Yavuz in Turkish means angry, not terrible. So he welcomed the Ladino Jews from the Spain. They were called like this, and he gave the opportunity to settle in the Istanbul and other areas because he wanted to develop trade. And the most center of the trades in Ottoman Empire was through Istanbul. And during the Ottoman Empire times, even the land which you call either Israel or Palestine was not as much interesting because the only developed port in this area was Beirut. There were only Beirut, Alexandria, Istanbul and the Aegean Sea ports. That's it. This was where the main trades were going on. And Beirut was the center of the, there was Eastern Indian Company, trades company under the Great Britain. There, unfortunately, not many people knows, but I had a paper to make about the trade between Ottoman Empire and Europe. And there was Eastern Mediterranean Trade Company, which existed between Britain and Ottoman Empire. And the main trade center was in Beirut. This is where the trades was going on. So mostly the Jews were settled in the areas which were many tradesmanship. Of course, not many of them were making up to Jerusalem and the other areas of Israel. And many Jews even entered to Georgia, which was occupied by Ottoman Empire. In the southern Georgia, we have town Nachal Tzicha, and there is the Jewish cemetery where recently my friends found their Jewish tombs written in Ladino Jewish. Like there was written of Senor Isaac and etc., which we didn't know it was a thing. We knew that in Nachal Tzicha there was the Jewish settlement, but Georgian Jewish settlement. We didn't know that there were Ladinos there, so it's kind of like discovery. Yep. So yeah, before the Ottoman Empire crumbled, before the end of the before the triumvirate, I will say, before the triumvirate which came in the rule of the Ottoman Empire, Jews were mostly in a good position. But after the triumvirates, this came three Pashas period, as we know, Enver Pasha, Talat Pasha, and Jemal Pasha. These three persons were mostly in the charge of Ottoman Empire.
They were not.
Then
oppressed.
the situation got little strict.
Okay.
Also, there was little restriction under Abdul Hamid II.
I know. You know, we got the point that they were not prosecuted. That is acknowledged, right? So, as a
No,
historian,
they were second-class citizens. They never were equal to Muslims.
we haven't. We'll get
Well,
to you just,
this was the point because it was Ottoman Empire.
okay.
But
So they were.
let's not also forget that the Chacham Bash, which was the main leader of the Jewish religious center, he was second religious person after Great Imam. So he was. Jews were higher than Christians in Ottoman Empire.
Wow. So they were treated really well. So can you tell me one point of history?
Kinda, but at least
like,
better
you
than in
said-
Europe.
They said, yeah. You said they were second after the actual reader. So can you tell me what point of history Islam has oppressed Judaism?
After 1949, or even
So
before.
after
In
the
Georgia, there
establishment-
was also.
So hold on. After the establishment of Israel, so that's a war. That's not an oppression. That is a war. So we're gonna agree. Everybody knows here, and everybody hears here, that Jewish historians acknowledge that Jews were never oppressed under Islamic rules. Thank you very
Hold on.
much.
Jews were second-class citizens in every Muslim country. They were not. They didn't get killed, but they were second citizen.
Guys, please stop
officially.
it.
Well,
In religion
they were
with
paying
Zionists.
jizya. That was
Please
making
stop
them second class
speaking in
citizen.
religion
But
with Zionism.
in Ottoman Empire, there was a thing called millets. Millets were like kind of like autonomous places where the locals could use their culture to keep their culture and language and even religion, but under the price, of course. It depended on the taxes. Unfortunately, taxes were not always fair in Ottoman Empire, especially after 17th century, as taxes was raising year by year because Ottomans were not conquering any more lands anymore. So the Ottoman janissaries and the other officers decided to make money by taxing the local peasants. The Ottoman peasants also raised the jizya for the Christian and Jews, and
Tor, I don't think that you're being fair because of the context of the time period of world history that we're talking about, where people were still being burnt at the stake, right, around the world. I just want to make some comments. I feel like we should be shuffling in and out because we've been on this panel for a while.
Okay.
I'm gonna make my final statements over here, guys. First off, before Zionism existed as a political ideology, You're talking about the 1700s and before, basically, and the early 1800s. People identified by their religion, their family name, or their local region. So being Jewish was not considered necessarily an ethnic group at that time, because secular national identities did not exist around the world at that time. So I just
For
want to-
Jews, it
hang
pretty
on,
much
let me finish.
existed.
Let me finish, Torrin. I let you speak for a long time. I've been
Yeah.
on. Okay. So with regard to that, yes, there are Ashkenazi Jews, there are Ethiopian Jews, there are different, Moroccan Jews, Yemeni Jews. All of those Jews have their own cultures, their own identities, right? They share the same religion. And just how like in Christianity and Islam, right? You may not be religious, but you may celebrate Christmas or Easter with your family, right? You may celebrate Eid or, whatever, even though you didn't fast during Ramadan, right? Those are different cultural practices that can exist within a religion, right? And in a religion, like any other religion, you can convert into and out of, okay? And so with that said, you have to differentiate between religion and ethnicity. There's a difference between that because there are Palestinian Jews and Samaritans, okay, that are both Israelite in origin, that lived in Palestine before Zionism existed as a political ideology. And those Palestinian Jews and Samaritans, like the Samaritans today, speak Arabic, have Arabic names, okay, have Arabic culture, like the rest of the Palestinians. The Palestinian Jews that lived there, they were Falahi, they were Bedouin, okay? They were not European, they were not westernized. So whenever you're talking about like in Palestine, they have no problem with Jews. They have a problem with people coming in from another continent, replacing the population there, replacing the culture that had existed for thousands of years, right? That multi, faith culture, that culture of tolerance within Palestine. They completely eradicated that and replaced it with Western culture. I mean, and that's the core of the issue here, is that they replaced those people and then now they're occupied. And not only that, they've also dispersed them around the world. Like I said earlier, my father's side of the family is Palestinian. My mother's side of the family is Jewish. My father still can't go there, even though he's married to a Jewish woman and he has Jewish kids. He still cannot go back. Israel won't let him. So I just want you to know that, like, this is a problem about the occupation.
So
this
even
is
when
a
your
problem
mother is-
about the injustice. This is a problem about the disenfranchisement of the Palestinian people.
Wow.
Okay?
So this
Israel
is-
till this day has never acknowledged the Nakba, has never acknowledged the Palestinian narrative, their story behind all of this. They never taught it in their schools. Okay? So this is something, and somebody brought this up earlier on the panel. I've been on this panel, or like listening before I even came up on the panel, that not Theodore Herzl, it was Ben Gurion himself wrote in his memoir that the Palestinian people that lived there, the Falahin specifically, which was the majority of the population of Palestine, okay, they were the descendants of the people that were living there that were not kicked out by the Romans, okay? They are the ones that stayed there. Some of them remained Jewish. Many of them they converted to Christianity, right? Because we know that Jesus was Jewish. We know that his first disciples were Jewish. We know that the people that, are Christian today have a 98% match of the DNA, basically, of the people that lived there thousands of years ago, right? So those are the same people, the Palestinian Christians, right? So he acknowledged himself that those are the people that were on the land. And many of them also converted to Islam whenever the Arab conquest happened in, I believe it was 638 CE. Anyway, if Ben Gurion can acknowledge the Palestinian people as being indigenous to the land, why can't Netanyahu? Why is it that the Likud party all of a sudden?
Just to know, I am not fan of Netanyahu.
Hang on, this is a modern phenomenon within Israel. Israel didn't used to say that Palestinians were Arab conquerors. This is something that's actually within the last decade or two they've been pushing this narrative. This is not something that was widespread before. It was widely accepted before that they were the indigenous people to the land. Why
Well,
has it
I
changed
can
all of a
address that
sudden?
for you.
Hey, I have a question, and Thirst, you can go. Al, so your mother is a Jewish, your father is Palestinian. Are you holding an Israeli passport? Like, are you allowed to get an Israeli passport? You're not.
I can, yes, I can if I choose to, but my father cannot.
So your
My
father
father cannot-
cannot. So your father cannot go live in Palestine based, let's say, on his wife being Jewish, his kids are being Jewish. He's not allowed to live in Palestine.
And my grandfather can attest to that as well. He could not gain his citizenship either.
Guys, a lot of people live
So,
places.
so they discriminate against even, you know.
Born in 1940.
Wow. Nice.
My
That
father
is
was
so-
born in Palestine and he cannot go back.
Wow.
Lal, the reason-
That speaks for a lot of the discrimination against Palestinians for being Palestinians.
Well,
But
that's
anyway,
why you don't want two-state solution. You see, you still want the
we offered you.
There is
remember-
only one
no,
solution, like
remember-
I said, and you don't ever want to
Intifada
address
revolution,
the
right?
occupation. Address the occupation. That I mean, all of this.
I'm
You keep
addressing
blaming
okay.
age group. You keep blaming Palestinians. Blame the occupation. Blame the Israeli government that has enabled this all of these years. Left wing
But
and
you
right
were
wing
offered.
government.
You were offered.
Both.
You were offered a state. You didn't take it. You
We
had
don't
the chance to take the
We
state.
want a one state. Are you deaf? We keep saying that to you.
Lal, the reason
You have
that
the
Ben
chance
Gurion,
to get you get your state. You were offered.
All right. Thirst, you wanna go, Thirst? The guys, Thirst haven't talked. Thirst haven't talked.
Lal brought up a good question, which is why was Ben Gurion acknowledging Palestinians, back
When
in the
the
40s
law
and even
finish goes, I have a question.
beforehand? And the reason for that is because the Jews considered themselves the Palestinians back then. And the Jews, if you know, like the Free Palestine movement, Free Palestine that's a Jewish made.
This was before all of
slogan.
those immigrants came in, by the way. This is very, very early on. Very
Yeah.
early on. This is during Ottoman rule still.
Yes, absolutely.
When he wrote
The
that
Jews-
memoir.
The Jews
so this
wrote
was
are
way
the free,
before the mass immigration of Jews from Europe.
correct, in the early 1900s, and I agree.
Okay, let's let
And
Thirst
the
finish his
Jews
point.
created the Free Palestine movement, and they considered themselves Palestinians then, up until they declared independence, and they had Palestinian passports, and those were all from the British Mandate of Palestine, not because there was some ancient Palestinian nation there, but because the British Mandate of Palestine issued Palestinian passports, and so people considered themselves Palestinians, and the Jews started the Free Palestine movement, and that's why Ben Gurion was acknowledging Palestinians back then. He was acknowledging the Jews who considered themselves Palestinians.
He did not acknowledge the Muslims and the Christians.
It's just-
Palestinians and the,
It's just so
If you
ironic
read
that
his
the
memoir, he wanted to have
Palestine.
a state that was inclusive of all of them.
Okay, yeah, his
Okay,
memoir.
so
his
why
memoir.
Did they, one second,
was-
LA. So if they acknowledged all of this, why did they ask for a partition? If they acknowledged that everybody belonged to that land, why did they ask?
On the partition?
But if you were free for free Palestine, you can decline that very easy and live with the Palestinian as you coexistence in the land.
Yeah, that's a great question. So
Yeah.
the reason for that is the British didn't believe they'd be able to protect the Jewish residents from
Do you
the
believe-
people who were
do you
there.
believe- do
and
you
that's
believe-
why they took everything east of the Jordan River, and they called that was all part of the
Why would they
Palestinian
not?
mandate. They gave
Why
that
would they?
to the Arabs,
Yeah.
and they said no Jew is
Why
allowed to
would-
settle
why would
east
they-
of the Jordan River. And then they
Wh-
partitioned the west side of the Jordan River and everything up to the Mediterranean
Okay,
Sea
so
for the Jews and the Palestinians.
why would
The
they
Jews
not
accepted it,
believe?
the Arabs did not.
Why would they not believe that will be fair when the historian down here said that the Jewish lived with the Ottomans? It was the golden era for the Jews during the Andalus. So what makes it go from thriving people from nothing to the golden era, and then you don't trust them to live together? Why would they come up, the British, with this idea?
Well, the Jews were dhimmi. They were second-class citizens in the Ottoman Empire and had to pay additional taxes, and they were
No,
being oppressed
you
there
guys,
at the same time.
the historian over here can prove me wrong if he wants. The jizya was a 2.5% to the Jews, but it was a 5% to the Muslim. How were they second-class citizens?
They were
If I'm a
considered
Muslim,
dhimmi.
if I'm a Muslim and I'm paying 5% tax, and you are a Jewish and you're paying 2.5% tax, so you're
Well,
paying
in Ottoman
half.
Imperial
One
time,
second,
jizya was
let
for
me finish.
non-Muslims.
It was for all non-Muslims. I know you guys are saying
Yes,
the Christians.
but the
and-
You didn't
Muslim.
have to serve in the
Hold on.
military either.
Hold on,
Well,
Let me ask you
Jews
this.
were not allowed to have weapons.
hold
They
on.
are not allowed to drive to ride the.
That is you guys going around in that. There is a tax in Islam which is called khumus, which is we pay 5% of our income to the government, and that law does not apply to non-Muslim. So that's when they forced the jizya, which is half of what I pay as a Muslim, and you did not have to serve in the army. You did not. You were protected. Your synagogue were protected, and that's all on the expense of us. And then you call yourself on a 2.5% second class, and I pay 5%, and I'm a first class. That doesn't make sense.
Actually, also in the millet system, from every 7 family had to give 1 boy for the Janissary armies as well, and it was obligatory. It was for like
So
exchange for the protection. So
one
most of the
boy,
Janissaries were not Turkish, by the way.
and
99% of the Janissaries were Muslimized Christian people. Serbians, Bulgarians, Greeks, even Armenians.
makes sense. But
Even Jews were Janissaries.
if I had 5 sons, all of my 5 sons go to the army, and if you have 5 sons, one of you go to the army. Tell me, how is that second class citizen? How is that? Like you pay less tax than I pay.
Yes,
And
but
my
this
kids have to
Janissary
sit.
thing,
Now, you see, we're discussing the oppression, which is Zach up here. He always says Jews were always oppressed under Islam, and right now, we established by a historian that under
okay.
Islamic rules, they were not oppressed until the 1949. That's what he said.
How about
So
not to allow ride horses, and
Yeah,
they cannot
incorrect.
build synagogue?
that
Federal.
that is not correct.
Do you
That is,
really?
Yes, it is correct.
and
let's
Ottoman Empire was not the only Muslim country. You should take.
Also, do you guys not find it a little crazy that you were up here with your full chest talking about how Jews should totally be okay with a actual system of second-class citizenship?
Of Iran were
Oh,
oppressing
worry, it's
Jews
okay,
in
it's
Iran.
fine. It's a great second-class citizenship. You should love that. It's like,
And plus,
you're,
let's
at
not
the same
forget.
time, you're calling Israel an apartheid.
Let's not forget the Abdul Hamid II. Let's not, Zach, let me finish. Abdul Hamid II, that was oppressor not only to the Jews, but every non-Muslim people, as even he shut down the theaters which was opened by the Armenians. There was the Gulo Akopian's theater, which existed before Abdul Hamid II. And Abdul Hamid II shut down until he was the Sultan. Then, after he was thrown from the throne, this theater was restored. But for the short time, of course, we know then what happened, this Armenian genocide and blah, blah, blah. But, yeah, let's not forget the Abdul Hamid II was a big oppressor of
you're saying after
Muslim people.
I got you. So you're saying after the Abdul Hamid II started oppressing other people, the Ottoman Empire collapsed, right?
After World War I, the
He
Ottoman
was
Empire
oppressing
collapsed.
not only non-Muslims, but the
But
Turks
I
itself.
know. But after that, he collapsed.
It didn't collapse. It was beaten in war.
It was beaten in war by the British.
Okay, so
By the Allies.
it was beaten in war. So that was the reason, because he was oppressing his own people or the people around him. The people got stronger on him and finished his whole empire, right?
Yeah, then happened the Young Turks
Okay,
Revolution,
so can we put
1909.
can we put that same resolution on Israel that is oppressing every country around it and unaliving all these people, and their time is very limited?
I disagree, because nowadays Israel is not oppressing. Muslim says it will, as they were oppressed under the countries.
We have seen Palestinians strapped on the trunk of a jeep, driven around with the heat, We have seen people, Palestinians, standing on a checkpoint for hours and hours under the light, under the sunlight. We have seen this. This is called oppression.
Federico, let
This
me
is
ask
called
you this.
oppression.
Let me ask you a
One time
question.
I was in Ukraine and I
Can
waited
I
for
speak?
9 hours to cross the border. So this kind of problem exists all around the world.
No,
Guys, let me ask a
exists on a
question.
daily
How
basis
many
in Palestine.
Palestinians serve in Israeli parliament? How many Palestinians serve in Israeli parliament?
Arab, Israeli, that were forced. What do you have? How many Palestinians?
And how many Israelis
what
serve
what
in
do they
Arab
have?
parliaments?
What do they have? They have 12 out of the 140.
Yes, and how many
Okay, and
Israelis
how many
serve in Arab
Palestinians?
parliament?
Hold on. You said you brought that up. Let me address it. So you have 2 million Arabs that lives in Israel that have 12 representatives, and you have 5 millions of Jews that lives in Palestine, and they have 118 or 128. Tell
In
me how
Israel,
is
not
that?
Palestine.
Yeah, in the Knesset. So explain to me, how is that fair?
In the United States, we call that
million-
gerrymandering. We call that gerrymandering in the United States.
So
Not really.
5 million,
Gerrymandering
5
has to
million
do with
have
district.
128, and 2 million have only 12.
And
So
those
explain
12
that.
have put Israeli Knesset members in prison. They run the
It
banks. They have
doesn't
all
matter.
kinds
It
of power.
doesn't matter.
That's not
they-
apartheid.
putting
That's
up-
not oppression.
Putting
That's
up a
not,
show.
That's
Putting up
equality.
putting,
That's
putting
totally
up a
equality.
show.
In the
putting-
Ottoman Empire, the
putting
Jews,
up-
the dhimmis,
putting
all
up
the
a show.
non-Muslims were not allowed to vote. They weren't allowed to
Putting
testify in
up
court. They weren't
a
allowed to
show,
hold
it
public
doesn't
office.
make
They
you
weren't allowed
legit.
to do brothers.
The
They weren't allowed to
reality-
own
Why are
homes
we
better than
talking
anyone
about
else.
this while, like, literally we address the point Palestinians, you cannot ignore history. The ancestral homeland of the Palestinian people is from the river to the sea, and they need equality.
No, it's not.
Okay? They need equality.
They're from the Arabian Peninsula.
No, they're not.
We
Yes, they
lived
are.
there.
That's what Yasser Arafat said. Do you know more than Yasser Arafat?
Okay,
about the
one
Palestinians?
person. We lived there. They kicked 750,000 from there. Where did they come from? From under earth,
Not
from the
just
sea?
750,000.
They wouldn't have been kicked
That's
out
the
if
ones
Jews
that they
started a war.
kicked. That's just the
It was
kicked.
450,000 even before the Nakba. Okay,
They had a chance
Then
to
the
start a
Nakba was
state
another
and stay there, but they
750,000,
decided
and
to
then
start a
after
war.
that was even more. Okay, over 250,000 in 1967.
So don't start a war.
Started the war.
They're the people who disagreed with the
Who
partition
started?
plan.
Who started
Yeah,
the war?
you know,
One
it's
second,
strange
guys. One
that
second. One
there's
second, guys. 1 second. Who started the war?
If you're talking about the civil war in 1947, 1948, it was there.
Muslims started the war. So-called
Not Muslims,
Palestinians
but
started the war.
How
Because
did they
Israelis,
start?
the Jews were okay with the partition plan of
Guys,
1947.
If you're
If you
gonna
go back
say,
further,
if you're
it's
gonna
also-
deny the existence of the Palestinian people, if you're gonna call them just Arab conquerors or something like that, you're not in here in good faith. You're not in here debating in good faith, because if you were, you would acknowledge that the Palestinian people lived there, and you would acknowledge their narrative, right? You would acknowledge that they have rights to be able to live on that land with freedom and dignity, as everybody.
How come the
Okay.
Arabic nation? How come the Arabic speaking
Do not
language?
start talking about other places around the world. We're talking
No,
about
let me ask the
Palestine,
question
okay?
then. Let me ask the question.
We're
Let me
talking
see
about
what we are going.
Palestine.
How come that Arabic speaking nation has the name with the P in the beginning? As we know that Arabic language does not have P.
That's bullshit now. But I'm gonna take you a route where you're taking me. Do you wanna explain to me why the Jewish people tried to unalive Donald J. Trump a couple of days ago?
What?
Now we know this guy's a conspiracy.
Damn, they reported it out.
The guy that was arrested, he's Jewish.
Oh my God.
Oh
order
my
to
God.
eliminate the
So
Just
you
because
wanna
he is
go- you wanna
Jewish,
go-
that means
okay,
it was
here you
Israel
go,
who wanted
here
it.
you
Oh
go,
my God.
here you go, here you go.
We're gonna start spreading
That
conspiracy.
It's such a stupid argument. I'm
No,
sorry.
it's not
Such a
stupid. I'm
stupid
making the same
argument. Yes.
argument you're making.
What's the
I'm
argument,
making-
Federico?
I'm making the same argument you're making.
What's the argument?
Why?
The argument is that he was Jewish. That means Israel was behind.
Why is it? Why is
It's
it?
the
no.
same.
You see,
This was
every
the same
time-
narrative in
every-
Germany after World War I.
Every time you blame something on Islam because one Muslim did,
The kid
and
was
now
not
I'm
Jewish.
asking you, he was Jewish. He
No,
was
he was not.
Jewish. He was
not
Jewish.
Can I?
He was Jewish. He was
I would
Jewish.
say this
Because
is
you saw a
relevant
YouTube
to what's
video
going
on
He
on.
was
Holocaust
Jewish.
versus Zion. doesn't mean that it was correct, dude.
Federico, you
Learn
can't
I also know.
to share your
I'm not
this is the
reporting
problem.
anything. That is the news reporting it. I didn't say anything.
Federico,
They put his
stop.
picture out. They did
You
show
gotta
him
stop.
as.
You gotta stop listening to these people.
Guys, I just think that it's pointless to keep talking about the past.
I'm not talking-
We need
talking
to
about the
talk about the
future.
present
Oh
and
my
the future.
God.
And like I said before, I don't think in 2024 it's unreasonable and I don't think it's a radical position to have to ask for equal rights, right? So like if, for example, if this was going on, what's going on in Israel and Palestine, if that was going on in the United States, that would be completely unacceptable. All of us speak English here, right? So I'm assuming all of us have either been to Western countries or have lived there. We know that what is going on over there is unacceptable. Israel considers itself to be a Western-style democracy in the Middle East, and the only one in the Middle East. Well, let's make it into a true democracy, right?
Right.
Like, I believe right now, the best thing that can happen, obviously, is a ceasefire, release of all hostages on both sides, right?
Agree.
Group has over, 120 right now of hostages, and Israel has over 25,000 Palestinian hostages right now.
No, some of those are criminals.
A very few percent of them are criminals.
Like
Very
Yahya
few
Sinwar.
percent. The vast majority of them are innocent civilians that have been kidnapped.
You don't have any evidence for that.
Oh, there's a
He's also
plethora of
There's,
evidence.
can you at least not say you're pro both?
He's wrong about 25,000.
There's
It's
a
not even close.
plethora.
That's not even
I
a
have-
number that you're citing.
There's a
I have-
plethora of
Justify
evidence.
the illegal occupation that is going on in
And then let me
Palestine.
finish what I was saying, guys. Let me finish, okay? You didn't let me get to finish. Okay, so besides releasing all hostages on both sides, there needs to be an immediate and unconditional emancipation of all Palestinians all around the world, in Palestine and Israel, and in the diaspora, full equal rights, okay? And then reparations must be paid, okay? Gaza must be rebuilt. The people that lost their homes in the 1940s up until today, they lost their property. All of those things need to be returned and compensated for if they have been destroyed. All of those things need to happen in order for Israel, okay, or whatever you want to call the nation after that, all right? Because when Palestinians are emancipated, we're going to make it into a true democracy, right?
Absolutely.
Palestinians have suffered through oppression for years and years and years, decades and decades and decades. They know what a real democracy should look like, more than anyone in the world.
So where are they running this real
Okay.
democracy, by the way?
Where
South
all
Africa?
people, no matter what your race or religion is, when you live there, you have equal rights. No
Where
matter
are the
what your religion
Palestinians?
is, or
What
what
example-
your ethnicity
what-
is,
hold
or
on.
what your
What
gender is, or
evidence-
whatever.
what
There needs to
evidence
be an
can you
actual
show-
constitution
Lau,
that guarantees
stop talking
those
for a
rights.
second. You've been talking plenty. What evidence can you show that Palestinians care about democracy?
They are illegally occupied by the Israeli government, and they have been since 47. Period.
Cool. No. I'm
Okay,
asking.
so
what evidence- can
Palestinians
you just-
actually
one second.
formed
I'm asking
the
what
Palestinian
evidence can you show
Congress.
me?
They formed the Palestinian Congress in the 1930s, and as early as the 1930s, they actually proposed a one-state solution that is a secular democracy for all people around its borders. Okay, as early as the 1930s, while America was still going through Jim Crow laws and segregation. Okay, where black people of color were being unalived at random in the United States. During that era, the Palestinian people, okay, Jews, Christians, Muslims, Samaritans all got together, and Druze, and they proposed a constitution, okay? They proposed a government where everyone would have equal rights, and it would be a secular democracy in the 1930s. And the Middle East, of all places, the Holy Land, a secular democracy. That was proposed in the 1930s. And that is still a proposition within the Palestinian Authority till this day. Israel has always rejected
Was it before or after meeting with Schmittler?
But what I want you guys to acknowledge, what I want you guys to really
There is
focus
no such thing as a
on
Palestinian Congress.
is what's going on today in the here and now. It's the occupation
Lal, what are you talking about? There is no such thing as a Palestinian Congress.
It's the pogroms that are inflicted against Palestinians in the West Bank every day, the pogroms, and it's the genocide that is going on in Gaza right now, and the mass unalivement of Palestinian civilians. That is what you guys should be talking about right now. Not what happened 3,000, 4,000
I asked you a
years ago.
question. You answered with the Palestinian Congress, which is not a thing. You said it comes from the 1930s. It's not a thing. So tell me again.
What do you mean? What do you mean it's not a thing?
Because
You don't-
it
so,
didn't
hold on one
exist.
second.
It never existed.
Mike,
There's no such thing.
Mike, one second.
That's okay, Federico. You keep speaking.
Yeah,
That's fine.
that's okay. I have to point out one
Federico
thing. that
has
you know-
talked a lot, and he also
Yeah,
brought up
I
something
know.
that was
I'm a moderator
baseless
here.
conspiracy theory, so you really
yeah.
shouldn't be talking.
No, I'm not. You're not the one to say if I can talk
You just
or not.
told
You're
me
just,
that the Trump shooter was Jewish,
He
which has
was.
absolutely
He was.
no basis
I will
in
show you
fact,
the
and it's a
proof.
complete,
I
total
will show you the
conspiracy
proof. And
theory.
don't
You should not be
deflect. Let's
talking.
go. Let's go
You
back
should
to
not
the
be talking.
Palestinian.
You
I
should
will
not
be
talk about
talking.
Brodsky was also Jewish, so what? Being Jewish, it doesn't mean you are
But
Israeli.
it doesn't matter. He was not Jewish.
Trump is like the biggest supporter of Israel.
Even if the fact is, just because a person is Jewish, it doesn't mean it comes from the Israel.
Guys, it has been established that it is an illegal occupation and an apartheid in Palestine right now. In order to change this in a one-state solution, countries around the world, just like they did in South Africa, countries around the world have to impose economic and cultural boycotts on Israel to push the government end to apartheid. Then Israelis and Palestinians alike must use peaceful protests, strikes, and other non-violent methods to challenge this apartheid. Then the Israeli government must end their apartheid, and they must be demilitarized from the IDF, leading to an end overall of apartheid and the creation of a democratic system. In order
Mike,
for
I
that
like
to
that
happen,
idea. I like that idea a lot.
anti-apartheid activists build widespread support within Israel and Palestine and internationally to push for this change. So you need global pressure, nonviolent resistance, negotiation, and unity and support.
Mike,
and it
what if-
starts with Israel's accountability.
Okay, we get it. Now, if you look at history, you'll see that one side has been offering the olive branch over and over and over again, and the other side takes
One
that
side
as a
has
sign of
been
weakness.
dictating the narrative.
They take a sign of weakness and send suicide.
Sir,
BOMB.
One side has been dictating the narrative and has been spreading propaganda like that for a very long time.
Both sides are
And it
spreading
needs to
propaganda.
end. No.
Both sides are.
They are illegally
Like Lal
occupying the
thinks
Palestinian
Palestinians
territories,
are
which means there is
indigenous to
only
Israel.
one
That's
Israeli
not.
government.
That's propaganda.
That
was
is
fed
not.
to him.
The Israeli government illegally occupies from the river to the sea. That is not propaganda. That is fact.
How long have they been occupying from the river to the sea?
Since 1947,
Nope.
their establishment, under the Geneva Conventions, Article 33 and Article 49, they are clearly violating international law, and these are illegal war crimes that they have been doing.
Mike, I have a question. I have a question.
Nothing
Who-
justifies what
Okay,
Israel is
so
doing.
you
right
said
now.
since 1947 they've been occupying to the river to the sea. Who was in control of the Gaza Strip in 1947?
What I'm trying to tell you is it was
Answer
the
the
British
question.
mandate. It was the British mandate. Yes, they were occupying it.
And then who had military control over Gaza until 1967?
It was an illegal occupation under international law.
Okay, if you claim that Palestine was...
Since 1949.
So if you
in the Geneva
claim...
Convention-
So
Okay, I have
also,
a
in
question.
another
I was
example of
quiet for a
this,
long
another
time.
example of this is actually whenever Jordan tried to illegally annex the West Bank from
Yes.
the Palestinians, right? The UN actually did not allow that to happen. The United Nations blocked
Jordans
that.
annexed. The
The
Jordans
United
annexed and
Nations
controlled it.
blocked that resolution and said that land was Palestinian territory.
Resolution 194.
Okay,
Palestinians' right to return.
if the Palestine was the country, name me one king.
It doesn't matter what the country was.
It
but you gotta
matters.
understand that Palestinians
Name me
were
one king
displaced.
from the
Can you
history of
understand something?
Palestinians.
It doesn't have to do with the name. Palestinians were displaced. You can call them whatever
Okay,
you want.
tell me who was the king or the
It
sultan
doesn't
or
matter.
whatever.
See, you're trying to.
It matters.
You're trying to
It
argue
matters.
sovereignty. Clearly, Palestinians weren't sovereign, because if they were sovereign, they would have had a military
They
to
would
fight
have
off
somebody in the lead.
the
They would
Israeli
have somebody in
Zionist
the lead.
cult that came in Europe, that was aided by the Czechoslovakians
Okay,
and the
before
Polish.
Zionists, who was the leader of Palestinians?
What
Before
I am trying to
Zionists.
tell you, sir, is it doesn't matter. It does not
It matters.
justify the
It
displacement.
matters.
It does not justify the displacement
It matters.
of Palestinians that were Jewish, Christian, and Muslim.
It
that
matters.
lived
It
there.
shows that
It
the
does
Palestinians
not
were not the
justify. This
people
does not
there.
justify these things.
Hold on a
No.
second. Hold on. You guys are
And then
talking
to
over each other.
illegally occupy.
Let's take Mike's
And
as the
ethnically
truth.
cleanse.
Okay, let's assume what Mike is saying is true. He said it doesn't matter what they're called.
is true.
There were people who were occupied. It doesn't matter if they had a leader or not, or had a nation or not. Let's say that's all correct and agree with him. Okay, and say there were people who were living there and they were displaced. Doesn't matter what they were called. Okay,
It does
and
matter.
and they should be the right. They should have the right to come back and live there with full equal rights. Yeah, that's kind of what you're saying. There's people who were displaced.
There were people that were displaced, yes, and they
So
are
how are we
under
supposed to figure out
illegal occupation.
Yeah, I heard you. So how are we supposed to figure out who those people are and who deserves to come back? Like, how do we know which people were
You
displaced?
stop. Here's the first step, brother. You stop oppressing them.
Well,
You stop
you
putting
call-
them in a cage illegally
Well,
for
let me
2
ask you this.
decades.
Why
What
are they
cage?
putting, why are they putting them
What
in a cage?
what cage?
No,
You mean
Why
Gaza
are they
was the
doing it?
cage?
It doesn't
All
matter
right,
because
stop
this is
arguing.
a colonist cult that came in, and they have clearly stated that Theodore Herzl's aspirations is colonism. Until this ideology is erased, there is no other discussions.
So, Mike, why is Egypt helping to keep the Gazan people in a cage?
Egypt is not helping with anything.
Yes, they are. Why'd they build a
Based off of
second wall on the
Resolution
border?
181, whenever the Palestinians left their land and they came back, according to Resolution 194, they were not given the right to return by international law that the Israelis were violating. Back in 1948, dude.
Egypt controlled Gaza and Jordan controlled the West
What
Bank.
I'm
in
trying to tell
1948.
you is when Palestinians left, let's say you want the Palestinians in Gaza to go to Egypt. Is that what you're saying? Egypt just opens up their borders and
No,
allows
I'm saying
Palestinians to
Egypt
come
is
in?
equally caging them in as Israel.
They are not equally
All right,
caging
all right,
them.
guys, all
The
right,
person
guys.
who
Let's
put
go
the
back
30-foot
on track,
fences up
please.
is the illegal
Guys,
blockade that's
let's go
condemned
back. Let's go
under
back on
international
track.
law by Israel.
Egypt has done the
They
same
are
thing.
able-
You know,
Israel
with the
is
logic
able to
which
that
you are
stuff.
going, you know, with the logic which you are going, then the Armenians are also colonizers.
All right, guys. Let's go back on track. Let's give some turn and speak equally. We have 2 new guests. We have Stay Ahead and we have Butthead. You guys you want to say something?
Yeah,
Any
well,
of
can I
you?
say something?
Go ahead.
Stay ahead. I was listening to the live. Personally, I support, freedom of Palestinians, and I feel like Zionism. I don't think you're wrong when you're calling it an apartheid regime. Palestinians in the West Bank have to use different roads. They have to, they're part of a different legal system. It's so obviously clear that they're discriminated against. Former, what's his name, Yehud Barak. I don't know if you guys know Yehud Barak, the prime minister from Israel. You know what he said? But funnily enough, he said, if I was a Palestinian, I would be part of the resistance. So personally, I think the Palestinian resistance is the peak of humanity. Right? I don't. When apartheid was in South Africa, the NCA did by any means they fought for freedom. By any means, I feel like us as human beings, we should support freedom wherever it is. And to people who are Zionists, I think they believe in the supremacy of some over the equality of everyone. And that's what they can't understand. They can't seem to comprehend that we as human beings see Palestinians just like anyone else. So, I'm just frustrated at the whole world for allowing it to happen, for watching, And he's asking why the Egyptians are not doing anything, because it's not the Egyptian people, it's the Egyptian sellouts who are in charge. It's not the people, it's the people in charge, and we as a people are not doing anything. Whether that's because we believe in a religion and we're praying to God to help them, or whether for whatever reason we are watching televised G-side. We're watching it, and we can't. We're not doing anything about it. These Zionists, we don't. They shouldn't even be spoken to be honest. The majority of humanity is against them because they got some sort of people in power. They're trying to, bolster their voice, but no, Zionism is unfortunately going to die on the hill of apartheid. The real Jews are the people from Breaking Silence. The real Jews are the people who are standing up against Zionism. Just like von Stauffenberg when he stood up against the Nazis and he tried to, he made an attempt at Schindler's life, but now he's a hero. He's seen as a hero. 1,000 or 200 years from now, 300 years from now, Zionism will not be here. It will be seen as the parasite it was. It will be studied through history, and that's it. So power to Chip, power to all of you guys who speak the truth. And honestly, I can't stand Zionists. I can't
Stay ahead.
stand them.
I have a question for you. What year were the checkpoints and walls put up in the West Bank that you're talking about? The different roads. What year were those built?
Mate, are you being serious? In the West Bank, Palestinians do use different roads. They don't have a right to vote.
I agree.
What do you mean you agree? So if you agree with that, how can you say it's okay?
No, I didn't say it's okay. I asked you a question. I asked what year.
You know what happened in
built?
October? What happened in October was it didn't happen in a vacuum, mate. It didn't happen in a vacuum.
I'm not talking about that.
I don't appreciate your attempt to discredit him.
Why do you support a supremacist?
Okay, I'll tell you. They were
ethnicity?
built in 2002. Okay, why were they built?
They were built because these people tried to come and steal land, and obviously the inhabitants weren't having it. So they thought, oh, let's just try to force the situation. That's why they were built. They weren't built because, these people are trying to attack us for no reason. That's not the case. If you're trying to come and steal my land or whatever, if you're trying to come, I can say, yeah, you can live with me. But once you try to kick me out of my land, I have to fight for my land, mate.
So why did they wait 54 years to do that? Why did they wait 54 years to build those checkpoints and all of a sudden just do it in 2002?
Regardless of the reason they were built,
in 2001?
They couldn't do it straight away, mate.
It didn't have anything to do with the violent uprising, the Intifada in 2001. That's not why they built.
Regardless
Why
of the
did the
reason they
violent
were
uprising
built
happen?
first,
Why
it's
did it
illegal.
happen, idiot? Why did it happen?
It's illegal.
It doesn't matter, bro.
To build
Do you know what
blockades.
Nelson Mandela done? Do you know what the struggle for freedom entailed? Do you know Nat Turner? Do you condemn Nat Turner for doing the slave revolt? Do you condemn that?
Oh, sorry, someone muted me. Yeah, I condemn the slavery. Absolutely.
You condemn the slave revolt?
Yeah. No,
So
I don't
you-
condemn the
okay, why
revolt.
do
I
you
condemn
condemn
slavery.
the slave revolt? Is this guy serious? He condemns the slave revolt. So you don't think black people should have fought for their freedom?
That's not what I said.
So why do you condemn it?
No, I said I condemn slavery.
Okay, but we're talking about resistance. We're talking about why did the uprising happen? Did it happen in a vacuum? No, it didn't. There was guys with guns in their city taking over. So of course people are gonna fight back.
Yeah,
Just
but
'cause
during
you
the
own the
second
media.
intifada, they were not just hitting like army bases. They were going into nightclubs. They were going into malls. Listen, I'm a Israeli on the side of anti-occupation. I'm on the side of understanding why generational trauma caused Palestinians to fight for their resistance, but there is a manner in how you should be fighting for your resistance. At the end of the day, what happened on October 7th is not justified resistance because they didn't go to the Knesset. They didn't go to just IDF bases. They went into people's homes and they murdered people who were watching a concert.
Okay, but so did Nelson Mandela.
You should use word
Valid, but that
unaliving.
was also Teism. Because
My
Teism
dear.
means fighting for a political aim by using violence against innocent civilians. Tell me how that was not what happened on October 7th.
Unable directive debunked a lot of
to be
this.
quiet and accept it.
One, first and foremost.
So you're just going to cut off my
So
mic because you're
unaliving
triggered.
a German girl will just lead to the freedom of Palestine. You are saying this? Unaliving German girls, like Shania Brook. Shania Brook was like Zionist. You want to say this?
Okay. The ghetto uprising, the ghetto Warsaw uprising that your grandparents were involved in, because you're Ashkenazi, you're from Eastern Europe.
They were fighting against the Yazidis, not these German
The
civilians.
difference between Zionists and Yazidis, I don't see a difference because you're both supremacists.
If you
Then
do
you
not allow
person,
Palestinians
if you look
to sit at the
difference
table,
between
you
Yazidis
have no right
and
to
the Jews.
criticize
I
it.
understand
What's
that.
the difference?
This is what I have to say, guys, in
What's the
response.
difference
But
between Zionists
Butthead,
and Yahtzee?
so
What's the difference?
Butthead, so I hear you and thank you for your solidarity with the Palestinian people. I understand your position, and your position is valid. Also,
Hey, who
the
is
thing is
muting
about
my
October the
microphone?
7th. Listen,
Yeah, why
I'm
are we just getting
speaking. I'm
muted?
speaking.
But you know, I keep on
I'm trying
hearing
to
this
respond to
October 7th.
Butthead. I'm trying to respond
I
to
understand.
Butthead.
Hey,
I mean, I
stop
wasn't even
muting
finished.
me.
No.
I was cut off to begin with, so can I finish my response?
Oh, absolutely. Sorry, I thought that you were done.
No, you're good. I mean, I kept getting muted by the moderator.
No, I think you got your.
Getting muted again. I'm getting muted again.
I think you got your.
Whose turn is it to
You
speak
haven't
then?
finished. Okay.
I understand why
I
generational
haven't.
trauma. Okay, oh my fucking goodness. Who's talking right now?
Go ahead,
No.
bud. Go ahead.
Look, look it.
Go ahead, bud.
There was a comment that said what was taken by force should be taken back by force. But if that's the case, if the oppressors are the ITF, if the oppressors are the people in the Israeli government, why on October 7th, why not go to bases only? Why not go to the Knesset? Why pull into people's homes and why murder people in a concert and say that that's for Palestinian liberation? Tell me how either of those things add up. Mind you, I'm an Israeli that is not like for the occupation, that is not for the settlements, that is not for the genocide happening in Gaza, the G side, excuse me. But at the end of the day, what happened on the 7th is not justified resistance. And I think you can think both things at the same time. Whether you think they're not mutually exclusive is your own prerogative.
Can I respond? Or
Sure.
are you done? Or
Yeah, I'm done. What's up?
okay. So I'm glad that you brought up that point, and it's important to acknowledge that a lot of things happened on October the 7th. A lot of things that. Here's the thing. There's things that we know for certain happened, and then there's things that we don't know for certain happened. Okay. We know that H group, their that day was to attack the military bases of Israel, of the IDF, which they did, right? They occupied much of southern Israel for at least 3 days. And they wanted to take hostages so that way they can exchange said hostages to exchange them for the Palestinian hostages held in
Okay, fair, but then why murder 250 people that were at a concert?
hang on. I'm about to get there. Now,
Okay.
we know that
You have the
Israeli
same concern
citizens,
about
Israeli
Palestinians,
civilians, right, are also IDF personnel, even if they're not active duty, and many of them may carry firearms, okay, open carry within Israel. It
What
is
about the German
possible.
girl?
Let me finish,
What
please.
German girl? What's this guy talking about?
Let me finish. Mute
All right,
yourself.
Tanya Brook.
guys.
Mute
Anybody is gonna
yourself.
interrupt again? Anybody? If you're on the big screen, you speak. If you're not on big screen, you get muted. If you interrupt the guy on the big screen, no matter where you started from, I am dropping you.
Okay. We know that Israel has already said so many lies about what happened on October the 7th already that anything that they claim now, it has to be verified by an independent investigation. For example, what was it, 20 or 40 the babies that lost their heads, for example, or the babies baked in ovens, or the pregnant women cut open, or the mass SAs, or the mass grapes that have been claimed to have happened, which have not been substantiated, right? Also, the UNRWA accusations that members of UNRWA participated on October the 7th, which was also not substantiated, right? We know Donald Trump had said himself, at least, 2 or 3 years ago, he said himself on international television that he thought for all these years that it was the Palestinians that didn't want peace, but he said it was the Israelis, it was Netanyahu that didn't want peace. And Netanyahu himself told Donald Trump that they don't want peace. Okay, so this is not you can't put this on the Palestinian people, right? The thing is we know on October the 7th, their goal was to take, hostages or whatever from Israel to exchange those hostages, right? And then we also know that those civilians that you're talking about may have
Okay, wrap it up,
retaliated
Ale,
against
please.
Hamas, against H Group, which likely happened. They resisted, right? They're not just going to accept being, taken hostage, right? So H Group probably retaliated back and shot the people that were armed, that were shooting at them. Okay,
I
7
think now you're
hours
just
later.
literally trying
Hang
to
on, let me
justify.
finish. 7 hours later.
Oh my
7
fucking
hours
gosh.
later. The IDF came in. They
You're being a
responded
Yahtzee right now. You're being a Yahtzee.
helicopters. Let me
You are
finish.
Yahtzee.
Okay.
They
I
came in with
dropped.
helicopters and tanks and unalived their own civilians. They implemented what's called the Hannibal Directive. We do know that
Ale,
happened.
wrap
That
it up.
has been substantiated.
Wrap it up.
I'm about to wrap it up. Sorry. What I'm trying to say is because of all of those events, okay, all of the things that Israel has claimed that have not been substantiated, and the things that have been substantiated that actually makes us all question everything even more. We need a third-party investigation before we hold anybody accountable for any such actions that happened on that day. I agree with you. If H Group, or the IDF, whoever was responsible of unalivement of innocent civilians on that day, they need to be held accountable. Of course, they need to be held accountable. That's not something that should happen. Grapes, that's not acceptable, right? But we need to make sure that these events actually happened. That's what I'm trying to say. We need to punish the people that were actually involved, not collectively punish an entire civilization of people. Like the people in Gaza are not the only ones that are receiving the punishment. The West Bank and East Jerusalem as well.
Okay, so you want to say that this girl, this tattoo artist, Shani
There's
Luke.
thousands of Palestinians. What are you doing right now, man?
So you want to say
Who
this?
made that wiki page? This
Okay,
guy's
let's
unbelievable.
Used to unalive even at least.
before you show on the article, let's acknowledge that Haaretz a couple of days ago released a statement stating that the IDF has deployed the Hannibal Directory. So most of the unaliving that happened at the Nova Festival was done by an Israeli chopper. So you have no evidence of any age group member unaliving any German girl. So don't bring it up.
Here it
because
is.
there
On
is-
the here it
It's
is.
propaganda.
That is,
It's
Read.
that is propaganda. I'm
Read.
not gonna allow it. I'm not gonna allow you to run.
Wikipedia.
It's
Listen,
propaganda,
Read.
man.
when
Wikipedia.
when
Oh,
when
of course. Everything that is
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is propaganda, and everything you say is true.
Guys, are you gonna bring up the article
Bro,
that
if you're a
Haaretz?
Zionist,
Hold on. Are you gonna bring up the article that Haaretz has written, stating that the Israeli army has deployed the Hannibal Director on that day and unalived their own people? Can you bring that up along with this one? If not, just put it down because I'm not gonna allow you to do it.
Because you don't want truth.
No, it's not that I don't want propaganda and misinformation.
Chip, they're
It's not
spreading
propaganda.
on your platform, man.
So everything that doesn't apply to you is a propaganda, right?
Mate, you're
Okay,
okay.
guys,
So what's
read
the
this.
point you're doing right now? What
Okay,
is
look
your
at the big screen. Look at the big screen. Look at the big screen.
What is your point? Do you know how many Palestinian children have lost their life?
It does not give you excuse to unalive at least one civilian from Israeli
Your
side.
blood
It wasn't
is more
proven.
precious,
It
right?
does not give you the right to
IDF
do
ordered
so.
Hannibal Directive on October 7th to
Because you're
prevent
a
Hamas
supremacist.
taking soldiers captive.
Okay, I will say this is the properly propaganda, and I don't believe it.
It's Haaretz. It's not Propali.
Okay, so
Haaretz.
you don't believe in
Haaretz.
facts.
You
what
know, I
Haaretz
can also
is?
make the article like this.
Here you go.
I can
That's the
also
guy-
make
that's the
article
guy-
like
that's
this
the
if I
guy-
know the technology.
Come on, people. Come on.
Everybody wants to believe what they want to believe, I guess.
I would just
And
drop
we will
it
never
then.
get to the we will never get to the truth then.
Dying on the hill of apartheid is just crazy.
I don't care what
You're
kind
not-
of
you're not a real
newspaper or what kind of articles
If you
you're
were
going
real-
to show me.
if
I'm
you were
not
a
going to
real
believe.
patriot, you would be
I'm
part
not
of
going to
Black Max
believe
Blumenfeld.
that the Israeli unalived its own citizens. Yeah, I can also make like a fake website and make the fake articles as well.
Website. This is just what you look up
You're
online,
so
man.
sick.
Why is it sick to point this out? It's a reality. What's the problem? I don't understand
You,
why.
the
it's such a
Shani
problem.
Luke is nobody, I guess. Okay.
No, what?
So if you refuse to believe
No, I
my
don't-
sources,
no,
then I
talking about the
refuse to
Hannibal
believe
Directive.
yours. Show me wherever you like. I don't care. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I mean, you're not supposed to
you are
believe
no
because that's
different.
what you paid for.
Nazis, bro. You're not.
It's
But I'm not paid
Haaretz.
for it, unlike you.
It's paid for.
Unlike
That's
you,
why-
I'm not being paid.
No, I'm not being paid either. Over here brings up the Haaretz, an Israeli newspaper, and you deny it. We bring up a video of the Apache helicopter analyzing all these civilians at the Nova Festival, and
I
you
can
want to deny
also
that.
show you how the Shani Luke's
Power to
body
Chip,
was
man.
imposed
Power to
in
Chip.
Gaza.
Chip, can I ask you one question?
Bring a
From the
receipt, buddy.
tanks,
Bring a receipt.
from the tanks and the kibbutz, from the IDF, right?
Oh boy.
Right, Tornad?
Hey, Chip, can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
What do you? Okay, can I ask you? Yeah, what do you think of like Zionists, like the mind of a Zionist, like this guy right now, who's incapable of, you're showing him facts, but he doesn't want to hear it, and he also doesn't believe Palestinian lives matter. Like, how do you talk to someone like that? How do you find a middle ground?
No.
And if it's not like the resistance and what they're trying to do, how do you actually find a middle ground with people like this?
Well, I don't like to use the term people like this. I'll just say in terms of the conversation we're having today and similar conversations I've had on TikTok, I would say there's a common thread that ties together the way of thinking that I've encountered. And it kind of goes like this. What I believe, and I did a video about this, I've done many videos, but I did one specifically that kind of covers this exact issue. There are people who believe certain things and they conflate what they believe with fact. So anything that contradicts or somehow contravenes what they've come to believe is immediately to be dismissed as counterfactual. Just outright. Default is if it's not something that fits my narrative, it doesn't exist because it's got to be some sort of made up story or propaganda. In other words, the idea is to immediately dismiss, never engage, never consider, because to consider is to open up the possibility that there may be cracks in that veneer that one puts up regarding how they see things. That is called the exact opposite of critical thinking. That is protective. That's closed-mindedness, which is the worst quality a human being can have in terms of thinking.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Chip, I learned so much from you, man. Power to you, brother, man. You're just a good human being. You understand, like, that this is an issue. But some people, they literally don't care. They think, like we could have been Palestinian. They could, there's probably Palestinians of all types of faith. There's probably Palestinians who don't believe in God that are there, stuck. It's not just about religion, but it's just so sad, that they can't see what they're doing is wrong. There are, good Jewish people that are standing up, it's just sad that right now, they are calling the shots, really.
Thank you, Chip, for approaching it on that mean. I mean, I think that, enabling certain conversations can really veer a topic away from something. Not to say that that's people's motives.
Let's talk about why Israel chose to do what they did. I mean, you may not believe it, whoever said they don't believe it, but let's just look at their point of view. So remember that when Gilead Shalit was exchanged for 1,000 or so Palestinian prisoners, that enraged the Likud party and the right. They were so pissed off about that. They're like, never again are we doing that. So what they said was, no matter who they take, we're not going to give them leverage over us. We're not going to let them. So the Hannibal Directive has been used in the past in smaller instances, never as large as it was used in this particular case. It normally was put away. In 2017, it was sort of shelved, but it got dusted off for this incident. And what they said was, and I'll read you the exact description. Again, you don't have to agree with it. This is from Democracy Now!, which I've been following for 25 years. And they're almost always reliable in their reporting. So this is referring to the Haaretz article, which I can't read because I don't have a subscription. It says the Israeli newspaper Haaretz has revealed new details about how Israeli military officials ordered repeated attacks inside Israel on October 7th in an effort to prevent H Group from taking hostages into Gaza. It remains unknown how many Israelis were unalived that day, were actually unalived by Israeli forces implementing what is known as the Hannibal Directive. One military source told Haaretz, quote, the instruction was to turn the area of the fence into an extermination zone to close the line of contact to the west, meaning they couldn't go any further back into Gaza. They were going to completely lay down fire, which I've seen done before by Apache helicopters. I knew this from the moment I saw the dead vehicles. The vehicles that had melted and the people inside had been incinerated, you can't do that with an RPG or with small arms, which is like, rifles. you have to use something like some sort of massive incendiary larger round, which is what it's called a Hellfire missile. And I've seen them hit vehicles before, and I've seen the aftermath. And I was in the first Gulf War where our Apache helicopters had engaged all sorts of Iraqi vehicles, and they looked identical. So the moment I saw the aftermath, I'm like, those are Apache helicopters. Those are Hellfire missiles. I just knew it.
As I understand, Chip, you are saying that the H group did not unalive anybody. It was the Apache helicopter of the.
He didn't say that. No, I did not say that. No, I just said that I think that many of the vehicles that we saw that were in really bad condition were definitely engaged by the Israeli forces. Now, there could have been H group members in those vehicles exclusively, so they're a legitimate target. Or it could have been an H group person driving and then maybe a hostage in the back with a gunman, or it could be any combination of just civilians. I don't know exactly. That's why they said in the article, we don't know the numbers. And I don't know if we ever will know those numbers. But it just puts it this way. The fact that Israel initially denied this entirely, no, none of that happened. We heard people say that the helicopter were from coordinates from another part of the world or something like this. And then it turns out that the Israeli military itself comes out through a newspaper in Israel and says, okay, we did it because we didn't want hostages to be taken back into Gaza. Again, this follows the pattern of behavior. It's deny, finally admit, brush under the carpet, move on.
It's like
And like I said, it was just like the same thing with the babies that were, that lost their heads, the ovens and all that other stuff, combined with the knowledge of the Hannibal Directive. We do not know who did what on October the 7th.
Well, did you read the article?
Hang on.
No, did you read the article? Because you've been telling everyone to read the article. Did you read the article?
We do not know
that would be
who is responsible for whose unaliving, because civilians who are also members of the IDF, we cannot dispute that, right? Because it's required by law in Israel. Once you're 18, you must join the IDF, all right? So those people may have been armed in the kibbutzes, and we know that Kibbutz Be'eri is one of those kibbutzes that are heavily armed, okay? It is reasonable to believe that they were attacking H group so that they would not have to be taken hostage. And H group responded by, pew-pewing back at those people. So whenever you say civilians were unalived, it could have been in self-defense. Just FYI. We know that the goal of H group on that day was to take hostages and to also, attack Israel from the south, to let them know that, hey, we're still here, we're still visible, our cause is still out there. Because they were trying to normalize with the other Arab countries and forget about the Palestinian plight. And they wanted the plight of the Palestinian people to be shown around the world.
If I could just add one thing to that. We do know that Israel did place all blame initially on H group for all the atrocities that occurred on 10/7, which has been proven to be false.
I'm sorry, what was that?
All atrocities that occurred on 10/7 were placed on H group. Even though the
correct.
Hannibal Directive
So just 15 hours ago, Human Rights Watch. You guys care about Human Rights Watch?
Mass artilleries have caused mass unalivements in not only the kibbutz, but at the festival with
Incorrect.
tanks
Artillery
and
fire
Apache
killed
helicopters.
13 people.
I mean, I'm getting amazed and amazed day by day, day by day how lower you people are going, the pro-Palis are going.
Yeah.
I mean, in order to justify the actions of 7th of October, you're blaming everybody except the H group, which
How about
really
blaming
did
the occupation?
massacre.
How about blaming
I mean,
the occupation?
I'm amazed how low can human go. Human being can
What I
go.
want you to do, as a descendant of a Holocaust survivor, of Holocaust survivors actually, and I lost much of my family by the Yazis, okay? As someone who cares deeply about the Jewish people, okay? I think it is incumbent upon the Jewish people that live in Israel, that call themselves Israelis, it is incumbent on them to protest against their government en masse, okay, for allowing this to happen, number one. Number two, for enabling this to happen with the occupation, right, and the violations of human rights of the Palestinian people. From left-wing governments to right-wing governments, they have all enabled the occupation of the Palestinian people and the discrimination and the disenfranchisement of the Palestinian people. That is not right. That is not a value that we have within Judaism. It's just not. So I believe it is incumbent upon the Israeli people, again, to protest en masse every day against the government until they reform itself, okay? To allow for a one-state solution where no one is under occupation and everyone has equal rights and everyone has freedom. And
Power
if
to Zach.
anyone wants to cause trouble to another person and discriminate with another person, they need to be held accountable through the law, through the justice system, just like any other country.
Thank you, Lau.
No, Zach, that's powerful, man. Yo, have you guys heard of shock doctrine? And have you guys heard of that term?
Yes, but unfortunately, there has to be a major change. But yeah, shock would be one of those. That would be one way to make a major change. However, it would have to do with demilitarizing the ILF and bringing in international support in order to integrate Palestinians and Israelis alike, and knocking down those walls and ending the apartheid once and for all, which South Africa has paved the way for Palestinians to gain that, and it's a very easy roadmap.
You guys
It
think
just
it's a
take
possibility?
everybody's
West and
cooperation.
East Germany as well. West and East Germany is another example.
Do you guys think though it's possible in our lifetime, maybe, like, you know?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Especially right now. Especially right now.
No, man. Because sometimes when you go on Twitter, you lose hope, man. But I don't know. I just hope there. You know, we get to see justice, man. We get to see some people in The Hague. You know, like
You have to eliminate the rhetoric, and just like in the South Africa apartheid, the propaganda became too expensive for them to continue, and it ended up being eliminated.
Wait,
So
I have a
this
question about
propaganda
the
that they're
protests
spending
that
on
were
this
happening in Israel.
is becoming too expensive.
that's a good thought. I've never thought of that. That might be the case.
Hey guys, I have a question. Have any of you read the 252-page report just released by the Human Rights Watch about the abuses from the Palestinians? It starts, by the way, it's very interesting. Human Rights Watch, which, by the way, has just been defending the Palestinians nonstop since October 7th, just finally released their reports. And it says that essentially, let's see here, in the early moment, basically the
Hold on,
idea
guys.
is
Guys,
that
do you hear?
they recommend that every government on earth with any connection to the Palestinians recommend an immediate surrender by age group and the return of hostages and the dismantling of essentially every Palestinian group that exists. That's Human Rights Watch. And it's 252 pages. There's pictures, there's extensive documentation of everything that was done, the numerous war crimes that were permitted, that were planned and committed on that day. If you guys are still just questioning about what we're actually upset about, maybe read the
Chip.
252-page report done by Human Rights Watch about what we're talking about.
I think
It was
that
just
you're
released yesterday.
wanting a one-state solution as well,
Chip.
and you're wanting peace, Zach. And if you're wanting peace, like you're kind of trying to underlie there, blaming Palestinians. There's also people that are wanting.
There is no peace with Palestinians. That's sort of the unfortunate thing about it.
I believe there is, and as you just
what basis is that?
You just told everybody that there are Palestinians.
On what basis do you say that?
You just told everybody under UN Watch stated that Palestinians are wanting to have no groups in order for a justice of peace. between Israeli and Palestinians. You just indicated that to
It's
everybody.
Human Rights Watch, by the way.
Human Rights Watch, but you just indicated that to everybody, that Palestinians want peace, just
No,
like Israelis.
absolutely not.
The same
Palestinians-
Israelis that are on the street wanting to dethrone Netanyahu and the IOF, there are also Palestinians like that. That's what you're saying, right?
First off, I absolutely believe that there are individual Palestinians that probably don't agree with the majority opinion of Palestinians, but every poll taken since the beginning of
I'm
October
sorry.
7th and before shows overwhelming support for H Group and their actions.
I'm
Which means
sorry,
that you
H Group
can't
is only
expect
in
them-
I have a
Gaza?
question about the protest though.
That's an
real quick.
illegal blockade, sir.
Wait, the protest. What are they protesting for in Israel? The people that are protesting.
Lal, you want to take that?
specifically? I generally don't know. I'm asking a question.
They're protesting against their government to accept a deal from H Group to release the hostages. They don't necessarily disagree with the dismantling of H Group and the G-side going on in Gaza. They just want the hostages to be returned. Which at this point,
Oh, okay,
I mean,
okay.
I
Yeah,
believe
that makes
at
more
this
sense,
point,
yeah.
all of the actual hostages have already been released. It's just prisoners of war that IDF members are held captive right now.
Oh, the rest of them are soldiers. Okay, I see. Interesting.
And in terms of what he was talking about with Human Rights Watch, I mean, if he actually was seriously trying to talk about this issue, he would also address the fact that it also, goes into deep discussion about the human rights abuses committed against the Palestinian people by the Israeli government.
No, it
Under the
doesn't. Not,
Geneva
no, not this 252-page
Okay.
report.
Are you
doesn't have
aware
all.
of the Geneva Conventions
There's a
and
report
international law,
on
brother?
July the 1st.
You're going to bring
There's
up
a
the
report on June the 25th. There's a report on June the 13th. There's a report on, June the 5th against southern Lebanon. There's a report on May 30th. There's a report on May 23rd. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on against, the atrocities being committed against the Palestinian people by the Israeli government and the illegal Israeli settlers.
Yeah, so that's not an alley you really want to go down because they have been committing atrocities since 47, dude. So let's not talk about the UN Watch or anything UN related if you want to justify anything that you're trying to justify, brother.
Again, I just don't think that it's a radical position or irrational position to have in 2024, to end the occupation and allow for freedom and liberation of all the people within the country, right? It's always going to be one country.
No, it's not always going to be. It's absolutely not always going to be.
Israel
In fact,
themselves,
there's-
when they draw their maps, they have the river to the sea. They don't distinguish between, occupied territories and whatnot. And so, yeah, I mean, eventually it will be free. History does repeat itself.
Incorrect.
The precedent.
Also, the
for it,
Arabs don't.
The walls will break
call
down.
this-
It's going to happen, whether you like it or not. It's
Can I ask a
inevitable.
quick question about the
The question
illegal
is
settlements?
how do we get there? The question is how do we get there? Do we get there through violence? I mean, is violence necessary, right?
So-
Or is Israel willing to lay down their arms and say, enough is enough?
What if they say no? What if
We
we just
have
say no?
to.
Israel will not give up.
Yeah, what if we just
And
say
Israel
no?
will
Your
not
demand
give
for
up
They're
the
going to
land.
have
No.
with international. See, this is what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Not for this election, but definitely by 2028, we're likely to have a situation, a phenomenon in America unlike we've ever had before, in the modern era, where one political party is absolutely against Zionism, right? Because it would be political self-unaliving to be a Zionist, to be a Democrat, okay? To hold any political office and be a Democrat, to be associated with Zionism is going to be like
United
Nazism.
States will not leave Israel.
Let me finish. It will be like being associated with Nazism. So without American support,
you guys are
if a
so
Democratic
delusional.
president wins and a Democratic
Bullshit.
Congress wins the election,
United States will not
US
leave
policy,
Israel.
let me finish speaking. U.S. policy towards Israel will change. It will shift. And that's going to happen. We're talking about just 4 years from now. We're not
By the
even
way,
talking about that long from now. So my best
shows
advice.
an obvious
My best
It will
advice.
not.
Hang on.
It's just
Let
your
me
desire
finish.
and
Let
it's
me
your
finish.
wish.
Please talk.
It's your
Stop
wish.
talking
You
over
talk
me.
a
I
lot.
don't
You have
speak
to
over
end
you.
your
I
thoughts
don't
at a
speak
certain
over you. So please don't speak over me.
Well, how about you finish
Okay?
your thoughts at some point? Like wrap it up. Land your plane.
You're just showing your
I
hatred
just started
towards Israel and your
speaking. I
wish.
just
It's
started
Allow him to
destruction.
finish his
Like,
thoughts. Allow him to finish his thoughts. That's it.
We get it, his
man,
thoughts.
like literally, like, okay, there is a precedent for it. Like I said, without American support, Israel is done for. Like it's gone, right? And this is not happening just within the Democratic Party. Also within independents. We're talking about over 78% of independents. Without independents, you cannot win a national office in this country, in the United States. So yes, the Republican position will change. Also, the Catholic voters, which are a big constituency within the Republican Party, are overwhelmingly pro-Palestine. So of course they're gonna flex their political muscle in the pro-Pali direction, because the world sees what's going on. They see that this is a new form of Yatzism, this ideology of Zionism that's going on in Israel. That's also going to be, it actually is a risk to international security. That ideology that unalives people at will, regardless of who they are, just like ISIS. That is why the state of Israel is currently on the blacklist at the UN for harming children. Okay? So yes, it will end. Sanctions are coming. And my best advice to you is to start being nice to your Palestinian neighbors while you can, and have some goodwill with the Palestinian people while you still can, because they
You're
will be in the
threatening?
majority.
Are you threatening
They
right
will
now?
be in the majority, and they will be in the majority soon. It's coming.
Are you threatening?
Okay?
This is not a threat.
This is a
No,
threatening.
he's not. He's not. Chill out. Calm down.
This is threatening.
They
You
will
threat
be
us.
in the majority, so have some goodwill with them while you can now. That's my best advice to you. Because they would be the ones to decide on who gets to stay and who gets to leave the country when the
You know,
country
I
is
will.
returned back to
I
their
will
hands.
still say "f you" for any assholes who's going to say bad things about either for Israel or for the people, and justify the actions what was done in the 7th of October. So I don't give a damn who's gonna be in majority or not. I will stand on my
I don't
principles.
appreciate your narrative. I don't appreciate your rhetoric. I don't appreciate you disrespecting Lao. He said something very peaceful. He said something very kind.
It was not peaceful. It was
Very
threatening.
acknowledging towards Israelis and Palestinians
what he said
alike.
was wrong.
And
He
that
said
is
something
very,
factually
very
incorrect.
nasty for you to say that.
It was a threat.
No, it
It was
was
a
not.
threat.
very
Be nice
factually
to
incorrect.
be nice
Be
to
nice
your
to
Palestinian
Palestinians is
neighbor,
a
or
threat.
what?
To be nice to
He was,
Palestinians.
Or what?
he was giving you friendly advice. That's what he did. Stop
He was
trying to
giving us wrong
gaslight him.
advice. The Republicans
Stop
and
trying to
Democrats will always
gaslight him,
support
because that's
Israel.
what you did. All that he said was be nice to the Palestinians, and that's what he said. Can you not be nice to Palestinians?
The only
You find that as a threat?
If
So being
person
nice
will
to
be
people
nice,
has
I will
become
be
a
nice.
threat?
If person will be
Really?
rude, I will be rude. I don't care if it's Palestinian
When
or
you
not.
say Palestinians don't exist and you talk about the Palestinians like they're only Arab, do you know how demeaning that is to a population of people? Literally taking their self-determination away, that
No,
they're
their
Palestinians.
national
You don't
identity is
even call them
Palestinian.
Palestinians, you call them Arabs. And
That-
every day I go on your panels and I hear the same thing. Palestine never existed. Do you understand how hurtful that is for someone that's Palestinian to have their own existence saying that they don't exist? So before you come and talk about threats, maybe you should look at your entitlement and the way that you act.
Thank you.
Then
sister.
maybe you should look at yourself first.
Their national identity is
Their
Palestinian, but their
national
ethnicity is Arabs.
identity, they are Palestinians. They were Palestinians when you came, and they will
Their
always
national
be
identity is
Palestinians.
Palestinians. Their ethnicity is Arab.
Listen, the
Yeah,
British
that's their
call
national
them
identity. Their
Palestinians, the
ethnicity is
Romans call them
Arabs.
Palestinians, the Egyptians on the hieroglyphics call them Palestinians. So what are you on about? They were,
No,
they
no,
were
you're not listening to what I'm
occupied- they
saying.
were
Their
occupied by the
national
British.
identity is
They were
Palestinians. Their
occupied by the
ethnicity is
British.
Arabs.
They were occupied by the British. And if you want, I can show you an actual passport that says Palestine, and it
You're
was given by the
monologuing here.
British. Do you understand that? Doesn't mean if you're occupying someone's country that the indigenous
Did you
people
hear a
all of
single
a
word I
sudden
just
don't
said?
exist. So maybe go and actually check yourself, or maybe why don't you read the Balfour Declaration? Because the Balfour Declaration says
I've read the Balfour
Palestine.
Declaration.
You understand?
Can you
The
just
Balfour
listen?
Declaration said
Wait,
the word
let me just say something,
Palestine.
then you can interrupt me later. So, their national identity is Palestinians, but their ethnicity is Arab. Be like how Jordans are
My
Arabs, but
God,
their national identity is
sorry.
Jordanian.
Arab
Okay,
You
is
see
not
the
an
distinction?
ethnicity.
First of all,
Arab
first
is
of
not
all,
an ethnicity,
Arab
sir.
is not an ethnicity. You get Arabs that are from.
All right, everybody, we've got to take it down a notch, okay? Viv, I know you're passionate, but you're kind of yelling at people. And also, you're doing a lot of interrupting, which is, it does not make you look as good as I know you are, okay? So let's give each person about a minute to a minute and a half each, like we do before. I'll put you on the big screen. And so, Viv, I'll let you make you finish your point, and then whoever that was who was talking with Viv, I'll bring you up next, okay? Go ahead, Viv.
Sorry, Chip. I apologize for my
No,
being
don't
loud.
apologize. Okay, go ahead.
You know, it's just I get so angered when I can hear people actually taking people's self-identity and making as if they are nothing. That is what really annoys me. Now, the word Arab, okay, does not mean your ethnicity. There are Arabs in Jordan, there are Arabs in Egypt, there are Arabs in Palestine, okay? And if you actually know Arabic like I do, you can hear the dialect of someone that's Palestinian. It's not the same like the dialect of someone in Morocco, the dialect of someone in Egypt. They have their own dialect. They also have their own culture. They also have their own food. So you cannot say, it's like someone going and saying you are, someone that's German and saying you are European, but you're not German. That's exactly what you are saying. The Palestinians have a culture. They have a certain dialect. If you understand Arabic, when they're talking, their dialect is very different to someone else from Jordan, from Syria, from Egypt, from Morocco, from Libya. It's a different dialect. So before you want to come and say they are Arabs, they are Palestinians.
Does a culture and a language make you a different ethnicity? You can adopt a culture. You can't adopt an ethnicity.
Also, do you know how many dialects of English in America we have? Do you know how different someone from the South sounds from someone in Appalachia, sounds from someone in the
You're still
Midwest, sounds like
American.
someone in the Northeast, sounds like someone in Maine? Yeah,
What
that's
are your
just in one
points?
country.
There's a
We
difference
have a
between
ton of
accent and
dialects.
dialect.
It doesn't make
There's
us
a difference
any
between
less
accent
American.
and
No,
dialect.
the English language is different to the
You're
American
talking
language.
about an accent. We're talking about dialect.
No, the
There
American
are
language
words
and the
that
English
are
language are
different
two
in
different
the different
languages.
dialects. Like,
What are Again? your
for example,
points?
Palestinian Arabic, if I were to hear somebody that's speaking Lebanese Arabic, I can barely understand them. If it's somebody that's even further away, like Morocco, I definitely cannot understand a word that they're saying.
You're fucking lying, first off.
Wait, if Arab isn't ethnicity,
The only
what is
reason
it?
why they can understand each other is because they're all forced to learn actual Arabic, standard Arabic in school growing up. Without that, none of those people would actually understand each other, just FYI.
Really quickly,
I know.
everybody. Hold on, really quickly, everybody. Zach, we can't throw out F-bombs. Okay, this is like the fifth one people have thrown out on the live. I've had my live taken down like 6 times for people using flamboyant F-bombs. It's just silly, but it is what it is. So please, everybody, protect the live. Let's get some hearts. Hit my face for a second here. I'll make myself big. I don't want to get the live kicked off because then we can't record it. I can't if the live gets stopped. They make it unrecordable. I can't post it on my YouTube channel. This has been a good set of debates. If anybody wants to go back and fast forward through and hear yourself debate, some good arguments have been brought up. So let's get the likes up a little bit though. Let's get it up to like 115K. I know I hate it's a pain in the ass to hit the screen, but only takes a couple seconds. And we had 250 some people at one point. Now we're back down below 100, but maybe we can invite some more people or whatever people like to do. Okay, so earlier I heard some things being said about sort of negating Palestinian existence. Listen, in terms of being a good winner versus a bad winner, this is really important. Okay, when you hold a position of power over another group of people, it's very telling with how you choose to use it. And when I say being a bad winner versus a good winner, what I mean by that is I used to play organized sports. I played football in high school and college. I played basketball in high school and college. And, we've seen instances of somebody they're winning the game by, let's say, 30, 40 points. They're way up, and they're about to score another touchdown. And the guy will start to point and taunt and laugh at somebody and it makes them enraged, right? That's being a bad winner. Now, I would argue, and the reason why I think the advice came out the way it did was, yes, right now Israel is in a position of vast superiority, or at least, it's enjoyed that for a long time. And there is the possibility that there's going to be a different set of circumstances down the road, which may not be as broadly separated as it is today. And the point is, if you're going to be a bad winner, when someone else eventually wins the game, they usually aren't as nice to you as they would be if you weren't a bad winner. Okay, so in other words, it just comes down to common sense. It's always, I like this, my favorite statement, don't be a dick. Don't be a dick.
Yeah, but no one was denying that the Palestinians as a national identity. It's the argument about whether it's an ethnicity or not. Because after being colonized over thousands of years, do you keep the same ethnicity as the native people or the indigenous people?
Well, people constantly question.
That's the argument. As a national identity, they exist, yes.
We can say the same thing about Jews that live in Germany versus Ethiopia versus, so on.
Yeah,
and
but
so
the
forth.
Jews, but how they
Or
got
the
there.
Jews that lived in Palestine,
that will answer your own question.
or the Jews that lived in Palestine before Zionism as a political ideology was
The
formed.
Jews that lived in
Hang
Palestine.
on, let me finish. Let me finish. The Jews that lived in Palestine at the time also spoke Arabic, Palestinian Arabic. They were Falahi. They were Bedouin.
Guys,
right?
make sure.
So are you saying that? I mean, what about the Samaritans who are also an Israelite group, right?
The Jews that were in Palestine were already there prior to 1917, prior to 1947.
Let me just give you a little history lesson.
This
Let me give you a little history
this
lesson.
does not justify
when the Jewish people were expelled, when the Jewish people were expelled from the land, some of them chose to stay under the Roman occupation,
and they were Palestinian.
And yes, they stayed there, and over time, the land was called Palestine. So they would have been considered Palestinians, but they were still Jews, just like the Jews who had left to go to
Jewish,
Europe,
Christian, and Muslims.
left to go to Europe, and over time they adopted the German national identity. They were still Jews, and when they came back to their homeland, they were still Jews.
And nobody's
the Jews living in Palestine were still
them.
Jews.
You wanted to say Viv, or
and here's the thing: nobody's denying them coming back to their homeland.
Hold on, can we
Nobody's
be clear though?
denying that.
There was never a Palestinian national identity before 1964. It didn't exist. They didn't call
So
themselves
there wasn't
Palestinians.
land there.
It's
There
like
wasn't
someone,
homes there. There
it was
wasn't
a
a culture
region.
there.
It was a
Zach,
region
there
like
wasn't a culture
Appalachia.
there.
There are
There
people
wasn't
that believe
weddings.
that there are
There
people.
wasn't a language that was spoken.
Incorrect.
Language
There wasn't
and
anything there?
language
No.
and culture and
Language was
ethnicity
spoken.
are two different things,
that?
my friend.
What language was spoken? What is your national language?
They spoke Arabic.
Okay.
Arabic isn't a
They
Palestinian
also spoke
language.
Hebrew. They also spoke English.
present-day
But
Lebanon speak
regardless,
Arabic?
regardless, hey, this is not what I'm saying. What justifies Theodore Herzl's supremacist aspiration to be established?
What was
and
supremacist
founded
about it?
by the Balfour Declaration? That's what established it. The Balfour Declaration in 1917. What gives them the right to represent Judaism?
Hey,
What does
what's
an
supremacist
atheist
about it?
Because
aspirations?
95% of us believe in the right of Israel to exist.
Okay,
Exactly.
but does 95% of you believe the right to deny another
Yeah,
race to exist?
How
Or
much?
no
do you,
place?
how much?
Another
do you
race to
think-
exist?
There are definitely 5% of Palestinians who think Hamas is the
No,
worst.
explain to
who
me.
think
No,
that
I just
Israel
asked you a
should
very
exist.
clear question.
Explain to me whether
Is
you
it
think those
okay?
people are-
They did not. They deserve the right to resist. We agreed
Hey,
with
Mike,
that.
I've
Do
got
you
a question.
believe
What's so
that to
extreme? What's so
deny-
supremacist about the Zionist movement?
Supremacist and
Because
suprem.
do you want me to answer you that question? The fact that you're literally denying people of an indigenous people that's living there,
They're not
coming
indigenous.
and coming
Okay,
and
I
literally
said this,
saying that a
yes.
certain
And I s-
people
and this
are
is the first
above
thing I said
the
to
normal,
them, too.
that are above the indigenous people. That
Thank you,
is what
Vivi.
we call supremacy,
They are
Moffat.
not the
When
indigenous
I
people.
go,
They're not.
when I
They are
go
not the
and kick off
indigenous
The
people.
UN,
people
That's a
the UN
from their
recognizes
houses,
Jewish people as
and I kick
indigenous.
them out, and then I say, you know what? I have the right to be here over you. We call that supremacy.
How
That is supremacy.
How are the
when you say
Palestinians?
Jewish,
Okay, since
again,
19
there's a difference between Jewish, the religion, and the
Exactly.
ethnicity being like, okay,
95%
if
of
you're a
Judaism
German
would disagree with
Jew,
you.
or if you're an Ethiopian Jew,
Thank
those
you.
are ethnicities, right? There is no blanket
You can be more
ethnicity
than
of
one
Jewish.
ethnicity.
Guys, if you
Because
guys
can be
being
more
a
than one
Jew as
ethnicity.
a religion,
All right,
right,
guys,
is
I'm gonna start
you can
dropping
convert
everybody.
into.
Everybody that cuts off, I'm gonna start dropping.
Guys,
Vivek
if
was
you were-
talking. Anybody that is gonna interrupt, I will be dropping him. Okay,
Guys,
so
if-
everybody mute and let her finish her point. Then you go next.
So as I was saying, the fact that you ask what is so supremacist about these people coming, what is supremacist is that some people were living on their motherland where their grandfathers, great grandfathers, where they were living in their houses. Someone came, knocked on their door with arms, and said, "We'll be back at 5:30. If you don't leave your home, you will be unalived." So multiple people left, and then they were then taken over by the Jewish homeland. So if you think it justifies, and by the way, there were Palestinian Jews that were kicked out of their houses as well, just by the way, just so it, and there was
What day
also
was
Christian
it? What day was
and there
it
were
that they
Christian
showed up and did that?
Palestinians that were also kicked out, because Palestine, when you got there, was not empty. It wasn't an empty land. For those people to come and stay there and make a new state, you had to get rid of the indigenous people, and you did so, and you put them into a little strip of land, one calling West Bank on the one side, where you have your settlers, which in Area C has much more Israelis than actual normal Palestinian people, and then you have Gaza, which you put a total blockade that they can't go in or out. So that we call supremacy, when a certain people think they have the right over someone's basic human rights. That's supremacy. Like in South Africa, the apartheid regime thought that the black people were inferior, so they took their human rights away by keeping them in certain places because that's where they needed to stay. And the whites had their places and kicked out black people.
And to
So
sort
that
of,
is what
No,
we
wait, let me
call
respond to that.
supremacy.
Let
and
me
to
just
sort,
let me just
I just
respond to
wanted
that,
to
then you
source
can go
Reggie
next.
real quick. Under the Geneva Conventions, the Fourth Geneva Convention, which I said, the first thing I said, Article 49 and Article 33. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was I thought I was kicked out for a second. I was like, where did I go? No, but under Article 49 and under Article 33, Article 49 states in the Fourth Geneva Conventions, it prohibits the transfer of civilian populations into occupied territory. The international community considers Israel's construction and expansion of illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories to be a violation of this provision since 1949. And then under Article 33 in the Fourth Geneva Conventions, it states the violation of the blockade of Gaza, and this is since 1949.
Okay, so let me
This
just respond
convention
to the
prohibits
first point
collective
the other
punishment
person
of
made, and then I'll
civilian
respond to you.
populations.
Because you keep
Critics
people keep on flip-flopping
argue
between
that
arguments.
Israel's blockade of Gaza, which restricts the movement of people and goods, constitutes a form of collective punishment and thus violates and is deemed an international war crime, which means people within Gaza have the right to resist an international war crime. And this has been since 1949. So whenever you say, are they being oppressed, or is this an apartheid, or are they being treated like third-class citizens, which they are under militant law in the West Bank. And there's a lot of other things in the Geneva Conventions and international law which reflect this. When there is a supremacy regime going on anywhere in the world, it is our duty, especially as Americans, to stand up against liberty, people that do not agree with liberty and justice and for all. And that is very important for everybody to understand.
Haji, you wanna
I
go?
have a question. What was occupied in 1949?
That is part of the Geneva Conventions that was established, the Fourth Geneva Conventions that was established in 1949. Thank you very much.
So there was no occupied territory in 1949. You're just saying that the Geneva Conventions were written in
Currently
1949.
occupied territory based off of the Resolution 181, where they were given 56% of the land when they only had 5%. And 96% of the land was Palestinian land, where they lived in homes and had a culture and had beautiful, beautiful artifacts and farms and
So
everything. that helped
Resolution
the economy
141
keep
mean
it
the
up.
1947 partition plan?
Resolution 181, the 1947 partition plan, yes.
Wait, wasn't that rejected by the Arabs?
It was. Excuse me, I got a call.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't rejected because
It was
was
not
implemented.
rejected?
Are you aware of Nakba? Are you aware of May 14th?
The Arabs rejected the plan after the Civil War started. Yeah.
Guys, if we're in the United States of America,
The Civil War.
and a nation from Germany was given, I don't know, from Missouri to California, and they were told that that is going to be their land from here on out. So anybody from Missouri to California
cool. I'm
has
not
to
saying that
evacuate their homes.
them rejecting it
has
was
to
bad. I never
evacuate
said it
their
was
homes,
bad.
even though they've been living there for thousands of years. They have to evacuate their homes from Missouri to California. They have to evacuate their homes, and they don't have the right to return under Resolution 194 that was passed in 1948. They did not get the right to return.
Yeah, Mike, Haji, this.
So then you take them all,
this
the people
argument-
that were
Haji,
in the
Mike,
United States.
Mike, 1 second. This argument has been over and over and over. It's just killing time. We all know the story. We all know. Do you have any other question or any other statement you want to make?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I want to ask about more. I mean, I'm not making any arguments, to be clear. I'm literally just asking questions.
Okay, so what is your question?
I mean, I have questions about more like current things, but I don't know if you guys want to skip to that. I don't know if Zach and the other guys still want to talk
current
about.
things are good. Just ask what you have. If you're done, I can replace you with someone else, or if you.
Better, could I go next after him, please?
Yeah,
I've been
we're
wanting
done.
to speak.
Yeah, let's make sure.
Okay. I had a question about the illegal settlements. So it's considered illegal because of the Resolution 242, correct?
And the Geneva Conventions, Article 49.
But under Oslo, didn't they make an agreement that there would be Area C for people from Israelis after Area B as a mix in Area A for the Palestinians?
After illegal war crimes that were established in 242, all the way to, what is it?
Wait, illegal war crimes in 242?
Yeah, in 242, there were illegal war crimes where they illegally occupied more and they established more settlements within the West Bank and East Jerusalem. And
Wasn't Resolution
that
242
point-
just
that
telling
point-
them
hold
to
on,
drop
hold
from
on.
occupied territories?
That point dismantle the Oslo Agreement, since none of the both abiding forces has agreed to, or actually Israeli didn't agree to, or did not obey the terms and the conditions of the Oslo Agreement. So when one side does not commit to the agreement, then they lose the argument, and the whole agreement goes to air. So the Oslo Agreement has no more any legitimacy. So you can't argue with the Oslo Agreement when you don't do your dues. It's like right now between Lebanon and Israel, there is the 1701. And the 1701, the Israeli wants the Lebanese to do everything that is related to the 1701, but the Israeli they don't want to do anything that is related to the 1701. So it means the 1701 is no longer obeying to any of the parties.
And how could you
I'm
refer
not
to
able
the
to
Oslo
say-
agreements
I'm
when
not
there have been
able to say
violations
one
prior to
thing.
that? Sorry.
Haji, are you done?
Jesus
Because-
Christ. Okay.
Are you
Okay.
done?
Clearly, I know nothing. People in the comments are saying I'm clueless. I'm just gonna sit this out. Whatever.
All right.
And apparently,
So
I'm not sincere. I'm just
Al-
asking questions.
Al-
Okay. Sure.
Like, I just wanted to ask you.
Zainab,
Wait, what did
Zach is gonna be next, and after Zach.
Okay,
you're
sorry.
gonna-
Yeah. I'll wait my turn. Sorry.
That's unmute and unmute yourself a couple of times so you don't drop on your own, because a lot of people, when you sit down, you don't say nothing, TikTok drops you. So mute and unmute a couple of times, you stick on the panel.
Thank you. If you want the Palestinian people to acknowledge the Israelis or Jewish people or so on and so forth, or whatever claims that you want to make about how you identify yourselves, you must be willing to also accept that Palestinians exist as not only a national identity, but also an ethnic group, which we are. So I just want to make sure that that is put to bed, because, I keep hearing these people that come on these panels that say that Palestinians don't exist, or Palestinians only existed in the 1980s, or all of this like BS that's been, spun out there. It's the same, colonialist tactics that the British used to use against the Irish, that they don't exist as a people. It's the same kind of propaganda. I mean, that is so dehumanizing whenever you say shit like that. Sorry for saying that. Sorry. It's very dehumanizing. It's unfair, and I feel like you are not here in good faith if you are making that point still. And I think as debaters in good faith, we need to call that out whenever we see it, whenever we hear it from people that come on these panels and peddle that false information, that dehumanizing information, that Palestinians are somehow Arab invaders or from other places around the world. Whenever like Palestinians take a DNA test, the DNA tests overwhelmingly show that they have always lived there. Always. And if
Can I speak now?
if Ben Gurion himself can admit it, then why can't you? That's all. You can give him the rest of my time.
Lal, I have a question. Do you think the Lebanon? So I have some questions for Lal, but Lal, I'm going to ask you questions, but you're going to sort of answer quickly. Are Lebanese a people? Are the Lebanese a people?
I believe that most of the Levant, not all regions of the Levant, but the vast majority of the Levant region, we are all technically one people. I mean, it was basically the eastern, portion of the Byzantine Empire,
Got it. But did the Lebanese?
So we're talking about
Lebanese
Palestina,
before 1917?
Prima, Palestina, all of the Segunda, all
Yeah,
of
yeah,
it.
like in the same way that we talk
That
about
was all
the
one
Appalachian
territory
region.
before. And,
Listen, there's a region.
during the Islamic times, it was
Lal,
Balad
I asked you a
al-Sham.
question.
You asked me a question and I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I
It
don't
was
need a
Balad
thesis.
al-Sham.
I don't need a thesis. I
So
need you to have a
yes, they do
conversation with me.
consider themselves as a people.
Let him answer. Let him finish the answer.
So Lebanese are a people.
Lebanese are a people, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that no one called themselves Lebanese before 1917?
I will dispute that.
Okay, you can dispute it all you'd like. It doesn't change the historical fact. that
We
no one called
were
themselves
part of the great
Lebanese
Syria.
Lebanon
before
was a
it was
region,
created
and
as
so
a country
people may
by the
have,
British.
it is reasonable to believe that because Lebanon is a region, right, that
not even a
people would
region. It's not even a
associate
region. It
themselves
was
with
called
the
Beirut.
region that they live in.
The region was really about Beirut. It had nothing to do with Lebanon.
What about Mount Lebanon?
Again, it's a new era creation. It's a colonial creation in the 1900s in the same way that Palestine is. No
Okay.
one called themselves. There was not a group of Palestinians. There was not a group of Lebanese. There was not a group of Syrians. Actually, there were, because that region was actually called Southern Syria. So people called themselves Syrians for a long time because
There was no such
Syria
thing
was
as
a real
Israelis
place.
either, and now we have people that call themselves Israelis. So
And there were
with that
Palestinians
point,
And I
that
would
had
never, I
homes.
would never tell you that Israeli.
Right, please, let's go one at a time. We all need to understand, and if we talk over each other, no one
I
is
don't.
gonna
I don't
understand.
claim. I don't claim that that Israel existed before 1948, because it didn't. The kingdoms.
What is the
kingdoms
point,
of the
Leon?
Israelites did. And so
What is the point?
really. Well, the point is that when I say, first off, and I really want to be clear, all of recorded.
Why are
music,
you
everything that-
monologuing? Can you get to the
Zaina,
point?
please.
Because I've been
Zaina,
waiting.
Please. Yeah.
Okay, but
Your
it
turn
was
is
my
next
turn.
after him.
Zaina, that's what the whole point of
He's
taking turns is.
being so
That's okay.
annoying.
It's okay. Let him talk.
The entirety of music culture that we know of, from the Beatles onward, right? Like everything we know about music in history, for the most part, has happened essentially since the Palestinians have been a people. So this idea that you couldn't have, it's impossible for you to have such a strong identity and not be thousands of years old, seems crazy to you, except for the fact that, like, we have a strong musical understanding of the world, and none of it has to do with anything that happened really before the 1960s. And you guys can have a really strong national identity that exists today, that has absolutely existed really since, let's call it 1948, but really since the 60s.
So, what do you call the people that lived in Palestine before the creation of the state of Israel? Like, what do you call?
Well, they were Palestinians, but they're not Palestinians
Okay.
by your definition.
Okay, may I respond to that actually?
No, I wanna get a clarification from him. So they were Palestinians, but they were not Palestinians. Is that what you're saying?
They were Palestinians, but your definition of Palestinian, meaning the Arabs that are connected to this land as an indigenous people, is not the same way that the British called people Palestinians. It's,
But who
it's
are
the
the
same
British?
word. It means a totally different thing. And same for
gives
colony, by the way.
who gives the British the right to put an identity on someone where they lived there and they've been always known as Palestinians?
No, they weren't
And I
always known
believe.
as
Well,
Palestinians.
let me finish. Let me finish. And if they are called Palestinians, they are called Palestinians for a reason. Like you live in the United States, you're an American.
Exactly.
So can you be an American without America?
Here's a better question.
No,
Can I be
answer my
American?
question.
Can I
Can
be
you be
American
answer
and
my
have nothing
question?
to do with being a
Answer
Native
my
American?
question. Answer my question.
Okay, what's
Can
the
you be an American without America?
No.
Okay, so how did the Palestinian exist without Palestine? Explain that to me. How the Italian exist without Italy, or the
No, of
French
course, guys,
existed
the
without
reason that you
French?
call yourselves Palestinians is because A, the region historically, the entire region was called Syria Palestina since
Okay, so like
since
Lebanon,
Hadrian,
Syria,
right, for thousands of
Lebanon,
years.
like
It
Syria,
was one of the
Lebanon,
things that they called that area.
like Syria,
Like
Jordan,
Syria and Lebanon. You're right.
Syria, Jordan.
Syria, Jordan, Lebanon,
Okay,
all
so
Palestinian countries.
Syria was
All
Palestine.
Palestinian countries, all, and just like you said earlier,
Okay.
every Arab in the Levant is identical because they are Levantine Arabs. They
Okay.
are an ethnic group. That ethnic group has four
We are an
countries.
Arabized people
One
that
second,
used to speak
LA, let
You
Aramaic.
guys have
LA,
four
you're gonna have to get
Palestinian
your turn.
countries. You have four Palestinian countries, and you want to act
You're
like you
actually
have
wrong.
the
Hold
fifth.
on,
You're
hold on,
historically
hold on,
wrong.
hold
He's
on.
wrong.
Yeah, Zainab, you're gonna come back. You're gonna come up next. But the
Okay,
question,
please, can you
is,
refute
yeah,
him?
you come in. Your theory is it's okay because the so-called Palestinians on the Levant area, they have a massive land. We're gonna come and take a piece of it and call it Israel and call it a day. Tell everybody, hey, this is my ancestors' land. I'm gonna take it. Go screw yourself. You have no right in here. Like, what's the argument you're trying to make? I don't
I
understand.
mean, again, I don't know why you guys deny history every time you say something like that.
I'm not
That's not how it
denying
happened.
history.
Not how it
You're the
happened.
one.
Jews
You're the
moved
one that
there.
you're
Jews
making
moved
up
to
history.
Israel.
You're not.
Jews
You're not.
moved to
Listen, Zach. There is the difference between me and you that we are not denying history, but you're the one making up history. You
Well,
see,
how am I
there
making
was.
history?
I tell you how. I tell you how. The people of that Levant area. At the beginning of Judaism, we were all Jews. Then the Christianity came, then we converted to Christianity. We didn't leave the land, we stayed there. And then when Islam came, some of us converted to Islam. And we never left the land, we stayed there.
You're
But
telling
now,
me that every
now,
Palestinian
now,
has an unbroken lineage
yes,
1,000
yeah,
years back on the
100%,
land.
100%.
Every Palestinian has
I
a
challenge
3,000
you.
years
I challenge you
direct
to.
back to the
I
Canaanites.
challenge you to DNA test.
That's
I can
so
challenge
crazy.
you.
You don't understand how crazy that sounds.
Me and you, we can go. I get a DNA test. You get a DNA test. We send it both to Chip, and we have Chip put it on the panel, and we see who's got more lineage to the land.
First
Although I'm not Palestinian, I'm Lebanese, but I consider myself Palestinian because we are all Palestinians.
We don't measure. We don't measure our indigeneity on blood
Oh, here we
quantum.
go.
We
But
don't.
like I
And
say,
if you wanted to
you
compare,
are making
if you
up
wanted to
history.
compare, hold on. If you
You-
want to compare, then let's take a
Mhm.
Jew who lived in the Middle East in 1948. Let's take a Yemeni
We can
Jew
do that.
and let's
We
do
can
his
do
thing.
that.
Let's take
We
a
can do
Palestine.
that.
Let's take an
You bring-
Israeli Jew
you
whose
bring
family
your
was
best-
in there when it was Ottoman. Let's take
I
their
think
DNA.
I tell you, you bring the best guy that you have. You believe that he's got lineage to the land, and I bring or myself. I'm not gonna go far, okay? And we do DNA test, and that would show who's making up history and who's talking about history.
And so,
So-
you think that an Iraqi Jew who was put into Iraq in the Babylonian exile 2,000 years before Muhammad walked the earth, you think that he's less?
It doesn't. And listen,
less
this
indigenous
does not
than
have
you?
to do. This does not have to do with Muhammad or Jesus. Like I told you, we were all
it sort of
Jews at one
does.
point. No, we were all Jews at one point.
You weren't all
And then-
Jews. You were not all
and,
Jews.
and
Many
we
of you
were
Jews.
all Jews at one point, and then Muhammad
No, a lot of
came,
you were
and
pagans.
Jesus came. Jesus and Muhammad came, and some of us converted to Islam, and some of us converted to Christianity. And the guy that is living in Poland, like Benjamin Netanyahu, Makalowski,
How'd he become Jewish?
he converted at one point.
He converted.
And
Even though
listen,
he can-
do
he
you?
can tell
I
you
ask
his-
everybody on this panel and everybody in this listening, go Google Benjamin Netanyahu's son DNA test leaked, and you will see that has nothing to do with Israel or so-called state of Israel or the ancient Palestine.
Do you know
Nothing.
what Ashkenazi DNA?
Zero.
Do you know what Ashkenazi
I
DNA
can't
on
listen.
23andMe means?
I
You know what it means?
I tell you the theory about this. You know, do you believe that the first to travel on the sea, they were the Canaanites and the Phoenicians, right? So we went to Europe. I admit that. We went to Europe, and some of us were naughty. You know, they had some things that we're not supposed to do. We left some residue behind. I believe if you can bring me something from there, I can tell you, you know, Arab people are, I'm sorry, horny guys. They go to Europe.
Yo, you're gross.
So real quick, I put up a poll. Hold on, guys. Hold on a sec. I just put up a poll. It only has like 45 seconds left. I don't know how to make it longer. I guess I can figure that out. But if you hit the little pie button in the left-hand corner, like to my right of my head this way, it's a little blue pie button above Zach. Press that, and it's going to ask you a question. Will Israel exist in its current form 1 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, 10 to 20, 20 plus, or permanently? Okay, so let's see what people think. Take the poll really quickly. Press the little blue and white little triangle to the right above Zach's name in the top of his box. Let's get some poll results. We got another 30 seconds or so to do it. I'll take it as well.
All right, Zach, finish up, then Zainab will go. Zach, you want to finish up?
Sorry, I do want to finish up. So what Lal said earlier about how things are going to go and how the future is going to look for Israel, I just want to like put up an alternate viewpoint so that you guys can chew on it. We are about to see the most pro-Israel president. You guys don't even know what a pro-Israel president looks like as about what we're about to have in November. And so you'll see what happens, you know, via the next 4 years. But then after the next 4 years, you want to talk about 2028, and he said that no Democrat will be able to get elected if they're a Zionist. That's cute. If you think that the progressive agenda runs the Democratic Party, it's a real bummer then that, you know, Bernie got beat and, you know, Elizabeth Warren got beat and every other progressive has gotten beat and sidelined by the Democratic Party. I'm not going to say I'm a progressive, I'm a Bernie person. So that reality is not happy for me, but it is the reality. So this idea that you guys think that the most important, and you guys think that Israel is America's ally because it helps Israel, this is such a weird thing. Like America would do anything if it wasn't in their best interest. And the truth is that the benefit that America gets in terms of like weapon testing, you know, strategic allies, you know, intelligence allies, like we give them $3.8 billion a year and they give us $25 billion in value. We are not friends of Israel because Israel has somehow convinced us to be friends. And if we're embarrassed of it, we're not going to be friends. We're friends with them because it is massively beneficial to them.
How do we get 25 billion? How do we get 25? What do you say? 25 times in value?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not being
Can you
scientific
quantify
about
that?
the
Can you
number, but
quantify that somehow or provide evidence to support that? That sounds
100%.
crazy.
No, we should. I mean, listen, I would love to dig a little deeper into that. I read an article way back. I will go look for it. The basic idea was that if we tried to replicate our intelligence that we get from the intelligence infrastructure that the Mossad provides, if we tried to replicate the technology partnership that we have with Israel as a nation via intel, via defense stuff, if we tried to quantify what it would take to run bases that would have that sort of security in that region, if, again, having a true ally that is like not only an ally like Saudi Arabia is, but is also culturally and sort of vision aligned with America is near priceless. Obviously, there's an actual number that could be attached to that, but the point is that it is far, 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 far greater than the 3.8 that we give them, that they turn around and give back to us and American military manufacturers in the frame of mind.
There is one phrase you said that caught my attention. You said weapon
Hold on, guys, real
testing.
quick. Hold on, real quick. This is really important. When Zach just made a very key linguistic differentiation, he said that they give back to us.
Now, let me tell you who the us is, okay? The us isn't we, the American people.
Correct.
We, the American taxpayers, we bear the expense for the procurement of the money, the allocation of the funds. It goes on our credit card. But the money gets washed through corporations. And the people that own the shares in the corporations predominantly are from the 0.25% of this society. And they're the ones, like Zach said, and this is where he and I agree 100%, they're the ones who run the elected officials. If they say jump, the people say how high. If they say no, you're not doing this, they ain't doing jack shit. It's just the way it is.
Agreed. There will always be progressive politicians that are there to appease people into believing that they have some sort of choice. But the truth of the matter is that the people that Chip is talking about, and let's be real clear, by the way, $3.8 billion is the Israeli portion of our defense bill that our tax dollars pay for. That is about, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a minuscule percentage of our total defense bill, most of which is absolutely outrageous and ridiculous and supports all sorts of terrible things and terrible people all around the world, which I strongly, strongly, strongly disagree with. It is odd, actually, that our money can be spent with people that are so ideologically aligned and actually allied with us and, sort of like attempt to do good things with our money. Because most of the money that we give really is supporting some of the worst stuff around the world. And I think we have to separate, what America is from what Israel is. And Israel does not exist at the pleasure of America at all. Israel would do just fine by itself. In fact, from a Pali perspective, you guys would want America, who has some interest in maintaining a semblance of decorum on the international stage, to be the one that's controlling Israel in this regard, because if they were left to their own devices, Israel might just decide that this forever war that you guys are forcing us into is not in anyone's best interest, and they would do something to end it. And that probably wouldn't be a good thing. So, you guys just are so...
Zach, when is it my turn?
It's your turn. It's your turn, Zaina. It's your turn,
Zaina. No. For goodness sake, when is it my turn? Are you done?
It is your turn.
Thank you. Goodness me. Basically, from when I came in here to now, literally, I don't understand why we are talking about indigeneity with a European. I just can't. Why are we talking about indigeneity of the land of Palestine with a European? You guys are constantly talking about identity like it has to be mutually exclusive. You can't come on lives like this and say, and put all Arab speaking people and those who have been Arabized into one category and then just wash out their personal, their ancestry, their identity, their DNA, and put every single person into one category. That's not fair. Just because in the Middle East and in, parts of the world that speak Arabic and that is, the language that they speak, that doesn't mean the dialects don't vary. That doesn't mean there's no variance in culture. That doesn't mean there's no variance in tradition. I hate, and this is a xyrotrope that you come with, and all of you guys come with this same BS, which is put every single Arab-speaking individual who comes from that side of the world into one category, and you need to conceptualize that people throughout history have been Arabized. Their Canaanite DNA, which is Palestinian DNA, you can't just place them into the whole of the Middle East and be and wash them out and wash their DNA out. I'm sorry, but I can't respect somebody whose fascist state has law of return, which claims that anyone who converts to Judaism can go and claim indigenous land in Palestine just because they have converted to Judaism. How does that work? You guys talk about indigeneity, but half of you don't even speak the same language. All I need to do as a human being tomorrow is go and convert to Judaism, and I will somehow be indigenous to a land in Palestine, which is exactly what the Israeli settlers are doing. They are going from America, from Europe, from anywhere, right? Where, from anywhere in the world and converting to Judaism and somehow are qualifying to go on this, return that they've got, this law of return, and then claiming land in Palestine and somehow saying that they now are more legally and have more ancestral ties to the indigenous land of Palestine just because they're Jewish. Like, I know that you guys have a very Jewish, ethnocentric religion. I'm not negating that. I know that. But for the fact that you are now mixing and blurring the lines between ethnicity and between indigeneity and then somehow tying religion into it, you guys have no leg to stand on when it comes to DNA. You guys don't even allow your people to take DNA tests. It's banned. They don't do it. Look at Netanyahu's real surname. It's like Europeanized. It's not even Netanyahu. And everyone on this live, there's 89 of you, go and Google his real name. I can do it right now. It's not Netanyahu. He had to change it so it sounded a bit more Israeli because it sounds completely European. There are people who are going from UK, from London even, from America, from Texas, and are saying, okay, I can't afford homes in America, so all I need to do as a human being is go and convert to Judaism, and that's that. I get free food, a free home, anything and everything inside that home. You somewhat are able to take over a Palestinian life and their livelihood, kick them out of their homes, literally have no law or any kind of order that prevents you from, behaving civilized in a society. You can go cause chaos and treat Palestinians worse than you would treat animals, because quite frankly, dogs are given more rights than animals. And then you're coming to these Palestinians who are fighting for their land, who are resisting this occupation. You are telling them that, oh no, you speak Arabic, so you're just an Arabized version. You guys are just what, Jordanian and Lebanese. And bruh, you guys don't have Canaanite DNA. Can one of you show me your DNA and be like, okay, this is my DNA and I have Canaanite DNA that's not freaking 0.1%? No. And then you're gonna bring up the Ashkenazi Jewish, Yemeni Jewish, even then your bloodline is not pure. You've had to have mixed. You've had to. If my greatest ancestor was Palestinian, but I married a white guy who then my kid married a black woman, and then she married an African, and then somebody married a Mexican. Do you know how many times my blood would mix that my DNA wouldn't even be able to pick that up anymore? You guys are talking about the fact that your one ancestor from decades ago might have been Palestinian, but then after all of that time, when you guys have been colonized and uprooted and kicked out of Germany and then sent to Europe, and then Britain didn't want you, and then everyone in the US and the UK and the West didn't want you, and then you came on your boats to Palestine who housed you, you are now kicking them out and trying to create a land over a land, and then say to these people that just because we are here, we are going to negate the fact that you existed, the fact that the Old Testament in the Bible actually has the map of Palestine, the fact that even religious ties, there are coins that date back to 1948. There are elderly grandmothers who are older than your fascist state who can claim that they are older than your fascist state. They are being forcibly removed from their homes and kicked out and forced into Jordan or Egypt or neighboring countries.
Another 30 seconds, okay?
I'm not having it, bruh. I'm not having your indigeneity bullshit. And he's gone away. But yeah, bruh. Sorry, blue-eyed blonde hair, go buy SPF fucking 50 before you come and tell me that you can deal with the sun. You look like you would burn in the sun, and you're telling me that you're indigenous to Palestine. Bruh, come on now.
Look at this. Close your eyes. Look how white that is. Wow, that's called golfer's tan.
Chip, you're funny. Comic relief.
You tell me how's this guy is more indigenous than me in that land. And one thing that got my attention was Zach's statement that the Israeli test weapons for us. Who do they test it on? Where do they test it on?
Gaza.
Is there a way that you can zoom in a little? Because I can't see the where
you can just an easy Google search. I just did it in 2 minutes. Like nothing has Poland, Germany, and other countries, but not Palestine. That's for sure.
I would just like to clarify one thing for the viewers that are watching right now. You can talk about DNA results and who's indigenous to the land, this and that. It is not the Palestinians who are denying people because they're not indigenous to the land. It is the Israelis who are denying indigenous people to the land. So when you are denying indigenous people, this is the issue. It has nothing to do with who was there first and this and that and blah, 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 blah. It has nothing to do with that, guys. There is one race of people that are trying to deny self-determination and being able to live in their land in peace as equal citizens that are indigenous to the land. And that is the Israeli government. That is Israel. So regardless of who was there first, regardless if you're Chip Barnes with his whiteness coming to the land, it has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do because Chip would be treated equally as a Palestinian and an Israeli. That's all Palestinians are aspiring for. There's
Can
only
I
one
just
race
can
of
I just
people
say one thing,
that
please?
want to be a supremacist to this.
Mike, can I
That's
just say
Israel.
one thing? Please, can I just clarify that I wasn't trying to be racist when I
Right.
said white European? I'm not talking. Palestinians can look like anything. I'm
And that's
aware
why,
that
and that's,
Palestinians,
I know, and that's why I
you know,
piggybacked
that
off
like
of you.
they could look like blue-eyed, blonde hair. You know, I know Palestinians come in all shades, but what I'm trying to refer to when I was saying blue-eyed,
Yeah,
blonde
they
hair
upset you
was the
because they're denying you.
Europeans.
They're denying you, Xana. We know.
Yeah,
We
like
know. They're
yeah,
denying
I'm
you,
sorry.
and you're
I don't
upset, and you're emotional about it, and we know that because
I just want to hear. I would just want to hear Zach's opinion. If Benjamin Netanyahu's son DNA aligned with his father, the Prime Minister of Israel, the guy claimed indigeneity to the land. What are your comment on that, Zach?
Give me 1 second. I'll respond in a second.
Yeah, I really want to know, like, indigeneity supposedly, even it can track you 3,000 years back, 4,000 years, yet this guy has not even a drop of Middle Eastern or Levant area DNA.
Frederico,
Regardless,
he's looking through his handbook right now.
that's okay. I mean,
Did Germany talk about, you know, the Yahtzees and stuff? Did they talk about, oh, who was indigenous to Germany prior to this, and that? No, they just had the Aryan race. They had a supremacy cult. They had a certain type of people that they wanted in that country. That is what this is in a nutshell. It has nothing to do with who's indigenous and who's not. This has to do with
guys. Zach replied in the comment saying that screenshot isn't exactly reliable. Okay, you go do your Google search, because that's what I did. Google search for Benjamin Netanyahu's son DNA leaked and bring me the correct screenshot with you.
It's all irrelevant. And whenever we engage in these debates with them regarding these unnecessary topics that have to do with who's indigenous, it's doing them a service because we're taking away from the real supremacist cult that they are.
My brother Mike, all I want to do is I want to show these people that for only in the past week, they have unalived 500 Palestinians inside of United Nations school, inside of the schools of UNRWA. And every time they unalive civilians, and the majority, what a coincidence, the majority of these people are all women and children. Come on, people. Why is it Israel has always the excuse of unaliving civilians?
Guys,
Just because, like, it's like giving Al Qaeda an excuse for doing September 11 because that was an American general inside the building. Like, is that justified? If they think that's justified, then we have a problem. The problem with this state, like he said, they're testing weapons. Like everything they drop on Gaza right now, they reevaluate the effectiveness of that weapon. And he said it. We test weapons for America. Okay, so just say it that way. We're there in the Middle East as a rat lab, and we use Palestinians to steal their organs and to test weapons on them. We all know that Israel has the largest skin bank in the world where they trade organs. We all know that the most illegal organ sales in the world are made by Zionist Israeli. And again, they come up here and they try to erase all of that and put Israel as the most democratic country on earth. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard. They don't even know what democracy is.
If you go off of history, it's the same way it was with the Yahtsees and the HCOS. This is what they did. You have people who justify these things, and they look back at it and they're either ashamed or they deny that they ever stood up for something like this. And again, it's just all rebuttals and all things that are irrelevant to what's really going on, and it's all deflection. And it's really important just to stay on topic and not allow Zionists to derail you from the real reason why. And I know it's important to debunk a lot of these things that they're stating, but at the end of the day, you have to take a step back and you have to look and say, what kind of rabbit hole are they trying to bury me under in order to confuse a mass population? Because that was part of their PR all along. That was part of Herzl's whole book that he wrote regarding colonism in Palestine. So these things are all, it does a disservice to Judaism's faith. It creates anti-Semitism. It creates people not like, it's gonna do a lot of really bad things if we continue to allow Israel, and they are not sanctioned for their war crimes that they've been committing. I mean, they've been condemned more than anybody else in the UN, yet they have not been sanctioned once. You guys have to think about that.
But what I'd love to understand is how and what right does another people have to starve a population, to stop them from having their basic human rights? That's the big question I want to know. I don't care if it's Israelis, Palestinians. I just want to know what right does somebody have to actually say, I'm going to make sure that they don't have water, they do not have food, and that we make their place a parking lot. I just want to know, and gets away with it.
Unfortunately,
Like,
it's the propaganda.
it's not only the entitlement. What I cannot understand is how someone can literally demonize a whole population for resisting to get their basic human rights, and how someone can go and blockade people take their literal way to travel, and they can't do that. That is, I just can't understand that.
Unfortunately, the United States of America are fully responsible for enabling these acts, and them having a lot to do with the establishment of the United Nations.
Mike, it's not the United States of America. It has to do with the foundation of AIPAC.
Right.
Zionism
right.
is something that's been there for years. They have, and as Zach said,
Please look at the big screen. This is how Israel forces Palestinians to die with a little bit of torture and a little bit of electricity and a little bit of water.
This is a photograph of a person who went to Israeli prison, and this is the before picture. He probably, weighs probably about 225, 230 pounds. This is the after picture. He looks like he weighs about 150, maybe 140. That's what's called starvation.
It's part of the weapon testing.
Yes.
Do you know there is a website that I can pull up which literally says that Palestinians on average receive around, I believe, 200 calories per day, and that doesn't distinguish between. No, it says Oxfam America released an article which says people in northern Gaza are forced to survive on 245 calories in a day. That is less than a can of beans. This doesn't discriminate between children who need significantly more, babies, young growing children, and women who are expecting, men, for example. It doesn't discriminate. They are all receiving 245, if not less, because not all of them have access to this food. And that is less than 12% of the recommended daily, which is 2,100 calorie intake per person. So it literally says the Israeli government told UNRWA, by far the largest aid provider in Gaza, that they would no longer be allowed into the north while basically forcing these people into starvation. And then it says that Oxfam also found a total food deliveries allowed into Gaza for the entire 2.2 million population since last October only amounted to at least 48% of the daily calorific rate that they would need. So basically, they're surviving off of 245 calories or less. That doesn't, there are women on their menstrual cycles, girls on their menstrual cycles, expecting mothers, babies. There's literally, they're forcing these people into starvation, and you're telling me that this is not a G-side, and they're just, when you're able to control electricity, water, and food, then you obviously have too much control over a group of people, and you are withholding their human rights. This actually goes against, what the human rights of people. You can't treat them like this.
If I may,
Let me show you
Zainab,
a video. Can everybody see this video? Hold on, real quick. Can everybody see this video? Let me see if I can do it here. Hold on, let me close this out. This is a picture of an Israeli
Just be
soldier.
careful. Just be careful. Someone might flag the live.
Okay, it's a very short video. It's only like 15 seconds. He's getting ready to throw a shell going towards the beach where kids are playing. And watch what happens. How sick is that? There's no military target there at all.
it's crazy.
Chip,
If
even
I
you
have a
have to
question
admit
for
it.
you,
It was two things put together. How you gonna
Zach,
say
I
that
said
those
that I
things
was
are
going to
connected?
speak next. Zach, I said I was going to speak next. I haven't spoken in a while. Chip, do you agree that there's a G-side going on? Yes or no?
I don't know for sure what the official terminology will be. My personal opinion is that I use the language that Israel uses, callous disregard for Palestinian life. I'm going to let the courts decide the terminology.
Okay, so should the courts decide that there is a G-side, and obviously international support is with the Palestinian people mostly, right? What do you think is going to... There is a precedent for G-sides. There's consequences, right? Like countries have to concede territory, pay reparations, so on and so forth, normally, historically speaking. So what do you think is going to be the outcome of all of this, personally?
Most likely it will lead to some international outrage if it is indeed found that there's convictions for things like collective punishment, starvation, SA, whatever the allegations are, whatever the charges are. And let's say they come back with 3/4 of them being provable or being determinate. The problem is enforcement. Again, this is why I disagree with Zach when he says that Israel doesn't matter what the U.S. does. That is complete bullshit. The United States runs complete political, economic, and military cover for Israel at every turn. Without the United States, these things would be enforceable. They would be forcibly imposed. But what probably will happen as a result of the inability to forcibly impose these rulings and hold accountable the leaders, one, they can't travel to countries who are signatories because they'll be compelled by law to arrest them. So that'll restrict their travel, no big deal. George Bush can't go to Germany, but he doesn't care. But as far as the future goes, if and when things change, there'll be more economic sanctions brought against Israel by the world community. That's what's going to get Israel in the end, is not the leaders going to jail or reparations. It's going to be economics that will force them to change.
Do you think that they're going to coerce a one-state solution, or what do you think is going to be the outcomes for the whole I guess, territorial
Yeah.
issue.
I mean, there's so many things that depends on it. That'd be like making a prediction for the future. If there's military conflict, all bets are off because that completely reorganizes things. If it's going to be the slow but steady approach, I think that the more extreme elements of the occupation and settlements will come to an end. I think they'll have to have more moderate governments and have some sort of more independent Palestinian entity that will allow for an end to the apartheid system. I think that's going to be a minimum requirement for any outcome.
So you agree that there is no going back to October 6th, in other words?
No. You guys, I have a story to share with you. About 3 or 4 nights ago, I was on a panel and I had two Lebanese that were hardcore supporting the Zionists. After we had a debate and everything, when I left the live, I get a private message from a known Zionist on here, Benjamin. I'm not going to hide his name. I get a private message from this guy giving me the information about all these two guys, all of their information, where they work, where they live, what's their name, what's their last name, what's their father's name, what's their brother's name. So why do you guys think that happened? Is he inciting me to go harm them? Is he being nice and he's giving the information of people that are not supposed to stand for the state of Israel? Or he is looking for propaganda so they can blame that Lebanese are inciting against Lebanese that supports Israel? Why do you think I have all of their information? And by the way, he made sure that I know that both of them are a gay couple that live together. They work at the same hospital. So why you guys think Benjamin gave me that information?
If I may answer your question as a Palestinian who's living in Palestine, these kind of strategies is used on Palestinians. For example, now I'm speaking with you without my name, but if I'm stopped by a checkpoint, my phone, the soldiers will ask me to open my phone. They will go directly. First thing they do is Telegram. They need to check Telegram, for example. They see who's I'm following, and they can get all my information. It's very simple. The main reason why they do this, they have no, like those two guys that they gave you the information for, it's not, most likely it's not true, but their main concern is how to divide.
I double checked, and I know it is true.
It might be. It might be.
The information is 100%. No, I'm telling you, I double checked.
Okay.
And the information was correct.
No problem. If now I tell you that your neighbor with his name, he's doing 1, 2, 3. He's a business owner. He's doing this and that, and he is a spy. Okay. You can verify all the information, but you will not verify that he's a spy. Okay, but I have the information about this guy. I need to divide you. I need to make sure that you hate yourself. I need to make sure that you as a Lebanese hate yourself, hate your people. As a Palestinians, the people of the West Bank must hate the Gaza people. The Gaza people must hate the West Bank people. This happens all the time. You can go to our social media and read about
these guys were on the panel fighting hardcore for the Israelis.
Then it's something else. But in general, why would he do this for you? Like
That's
the
my
main
question.
reason,
That's my
divide,
question.
divide,
Can
only
I-
divide.
can I answer?
I just wanted to answer Viv about the question that she asked. She said, "I don't understand why people like this want to do the G side or something like that as the blue and white." The main answer for why they're doing this. This didn't happen. This didn't start in 1948. It started back in the 1500s with the Europeans. They did this to themselves, but then they realized that they can colonize other lands, do whatever they want to the people, take the lands. And the biggest story that you can maybe read about it is Belgium with Congo, with the Congo. They took everything, they slaved the people, and they start to colonize everywhere. This started very long time ago. And when you look at the blue and white, where they came from Europe. They had the same mentality. even Germany, France. When we talk about languages, for example, France or French people speak French. But was it always only French? No. France spoke several languages, but they destroyed themselves first, and then they go to colonize other people. There were so many languages, so many religions. Also, a very interesting subject that you can read about the languages and the religions that existed in Europe. You can read about Spain for the last 1,000 years. There is a big story about Al-Muriskiyin, Morisque, that you can find interesting, how they had so many languages before the Spanish spoken language nowadays. Then they start to colonize. The same story with the indigenous people of the North Americas or North and South Americas. They had so many languages, but the idea of colonizing, we have colonizers, we have occupiers, we have the settler mentality. That's my answer to you. They want to take the land. You are not human. I am not a human for them. I'm just a bug in the system that they need to get rid of for them to be able to have their good nights at the beach, and I'm locked somewhere. That's it.
I want to say something real quick, guys. Please, for our audience, please like and share the live. Like and share the live, please. Double tap your screen.
Double tap the box.
Federico, earlier on you asked why they would give you that information. So from a psychological point of view, if I'm trying to get you to trust me, okay, if I'm going to give you information, it's usually human nature that I will start to trust you, and then I will talk about myself. So I always say, if someone is offering you something, always ask yourself, how is that going to work beneficial for themselves? So obviously this guy, he saw you, knew what you were talking about. So basically he's trying to say, you know what, I'm on your side. This is all the information. So obviously you come back, you start to get comfortable with them because he shared this vital information that's true. So you'd start talking about yourself, your family, where you're from. So it's all about, at the end, what can I do? The only way that you can get someone to trust you is by giving them something to say, hey, I'm on your side. So at the end of the day, the only thing I want to say, Federico, and this has happened to me as well with Zionists, it's the same thing. I have Zionists that come and they said, even, you know, we'll literally buy your ticket to Israel. Please come, then you can see the actual side where we're coming from. And they share a lot of information with me. And I spoke to my godfather and I actually said to him, I said, these people hate me. They call me a Jew hater, so many horrible things. Why would they do that? And he said to me quite clearly, and this is his mindset, he said, during the H-cast, the capo, which were Jews that were working with Smittler, they were going and they were actually working with Smittler, coming back to the ghettos and telling the others, look, we have to rebel against what Smittler's doing. And when he was doing that, and these people thought that they actually making a plan to rebel against Smittler, he was getting all their names and he was feeding all these things, because when it happened, there was a lot of Jews that were actually hiding from Smittler. So when someone gives you information, Federico, you know they're not on the same side as you, they don't have the same ideology. It's all about getting your trust so that they can get all your information. That's all that it is.
I think it's a worthless effort. I know them very, 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 very well. I don't trust my own shadow if I'm walking on the street. Now, I think he, especially because one of the guys, his dad is a known cooperator with Israel that before the 2000, his name is well known. And he lives in a way large, in between the largest Lebanese community in the States. So by him giving me the name, I believe that's the goal. By him giving me the name, and telling me who his dad is for me to tell somebody in the Lebanese community, so harm will happen to him, and then they use it for propaganda and stuff. And especially because the guy is from an LGBTQ community, so that gives them more advantage. Because Benjamin knows me, and I know Benjamin. We've been at it for the past year. Why decide only when there is a Lebanese guy involved to be friendly to me? So I know what their point is, and I know what is he after. He's waiting for me or for somebody I know to get harm to the guy. Then they can go run their propaganda about, they get the LGBTQ community and they get the Lebanese community that they supporting. Although supporting Israel, and I made it clear to these two guys, supporting Israel is against the Lebanese law. If you are heard defending Israel on a live or anything, and when you go to Lebanon, you will be arrested on the airport. You will be prosecuted for treason.
Hey Chip, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Where do you believe the United States of America will basically draw their line with Israel and their ties with Israel, regarding the lobbyists? Do you believe that, there has to be opposing lobbyists opposed to AIPAC and all of that? Do you believe that, there has to be specific sanctions that are in order for it to happen, that has to be intact? Or what do you believe would basically shake America to wake up and admit all fault and, cleaning their hands from this, because they've had their hands dirty for some time?
I mean, I take no pleasure in saying this, but right now, nothing will change the way that the U.S. works with Israel. Now, over time, it could be that by having competing groups, there is one that Quinn the Eskimo was trying to form. It was like a counter AIPAC pack or whatever. But it's a huge road. It's a huge mountain to climb. Think about it for a second. Think of what's been done, how many years it's taken to build these systems, Citizens United, corporate personhood, all the dark money pools, all those relationships, all those bundlers, handlers. It's a massive enterprise, and it's so entrenched the political process. Israel has played its hand very well inside of that maze. Right. And they're not going anywhere anytime soon as far as what the Americans are doing for them, which makes their position that much stronger, which is very frustrating for people like us who want to see the moral issue addressed, but morality is not being accounted for. This is just simply straight up politics and big money business.
Absolutely. So how effective do you believe, these protests, even on college campuses, really are? Not too effective.
Not at all. I mean, listen, for the sake of morale and awareness, yes, definitely they make a difference. As far as putting a dent in the massive machine, it's like going outside to your brick wall and tossing very small pebbles and going, why isn't this wall coming down?
Right, or mopping the rain, pretty much, right?
Or you have a faucet that's turned on in a room and you're trying to mop up the floor. Obviously you got to go turn the damn faucet off first. So we got to deal with the powerful people that are holding the marionettes, not the marionettes themselves, because the marionettes don't matter. They're interchangeable.
Absolutely. So I had a theory, with all these Arab leaders that do business, and not to put blame on what's going on, the atrocities that Israel's, committing on the Palestinian people, to blame Arab leaders, because Arab leaders have no justification for what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, and they never have. But theory that Arab leaders that do business with Israel, rather than doing business with Israel, they sanction them and help with these counter-opposing lobbies that go against AIPAC and things of that nature, and put their money, pretty much to oppose them within the United States, kind of like what AIPAC is doing. I don't know if they would be condemned or not, though, or they would be considered a T organization or not. I mean, I don't know why AIPAC isn't, but, do you ever think about those kind of things?
Yeah, I was thinking about that today.
Can I add on to that?
Go ahead.
I apologize. Also, I think we need to also be talking about to help defeat these, what is it called? shadow banning and the algorithms and stuff on social media and TikTok, where I feel like we're not reaching people as much as we used to. I feel like that's unfair, don't you think? Like, I feel like that's something else that should be tackled in addition to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There was
It's
a
part of
lower
that
court.
machine.
There was a lower court that adjudicated this earlier last year, and it said it prohibited. It was an injunction. It said the Biden administration was no longer allowed to directly interface and influence the content on social media platforms, and that lasted about 4 days. And they appealed it to the Supreme Court. They immediately moved it up on the docket. They took the case and they reversed the decision. So right now, there is no law preventing any administration from putting pressure on, coercing, or outright demanding that certain content be allowed or not be allowed on social media. Pretty fucked up.
So you almost have to counter this with a counterpunch, essentially, rather than a nonviolent approach to where you just
remember though, to have an app though, you have to have it approved on the Google Play Store, or you have to, which is owned by Alphabet, Google's parent company, or Apple on the iTunes Store, iStore, whatever they call it, App Store. So you have so much narrow control by the establishment, and Google, of course, is a huge, gigantic company that controls all the search engine results. It goes right through the NSA. And listen, we're living in a digital dystopian, late-stage capitalism, late-stage empire situation. And it's only going to get, the tentacles of this octopus are only going to get stronger and tighter around us because we're not doing jack shit about it proactively. And so we're going to get what we're going to get. It's not going to be great.
Right. Could you explain to your viewers regarding why politicians such as Nikki Haley want to ban apps such as TikTok and things of that nature?
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. Look what's happened in this recent, this conflict is the reason why they want to ban TikTok. It's the end of the story right there. But it's not just because of this conflict. Anytime there's the ability to directly disseminate information through a widely available platform like TikTok, especially to younger, very impressionable people, that's a threat to control of the narrative. And Israel's always done an amazing job. And you can say what you want about Israel, but they are incredibly talented when it comes to information management. They're the best in the world. Nobody's even close. But even as good as they are, this app and other social media, even with the restrictions and Biden administration meddling, enough information has flowed through to significantly change what the body politic thinks about one particular issue. But even more importantly, they're now questioning the veracity of all the other sources of information because of how starkly different this information has been in this instance. And that's setting a chain of events that they're never going to be able to stop now. So the younger generation doesn't believe a damn thing they're told by the government, which is a good thing.
Absolutely. And, I believe that wave actually may have a bigger effect than what normally like a protesting wave would actually have. So it may have more impact than, but overall, like what you're saying, it's just a ripple. It's not a splash, right?
Well, it's a start, which is better than nothing, right? Awareness in any human problem, awareness is the first step. And then from there, you can assess, come up with strategy, try to implement different things, readjust as you find out what does or doesn't work. We're still in the awareness phase. And the other thing is to get willingness, because Chris Hedges said this very well. If you know who Chris Hedges is, he's a very intellectual guy, talks about a lot of these issues. And he said that, we're up against fascists. And
Right.
we may not win. We don't fight fascists because we're going to win. We fight them because they're fascists.
It's not normal for the United States. I mean, it is actually pretty normal, but to have like this alliance with a fascist government, though, and just like be unapologetic about it. It's remarkable to me, but I think that has a lot to do with again the lobbyists and their impact and control on the media in all the social platforms and things that the way they have been able to control, like you're stating, and how like in depth it is.
I think this is all pre-planned.
Oh,
If
sorry,
you guys,
with them controlling these things.
It's all big plan. If you guys even notice when they started deporting the Jews from Europe, Okay, why is it that the only two countries that are the mass supporter of the state of Israel today, which is the United States and Britain, why would they turn down the boats of the Jews that they were going there unless they had planned to divert them to Palestine? So it's not something that they're doing it on a daily basis. I believe the whole plan was up until the occupation of Iraq. The Iraqi war was actually until the Arab Spring to change the Egyptian president. And all that plan was going smooth until they started facing the resistance that is supported by the Iranian. Now you can say Iran has a long hand, short hand in it. It's legit. Everything is legit. Israel, United States support Israel, and Iran supports the arch of resistance in the region. There is a geopolitics in it. There is ideological part of it, and there is a humanitarian part of it. But the plan, even Hollywood. All the Hollywood production was made to demonize the Arab world and make us look like villains, like make us look like it's all indoctrination for, and a lot of people they say Israel has a WMD, they have the nukes and all of that, and if you look at the Zionist mentality, once they have established the greater state of Israel and they have no use for the rest of the world, that's when the nuke comes into place.
Chip, why
Yeah,
do you
well,
can I ask you
go
a
ahead.
question, Chip?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why do you think that with the World Zionist Congress, why do you think they call themselves world and not like Germany or Swiss or an actual country? Why do you think they call it like world?
Well, my guess would be is they're trying to aggregate all of the Jewish people around the world into one singular focus.
Which would make sense.
But they could have called it the Jewish Zionist movement. But
Well,
it's
they
just
call
interesting.
they call something. There's the World Economic Forum, but that's obviously not everybody in the world. It's a lot of the northern countries, not the global south. So again, these are just terminology.
It's very important with the Israelis. Language is very important. So they cannot call something Jewish. For example, if you watch Ben Shapiro talking about what's happening in Palestine these days, he will use 3 or 4 different words that describe something that in the moment he wants to use. For example, when you're using the Jewish are suffering, for example, that means that all the Jewish all around the world are suffering. So you're giving the empathy and, okay, oh, remember what happened with them in Germany or in Europe. Okay. But when he wants to call it the Zionism, as when he says Zionism, he say it as the defender for the Jewish people or the Israeli army. They use special words and special sentences to deliver a certain message. That's why when we are fighting against those sentences, we say very clear, we're not against Jewish people. Even you will find Jewish people that they are supporting the Palestinian cause, and they know if they use something like Jewish for Palestine or, Jewish of the world to support Israel, they can't, because basically there's so many Jews against the establishment of that state. They are actually against it. You can find them in Palestine, in the United States, in Europe, that they are actually against the establishment. So, in the end of the day, they cannot use it. They use special words in special sentences to deliver specific kind of messages. And I'm someone who's very careful when it comes to these kind of words. When you hear them talking, the narrative is like the Arabs. They will say the Arabs. But excuse me, I'm a Palestinian. I speak Arabic. I'm Arab from the region. But as Arabs, we're so different. They will use the Muslims. Okay, who do you mean by the Muslims? There is Pakistanis, there is Americans, there is Chinese. or using different kind of words to deliver a certain message. So always when you're talking with them or explaining something, or they want to tell you something, be very careful. Like when they use these kind of sentences or words, tell them, correct them. Tell them, please do not use the word Jews.
And as a Palestinian, that's exactly what I do, Ben. And
I am a Palestinian. That's why I'm saying.
You guys, if you don't mind, Haji, you've been here. You came up. You spoke when you first came in. You said a couple of words. You weren't very informed. Now you've been here for a couple of hours. Have you learned anything, or?
Yeah, no, 100% have. I've been listening. What I try to do is I try to make sure that I go on 50% of the pro-Israeli lives, 50% of the pro-Palestinian lives, so I get information from both sides. And so far, from Chip's live and for some other lives, I feel like I've learned a lot about the history, about the whole DNA thing. For example, Netanyahu's son, you said that his DNA was leaked. Obviously the pro-Israeli side never mentioned that, so that's something I learned today. And yeah, so I feel like I've definitely learned a lot from this live. I'm actually kind of curious what you guys think, like how the two-state solution would be administered, or rather, you guys support one-state solution, correct? How would a one-state solution actually happen?
The two-state solution was offered by all the Arab countries in 2001 in Beirut, Lebanon, where all the Arab countries, including Syria, which is supposedly the worst enemy of Israel, then the Palestinian Authority, and they put a proposal forward that if you withdraw to the 1967 and we make Jerusalem as a joint control city, we will acknowledge Israel and we will normalize relations with Israel. The Israeli leadership thought that it wasn't worth the ink it was written with. So on our side, I think we've done everything, and all we got back is wars after wars and arriving and judged and called the T while we're resisting for our land. So, and mind you, Israel does not occupy only Palestine; occupies part of Lebanon, part of Syria, and they still don't acknowledge that this land must be returned in a way or another. Although there is United Nations resolution calling for that land to be returned, they still don't want to return it. So obviously, it looks like here is one piece that really wants, one part that really wants peace, and the other part does not want peace. And if you heard Donald Trump last time that he spoke, he had a meeting with Abbas and he had a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. He asked Abbas, "Do you want peace?" Then the PA president responded, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." Then he mentioned the same question to Benjamin Netanyahu, and Benjamin Netanyahu's response was skeptical. So Donald Trump, I knew it that Benjamin Netanyahu don't want peace, and this is the reality. That is how it is. We can say whatever we want. They are influential. They have a lot of tactical around the media in the world. They manage a lot of the stuff. But right now, we are no longer watching TV. We are making the news ourselves. And everybody that has information and has a point of view is coming out to the light. So at one point, if you know right from wrong, you know what side you're going to stand on.
If I can give one.
Wait, is it the Likud party or is it all of the parties in Israel? From what you know,
all the government in Israel, none of them, no matter what kind of peace negotiation, it doesn't matter. But far left,
It is
or
not.
right,
It doesn't matter. The Zionist mentality is the Zionist
Yeah.
mentality. They don't care.
They have the ideology of the
I just wanted to
greater
mention
Israel.
something, but you speak first.
Yeah, they have.
I just want to tell Haji one thing.
Yeah, 1 second. Let me finish the story about the greater Israel. They believe that the greater Israel is from the Nile of Egypt to the Euphrates of Iraq. That includes Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Palestine, and actually they have a goal that is already set from here to 2048 to have 15 million Jews in Palestine before they go on and continue to the greater Israel. So they have plans already put ahead, telling us what they're gonna do to us, but they don't tell the rest of the world what their plans are.
Yeah, that makes sense. So all the negotiations that have been going on, or at least over the past like 2 decades or whatever, have not been in good faith, from the Israeli side, and that they don't really want a two-state solution, basically, right?
They don't want to take
Let me share this. Let me share this real quick, guys. So you can look up this quote, okay, Hutch? Benjamin Netanyahu, part of the Likud party, and if this was already said, I apologize, but he said publicly in 2019, you can Google it, he said, the number one way to prevent the establishment of a two-state solution is to fund and support H Group. I'm not kidding you. He said this publicly.
Okay, yeah.
Haji, if you don't mind,
That's the divide and conquer, correct? Or
Well, there's that, but also yeah, that's exactly what it is. And they let money, a huge amount of money that was being withheld from them, to be delivered in cash, like almost like $2.1 billion of cash, that completely changed their ability to smuggle things in. And they knew exactly what they were going to do. I don't think they knew that this was going to happen, but I think some people did know this was going to happen.
Haji, I just want to say one thing. You said that you are trying to learn from both sides. For me, with any international, I always ask one thing. Forget all the news. Forget all the books. Forget everything. You have a passport. You can travel. Just come and visit Palestine and the other side. Okay? Judge by yourself. See how they live and see how the Palestinian lives. See the wall. See the checkpoints. See how the soldiers react with Palestinians. See it with your own eyes. You're more than welcome. And if there is one thing I can tell you about the Palestinians is go in the street. Don't need even to rent a hotel. Just walk in the streets, stop a guy, he speaks English, tell him, hey, I have no place to sleep. They will welcome you. They will feed you. They will take care of you. They will show you everything. Just come. Visit your...
Yeah, I would love to visit.
recommend all
However, I did
Americans
hear.
to do that. I recommend all Americans to do that. Go to the
Yes.
West Bank, go
It
to
is the
Israel,
best thing.
and just see what it's like. But Haji, just to your point, real quick, that I just wanted to say, the idea of a two-state solution, keeping that alive, in order to move forward with what is going on right now, that ideology of a two-state solution does have to be eliminated. And the reason being is that it does promote segregation. And in the world, everywhere you go, segregation never works. You cannot segregate people. You have to integrate. So whenever people are promoting a two-state solution, typically pro-Israelis or people who are having the upper hand or supremacist movement, such as Zionism, which people argue all the time. But whenever you have a two-state solution intact and people talking about a two-state, that's why Netanyahu wants a two-state. He wants to fund Hamas, H Group. And this is the reason why. Because he knows that if he doesn't have somebody that he opposes, then he cannot continue the Zionist project. And I want to make everything clear. Theodore Herzl's Zionist project to Israel is the entire land from the river to the sea, erasing one people who are native and having a new people in there of one race, one religion, one cult.
I just
Yeah.
wanted to add to that because essentially in the real world you never have like an oppressor be asked to sit with the oppressed. You would never ask a great victim to sit with the person who grazed them. Like you would never ask them to sit with them. So likewise, it's not fair to expect the Palestinians to have to come to some type of agreement to gaslight their feelings, to have them really submit to living next to people who were actively bombarding them and unaliving their generations of their families. And also to add to that, I don't think it's right that we go and push for a two-state when in reality that is just going to take the world back, because you never ask people to have to sit next to and come to like this type of, I don't know how to say it, but you can't like make these people have to sit with the trauma and everything that they've gone through and just tell them to like get over it, because you don't ask the Jews, you don't ask them to get over the Holocaust. So like, how are you asking the Palestinians to just, you know, get over everything that's been happening for the past 70 plus years, and then and just be like, okay, well, you know, a land that doesn't even belong to them should somehow have claimage over it, get a certain amount of it that doesn't even belong to them, and you're just supposed to deal with that because, you know, that's the best solution. In reality, that's not the best solution, and that's not fair for Palestinians who've gone through this for such a long time.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. If I've ever advocated for a two-state solution, it would have been like a temporary one because from at least what I've seen, these two groups of people don't like each other, and putting them in one area, I don't see how that would lead to peace.
One thing, I have something to say, guys. Haj, so do you know who the Arab Israelis are? Yes or no?
Arab, no, I would say no, yeah. You mean the 2 million that were like in Israel right now?
Yes. So those people are ethnically Palestinian, by the way. Most of them are. Okay. There were some people
and they
that
were
may have
put under-
immigrated, you know, over the years, but the vast majority of them are ethnically Palestinian. And they were occupied by the state of Israel between 1948 to 1966. Then they were given
they were under
citizenship as Israeli
military law, yeah.
citizens. They were given citizenship as Israeli citizens, and the vast majority of them are overwhelmingly pro-Israel.
No.
For that is
No. I disagree with this. I'm so sorry. I can't. This is not true. Arabs of 1948, they're not supporters of Israel. They are Palestinians under occupation until this day. They in the last
May I finish my?
fight so hard, so you can't call them pro.
Please let me
blue and
finish.
white.
Please let me finish. This is a fact. The vast majority of them, if you ask them, would you rather live here in the economic state that you're in right now, or go to live in another Arab country? They would say they would rather stay there. Okay.
Of course, because it's their country. It's Palestine.
They don't want Arab rule over them. I'm not saying that all of them feel that way, but the polls show that the vast majority of them are satisfied with their lives. Okay? They're
So wait,
happy
when you
the
say
way things
occupation, you
are.
mean that they were under military law, correct?
Let me
19
finish speaking, please. The point that I'm trying to make is that what otherwise, you know, Israelis, right, between 1948 and 1966 consider those people to be hostile, right? Incapable of living amongst them. However, they're fully integrated within society, and they live normal lives as Israeli citizens. And also there have been peace deals that were done between Jordan and Israel, Egypt and Israel, right? That have lasted for years, for decades even. And now, like, you know, there's other Arab countries that have aligned themselves with the state of Israel. So the point that I'm trying to make is that it is not impossible for Palestinians to be able to live amongst Jewish people. That is not the issue at hand. The issue is the occupation, the inability, the forced inability of the Palestinians to self-determine their future.
And Lau, I
Everything
just want
is controlled by Israel, even the population registry of even Gaza, till this day, is under the control of the state of Israel.
And Lau, I just had one question for you regarding the Israeli Arabs that are in Israel that have Israeli citizenship. Are they treated equally to the Israeli citizens there?
They're absolutely not treated equally. And I'm not saying that they're pro-Israel in terms of like, oh, they love the situation there 100%. What I'm saying is they would rather live there than live in the West Bank, for example.
I will just comment on this, what you just said now, that they rather live in there instead of the West Bank. The story of these people
The
that they are
reason
Arab.
because of the occupation, of course.
No, just let me finish, please. The reason why they don't go from Jaffa to Nablus is because they are from Jaffa. They're not from Nablus. They will not move. It's their country that they grow up, their grandparents is from, that they refuse to leave, and they stay there with the occupation. And as you said, until the year 1966, when they were granted or they been given the Israeli citizenship. But it doesn't mean that they don't want to live in the West Bank. They don't want because they're from there. They don't want to leave their houses. And if you saw just a few years ago, when there was another war in Gaza, how the people of the 48 go, all of them, those Palestinians, and one of the words that we don't like to use, the words of the blue and white. When you use Arabs of Israel, this is a wrong word to describe this group of people. They are Palestinians. Because when you say Arabs, it means that they came from Arab countries. And no, they are from there. They are Palestinians who refuse to leave. There are other people who have been attacked in villages and cities that they have to be called refugees. And they went to Gaza, West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, and other countries. But you cannot come to say that they are comfortable
Free Palestine. I don't think either of us were saying that, and I know that you know that as well. I think one thing that's missing here is that they really weren't given a choice.
No, bravo. Yes,
it's shit or shittier, basically.
Yes.
Do you want to be safe or do you want to be treated worse? Because the thing is although they had to forego their Palestinian citizenship, they were still treated as third or fourth class citizens under the Israeli government. So the thing is that Palestinians, of course, want to be Palestinian. Of course, they want to be free and they want to live and be a Palestinian. However, whenever you're given two options that aren't very good options, you have to make the best decision when it comes to the land being acquired illegally by Israel. And unfortunately, some people had the option to agree to be an Israeli citizen, mainly because, but the funny thing is that Israelis...
We didn't agree, by the way.
The Zionists, we didn't agree. Of course, we don't have a choice. But the thing is that Zionists use this as talking points.
Yes,
They actually say Israeli Arabs.
It's not Israeli Arabs.
Yeah, I know. This is what they say, though.
Maybe just to correct the words, as Palestinians, how we call each other.
Palestinians.
Okay?
100%.
First, Palestinians, but between each other, we say, I'm a Palestinian from the West Bank. He's Palestinian from Gaza. And if it's from that area, we call them the Palestinians of the 1948 or Palestinian 48, meaning that it's the guys who didn't leave their cities or villages in the war of 1948. But we will never call them Arabs. You know, what is this word? It's very dangerous to use these wrong sentences because it's really give the legal terms of the occupation on, look, they are Arabs. They came from Arabia. They came from Saudi Arabia. They came from I don't know where. No, we are the indigenous people of the land. We are Palestinian 48. Call us whatever. In the end, we are Palestinians. As I said before, call us the people of La La Land. We are the indigenous people. We are just from there.
Free Palestine. من وين أنت؟
Ramallah.
Ramallah? أهلا وسهلا. بيت حمينة.
أهلا وسهلا. For example, this guy. Listen, this guy, for example, he said that he's from a place near Jerusalem. He have what the history is very, very sad. I have a green ID. How dehumanize the system, the Israeli or occupation system is. I have a green ID. This guy has a blue ID. The guy from the 48 have a blue plus passport. Okay, we are all Palestinians. I can't. He's like 20 minutes away from my house. I cannot go to visit him without a permission from the army. He can come to visit me, but he's not an Israeli citizen. He's a Jerusalem resident.
Right.
The 48 guy, he can come to visit me. I can go to visit him. He can visit Jerusalem. he is an Israeli, between quotation, Israeli citizen, but still he don't have full right as a Jewish. And put it between quotation because we're saying Jewish here as the constitutional right for those people who came to occupy our country.
Guys, I'm still under militant law, basically. If I go there, I'm not under civilian law.
I just want to make something, make a point here. So the term Palestinian, someone made the claim earlier that there's no ethnic group of Palestinian, and like that is absolutely wild to me, because there have always been the ethnic group of Palestinian. I mean, it's even, what is it? His name is Herodotus, History of the World. If I'm not mistaken, that was his name. Even, you know, documented about the Palestinians, and also even the Bible itself talks about the Palestinians. The Palestinian people is a synonymous term for the people of the Holy Land.
Yes.
That's the culture of the people, the Palestinian people is the people of the Holy Land. There's a certain distinct identity of the people that live there,
Yes, sir.
because of the multiculturalism, the religious, what's the word called? The tolerance, the religious tolerance and acceptance of other people, and accepting pilgrims from around the world, and also accepting refugees from around the world throughout its history. Like that's kind of like the identity, or part of the identity of the Palestinian people.
There is
Those people have remained on that land.
Yes.
They know where to plant everything, and what plants are indigenous to what, and what plants are edible. They know everything about it.
Yes.
You know? And even like if you look on, I looked up on Wikipedia before how the ancient Canaanites used to dress, and it notated the Israelites as being, you know, one of the Canaanites, the people that lived in Canaan, you know. And it talked about the Hebrew women, the Israelite women, and what they used to wear on their head. And it said, underneath that section, it said, the only people alive today to still use this practice are the Palestinian people, like our Palestinian women. And that to me was just like another just icing on the cake, you know, of things that I recently found out. But it's just, I don't know how they can still come up with this argument that, like, you know, we're somehow like invaders from other countries or something like that.
Wow, they're very shallow people. They're very shallow people.
They always bring up this argument too about southern Syria, and I'm like, do you even know what southern Syria means? That's the district of Palestine.
Let me tell you
And
something
Balad
about.
Hashem, you know, southern Syria was Palestine. It's the same thing.
I will tell you something very small about the names of villages in Palestine. Okay, and there is this guy who's from Beit Hanina who can help me with it.
Yes, sir.
For example,
I'm from there too, by the way.
You're from where?
My father's side of the family is in one of the suburbs of Ramallah. So
Nice. Okay, so you can help me with it. So for example, I will give you a village in Ramallah called Deir Dibwan. Okay, this word, the first word, Deir, it means a Christian temple or a Christian place. Okay. Now, this indicates by the name that this is a Christian village. Okay, or it used to be a Christian village. We have another name. It's called Kufr. For example, in Ramallah, there is a village called Kufr Ni'ma. Okay? Kufr mean a village or a temple of Jews. Okay? Which means that these historical villages used to be Christian villages, Jewish villages, Muslims villages, from the names, ancient people. When you mention the Kanaani, for example, we as Palestinian, I said this in the previous live. My grandparents and your grandparents used to worship fire. Then they became Jewish after Moshe came from the Red Sea, from Egypt, to Palestine. Whatever he established, whatever religion we changed to, we became Jewish. Then when Jesus came, we became Christians. And then we became Muslims. I don't know in the future what we will be. But regardless what is our religion, we are the indigenous people. We are from here. And one of the things that always you can trigger, and it annoys the blue and white, when you say, Jesus is Palestinian. He is. Doesn't matter. You like it or not. He is a Palestinian.
Explain Beit Hanina and Beit Lahem to them and stuff.
Beit Lahem, for example, the house of God. Beit Hanina, you will know better than me, but these names is not new. Come on, guys. Like when you go to any city in Palestine, the name is there since 4,000 or 5,000 years, and it means something in the language of the people of the land. Everything, even the shekel, we have the occupation uses their currency called shekel. Shekel is shaqal. It's not an Israeli thing. It's not a Hebrew thing. It's not a Jewish thing. It's not a Zionist thing. It was the name of the trade that the Kanaani do between each other. It's the trade name. What are you doing today? I'm doing shaqal. I'm giving you an egg. You're giving me a piece of meat. This trade name is shekel. They took it. They use everything on their money. You can see it. They stole everything. And really, there is some very small details. When I'm talking to Western people, please, I will welcome you in my house. Just come to visit. Come to see it. Come to see with your own eyes. This guy from Beit Hanina, I cannot go to visit him, guys. Can you imagine? He's 20 minutes away from my house. Right now, I cannot go to his house. I'm not allowed. If I try to cross that wall, I will be shot. So the amount of this. Anyway, what we're talking about is like repeated all the time.
You're explaining apartheid to them.
It's very hard. Can you imagine that I have to go through this every day? By the way, guys, we have to go as Palestinian. What Mr. Chep said about to explain all the time. We have to explain, and he said the Israelis are great with it. He's right. They're very smart when it comes to media and propaganda. We have to do it us as civilians, as people who is not media trained, not anything trained. We don't write books and publish it all around the world just to show the lies. What we are trying to tell.
1 second, guys. Zainab and Zach, I think you guys still spinning. If you want to drop a request, I'll bring you right back.
So it's really annoying sometimes. But to explain one part of the apartheid, that I have a green ID. I have like, when you hear the stories of the what happened with the Jewish in Germany, that they have a special kind of papers or something written on their bodies. I have it right now. I have a green ID. This guy, he have a blue ID.
Yep.
He's not a citizen. He's a resident of Jerusalem, and he live in shitty situation. I'm treated under military law. If I do anything wrong, I will not go to civilian court. I will go to military court. So it's disgusting to explain these things. I live 10 minutes away from the wall. I can sit on my balcony, smoke a cigarette, drink my coffee, and looking at the wall, the apartheid wall, that I cannot cross. If I cross, I'm in danger. So there is so much things that happens on the ground daily that I always encourage all you internationals who have passports that it allows them to visit our country. Just please come. Please come. Please.
Can I add? Yeah, I would like to add something to what he was saying also. أنا كمان من بيت حنينة. I'm from بيت حنينة. I've been in the United States for 20 years.
Okay.
خلاص. I've been in the United States for 20 years. Of course, I got my passport now and everything. To the point where in the past few years, when I go to Ramallah to visit in Ramallah, on the way back, of course, we're gonna have to stop on the Kalandia Hajjis checkpoint, Mahsoum. And to the point where I give them my American passport, and they still deal with it the same. I feel the same exact hatred, and like they know, like, so what? You have the American passport. They know they have to make sure all that stuff. They have to make sure that I'm not just hiding it, and it's not a green ID that I'm hiding using the American passport to provide the same hateful rhetoric that they do every time.
So nice to see Palestinians meet each other. Yeah, you're right. I can't see them, and they can see me.
Our
but I
voice
can't
is
see them.
finally out, man. We can talk now. Our voice is finally out. It's the first time since we were born. Our voice is
Yeah,
finally out.
you're right. Thanks to TikTok. Thanks to the
Vivi,
social media.
Vivi, I think you wanted to say something though.
Yeah, I think it's so lovely just to see, when Palestinians meet each other and they say, "Where you from?" And I mean, it just shows how the indigenous people do that. And Free Palestine, when you talk about the identity, having a blue one, him having a green one, that brings me back to, and it reminds me of when we had apartheid in South Africa. Now we didn't have the same as different IDs. We were basically, the last four numbers of our identities is literally would tell you if you're white, black, or brown, or Indian. That's literally. So there were some places just by your ID number, you couldn't go some places. So black people were not allowed to go into certain places. And just to hear you say that, it just reminds me when we had apartheid, and if you were, if someone was black, they couldn't come and visit you if you were like white. It was just a no-go zone, unless they had a special star, which meant that they worked for someone and someone gave them a reference, so they'd have a different privilege, just like what the what the Palestinians in Israel have. They remind me of the black people that had a star that they used to wear, which would entitle them to stay out after 8 o'clock, which would entitle them to be in a few white neighborhoods. It's stuff like that actually shows me what apartheid is, just in a different way. In your way, it's the indigenous people from the Zionist entity which has occupied your land. And when you talk about a one state or a two state, I'll tell you why I'm against a two-state solution. Because the way I see it, when there's a two-state solution, you have all Palestinians on one side, and then you'll have the Israelis on the other side. And what we've learned from all the history in Palestine was that it's like, I feel the Palestinians are sitting ducks when the Israelis want to go and mow the lawn. They literally don't have to worry about any Israelis being there. Even they wouldn't go and, kaboom, like Ariel Sea, where most of them are predominantly settlers. So the reason why I say one state solution, because I don't think it would be that easy to mow the lawn or to literally have such an openly thing of being racist or one person having different basic human rights. And when you say, oh, the people hate each other, how are they going to live together? That's the same thing that happened in South Africa. When the apartheid regime actually fell, the first thing that the white people were saying, oh, how are the black people going to actually come and live with us? They hate us because we've done so much bad things to them. But to our surprise, and if you look at South Africa now, it's a lovely country. Blacks, whites, Indians, we all live together. Yes, there is still racial discrimination. Yes, there is still apartheid, which I call generational, which will be in generations to come. But at the end of the day, everyone has the same basic human rights. We don't have any uprisings or anything like that. And I think at the end of the day, all people want is basic human rights. And the same like in America, if the indigenous people of America didn't have the same basic human rights as the American people, whereas having an American passport, having to travel, having a good life, having, to do what they want to do, I can guarantee you there would still be uprisings in the US up until now. But that's the point of having a one state, so that everyone can have the same basic human rights. If you're not living impoverished, if you have a good life, your kids are happy, you have a health system, you feel that you actually have your self-determination, why would you resist? And that's what I don't understand. The thing that Israel keeps on doing, they think of if they keep, and it's the same thing what the white apartheid people did in South Africa. They thought if they oppressed the blacks, if they used military force when they were marching, if they unalived their kids, you know, they would live in fear and they would never uprise. And unfortunately, eventually they figured out it's not working out, and sanctions happened, and thank God that regime actually fell. But at the end of the day, and I always say this, we're all human beings. All that the Palestinians just want is basic human rights, freedom to travel. I mean, imagine waking up, if you a child in Gaza, you won't see the world. What we take as small you know, small things that we take for granted, they can't just catch a plane and go to America. They can't just catch a plane and go to Europe. They wake up in Gaza, they stay in fear. Imagine having a life like that. And I can understand why someone would resist. You have no dreams, you have no goals. The only life you know is literally seeing soldiers day in and day out, your mom and dad in fear, having to explain yourself to someone else why, because that's how it is. It's what people don't understand. It's not about indigenous. It's not about, at the end of the day, it's people being happy. You cannot be happy if you are oppressed, you have no hopes, you have no dreams. You literally cannot feed your kids. I mean, imagine living on 200 calories a day. And most of the tunnels in Gaza wasn't actually for, you know, for military exercises. It was to actually smuggle food in from Egypt, to smuggle goats, sheep, cows, so that the people could actually have food. And nobody talks about that. So, you know, as I said, if people are oppressed, there'll always be resistance. It's just the way it is.
You know, Nelson
no,
Mandela,
can
for
I
example. Just one thing. Nelson Mandela, for example, you mentioned South Africa, and you can't imagine the love that we have for South Africa, Vietnam, these countries, or the indigenous people of the United States, Australians, indigenous people, of course. But you mentioned South Africa, for example. Nelson Mandela, he was like a terrorist for 25 years. Then he became a hero, and for the whole world, he was like the hero. Blah blah blah. The freedom fighter. He was a freedom fighter from the beginning. Now he became. He was sorry. That's the thing that's happening right now. That happening for the Palestinian. Oh, you're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. Come on. I am a freedom fighter, guys. There is nothing different than what Nelson Mandela and the people of South Africa did. There's nothing different than the Palestinian people. Even Gandhi and his people, they used to be shamed by the British, by the Queen, as the people who are attacking our soldiers, blah, blah, blah. And then he become, the world is going through the same thing right now with the Palestinian. Very soon.
And put it more in perspective with the Americans, George Washington in the Revolutionary War
Yes, bravo.
was
Yeah.
considered a T.
Yes.
Whenever he was liberating America from the
Yes.
British occupation.
Yeah.
Hey, can I add
Guys,
something?
One second, an announcement. Please tap and share. But I gotta tell you one thing: for how many knowledgeable people are in here, the Zayos are scared of requesting. We have no Zayos requesting to come up.
Yes. I will leave my spot for you guys.
I guess
Stuff that coming from facts. Like earlier, there was a guy that when you guys were giving him facts and showing him his own newspaper, telling him that their own military was unaliving their own people, he's like, nope, I don't believe it. It's not, his own paper was telling him that.
Yeah, I'm
But-
going to tell you guys this: they will never admit it. The scariest thing
that's the
to
problem.
an Israeli, the scariest thing to an Israeli, is a Palestinian that is able to articulate.
Yeah,
English.
they don't like to talk with us. They know that they will lose. They
It's
will lose.
because they're scared, believing and understanding and admitting that they've been lied to. They've
Three
been
things you
brainwashed
can,
and they've been lied to.
But do you guys actually know that Nelson Mandela, he was actually having Yasser Arafat as a pen
Yes.
pal? Do you actually
Yes.
do you know how much they used to actually interact and write to each other?
Yes, absolutely, we know that. Yes.
Exactly. That
We
was
love
his
the
exact
guy.
words.
In
That was his
Ramallah,
exact words.
okay. In Ramallah, search for it. We have
You have the statue of him. I
yes,
know
we have a
that.
stat. We
Yes,
love the guy.
that's
Come on, we love the guy.
You know, three things you
Anytime
cannot,
that
guys, ask. You cannot.
I
One
want to
second,
say
guys.
something next, guys.
Yeah. Three things you cannot ask. You can't ask a lady for her age, a man how much money he can make, and a Zionist to tell the truth.
I'm gonna ask something next, guys. I haven't spoken in a
That's true.
while.
Yes, exactly. Let me let me let me ask you a question for the audience and for the guys here. You have a blue ID, okay? If you want to marry a girl with a green ID, is it a good idea or not? We're talking politics here.
I swear, I wanted to mention that subject, but I figured
Yeah,
it might
just
not
for them
fit.
to understand.
To the
Just for
point,
them to
yes, to
understand
the
the
point
struggle.
where you have to, Anna, the first thing you ask, of course, we have arranged marriage a lot, to the point where the first thing you ask, if she had the blue ID and he didn't, or if he had the blue ID and she didn't, the first thing they ask, oh, does she have a blue or green ID?
But
Just so
explain
they
to them
know
why. What will
what.
happen to the kids? What will happen to the kids, for example? Which kind of ID they
The
will have?
kids will take the lesser part, the blue ID, the green ID.
Yeah,
Well,
it's a struggle.
we have an example here. Al, his mother is Jewish and his father is Palestinian, and the whole family can access the state of Israel, but the father cannot.
Yes, the struggle usually extend to the kids, where to a point, if the father is not blue ID and the mother is blue ID, the kids will not be able to have the blue ID. They can only have the green ID. They will go to struggle in courts, and it will take years for them. For example, I will give you a beautiful example about me. I'm married to an Palestinian. It took my wife in 2012, now we are in 24, 10 years to gain the Palestinian ID. So we were leaving Palestine every 3 months for her to re-enter, to take a visitor visa, a tourism visa, just for her to be able to stay with. My daughters took the green ID. My wife can't have it until like 2 years ago or 1 year ago.
Let's hear from Al.
I was gonna say Siti and CD same way. CD still doesn't have his ID.
Al,
Yeah, you mentioned my mom's side of the family. I was actually going to mention earlier before I was interrupted. Sorry, I whenever they come over here, those Zios, and they start blaming everything on anti-Semitism, I'm like the first one that can just be like, hey, wait a minute, you cannot monopolize Judaism at all. So, in fact, most American Jews do not support what the state of Israel is doing. In fact, there's a substantial portion of those people, in fact, that also don't support Zionism at all. I just want that to be known. They don't speak for the Jewish people.
You know, one thing I noticed, I wasn't very familiar with the TikTok levels, but now I knew, like, the more you give, the higher the level you got. I've seen Zach on TikTok for the past 7-8 months, and he's still on level 4. It means usually, you know, me as a person, when I get gifted, I just give them back to panelists and I did not understand the idea, and that shows you why is he here. It's for the money. He's still, in 7 months, he's still on level 4, and he goes to all panels, and he gets gifted on all panels, and the only reason he's still on level 4 because he cashes out the money. So, like, to me, I believe that is all. And if you look at all these people that now I start paying attention, You look at these pro-Zios, they come up. All of them, they get gifted a lot from other Zios like them, but they never gift back, and that's why their levels is always 3, 4. I mean, for Zach to be 7 months on TikTok and he's still level 4 means he never gifted anything in his life. It's not about the money, but the financial motivation behind him coming up here and advocating for Zionists is just to get gifted. I could be wrong, but why would you be still on level 4?
Siti, she was born in Beit Hanina, and she did forego it whenever she married my grandfather when she was 17 years old. It took her 10 years to get her citizenship back. And my grandfather, his only wish is to be buried next to his mother in Beit Hanina, or in Palestine. And he still hasn't been able to gain his citizenship, and he wants to go back, and he's unable to. And they're making it very difficult for him. So these are the struggles that a lot of people face. And I heard a story from a guy named Abu Siraj. I don't know if you guys heard him on TikTok or not. But when he was a young kid in Gaza, he was very sick. I think he was like 10 years old. And the medicine that he needed was not in Gaza. And he needed to get approval from the IOF and the Israeli government in order to get the medicine from Jerusalem. It took 3 weeks, and they ended up denying him to get the medicine that he needed in order to heal. So he was in Gaza dealing with this illness for years that could have been cured in months. And it happened again to him when he was 17. Same with schooling as well. So this is the apartheid and the stuff that, we're kind of discussing, the underlying things that a lot of people don't really see in the West as much as what they should be seeing, and it's very important for people to understand that even though you're not seeing it in the news and things of that nature, that doesn't mean it's not going on. It very much so is going on. And it's very important for people to realize that and understand what is going on and how much of the United States of America is accomplice to it.
And I just want to also point something out. I mean, a lot of people don't actually understand how long are the actual queues that you have to wait at these checkpoints just to actually go where you need to go. And also with the IDF, some of them will actually deliberately do something just to literally make the Palestinians wait longer. And when I'm talking about longer, I'm not talking about I'm talking about people waiting hours in queues to get where they need to get. So it's just pointing out how these people don't have the freedom of movement in their own country, and how sad that is, that someone has to literally be like, do you have a blue ID? Do you have a green ID? It's just that dehumanization, the way I see it, because I think the freedom of movement, or the freedom of actually traveling anywhere, is everyone's basic human right. And it breaks my heart when I actually see the four of you actually talking, so gracefully about how you're being oppressed and still trying to find the green light and the actual happiness that you guys feel talking between each other, the five of you. It just shows me how oppressed like you are, that you feel happy to feel that, oh, there's someone that's Palestinian, having to hear every day Palestine doesn't exist. There was never Palestine. Palestinians don't exist. And I don't know, Lal, how you take it to literally hear, to be called an Arab and knowing that you're Palestinian each. And I can't, I mean, I'm not Palestinian, but I feel so dehumanized. The reason why I get so passionate and angry is because I feel like you guys are so oppressed, but you've become so complicit in it that you don't even get angry anymore. I mean, I really do get angry because I just feel nobody deserves to be treated like that. I mean, having to not be able to say I'm Palestinian and people saying Arab, you're an Arab, and you can't say, hey, I'm Palestinian. I can't imagine how that must feel. And to actually explain yourself to someone else who's not even from there and standing in a queue and having to answer dehumanizing questions, where are you going, what you're going to do, and literally having to, like, I've seen people literally having to look at the floor when they're talking to some of these IDF soldiers, because like they can't even look at them in their faces, like, because if they do, it might be, oh, are you trying to play hardball or something. It's just my heart breaks, honestly. I can't say how you, like, the humility that Palestinian people have, I haven't seen it in any other nation. I mean, the patience, the politeness, I mean, you guys talk on here so eloquently. You know, I have a blue ID, I have a green ID, and you sit and you laugh and you actually try to make the oppression not as hurtful as it is. And that is who Palestinian people are. They are the most kind-hearted, intelligent people, non-hateful. That's why when I hear Israelis say the Palestinians don't want peace, the Palestinians are just tease, they not. Like, these 5 people, you have not heard them one utter word saying we hate the Israelis, we hope we eradicate. Not one time have they said that. And I've been on several, I have Palestinian friends, and I go mad when I see it, and they just look at it and say, you know what, I know they got unalive, but they are martyrs, you know. And the pain that I feel when I see that these people are so, like, humility and so like, not even like a bone of tea in them, but they get portrayed as that. And then I see, like, there are people getting unalived, and they come on TikTok every day, and they literally talk to the Zionists and still explain themselves. This is who the Palestinian people are. This is the true people that are literally showing us what it means to be human, what it means not to have hate. That is what you guys have literally shown me, what it means to have actual, believe in there's a God and we will be free. I honestly see Palestinians as what humanity should be like. Honestly, you like the humility, the understanding, the feeling of people. I mean, I listened to Federico when he's talking to Zach and Israelis that come and say Palestinians never existed. But he would never say Israelis never like he would literally ask him questions in the most humility way. So I just want to say to every Palestinian that's on here, or any Palestinian, honestly, I love you. I am sorry that you guys have been going through all of this. And you know what? We know that you exist. You always existed. And like I said, I'm going to say it in Madiba's words, because that was his nickname, if anyone knew him very closely. He always said, when Palestine is free, we will be free. So I just want to say to the Palestinian people, if you've lost anyone, my condolences. I'm sorry that you guys are going through this, but I hope at the end of the day that, you will be free and there'll be no blue ID, green ID, or whatever you guys say. And you don't have to wait for your wife 15 years if you do have one. But I just want to say, Trip, thank you so much for doing what you're doing as well, and spreading the truth and being who you are. And you know what? I love all of you guys. And I just want to say you guys have shown us what true humanity should be like. Thanks, Chip, for having me on again. I appreciate you. Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Viv.
I'm gonna speak.
Take care,
I'm gonna
Viv.
speak
Good to
next,
see you.
guys. I'm gonna speak next.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So, the point, I just want to clarify what I was trying to say earlier, because when I was interrupted, the focus of what I was trying to say kind of got shifted away. And what I was trying to say about the Palestinians that live in the 48 lands, 1948 Palestinians that live as citizens of Israel. Those people live in peace with the Israelis. So it's not about the fact that they're Jews. It's about the oppression. And so that was the point that I was trying to make earlier, not the focus on how they identify or whatever. That was not what I was trying to focus on. I was trying to focus on the fact that even though they were occupied from 1948 till 1966, once they became full citizens, they integrated into society. They have been living in peace with each other, those Palestinians and the Israelis together. So I just wanted to clarify that point.
If I may answer, just if you finish, let me know if you finish. Okay, so I'm deeply disagree with what you just said. I'm very sorry. All of us have families in the 48. All of us have some kind of family in Gaza, West Bank. When you say that they're living peacefully, this is a wrong statement. They're not living in peace, and they never integrated into the Israeli society. The Israeli society don't want them. For example, if you go to the Palestinian of 48, they live in a designated areas for them. If you want to be, for example, the guy of Beit Hanina, if you ask him, can you buy a house in any Jewish majority area or an Israeli area, he will not sell him a house.
So wait, I wasn't saying that there wasn't discrimination. I'm saying
I know,
that
but let me finish, please.
They don't attack Israelis, is what I'm saying. There's no resistance there.
That's also the resistance is there is so many kinds of resistance. You will find artists, singers, actors in the 48 against what they go to jail. And they go to jail if they move a finger. So they are under so much discrimination, and they're not living in peace. That's not a true statement. They are living under so much discrimination just because they are Palestinian, and they go to jail if they do anything wrong. The people of Jerusalem, the residents of Jerusalem, half of the population of Jerusalem went to jail, for God's sake, and they have blue IDs. They are residents of the city of Jerusalem. Just to say that the people of the 48, they are integrated, it's also not true. When you go, and for example, when you go to Nablus on Saturday, you will find most of the people in the market, they came from 48. They came to buy vegetables.
Chick, you might want to mute.
They will not go to an Israeli market or something. They never integrated. They were forced to have the passports and the citizenship because their kids couldn't go to school. They couldn't go to hospitals if they're not citizens registered in the occupational state. So no, a lot of them go to jail. Just for example, in this war right now, if you put a status on Facebook and you are a Palestinian of the 48, they will come to your doorstep, take you and put you in jail, my friend. No, they never integrated. They
If
are
I could speak,
Palestinian.
free Palestine. If I could just speak for Lau just for a second.
Go ahead.
I think Lau agrees to all of the points that you were stating. He deals with a lot of pro-Zios every single day. And one thing they say is that the Palestinians don't want to live in peace. So I think his biggest thing, Lau, and correct me if I'm wrong, is to make it clear that it is possible for Palestinians and Israelis to live in coexistence without animosity and them living in Israel is living proof that they just contradict their whole claim of it. So I think
he was answering my point when I said that there's no evidence for
You just said
that.
exactly what I was
Yeah.
trying to say, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, he was responding to my point, and he debunked my point. Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear.
I wanted to make it clear because I believe that you guys both feel the same feeling. You guys both feel the same. And
There's no violence from the Palestinian side of those Arabs who are integrated or attempted to be integrated into Israeli society. Yeah. I think that was the overall point.
Yeah, and Haji,
So
whenever
basically,
you
one state solution could be possible if the Israeli side were be willing to accept that, basically.
definitely Haji, yeah, exactly, and that's kind of what he said. Yep. And Haji, you know, and whenever you are in these pro Israeli panels, I want you to really just put your critical thinking cap on and listen to the things that they speak about. Listen to how they degrade Palestinians or Arabs. And like Vivi's point, how we don't speak negatively about them, or we don't say things, even though it's very abundantly clear. We don't have to say anything. But the truth of the matter is, we don't want to eradicate or harm or cause violence to anybody. All we are doing is we are screaming to the world in any way we can to have equality, freedom of movement that we take for granted here in the West. We just want to have.
Yeah, and Vivi also brought up that South Africa was able to integrate blacks and whites even after the apartheid. I wonder how they did that exactly. I want to do more research on that. But if they were able to do it, then it's definitely a possibility to be done here too.
It started with the propaganda. It started with making the propaganda too expensive for them, especially with nowadays and TikTok and being able to pull out your phone and record. You know, obviously TikTok and Palestinians with cell phones in Gaza are their biggest target right now because they're able to record the atrocities from a lens that they cannot control. So the more that happens and that occurs, and the more that, you know, Palestinians or people who are pro-Palestinian are on here, the more Chip, you know, makes panels like this and he allows people to just speak. It does make an impact. It does affect their mainstream media that they're trying to mass manipulate people with, and they have succeeded in the last decades with this, the last 76 years, we can say. So if we continue to just keep pushing this is the first step to end the apartheid. The second step is to the demilitarization of the IOF. And the way that works is a more international pressure, more sanctions, more pressure. And if you live in America, you are in the belly of the beast. And any way you can attack the belly of the beast within is the way you're going to end this racist ideology. Because America can pull the plug at any point with Israel. They can pull the plug.
We just need to not veto a UN resolution, right? That's binding. Maybe that could apply to Israel. I'm not too.
Every single
international law
resolution they have vetoed in the past is a good start to stop vetoing and to start going with the other 190 whatever countries that are for this liberation process. Basically, America is daddy to Israel, and without daddy, they cannot survive in the Middle East.
Sugar daddy.
They're sugar daddy, right?
Yeah.
So, and as an American, somebody who is an American, you should be completely disgusted, ill to your stomach, that your tax dollars that you are working for, and you're giving tax dollars not to the homeless in the streets, not to the schools for your kids, not to the medicine, not to the economy. You're giving it to Israel, who gets free healthcare, free education, all on the American tax dollar. You should be absolutely disgusted, and you should ask more questions to why we are in such support. It has nothing to do with Teaism. It has nothing to do with October 7th. It has nothing to do with
Salam, Mike Abu.
Wa alaikum salam.
Alhamdulillah. So my thing is, you know, I'm Palestinian American. My grandfather was born in Palestine in Jaffa in 1927. And he would tell me the most amazing, beautiful stories His father owned a orange grove and an orange market, and my grandfather was a postal service man, and they would babysit Jewish neighbors' kids. They would, you know, when they were doing Jewish holidays, they would take care of the kids, and if the Muslims were doing their holidays, the Jews would take care of their kids, and it was a very peaceful community. You know, even though it was under the Ottoman Empire, that doesn't mean anything. I mean, it was a different time, and Zionism not only ruined it, but changed everything for multiple generations. So my father has been a registered refugee, you know, since the 60s. You know, and when my grandfather left Palestine and you know, by force, because he was in the armed resistance in 48. He was about 22 years old, and he barely made it out alive. He was actually rescued by a British naval ship and was transported to Lebanon, where he had to register as a refugee and had to live in a tent for, you know, 7 years before migrating to Saudi Arabia. And it's so heartbreaking when I go out and socialize and I come across Israelis, you know, and I'm as kind as I can be. Hey, how are you? And we socialize, and then we get to the point where they're like, where are you from? And I say, oh, well, I'm Palestinian American. And they're like, they laugh. They I don't know why they laugh, but they laugh and they say, oh, well, your people don't exist. There is no Palestine. And I just, you know, instead of getting upset and angry and agitated, I say, well, look, you know, what's going on overseas is a direct response to why I'm here, living in the diaspora. You know, had my father been able to stay in Palestine and my grandfather, I would have been born in Jaffa, just like they were. And it's just hard to have to sit there and explain to someone who was born and raised generation after generation in Brooklyn, New York, why they are not indigenous to Palestine, and break down the actual steps and events of why it happened, how it happened, who was involved, who let it happen, who orchestrated it. And it was the imperialist British, it was the evangelical Christians, and the Zionists.
Yeah,
the Zionists didn't work alone.
Doesn't it burn you up whenever they go, well, if you don't like it, then just go back to your country?
Yeah, and I say, well, if you weren't occupying my country, I would go.
Well, that just kind of puts it in a nutshell with the tunnel vision that the West media, the propaganda that has been spewed in the last 7 decades.
And I have, I have family in Gaza, but they were all unalived late November, like 13 of them, and the youngest was a 4-year-old, Dunya.
Allah yarhamhum, brother.
Shukran.
By the way, you mentioned he was a big orange exporter, and that's something probably not a lot of people know. We used to be the biggest exporter of oranges to Europe.
Yeah, Jaffa.
Before 1948, yep.
And I mean, my family had money, so when they got to Saudi Arabia, they were asked if they wanted to continue in their refugee status, and they said, no, we want to work, we want to be citizens, and we want to make our own money. We have our own money. We didn't leave poor. We just left brokenhearted and through so much loss. I mean, there's millions of Palestinians living in the diaspora that have the same story, if not the exact story that I have.
See, Taylor, go back for a second. You said that they were given the option, right? Or they were told they can become Israeli citizens. Is that what you said?
No. I like when they got to Saudi Arabia and in Jordan, they asked if they wanted to keep their refugee status or become citizens of Saudi or Jordan, so they didn't have to live off of UNRWA.
Right.
And of course, you know, leaving Jaffa at that time had owning a business, a big business. I guess, you know, they had money, but my family left, but my grandfather stayed up until he barely made it out through battle. And he told me that the UN Security Council in 48 pretty much gave Israel in the Arab countries a 2-day ceasefire, which was allowing the Israelis to re-ammunition themselves and reorganize, and that's why they won that.
It's in mute.
Sorry.
You're back.
I mean, it was because, you know, the UN Security Council at the time, through the UNs, allowed a ceasefire to go through to give Israelis the 2 days to reorganize and re-ammunition themselves to defeat the Arab armies that were coming to help the Philistines, the Philistines. So when these Israelis, these Zionists say, oh, well, we won every war, well, without the help of the imperialistic hegemony countries and colonizers, you wouldn't have held 2 sticks together to make a fire.
All right. Sorry, I have to go. Thank you, Federico and Chip Barnes, for having me on this live.
Yeah,
I'll make
thanks for
sure
being
I
here.
do more research before, so I can contribute more next time.
Well, Haji, can I make a humble suggestion that might be easy and helpful?
Yeah, sure, good.
So there's a really great YouTube channel called Empire Files. And the journalist who runs it, her name is Abby Martin. So it's really easy to look at these resources. If you go to her YouTube page, look up Palestine 101, which is a quick summation. It's about a 45-minute video, but it gives you most of what you need to know about the subject. Abby's been to Gaza. She's been to the West Bank multiple times. She's been to Jerusalem. She's been to Tel Aviv. She's a great journalist. And I think you really like her stuff. I'm reading 2 books right now, if you're a book reader. One's called The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine, and the other one's called The 100 Years War on Palestine. That's
all right,
really-
I'll make sure to check out those resources. I
Okay,
just
man.
looked up her YouTube channel. Yeah. Thank you.
She's a Kunyan. Real quick, now everybody, this has been going on since about 7:20 this morning, if you can believe it. We haven't taken a break, although Federico was nice enough to help me out along the way. But I do have to bring it to a close. I just want to say thank you to anybody who made it the whole journey, which is probably nobody except for me. But this is, I love these conversations, and each and every one of you made great contributions. I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you for being here and for following me and everything else. We need to do more of this. So I'll be on again soon, though. I wish everybody the best, and free Palestine from the river to the sea always.
Thank you,
Thank
Chip.
you.
Looking at
Thank you
this.
so much.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Bro, we meet 9 o'clock.